Hello everyone, welcome to What If Tanjiro Died and Returned to Killed Muzan movie. Before we start, please go support Madkotto for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Tanjiro is a male. A long time has passed since Tanjiro left their lives. The Kacha sisters and the Demon Slayer Corps must continue the fight against demons and the threat of the 12 Kazuki, but beyond all these problems, a danger beyond their imagination looms over everything they truly believed in. Bury the light. Madkotto presents a place where time was irrelevant, nothing was normal. Inside that castle, where the wooden doors opened and closed wildly, 7 beings remained prostrate before their superior, a creature with sharp, blood-red eyes. The 12 demonic moons, the elite of the demons, and more specifically the elite of these, were the upper moons, the most powerful under the command of the demon lord. They were numbered from 6 to 1. Superior 6 was the title engraved in the greenish eyes of a demon with greenish-black hair and spots all over his face. Superior 5 was the title engraved in the honey-brown eyes of an abstract and horrible-looking demon. Superior 4 was the title engraved on the large pink eye of a demon with a long black fringe that covered part of her face. Superior 3 was the title engraved in the honey-yellow eyes of a demon with pink hair and thick lines on his face. Superior 2 was the title engraved in the rainbow eyes of a demon with long golden hair. Superior 1 was the title engraved on the main golden eyes of a demon who had a strange flame-like mark on his face. "They've done an excellent job," said a demon with sharp, blood-red eyes. They wiped out the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Facing them was yet another demon. His crimson hair partially obscured his earrings, which were adorned with a large sun. His deep scarlet eyes, engraved with the title Superior 0, radiated a profound aura of sadness and regret. The demon lord shed his human form and took on the appearance of a child. He calmly approached and took hold of his face. "You lost everyone you cared about. Your wife, your son, your sister, your friends, your comrades, and all those people who believed in you. You failed and succumbed to me, but you know you're my favorite, my little Hurio. There's no one as powerful as you. You are the sun that will illuminate my world of anarchy and bring humanity to its knees." "Yes, Lord Muzan." "Wait, Makomo, there's no waiting here, Tanjiro." Deep within the dense forest, a girl with turquoise eyes relentlessly attacked a boy with scarlet eyes. His savage state showed that he had trained for a long time. Makomo's swift sword movement slowed as Tanjiro gradually overtook her, snatching her sword and thus ending the fight. "I finally beat you," he smiled, sighing contentedly until a swift kick from his friend knocked him down. "Let's suppose so," Makomo replied, extending her hand to help him, which he accepted. "You learned very quickly, Tanjiro." Makomo placed her hands on Tanjiro's cheek, wiping away the dirt, and then removed some leaves from his long, reddish-black hair. "I'm sure you'll pass the final selection easily. I don't know, I'm still not used to the smell of water, and I think that will anger Mr. Urikodaki." As he said this, a small shiver ran through his entire body. He no longer wanted to be thrown over the waterfall. I don't know what to say, most likely I will," she laughed, amused. "Aren't you supposed to be my friend and support me through the difficult times in my life?" Tanjiro asked, surprised. If it was Makomo who needed to cheer him up, she wasn't the right person. Okay, I'll mention that to Mr. Urikodaki later." The two boys ventured a little deeper into the forest where a gigantic rock awaited them. Such was the importance and difficulty of the final test they had to overcome. Makomo handed him a real sword, setting aside the classic bamboo one, and stepped back a little, waiting for Tanjiro. "Remember what Sabito and I taught you." Tanjiro breathed calmly, maintaining his complete concentration. He gripped his sword, ready for the decisive cut that would separate him from his objective. Guided by instinct, he held the sword in a peculiar way, and like a hot knife through butter, he sliced the rock into 4 pieces with relative ease. Makomo couldn't believe the feat she had witnessed. Tanjiro was the first swordsman to use an upward vertical slash instead of a downward one, since the latter gained more power on descent. His power was so great that he sliced through part of the ground. Adding to this, he quickly changed his grip to connect with a horizontal slash so fast that it split the large rock into 4 equal pieces simultaneously. "I finally did it," Tanjiro shouted excitedly, jumping up in euphoria. Makomo put that aside to go to Tanjiro, who was still happy to have completed that test. Now calmer and seeing that night was approaching, they descended the mountain to their teacher's house, who was waiting for them on a small bench as usual. "Welcome, how have you been, Tanjiro?" Makomo. The adult with the Tengu mask spoke. "I won't say anything more than that he's ready for the final selection," the blue-greenied girl replied. "Come in for dinner then." Those were Mr. Sakanji Uricodaki's last words before closing the door, awaiting the next day. From very early on, with the sun just rising, Tanjiro remained still while Makomo cut his hair with scissors, shortening it to the nape of his neck. "Are you scared?" she asked him, but he quickly shook his head in denial. "That's the attitude. There's no reason to fear the demons. I have faith that you will come back unharmed," he added to the conversation the two of them were having. Thank you so much, Makomo, Tanjiro smiled, and she instantly returned a small, sweet smile. You're welcome. When Makomo finished, she left the room, leaving Tanjiro alone so he could change. He put on the Hanafuda earrings his father had bequeathed to him and then took out a suit from a box on the bidet gift from Mr. Yurikodaki. The outfit consisted of a blue kimono with a Jinbei-style cloud pattern and black pants, almost identical to Mr. Sakanji's attire. He finished getting dressed and arrived at the room where Makomo and Mr. Yurikodaki were waiting for him reading some books. You look great, Makomo said, handing him a sword. Yurikodaki also approached him and handed him a fox mask he had hand-carved. The mask had red details around the eyes and ears and markings at each corner of its mouth. In the upper left corner of the mask was a sun-shaped design symbolizing the scar on his forehead. He is blessed against any trick the demons might try against you, he added. Tanjiro took it and held it, lifting it above his head. Sakanji hugged him along with Makomo. They both had a deep affection for him. At the end, his teacher handed him a map and saw him off at the entrance. He slowly moved out of sight of his grandfather and his friend until he stopped abruptly and turned around. Makomo, Grandpa, I'm entrusting Nezuko to your care while I'm gone. Don't worry about her. Good luck. Now calmer, Tanjiro began to run along the wide paths. The lakes, the trees, the flowers, and the birds flying in the pure blue sky made his journey a marvel. He continued on through the different villages, following the coordinates engraved on his map. The hours passed, as did the sun, which slowly moved from the left to the right, indicating that the day was ending. The twilight beat down on his back, but after getting lost countless times, he found his way again, arriving at a very large mountain covered in trees with petals of violet flowers. All that remained was to climb that enormous mountain. Night had already fallen, and a little tired from climbing so many stairs, he reached the top, and behind some huge red pillars, a huge group of boys were waiting. The petals of those intensely purple flowers were so bright that standing among them didn't seem like it was night. He walked, making his way through the other boys. Good evening, everyone, two sisters spoke in unison as they stood before the summit entrance. I hope you'll pay attention to us. The final selection is an entrance exam for those seeking to become a demon slayer in the Demon Slayer Corps. The exam is held here on Mount Fukasain, where wisteria blossoms bloom every season from the base of the mountain to its slopes. The area around the mountain's summit is devoid of wisteria flowers and is infested with demons captured alive and placed on the mountain by existing demon slayers. Since wisteria is poisonous to demons, they remain trapped on the mountaintop and cannot leave. The exam requires the examinee to survive 7 nights on the mountaintop without any outside assistance. Candidates who successfully survive all 7 nights are permitted to become official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. We wish you all the best. He understood perfectly what those two sisters said. They, along with a group of demon hunters, opened the entrance for him, and before he could take the first step, a grumpy-faced boy with a prominent scar on his face, wearing a black and purple suit, stepped forward and pushed him. He quickly got up, being overtaken by another boy with blonde hair and a frightened face who wore a suit in shades of yellow and orange, next to a girl with charcoal lilac hair who held a large pink-green butterfly brooch and a serene face who wore a suit in shades of pink. Being the last one, he quickened his pace, entering the ordeal of many boys just like him. After that spark of light left such a gloomy, heavy, and eerie aura, he peered into his nose. There was no turning back for all of them. He kept thinking about what he had experienced 2 years ago and the promise he had made to himself. All his siblings and his mother had perished at the hands of a demon, shattering the happy life he had lived with such humility. The habit of going to work every day was gone, it had vanished. The only thing that drove him, along with his promise, was his younger sister, Nezuko, whom he would turn back into a human. The dim light made it difficult for him to see, forcing him to rely on his sense of smell, which allowed him to detect the different aromas of the mountain. Trees, vines full of thorns, and countless traps were what he had to dodge as he continued along the mountaintop, searching for a safe area to rest while waiting for morning. Everything seemed like a bizarre labyrinth. The style of the trees, which were shaped like people, and the strange noises all around made it the perfect setting for any demon to lurk. After inspecting an area for a while, he considered it safe and sat down on a rock to catch his breath. Fresh. The imminent scream alerted him, and he quickly moved away from there, drawing his sword ready for combat. A hideous creature with large claws, fangs, and a protruding tongue. Its rotting skin was covered in rashes, and its eyes were empty and murderous. This demon kept staring at him, waiting for the moment to attack. Tanjiro remained calm and, taking a deep breath, filled his lungs with oxygen, leaping tremendously to attack. Get away from him, food, you bastard. Another demon leaped out, attacking the first demon. Having been imprisoned for so long, there was no food, and any human who entered was to be devoured. Tanjiro was not intimidated, and gripping the sword with all the strength his left hand allowed, he lunged at the pair of demons. Breath of Water, 4th form, Tide Surge. Kaimsu no Yaiba, my darling hunter. Butterfly sisters. Life was a beautiful thing. To be born, to grow, and to die formed the cycle of one's life, and she couldn't be more grateful for it as she opened her large, beautiful pinkish-gray eyes to another day. Her long, charcoal-colored hair, fading to fuchsia, covered her entire face, so she moved it aside a little to be able to see. She got out of bed and headed to the television, which sat on a large cabinet, and turned it on. It took her a little while to find a channel showing cartoons, and once she did, she went to her vanity and sat down in front of the large mirror. She picked up a comb and began to untangle her hair, watching the cartoons with joy just like a little girl. When she finished, she rummaged through her closet for her clothes, taking out a white shirt, a somewhat long black skirt, a brown belt, and a red vest. She removed her nightgown, leaving herself in only her underwear. Her large breasts, 87 cm, her small toned waist, 55 cm with defined abs, her voluptuous hips, 88 cm, her firm round buttocks, 78 cm, and her thick legs, 50 cm, were the perfect measurements of a young woman as beautiful as she was. She put on the skirt and buttoned the shirt, then the vest, completing her outfit for the day. From her drawers, she took out a pair of black stockings, and from a shelf, she took a pair of chocolate-colored boots. She pulled the stockings up her shapely legs to her thighs and finished by putting on the boots. She sighed deeply and went back to her vanity. She opened one of the drawers, took out 2 pink and green butterfly-shaped hair clips, and fastened them on either side of her head, where they stood out against her signature bangs. She didn't need makeup, her full red lips and long eyelashes were natural. Her beauty was like a diamond. It was time to leave until she remembered something else. She needed to turn off the television. Without further ado, she left her room. She walked through the enormous hallways of her home until she went downstairs. From there, she could see her little younger sister arranging some flowers in a vase. She was a very beautiful girl. Her long jet-black hair, fading to neon pink at the tips, was tied back in a side ponytail with a large fuchsia-green butterfly clip. She had a long, even fringe that didn't obstruct her large, beautiful pinkish lilac eyes. Her full red lips and long, natural eyelashes made her a diamond in the rough, a true beauty. "Good morning, Kano." "Good morning, Kani-san." Kani was the name of the young woman with pinkish-gray eyes, and with a big smile she went to help her sister. After finishing that small task, both sisters left the living room to go to the kitchen. They had to make breakfast, but not before finding the last member of the trio, so she and Kano went to another area of the estate. They arrived at a large room where a sign hung on the doorknob that read, "Do not disturb, chemistry working." That didn't stop Kani, who opened the door and saw, along with Kano, a girl wearing a gas mask and gloves. "Ni-san, why are you bothering me? Didn't you see the sign?" Kani couldn't help but laugh while Kano just curiously watched the girl who had just finished opening the window. She removed her mask, revealing her stunning beauty. Her short, charcoal-colored hair, fading to a dark purple, was secured at the nape of her neck with a large purple-green butterfly clip in the yakai-maki style. A pair of parted bangs fell to her ears, lifted slightly away from her face, with 2 thinner strands reaching her chin beneath them. Her large, beautiful purple eyes were complemented by long eyelashes and full, naturally red lips. "I saw him, I just came to find you so the 3 of us can have breakfast together," Kani said cheerfully. "Are you coming, or would you prefer we bring your breakfast here to your lair?" "It's not a hideout, it's my laboratory," she replied, pouting. "Besides, they came while I was experimenting with my concentrates." "What? Kano, could you bring Shinobu here, please?" Her kind tone reached Kano's ears and she went and took her other older sister's hand. "Kano, let me go," Shinobu shouted excitedly, which Kano did. "Don't listen to her, Kano, you bring her here," Kani told her, and this time Kano ignored her sister Shinobu's orders, going to Kani, who hugged them and placed a small kiss on their foreheads. "Ni-san, don't do that, it's embarrassing." Shinobu shouted, a little embarrassed, while Kano maintained a big smile because of the affection she was receiving. The clock read 5 p.m. during the day. The sisters had finished cleaning the entire property and were now taking their well-deserved break, watching the large plasma screen while eating popcorn. "So what can we do this Saturday?" Shinobu asked, bringing in a tray with 3 glasses of soda and some plates piled high with snacks. "Sanmi called me and invited me to go to the movies. He said he was going with Jiu. I don't know if you want to come with me," Kani replied, making room for her sister to sit down. "Ira Jiu." Upon hearing that name, Shinobu's cheeks turned red. "I think I just said yes," replied Kacho, the older sister, cheerfully. "We could have a great time." "Of course I want to go," replied the violet-eyed girl, very excited to be able to be near the boy she was in love with. "Then let me confirm." Kani took out her cell phone and quickly sent a message to her friend because she was actually in love with him too. "She says it's okay if they pick us up at 6, Kani said with a smile, observing her sister Shinobu's great excitement. Kana watched them, somewhat confused by the scene, taking a sip of her soda. "So you're going out today?" she asked. "Right, we forgot Kano," Shinobu said, scratching her head. They hadn't considered her younger sister and didn't want to leave her alone. "Would Shinazugawa mind if we brought her?" The girl added. Kani texted her crush again, asking about the matter. She explained that he had also planned to bring his younger brother Genya to be with Kano, but a separate matter had prevented him from doing so, if he had a problem. Don't worry, I'll stay and finish my homework, Kano said, her words firm in every word she spoke. Are you sure? I can tell saying me that. Don't worry about me, you all have fun, Kano replied with her calm expression. With that, Kani and Shinobu shouted euphorically at the prospect of going out with the boys they both liked, and as expected, they quickly went upstairs to their mansion. Kano couldn't be happier for her sisters when they felt that way. She owed them so much for everything they had done for her. Putting those nostalgic thoughts aside, she turned off the television and set about cleaning everything on the glass table. Night was approaching as the sun rose, its white moon difficult to distinguish amidst the intense warm light of the sunset. Shinobu and Kani looked stunning, radiating their beauty as they descended the stairs to the entrance of their estate, where Kani sat on the sofa reading a book. The doorbell rang and Kano went to open the door for two young men. One had white hair and almond-shaped plum-colored eyes, while the other had black hair tied in a ponytail and expressionless, deep blue eyes. Shinobu and Kani went to greet them, although they ended up blushing when both men grabbed them by the waist. You know where the money is, call us if you need anything. See you tonight, that was Kani's last sentence as she closed the door behind her. Kano's face was somewhat indifferent. She didn't like those boys for her sisters because one of them radiated bad temper with that look, and the other didn't even seem to pay attention to the matters at hand. In short, she couldn't tell her sisters how she judged them. She ignored that and quickly went upstairs, more specifically to her room, where she went to her closet to get some clothes. She took off her clothes, leaving only her underwear on. Her breasts were rather large, measuring 75 cm. Her small waist of 55 cm was somewhat toned, with faint abdominal muscles visible. Her hips were also quite wide at 76 cm, her firm, round buttocks measured 66 cm, and her legs were somewhat thick at 40 cm. Her body was well on its way to becoming like her older sisters. She dressed in a white kimono and over this another kimono but in light pink and combined it with a dark pink hakama. She checked the time, she had to hurry. She wrapped the ribbons around her waist, finishing with a bow. Back in her closet, she took out a pair of white tabi socks and some pink strappy sandals. She was ready. He pulled out a large trunk from under his bed, opened it, and took out a sheathed sword with a white handle tattooed with purple diamonds and fastened it to his waist. Everything was perfect. All that was missing was the alibi. From his other closet, he pulled out piles of clothes and laid them on his bed, arranging everything until it resembled a human body. Having done this, he arranged a wig and fastened it with one of his butterfly clips, placed it on a pillow, and covered it with some blankets. The icing on the cake, he tossed his laptop and cell phone next to his fake Kano and plugged in his headphones, covering everything perfectly for his escape. The front door was most likely locked, so she climbed out the window, descending gracefully to the ground floor of her mansion. She waited for the taxi she had ordered, which arrived right on time. She got in, and with a single glance, her incredible beauty left the driver speechless. Where did you take her, miss? Mount Fukasain, where wisteria blossoms grew in abundance. Kano climbed all the steps to the mountain's summit, being the first to arrive. Little by little, more boys arrived. The boys couldn't stop staring at her, mesmerized, while the girls looked at her with great envy. She didn't care about that because she had her goal right in front of her big lilac eyes. A blonde-haired boy walked past her and very obviously stared at her, somewhat dazed, until she paid attention to him. Then he turned away, very nervous. Another boy arrived. His mohawk and the prominent scar on his cheek and under his right eye were very striking. He continued on his way, ignoring everything like a lone wolf. Gradually, the mountain filled up, the hunter's exam beginning, until a boy with reddish-black hair and earrings engraved with a sun arrived. His calm yet kind demeanor caught his attention. A pair of sisters welcomed them, explaining in detail the criteria of the final selection. Finally, the girls asked for their full attention so they could bless them for the test. The rebellious-looking boy ignored them and walked away. Meanwhile, the boy with scarlet eyes accepted the blessings, maintaining his noble aura while she looked at him with great curiosity and wonder. Everything was done. The girls, together with the demon slayers, paved the way towards the prominent darkness, and with the aim of overcoming it, they took the first step into the jaws of evil. N/A, this story takes place in the Ryuwa era. If you don't know, I invite you to look it up. Final selection. Easily dodged their incoming attacks, jumped, and let the water envelop my sword. I connected several consecutive cuts while fluidly spinning, mimicking a tide around them. And without realizing it, they no longer had a head. The first demons I managed to kill. Thank you so much, Makomo and Sabito, for training me during these months. All your effort was not in vain. I made my way through Mount Fukasain, exploring all the surroundings. A very peculiar smell caught my attention, and being the curious person I am, I went after it. From afar, I saw that blonde-haired boy trembling with fear. Maybe I should go talk to him. Meet, I was startled to see a demon, and this boy fainted from the terror he felt. I know it's not my duty to go help him. I should be worrying about my own well-being, but I can't leave him alone waiting for him to die. My mother instilled in me that whenever there's a chance to help, however small, I must do it. I didn't stand idly by and take the first step toward another confrontation. Lightning breath first style. I stopped in my tracks when I heard the voice. Was it that boy's? In an instant he rose, positioning himself in an incredible way as if about to charge. His breathing was powerful. He gripped the hilt of his sword firmly, and with a heavy footstep a curtain of dust rose. It was astonishing. As if struck by lightning, he decapitated the demon in an instant. Flash of lightning. A splitting headache gripped me, my eyes burned, and my brain felt like it was going to explode. I clutched my sword, waiting for it to pass. Tanjiro recovered, but he looked a little different. His crimson eyes lit up and shone like the sun. The boy was no longer there, so he continued on his way. After dealing with that headache for a while, my walk continued deeper into a prison of trees. I didn't make a sound. My nose picked up the scent of demons. I climbed a tree and used some branches for cover. I wasn't at 100% yet, so I didn't want any unnecessary confrontations. My strength returned, and as I was descending, I froze when I saw the boy who had knocked me down at the foot of the mountain. His expression was cold and sullen, his eyes blazing with anger. Even I was frightened. I think it would be best not to bother him. He seems to have everything under control. I say this because he's holding the decapitated head of a demon in one of his arms. How am I supposed to get out of here? I spent a good while banging my forehead against a tree, managing to make a hole in it from the many times I repeated it. A scent wafted into my nostrils. I turned my head, observing the girl in the pink kimono. Her eyes met mine. Though I looked away in embarrassment, I could feel her still watching me. Hello. I looked at her again. She was now giving a small smile as she waved. Hello, I said confidently. What's your name? She asked me. My name is Tanjiro. And you? My name is Kano. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kano replied calmly. Well, I don't think now is the best time for us to get to know each other, I replied, somewhat embarrassed by the situation we were in. She let out a few small laughs. Don't worry about it, Kano said, starting to walk. Are you going to keep hitting that tree, or are you going to look for a way out too? As expected, Tanjiro followed her and they started talking. What really happened? A certain young woman with pinkish lilac eyes kept her pace very fast, decapitating demons with relative ease. This was no challenge for her. The demonic beings writhed in agony, begging the girl for mercy, but she only slid the blade of her sword more slowly across their already decomposing bodies. Her elegant, choreographed movements eluded the grace of butterflies. He continued on his way of exterminating demons when a loud, more specific noise, as if something were being demolished, caught his attention. She stealthily approached the area of the situation, gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, ready to kill the boy. She felt so confused, staring blankly as that crimsoned boy banged his forehead against a tree trunk, and the most surprising thing was that now that tree had a deep hole. He remained silent and kept his gaze on the boy, who seemed somewhat dazed, so he ignored him and continued with his survival. I was still amazed by this mountain. It was very difficult not to get lost. I had encountered different demons along the way and showed no mercy to them. I looked at them with disgust and hatred simply for being of the race that killed my family. I was somewhat confused. A burning smell invaded my nostrils, so I headed towards the source. A boy who looked very upset apparently couldn't understand what was happening. I remained calm despite the inferno of flames and chaos before my eyes. But what happened? I spoke, remaining calm. Now I had to have a serious attitude. A powerful demon has awakened and is hunting us, the boy said, agitated. Calm down, breathe. We needed to keep our heads on the ground. How do you expect me to calm down if they're going to kill us? I slapped him, not gauging my strength, knocking him to the ground. Stay calm, I said, a little irritated by his attitude. It'll be easier for that demon to find us if he keeps hearing the noise. Why the hell are you hitting me? The boy exclaimed furiously, getting up from the ground. I just want you to calm down, otherwise we're both going to die, I added. Let's leave before he comes. The boy was with me. He was clearly a coward. I felt nervous, like someone was watching us. The moon intensified its light, allowing me to see perfectly. Hey, I asked, don't you know what the devil looks like? I don't know, and I wouldn't want to find out, he replied. Thanks for the information, I suppose. I felt a tickle in my nose, turned around quickly, and pushed him away. I let out a loud cry from the pain as multiple thick tree roots charged at me, one of them injuring my forehead. Now I felt a terrible pain in my back and head. I sat up even though I noticed that the boy was no longer there. Coward, I grumbled and prepared for the fight. Against whom? Where is it? I looked all around me and saw nothing but trees. Again my nose tingled, the roots charged towards me, but this time I managed to dodge them. Several months ago, while training on Mount Sajiri with Makomo and Sabito, the constant danger I faced had led me to develop an ability I called Slayer Sense. This function was due to the anterior and posterior cingulate gyri in my cerebral cortex. My neural signals were far greater than those of an ordinary person, allowing me to sense dangerous situations and perceive them through a tingling sensation in my nose. I watched intently. My breathing was very rapid and my nose kept tickling. Something very bad was going to happen. The roots were much larger and increasing in number. I couldn't dodge them. Breathe. Water breathing, 8th style, waterfall lake. You damn brat, what the heck? I was utterly shocked to see one of those humanoid trees writhing in pain. What are you? Who am I? I'm just an ordinary tree, a victim of your impending paranoia. I think I'm aware of myself, I said. I had no reason to believe him. Seeing the demons now, I wouldn't buy that nonsense. Oh, so you're the first. My name is Merled. I hope you remember it when I sent you to hell. That bizarre demon revealed himself. I want to see you try your unpleasant. Let's see if your words are just as harsh when I kill you, pretty boy, Merled said. Demon blood technique, belly of the great tree of death. Breathe. From the ground, huge, thick, bloody roots emerged with sharp points attacking me, but I managed to dodge them with relative ease. Die, you bastard. The oxygen strengthened me, and with a swift, powerful cut, I severed most of those roots. For some strange reason, my body moved on its own. Breath of thunder, first form, flash of lightning. I don't have time for this nonsense. The veins in my arms bulged. My gaze was filled with determination, my desire for revenge. My footsteps were so heavy they kicked up dust, and in a charge so swift it was impossible to see, I blew his head off. Damned, you should never have existed. The demon's tremendous screams ascended into the dark sky. Many of the trees withered, leaving only corpses. But what? All that pile of corpses on the floor. I wanted to vomit. I fell to my knees. I had to control myself. My conscience screamed loudly, seeing the extreme cruelty of the demons wanted to make me cry. Calm down, just calm down. Say a prayer for those poor, unfortunate souls who perished at the hands of that demon. Rest. A demon hunter must be strong in the face of any adversity. I started running in search of the exit, noticing a piece of clothing lying on the ground. I approached it and smelled it, realizing it belonged to that boy. Silly. I kept moving forward. I got lost and found myself again and again in the same place. What can I expect if this place is a labyrinth? The sun slowly rose in the sky, which was blue at the start of another day. The pair of sisters, along with the group of demon hunters, patiently waited for any silhouette to emerge from the entrance of Mount Fucusane. There was no sign of anything. Apparently all the aspirants were dead. That's what they thought when they saw a quartet led by the young man with crimson eyes emerge from the jaws of the ordeal of many. The young woman with lilac eyes, along with the young man with honey eyes and the young man with plum eyes, followed behind, being impacted by the dawn breezes. Their slow walk made for a very epic scene. The unwavering determination of Crimson, the enormous serenity of Obsidian, the constant insecurity of Blonde, and the growing fury of Ebony overflowing on their faces, the 4 surviving swordsmen of the final selection. Congratulations on successfully completing the final selection, one of the girls said, clapping her hands. From the sky, crows descended and landed on the arms of the redhead, the brunette, and the black-haired boy, except for the blonde boy who received a small sparrow. When will they give us the swords? The plumed boy asked, maintaining his bad mood. The girls explained that in a few moments their bodies would be measured to make their official demon hunter costume. When will they give us the swords? The boy asked again, being ignored once more, and in frustration he scared his bird away. The girls instructed their demon hunters to bring a large cart containing some strange rocks. The quartet of boys stepped forward, observing the pieces of metal. They had to choose the iron to forge their Nicaran swords. They didn't know which one to choose. This decision was very important because their katana would be their ally in the fight against demonic beings. After thinking it over, Tanjiro let his sense of smell take over and, taking a step forward, chose his mineral, which for him was the right one. The 3 then followed him, taking the rocks they believed were meant for them. A hunter arrived with measuring tapes in his hands and took their height measurements one by one. 170 meters. 169 meters. 173 meters. 161 meters. N/A, I'm sure they know who the heights belong to. Having done this, another hunter asked them for the rocks to begin the process of making his swords. Your uniform and sword will be delivered first thing Monday morning. Is there anything you'd like to discuss? The girls asked. His goal was now closer. The moment of his revenge had just begun. Farewell. Under the shifting light of the sun, which blended into the approaching darkness of night, Tanjiro trudged on, somewhat injured and weary after passing his Demon Slayer entrance exam. His slightly dilated pupils and unsteady body indicated the long journey he had undertaken to return home. He recognized the tree with the broken branch and that quail's nest. He was very close to reaching his grandfather Yurikodaki and Makomo's house. The stars could already be seen. Their slow pace took a long time until they reached the main area where their grandfather's garden was located. I've finally arrived. The door flew open and from the entrance came a certain little girl with bright pink eyes, looking at him intently before going to hug him with great joy. She took off her bamboo. Onii-chan, she said, and as she used to do, she placed a kiss on his cheek. Nezu, you've finally woken up, Tanjiro said, hugging him tightly as a small tear escaped. Nezu, come here. Grandpa, I told you to put in a stronger door. Makomo rushed after her friend, stopping abruptly. A sweet smile unconsciously spread across her face. I knew you'd come back. What's wrong, Makomo? We have to go after Ni. The man with the Tengu mask walked until he reached the pair of boys, whom he hugged with all his might, letting his crystal tears fall. I told you I would return, Mr. Urikodaki, Tanjiro said happily, returning the hug of his mentor and grandfather. Forgive me, Tanjiro, for doubting you. I didn't want you to take the risk. The adult found it difficult to say each word. Those two siblings had won his heart, and he loved them like his own children. After misfortunes in his life, he had lost his entire family and was left alone until a small light rested on his shoulders, allowing him once again to feel that feeling of love for the children he had. Don't worry about it anymore, Grandpa. He turned his attention to his friend and gestured for her to join them. Makomo, somewhat hesitant to break the spell, hesitated until Tanjiro took her hand and pulled her into their group hug. Makomo blushed as she felt the warmth of Tanjiro's body, but she also enjoyed that feeling of family that only they shared. So you're saying your final selection was very exciting. You're so weird, Tanjiro. Makomo laughed while holding a fork wrapped with ramen noodles. The Urikodaki family consisted of Sakanji, Sabito, Tanjiro, Makomo, and Nezuko. One of their members was absent, but the four of them were having a wonderful time eating dinner while watching an anime program called Pokémon on television. Really. Even though my life was at stake, believe me, the experience I gained is very valuable. I even lost count of how many demons I killed, Tanjiro replied, taking a sip of his juice. MMMMMMGHT. Nezuko put countless noodles in her lips, enjoying the taste, ending up with her face a little dirty, so Tanjiro wiped her face with a napkin. It's incredible that Nezuko was able to free herself from her demon mentality, and not only that, she's immune to sunlight and doesn't feel the need to eat human flesh. Of course, her fangs don't allow her to speak very well. Makomo wiped her lips, observing the pair of siblings. I don't know what happened yesterday either, but I theorize that Tanjiro has something to do with it. After Tanjiro left for the test, Nezuko woke up looking somewhat different. Now she maintained her composure like a normal girl, but she was much more affectionate with her brother, as if being a demon wasn't very relevant. That's what Urikodaki theorized. If everything's all right, we can go back to my school then, Tanjiro said, taking small sips from his bowl. I'm sure I've failed a lot of subjects. I'll most likely have to repeat the semester. Don't worry about it. My friend Jigoro recommended that I enroll you and Nezuko at the Kaimsu Academy. In fact, his grandson studies there and Makomo and Sabito also study there. I'll talk to him and ask him to sort things out so you don't fall behind in your school year, Sakanji commented like any mother concerned for her children. I suppose that's fine, Grandpa. He took another sip of his juice. I think I can support myself and Nezuko. Sakanji didn't like the words. Tanjiro's sense of smell detected his displeasure, making him a little nervous. Grandpa, before you say anything, I can work. You don't need to support me. Makomo and Sabito do it, so why can't I? They are much more responsible than you, Urikodaki replied in a somewhat cold tone. Just because I forgot to turn off the stove doesn't mean I'm not responsible, Tanjiro argued, wanting to win this conflict. Tanjiro, you evaporated all the water and used up all the gas. Makomo, you're not helping me. He looked at her skeptically while she just laughed. Come on, Grandpa, besides, I've worked before, she argued. I think it's fine, Grandpa, that Tanjiro lives alone so he won't run out of gas again. He enjoyed teasing Tanjiro. It was his way of showing him how much he cared for him. See, Grandpa, even Makomo agrees, why don't you? After enduring Tanjiro and Makomo's insistence, the adult finally gave in and allowed her to return to her home in Tokyo. Happy to have succeeded, Tanjiro went to the refrigerator and took out a cake he had baked himself to celebrate. Nezuko, Makomo, and Sakanji all enjoyed that dessert. It was a good night. From very early on, Tanjiro and Nezuko packed their suitcases. Yesterday's Sunday no longer existed, now only the beginning of the week. Month. The Kamado siblings went down from the second floor to the living room where Makomo was lying on the sofa with her cell phone and Sakanji was reading the morning newspaper. Grandfather Urikodaki came to the aid of Tanjiro, who was carrying some of his younger sister's suitcases and put them in the trunk of his car. Then Tanjiro followed with the rest of the suitcases. Everything was ready. Tanjiro adjusted his backpack and rolled down the sleeves of his jacket. It was cold. Are you staying or coming, Makomo? Urikodaki asked. Makomo got up and went to get her sweater as well. The four of them left the house and got into the car. Sakanji, behind that mask, watched with a smile as his children calmly used those electronic devices with the wires in their ears. So calm. He loved them, but he didn't understand technology at all. Driving along the road, the trees and birds in flight could be seen through the different windows of the vehicle. The clock he carried showed 6 in the morning, the panorama somewhat dark. Not far away, they could see the train station, their destination. Urikodaki parked and turned off the car, taking some of Nezuko's suitcases with him, and together with Tanjiro and Makomo, they entered the station. Once inside the vast expanse of empty benches, Nezuko and Makomo stayed to watch the suitcases while Tanjiro and Sakanji went to buy the tickets. On the way back, all that was left was to wait for the train, so the four of them settled down to wait the remaining half hour while distracting themselves by watching the different programs that were being broadcast on the different screens. The powerful, thunderous sound of the giant metal engine emitting intense steam was approaching, so they, along with the rest of the passengers, gradually boarded the train. "Well, it's time for you to go and get on with your life, Tanjiro." Yurikodaki found it difficult to speak without a lump forming in his throat. Behind that mask, tears were about to spill over. Seeing his little son and daughter about to leave him was breaking his heart. "Thank you so much for taking care of us, Grandpa. Thank you for instilling your values and knowledge in me." "I will always carry them with me," Tanjiro said in a very gentle tone. He couldn't be more grateful to the man who acted like a second father to him and his sister. "Grandma Iluro," Nezuko said in the same kind tone as her brother. "And I love you all." His mask hid a big smile that only his children could bring out of him. Makomo decided to act and removed Sakanji's mask, who revealed his grateful smile as small tears traced his aged skin. "Grandpa, please don't cry." Tanjiro, seeing his pleasant face, couldn't help but also succumb to his emotions, shedding tears along with Nezuko. "I promise I will visit you. I promise." "It's not necessary, son. My little ones should already be learning to fly on their own and soar through the breezes of this world." With that, he surrounded them in a tight hug like the family they were, the Yurikodaki family. Those on the train, the passengers who had just boarded, even the train driver himself, could not help but shed a small tear at such a moving scene. "I think it's best if you board now," Makomo said, wiping away the tears that had gathered on her eyelashes. "We're taking up the engineer's time." "Don't worry, take all the time you need," the train driver said, wiping away his tears. Makomo went to hand him a napkin to clean himself. Now more relaxed, Tanjiro and Nezuko boarded the train, taking seats in the first car and looking out the window with a smile at their grandfather and Makomo. All aboard. The train slowly began to move. Tanjiro opened the window and waved goodbye along with Nezuko, both filled with happiness, while Makomo and Sakanji did the same. "Take care, Grandad, we love you." Thus the train left only a swirl of white smoke disappearing. "And I love you, my little ones." "Come on, Grandpa, let's go have breakfast. My treat." Once inside the train, Tanjiro and Nezuko, to kill time on the long journey back to the city, watched videos and movies they had on their computers. The great metal fur advanced at full power, cutting through the air while its smoke adorned the fog-filled sky. The hours passed and it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Tanjiro was somewhat tired and kept nodding off until he fell asleep. A day like any other, a little tired from doing homework all night with little time to go to elementary school. Tanjiro woke up, starting his daily routine. Bathing, brushing his teeth, changing, going to have breakfast, taking his backpack and saying goodbye to his 5 younger siblings and his beloved mother, the usual routine. He waited for the school bus to pass by at 7 a.m. She had previously told her mother that her literature teacher would be helping her with an assignment she didn't fully understand, so she would be a little late. His 5 daily hours of class passed normally now that he was under the supervision of his teacher who took him home. Everything was calm and normal. He was finally able to do his job and was sure he did an excellent job. It was already late. At 8 p.m. exactly, her teacher took her home and left her at the entrance door, then left. Just as she was about to open the door, a smell so unpleasant, grotesque, and familiar penetrated her small nose. Fear overwhelmed her and she quickly turned the knob. That scene traumatized him for life. His mother and his siblings, all of them dead and covered in blood. No, that was impossible. How could they be dead if in the morning they radiated a strong smell of life? Why? At just 13 years old, her innocence was snatched away by the brutal scene that her eyes witnessed. Her large scarlet eyes sank into tears and she fell to her knees, letting out great cries full of pain and suffering. But why? It was already a very difficult situation for him when his sick father passed away when he was only 7 years old. Why should he continue to lose more? Oniai-chan. Amidst her sobs, she could hear a faint voice. "I wanted to protect them." Every letter, every agonizing sigh was torture. "It was my fault. The last straw." Without wasting any more time, he went to get his sister and carried her in his arms through the streets, shouting loudly for someone to help her. She was fighting with all her might not to die. His prayers were answered, but not in the best way. A police patrol approached, and the first thing they did was beat him, knock him down, and subdue him. They took their sister and immediately called for an ambulance. After a few moments, the large white truck, illuminated with an intense red light, took the girl away and he didn't receive the best treatment. He was taken to the Tokyo police where he was beaten, tortured, and humiliated for the most serious charge that existed: homicide and murder, receiving even more trauma in his childhood. But it didn't stop there. Rumors circulated that he would receive the maximum penalty, death. His innocent crimson eyes lost that sparkle of innocence they once had, and he only pleaded for his beloved younger sister to be saved. regardless of the suffering she endured for a crime she did not commit. The bright sun was dimmed by the shadows of the moon. If it hadn't been for his teacher who was his witness and the group of investigators, he would have been dead at that precise moment. Those police officers were going to rot in jail for the rest of their lives, but the damage was already done. They shattered even the smallest pieces of the little innocence that child still possessed. Oni-chan. Nezuko's voice and her constant shaking woke him up. Hug, what's wrong, Nezu? He asked sleepily, rubbing his eyes. We're here, masters. Newly opened. The train from the mountaintop offered a beautiful panorama of Tokyo. Tanjiro and Nezuko gazed in awe at the metropolis of Japan, 2 years away from home. It's incredible, isn't it, Nezu? She nodded. The lights of different colors, the huge advertising screens, and the crystalline buildings of multiple sizes were a brief description of his city. There's a signal here. I'll call the taxi to wait for us at the station. That's a lot of suitcases. You can say that again. The taxi driver and Tanjiro carried all of Nezuko's suitcases on their backs. She could only feel very embarrassed about it. The Kamado brothers left the train station and were now in the street area where they finished packing all their luggage into the trunk of the vehicle, beginning their journey home. Once inside the taxi, Nezuko not only listened to music but also poked her older brother's cheeks with her fingers, which caught the taxi driver's attention. Your girlfriend is very pretty, he said. Oh, of course not, she's my younger sister, she just tends to do that when she's bored. Tanjiro smiled sheepishly. It wasn't the first time someone had thought that way because of his sister's striking behavior. The seconds, minutes, and possibly the hour culminated with the brothers arriving home. Tanjiro went to pay the man, giving him a little extra for all his help. Good luck, guys, the man said as he left. Okay, Nezu, we're home. He reached into his pocket and grabbed his keys. I hope these are them. He went to the entrance and found 2 boxes, one longer than the other. He moved them aside and inserted the key, opening his house. Between the 2 of them, they put their things away, scattering them around the living room. They were very sleepy and tired, so each of them headed to their rooms to wait for tomorrow. Sunlight streamed through her bedroom window, and when you added to that an exquisite scent that seduced and made her mouth water, Nezuko had no choice but to get out of bed. She left her room and went downstairs, finding the house perfectly tidy and clean. She continued on to the room whose exquisite scent had been torturing her nose. Good morning, Nezu. Are you going to have breakfast? Breads, cakes, sponge cakes, tarts, and pies were his Valhalla. His brother's freshly baked bread was undoubtedly a delight. He snapped out of the trance of watching the bread made by his brother and went to look for him. Tanjiro was sitting on a bench looking at his Demon Slayer outfit and his Nichiren sword that Mr. Haganezuka had sent him by parcel post, while his crow, whom he called Jamu, pecked at a loaf of bread, mainly because that was the one he liked the most. N/A, Jamu is the name of a Japanese bread. Yes, he confirmed. Then take whatever you want, I'll reopen the bakery, the family business of the old Kamado family. His father, his mother, and he were masters at baking, and thanks to his incredible sense of smell, he was able to make the tastiest breads in his city. Tanjiro put away his hunter outfit and sword and then turned on his computer. Mikomo had called him earlier for a very important video. Is this on? I already told him for the 10th time, yes, Grandpa. Good morning, Grandpa, and good morning, Mikomo, Tanjiro said, waving at the camera. Good morning, Tanjiro and Nezuko. Asked the man with the Tengu mask. She's having breakfast. What's the matter? I asked curiously, waiting for words. I spoke with the principal of Kaimsu Academy. He says you and Nezuko can enroll because of your excellent grades, and if you can come in this afternoon evening to start classes. Yuriko Daki replied, leaving him confused. Evening classes. Mikomo will send your documents and stuff in a little while, so don't worry about that. Just focus on getting the uniform and finding the school. Actually, I have the addresses right here, Tanjiro, Mikomo said, joining the transmission. I'll send them to you by message. You guys are all about technology. Look, here's a map of the city showing where. The transmission cut out, throwing him off. His phone sent him a notification. It was Mikomo explaining the reason for the abrupt disconnection. The grandfather who knows what he had done with his computer, and while he was checking it, he sent him the aforementioned addresses. Have you finished breakfast? He turned off his computer and watched his sister eat a good portion of the shelves. Yes, Nezuko affirmed happily. Okay, then we need to go change. It's time to go shopping. Wait for me, Nezuko. Tanjiro closed the door of his house shop to go catch up with his sister. Thank heavens you can be out in the sun. He gave a big sigh as he reached his sister, who held his arm as she always did. N/A, beautiful OU. They had to take a taxi since she wasn't old enough to drive her dad's car yet. After getting the vehicle, they went to the shopping center where the store was located to get their uniforms. They went their separate ways, each trying on their respective uniform. Having done this, they now just had to go pay and then leave. On their way through the shopping center, Tanjiro and Nezuko stopped to eat something, enjoying a couple of pretzels and some milkshakes while silently observing the people moving from one place to another. Do you want another one? I can go get the gentleman, Tanjiro asked his sister, receiving a negative response from her. He wasn't surprised at all when Nezuko ran out like a little girl to see all the clothing stores. It was her time to buy clothes in piles, wear them once, and then store them in her closet full of practically new clothes. She followed her sister, who was very fast, dodging most of the people until she bumped into someone. I'm sorry. Tanjiro immediately stood up and took the hand of the girl with the large lilac eyes. My sister is very fast and I just lost track of her. I'm sorry for being so absent-minded. Don't worry, it wasn't your intention, replied the girl with black hair fading to neon pink, sounding a little nervous. How about I treat you to a milkshake as a way of apologizing? Tanjiro said in his characteristic gentle and sweet tone. No thanks, that's fine. Thank you so much for accepting my apology. Those were the last words he said to her before continuing to run. He's the guy from the final selection. Kanao, there you are. You said you were just going to look at some materials, said a teenager with large, bright, wisteria-colored eyes. Kanao must be very worried, and besides, we have to go to the academy soon. I'm sorry, I just got a little distracted, Kanao replied to her older sister, joining the walk back to their farm. I think it would be best to get you a GPS when you run away. He laughed a little at his sister's childish attitude. He didn't get away with it because now he was carrying his uniform and the clothes that Nezuko had bought. She just looked at him, pouting with an annoyed expression, which made him smile even more. The city of Tokyo lit up with its intense multicolored lights. Tanjiro and Nezuko were finishing adjusting their ties and handkerchiefs, ready to leave for Kaimsu Academy. All right, Nezu, it's time to get back to school. He grabbed his backpack and his sister's. Where are you? Nezuko couldn't help being Nezuko. She carried a bun between her fangs. Let's go then. They left the bakery and closed up, then called a taxi. The city was incredible. Technology and tradition united in total harmony, a luxury that Japan and a few other countries possessed. The driver told them to get out, and after paying they admired the enormous institute, Kaimsu Academy. Tanjiro felt a little nervous. He had always been like that on the first day of school, the complete opposite of Nezuko, who was very relaxed. Nezuko pulled him by the hand, leading him into the enormous school courtyard. Many students stared at them, their faces filled with expressions. They reached the main entrance and Nezuko opened it as if it were her own home. Insert epic entrance music. At the entrance, a young man with scarlet eyes, crimson black hair, and a striking scar on his forehead, adorned with earrings engraved with a sun, was accompanied by a girl with salmon-colored eyes, black hair fading to vermilion, and a striking pink ribbon adorning the side of her head. They captured the attention of all the students present. The little confidence he had vanished when they looked at him, leaving him frozen in the entrance until a girl with almond-shaped plum-colored eyes and white hair called him. Are you the Kamado brothers? The girl asked. Nezuko spoke for her brother, nodding her head. Follow me then. They left. It was time to get to know the facilities a little. Almost everything was perfect, and from the windows a small, very lush forest could be seen. The tour ended at the entrance to the management area. After opening the door, a man with blackened hair and a partially decaying face greeted them with a warm smile, rising from his desk. It's a pleasure to meet you guys, he said. Good afternoon, evening, Mr. Director Tanjiro spoke, and he and Nezuko greeted him respectfully. It's a pleasure to have you here at my humble school. She took a couple of folders and handed them to them. Here you'll find your class schedules, a map of the school facilities, and any other information you might want to know. How practical, thank you very much. Tanjiro bowed, noticing a strange but striking sword on a glass-covered shelf. He decided not to dwell on it and left with his sister, closing the door behind him. Yurikoto-sama was right, his burning eyes, that thick, intense mane of hair, that scar like a flame, and those earrings with the crimson sun engraved on them, there's no doubt he's the last one. In the hallways, the two brothers said goodbye and went their separate ways to their respective classes. So it says here that I'm in the 6th semester, which is the 3rd year, he said to himself while looking for the classroom he was assigned to. In this academy, the degrees are divided into semesters, which are: first and second semester equals first year of secondary school, usually taken by 13-year-olds. Third and fourth semester equals second year of secondary school, usually taken by 14-year-olds. Fifth and sixth semester equals third year of secondary school, usually taken by 15-year-olds. First and second semester equals 1 year of high school, usually taken by 16-year-olds. Third and fourth semester equals second year of high school, usually taken by 17-year-olds. Fifth and sixth semester equals third year of high school, usually taken by 18-year-olds. Support sessions. This semester is special. Students have the unique opportunity to teach younger students, usually students between 19 and 21 years old. Times. I think this is it. It was getting late, but he had nothing left to lose, so he knocked on the door. In a few seconds, a young woman opened the door. Her beautiful pinkish-gray eyes and long black hair faded to fuchsia made him a little nervous. "You must be the new student, right?" she asked, and, "You're a little late, why is that?" the teenager asked. "I'm so sorry, I got a little lost." "I understand, don't worry about it, go ahead and come in." "Thank you very much," Tanjiro said, maintaining his nervousness as he entered the living room. The room was full of different students, both tall and short, cheerful and uninterested, all staring at him. "You can take the seat in front, but first you must introduce yourself. Is that all right?" she asked. Nervous about his first day of classes, he stepped to the front of the class, with the students and his teacher waiting expectantly. "Good evening, my name is Tanjiro Kamado. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope you'll accept me as your partner," Tanjiro said, controlling his skeptical nervousness. "The pleasure is all mine, Tanjiro. I am the biology teacher Kanikacho. Now you can go to your seat to continue with the classes." The new student. Things were possibly going well for Tanjiro, who was gradually overcoming his shyness by paying attention to what Professor Kani was explaining to everyone. She proved to be very intelligent by explaining a little about the internal constitutions of various animals. Although a good part of her students paid attention to her, another part only looked at that beautiful and perfect face. He wrote down everything she said. He was always someone who was a fanatic for knowledge, which he himself defined as power. The Kaimsu Academy had 2 shifts, the morning shift from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. while the evening shift started at 2 p.m. and ended at 9 p.m., exactly the shift where Tanjiro was located. Professor Kani has a kind and friendly air about her. She just assigned us an essay that she quoted from the biology textbook. It's a bit complicated to understand, but it's not something I should get up and ask her about. My other colleagues didn't seem to understand completely, and many were standing in front of her desk asking for help. I would have felt very overwhelmed being surrounded by so many people, but she just smiled as she explained it to everyone. She was nice. Getting back to my point, I need to keep reading and start writing down what I think is most important now. This isn't a summary. The minutes passed and the clock hands gave the warning. After a while, Professor Kani asked them for their essays, starting with Tanjiro. Another while passed, she read 25 pages, graded them all and handed them to her students. "Well guys, you did an excellent job, but I'd like to invite Tanjiro to come forward. His work is excellent." Kani smiled, inviting him to come forward. "Hey, me? What?" she stammered, overcome by her sudden nervousness. Kani gestured with her finger for her to come forward. With his essay in one hand and his heart in the other, he stepped forward to read. His shyness caused him to speak in a very low voice, encouraged by his teacher. His voice gradually increased, but so did his nervousness, and he mispronounced many words. He finished his reading to the laughter of all the students. The bell rang, everyone left except Tanjiro, who was frozen like a statue and ridiculed on his first day of school. "Don't worry, Tanjiro, your essay was amazing," Kani said, her smile wide as she placed her hand on his shoulder. "There's no reason to be afraid. If we don't face what makes us feel insecure, we can't change." "I'm sorry, Professor Kani. I'm very shy and nervous sometimes when I'm around a lot of people looking at me." Tanjiro turned around, admiring his teacher's bright, light-filled eyes. He could see them perfectly because he was quite tall, with his teacher's head at eyebrow level, and he could feel her serene breathing. "Well, that's wrong. How about I give you some lessons to overcome your shyness?" Kani asked, startling him. "I'll explain it to you at lunchtime. See you there." She said goodbye and left the room. Tanjiro, for his part, had a stunned expression, but a few seconds later a small smile appeared on his face. His teacher's kindness was as warm as a ray of sunshine. Feeling more at ease, he too left the classroom for his next lesson. Then the forces of the city of Athens clashed with great force against the forces of the city of Sparta, the Delian League against the Peloponnesian League, the fervent battle that took place from 431 BC to 400 BC. History teacher Kyojiro Rengoku, the next teacher in Tanjiro's schedule, passionately recounted to all his students a bit about the war in the Aegean. His teacher's passionate attitude was very enjoyable. The young adult with golden hair flecked with carmine made it clear that he loved what he did, earning the admiration of all his students. "I hope you understood that, so for homework you will research the Archidamian War," Professor Kyojiro spoke. Yes, they all affirmed. The lunch bell rang and all the students left the classroom, heading towards the cafeteria. He was also heading towards the cafeteria. He didn't want to disappoint his newly met teacher and make a bad impression. His demeanor was a little more confident, gradually overcoming his shyness and insecurity. During Professor Kyojiro's class, his pants accidentally ripped and all his students laughed except for him. He imagined his teacher would be embarrassed, but instead he started laughing along with his students, leaving him confused because if it were him, he would be very embarrassed. But I can understand perhaps what Professor Kani told him. Kyojiro Rengoku had confidence in himself, and instead of being overwhelmed by it, he laughed at his misfortunes. Perhaps he should be like that. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice he was already at the door in front of the cafeteria. He entered the enormous cafeteria. A very familiar smell caught his attention. It was his sister Nezuko happily spending time with a boy who looked very much like their master Kyojuro, along with a pair of twin boys with mint-colored eyes and long black hair. He wasn't going to bother them, so he kept walking. Kamado-kun, amidst the multiple noises of the place, sitting on one of the benches were her teacher Kanny and a man with scars on his face. The man's grumpy face made her swallow hard, but she had to go. Hello, Professor Kanny, and hello, sir. Sanmi Dijo Kanny, Sanmi Shinazugawa. May I sit down? Tanjiro asked politely, receiving a nod from Kanny and a very cold stare from Sanmi. Nervously, he placed a container he had brought with him on the table, uncovering it. It smells amazing. That was the first thing Kanny said as she felt such a delicious aroma fill her nostrils. The wide variety of breads that Tanjiro brought with him made her mouth water. Professor Kanny, would you like one? He asked innocently. Kanny nodded and took one. Mr. Sanmi, wouldn't you like one? I'd better leave, said the man with almond-shaped eyes, getting up and leaving the cafe, causing Kanny to abandon her cheerful attitude and adopt a very sad state, letting out a small sigh. Her scent changed suddenly. Professor Kanny, are you all right? Tanjiro asked, very worried when he saw her put her bread aside. If I'm fine, don't worry, I apologize for my boyfriend's attitude. He's been in a very bad mood for the past few days, Kanny replied listlessly. I understand. If I can help you in any way, I'd be happy to. Tanjiro was showing why he was all that was good about humanity. Don't worry, well, I'll explain those kinds of shyness to you. Ara, Professor Tomioka is very motivated today. In the physical education teacher's office on the desk, a man with blue eyes and black hair tied in a ponytail was kissing the neck of a beautiful young woman with violet eyes and black to purple hair while posing and caressing her large buttocks. Jiu Tomioka, the gym teacher, and Shinobu Kacho, the third-grade prodigy student, were having a very steamy moment behind that locked door. Lust and desire were their environment. I love you, Kacho, the man said, stealing a kiss. And you to me, Jiu Shinobu replied, blushing, returning to the kiss they shared. Things were escalating when Tomioka started unbuttoning Shinobu's shirt. It has to be done. What is it, Jiu? We have to make love. Those words made Shinobu stop her, abandoning her flirtatious attitude and becoming frightened. But we've been dating for a year and a half now. I think it's time you gave me proof of your love, he said, caressing her legs. Shinobu's eyes showed great concern. She loved Tomioka with all her heart and their romantic history was good. He had the right to point that out, but she still didn't feel entirely sure about it. I don't know. Come on, we've been together for a while now. This will help strengthen our bonds of love. Yes, I understand, but I don't think I'm ready for this yet. It's a huge step. You know, that really bothers me. I was your boyfriend because you insisted so much, and now you don't want to do your part. Do you know how many women are after me? You don't need to remind me, just let me think about it some more, please. You always come up with that excuse every time I mention it to you. A loud crash startled them. They quickly straightened up and opened the door. A boy with crimson hair wielding a katana was running at full speed through the school hallways, chasing a figure shrouded in darkness. Tanjiro. Moments before. I'll try to do that, Professor Kanny, Tanjiro said, sounding somewhat animated. Believe me, that will help you a lot, Kanny said, a little calmer now. Having been with that boy had lifted her spirits a bit. The bell rang again, ending lunchtime. Everyone left the cafeteria, including Tanjiro and his teacher Kanny, who headed to another classroom, leaving him alone in the hallways. What class am I supposed to have now? It says here it's civics with Professor Jaiomai. For some strange reason, he felt a terrible pain in his nose, and that meant one thing: imminent danger. He checked out the window to see if there was anything out of the ordinary, just observing the darkness of the night and the yellow and red lights of the vehicles traveling through the streets. What was that feeling like? He didn't want to dwell on a matter that wasn't his concern and continued walking. Again, that horrible feeling of discomfort in his nose. The glass of one of the windows broke and a strange creature with dark jaws appeared. N/A, listen to it, okay, hand mad qualia loca. He entered an empty room, observing the creature that made no noise. It was as cautious and silent as a snake. Things were just beginning. That smell was so familiar: destruction, agony, and pain. She would recognize that smell that was released at that precise moment when her entire family perished. The monster that snatched his family away before his very eyes, his chance for revenge, the moment to settle the score it would take his miserable life. But how was he going to kill him? There had to be something to attack him with, something strong and sharp to cut him to pieces, the sword that lay in the direction. A demon. A commotion erupted when one of the students spotted the creature and raised the alarm, only to be cut in half. The veins on Tanjiro's forehead stood out because of what he had just seen. An innocent person had lost their life. What is this scandal? Some teachers and students came out to see, screaming in horror at the brutal scene and being reduced to mincemeat by the devil. The academy became a frenzy of students and teachers escaping the great carnage by that beast, Kamado. Taking advantage of the commotion, Tanjiro slipped through the crowd, making his way to the address. "It's empty," he said to himself, looking at that sword in front of him. And without hesitation, he smashed the glass with a punch. The Yeger, god of the sun, destroyer of demons, it was engraved on the blade of the katana. "I am a worthless man, I failed at everything I did and I couldn't stop it, I deserve to die." His head ached as if a submerged memory were trying to surface. But that didn't matter now, it was time to end the demon that had stolen everything he loved and cared about. "Is everyone alright? Did everyone manage to get out?" asked the director of the Kaguya Yubayashiki Academy. Not everyone was okay. Nezuko's face was filled with despair, fear, and terror because she couldn't find her brother. Far from the academy, in the courtyard, everyone kept abreast of what that demon was doing, watching his silhouette from the windows while they waited for the arrival of the police and firefighters. There was no one left, the school was empty. There will be no more worry for my classmates, and I feel great sadness for those who did not manage to escape. I promise you that I will avenge them too. My sense of smell was my guide, serving as a tracker following the trail of his scent. He was so repulsive and disgusting, the more I want to kill him. I gripped the sword scabbard tightly in my right hand and the hilt in my left. I had to be cautious in case he attacked unexpectedly. An amputated arm fell beside me from the ceiling. The demon fell on me from the ceiling and I quickly blocked its bite with the sheath of my sword. His strength was so tremendous that I was easily overpowered. I couldn't move any of my limbs unless. "Buagg," the demon exclaimed as he received a powerful headbutt from Tanjiro. He combined it with a punch and got him off him. "Damn it, you broke my jaw, brat." The demon with blood-red eyes and a body covered in sharp teeth dripping with the substance. "You came into my hands to be killed." The demon attacked him from behind with bone tentacles, but the hunter managed to dodge it. Tanjiro looked very different. His scarlet eyes shone and lit up, his flame-shaped scar turned into a mark, and with each exhalation, small flames sprouted from his mouth. Demon blood technique, purge of the beasts of the underworld. Horrible creatures made of blood materialized and charged at Tanjiro, but he not only dodged all the attacks with relative ease but also killed them. He had no abilities like an ordinary human. His vision defied human laws as he saw the movement of those creatures in slow motion, the power of a god. The demon was gone, so he went to hunt him down. The smell faded, tracing a path to the next floor, and to save time he broke a window and climbed to the next floor. The demon was waiting for him there and started running again. It threw all sorts of things at him, from chairs to tables, but Tanjiro destroyed them with kicks, punches, headbutts, and sword slashes, causing a great crash in the process. A door opened, a blue-eyed man and a purple-eyed young woman came out and saw the high-speed chase that the crimson-haired boy was carrying out against that demon, both heading towards the rooftop of the building. The sun god versus the king of demons. "Don't run away, coward." Tanjiro climbed the stairs to the rooftop, hot on the heels of the demon with multiple mouths and covered in blood. A piece of the wall was broken off by the demon and thrown at him. Tanjiro, with the eyes of the sun and the hidden world ability, managed to dodge it, catch it, and throw it back with much greater force, nearly hitting him on the head. The demon stopped running and began to climb while attacking with its flesh whips, while throwing spheres made of highly corrosive and explosive blood. "My whole family died because of you. Tell me, will you bring them back to life?" Tanjiro ran faster. He wouldn't let her get away. "I will not forgive you." Propelling himself off a wall like a bullet, Tanjiro charged towards him, knocking down the door and reaching the rooftop. "Atone for it with your life." He stood over the demon and forcefully plunged the blade into its chest, causing the demon to let out a horrible scream. The decibels were so loud that all the windows in the academy shattered. The demon got rid of him with a powerful punch to his right eye, slamming him against a wall. "What's that?" Everyone watched what was happening on the rooftop. A rain of blood spheres were impacting in all directions while whips moved at high speed. "You're sent. Why did you kill him? My whole family?" Tanjiro exclaimed, rejoining the fight while covering his right eye, which had exploded, bathing in blood. "Just look at you. No ordinary human could stand in front of me without feeling a shred of fear. I hate you. You disgust me, Kamado." The bloodied demon spoke, opening a monstrous mouth on his chest. "Of course I'm afraid. I'm human, but my courage is what makes me face what scares me, and that motivates me to stand firm," exclaimed the incarnate sun, gripping his sword, ready to attack. "A monster like you wouldn't know how to differentiate and understand the feelings in one's heart." At a divine speed, Tanjiro moved, leaving only trails of dust without the demon being able to attack. "Here I am." Tanjiro appeared from behind the demon, not missing a beat, and without wasting a second, he slammed his blade into the demon's neck. What the? He had felt the blade slide down his neck, but it was intact, leaving his left arm at point-blank range to suffer terrible damage from the demon's protrusions. "I feel sorry for you." That oppressive heavy voice exuded absolute superiority. Tanjiro's breathing was ragged, as if fear were about to take hold of him. His heart pounded wildly. He walked away as fast as he could. His left arm was badly injured, blood was seeping down his uniform, and he could barely feel his nerves anymore. I recognize that hair, those eyes, that mark, and especially those earrings, the demon said seriously. You are the last user of solar breathing. I must eliminate you right now. What are you saying? Tanjiro tore off the sleeves of his uniform to make a makeshift tourniquet. Sun breath. There was no response. The demon lunged, but he managed to dodge it with Hidden World, restarting the exchange of blows. His speed, both movement and reaction, was on another level. The demon's whips and bladed arms nearly connected with the boy, but he blocked and dodged them with his risk sense combined with the Hidden World. Total concentration was key. Whoever let their guard down here would lose. They were evenly matched until Tanjiro was sent flying by the shockwave coming from the monstrous mouth on the demon's chest, but the boy managed to grab onto the building's ledge. What's that? Students used their cell phones to capture a boy with reddish-black hair hanging from the ceiling and a monstrous being approaching. Onii-chan. Nezuko realized it was her brother. She didn't hesitate to go and look for him too. Quick, go get her. She ran towards the entrance, but her not-so-long feet tripped her up as they managed to grab the stone. Onii-chan. She no longer had enough strength to continue gripping both her sword and the ledge. She had to do something, let herself fall. You are my greatest obstacle. You have no right to live in my world, said the demon, about to smash Tanjiro's head in. Aaggggght. He didn't even see the moment when that boy threw the sword at his head. Distracted, Tanjiro climbed back up and picked up his sword. Despite his wounds and exhaustion, he would continue fighting. N/A, listen to it, okay, hand recommended. I am a hunter, I am a killer, and my goal is to finish you off. Moving as fast as lightning, his movements as agile as the wind, his dodges as fluid as water, his defense as solid as rock, and his power as intense as flames. The Crimson Hunter was undetectable to the demon. He couldn't wait to see when or where he would be attacked. Tanjiro charged at incredible speed, almost impossible to detect with the eyes, positioned the blade of the sword downwards and charged at the demon's head. With that same speed, he positioned the blade upwards and pulled, cutting its torso in a diagonal line. I couldn't expect less from you, Sun Hunter. The same thing happened. The demon remained unharmed. Tanjiro couldn't believe it. What was that thing in front of him? I need power, more power. Tanjiro began slashing at it from all directions, but the demon didn't even flinch, or so he thought. Gradually, a very hot mist appeared. Tanjiro's grip was very powerful, and it was reflected in how the blade of the sword slowly turned red. You damn brat, that's what he got for being so cocky. The cuts were causing him tremendous damage, blocking his regeneration. It was the perfect opportunity for Tanjiro to kill him. That fear resurfaced. Her scarlet eyes blazed, and that fire-shaped scar transformed into a flame-like mark. She wasn't going to lose again. One of his arms transformed into a monstrous version with giant claws, enormous jaws, and eyes. And with it, she ate Tanjiro's entire left arm. A horrible scream echoed throughout the school. My brother, that's my brother, Nezuko exclaimed, crying because she couldn't go to help him. The police and firefighters arrived at the academy ready to help, but the demon denied them passage with his blood beasts. Tears streamed down his cheeks from the terrible pain. He felt blows, blood, and multiple wounds all over his body. And now without his limb he would die. Empty promises, pain, and loss would be caused to his friends, his grandfather, and his sister. He trained for a long time alongside Makomo and Sabito for this moment, the moment to settle the score with his family's killer. And he failed. He was weak and doubted everything he did. I need power, more powers. An intense flame shot from his mouth, the veins on his face stood out, and his brand ignited. What the Tanjiro lunged at him like a berserker. He had his right arm and his legs to fight. What was limiting him? Exactly nothing. With his monstrous arm, the demon attacked him, but Tanjiro cut him down with his crimson sword that emitted an intense, fierce fire. Backed into a corner, the demon quickly lost ground against that human who acted just like a demon. And why, family, I will never forgive you. In the dense darkness of the night, the intense crimson light shone against the blood-red spheres that exploded every second. The metallic clash against a rock resounded loudly and echoing. All the spectators wanted to know what was happening up there. Do you hear that? It seemed as if the very air was being cut. A helicopter was approaching the scene in the distance. Dance of Fire, the young demon hunter seemed to be dancing enveloped in the very burning flames, dodging all attacks and connecting deadly blows against that demon. Damn. That damn demon he had fought hundreds of years ago haunted him like a parasite, his worst nightmare, that sun god. His regeneration was losing its effect and his attacks were much slower. His heart was pounding fear, that fear he loved to instill in other drones like humans. He now felt it himself. I won't lose to you again. Demonic blood art, Tears of the Fallen Damned. In the dark sky, a cloud quickly formed, and from it drops of blood descended, starting a heavy rain. Please stop. Please let me live. Don't kill me. Have mercy. Lamentations, cries, screams, and sobs could be heard from all those hundreds of people whose lives he mercilessly took. The blood hardened, striking Tanjiro like finely pointed needles. It blocked most of them, but those that did hit him numbed his cartilage and blocked his arteries. This was a duel to the death in which only one would remain standing. It attacked again with its tentacles while throwing more blood spheres, but they were very ineffective against that intense fire. Tanjiro's unconscious body was reaching its limit. The multiple wounds were already showing. He had to finish it right now. A crimson flash, Tanjiro disappeared and reappeared at different points approaching the attack range of that demon, cutting off one of his arms. It was the moment, with a kick he made him lose his balance and charged at him. The demon pierced his chest with the claws of that monstrous arm. By doing that, Tanjiro returned to normal, losing that crimson blade, his eyes, and the mark. Damn you, damned monster," the demon exclaimed after impaling him. "You wretch, you pursued me like I'm a miserable rat." From his claws, he injected half of his blood, acting as an extremely corrosive poison that rotted Tanjiro's internal organs. He began coughing up black blood, his teeth grinding as he felt the liquid burn his organs, along with the slow movement of that arm tearing at his insides. Was this the end for him? If so, N/A your great Hiroyuki Sawano, epic music. Tanjiro-san, the key is breathing. My little one, you are a very kind person. You are strong even though you don't seem like it. I know you will protect your brothers. Oniai-chan, we love you very much. Tanjikun, you're so sweet to me. Do you think that when you're older you'll always be by my side? Will we be able to keep that promise? Because I love you so much. There's no reason to be afraid. If we don't confront what makes us feel insecure, we won't be able to change. I finally killed you. Muzan Kibutsuji, that was the name of the Demon King. After so long, he had finally killed the stumbling block of his life. A wide, devilish smile spread across his face as he still held the lifeless body of the boy, the last Sun Hunter. It doesn't matter if you reincarnate and change your form, I will kill you, the demonic father said triumphantly. What the? The hand that held the sword with a powerful grip moved and slammed the blade against his neck. The leaf's temperature rose, changing from crimson red to indigo blue. Not only was it slowing its regeneration, but the heat was now burning its surface. The mark turned back into a blaze, and its eyes lost their pupils, adorning powerful blue flames that erupted from its mouth. That unwavering will shone brightly like the sun. He would not allow himself to die even with promises yet to be fulfilled. That was Tanjiro Kamado. WHOAGGG. Damn it. Muzan shouted as he felt that disgusting indigo blade burning his skin and slowly advancing up his neck. The end was approaching for him. He tried to take it off but noticed his monstrous arm was charring. He used his other arm to blow its head off. What the hell? Tanjiro caught his attack with his teeth. He wasn't going to let it get away. Damn, he attacked with his tentacles and inserted them into the boy's body, but the boy did not care about killing him. If I die, I'll take you with me, Tanjiro shouted after destroying his arm. The indigo leaf had already passed halfway up his neck. You'll go alone, you bastard. Muzan exclaimed. With his free hand, he punched the boy away. I must get out of here. He took off that damned sword and began to flee. You escape. Tanjiro grabbed the sword and threw it straight at his heart, hitting the target. Damn it. The demon screamed, now with a small hole in his chest, his heart trapped in the katana stuck in a part of the structure. The demon quickly escaped, leaving a trail of blood behind him. How was it possible that he was still alive if his heart had been ripped out? That question would no longer have an answer as Tanjiro collapsed to the floor. He was bleeding profusely from the loss of his left arm and was on his deathbed. Her eyes struggled to stay open, but it wasn't enough. They slowly began to close. The last thing he saw were three butterfly-like silhouettes in shades of purple, fuchsia, and lilac. He closed his eyes. My darling hunters. By Madkotto. Here's Madkotto. Maybe Tanjiro didn't win, but he earned all my respect. Demon Slayer Core. I see a light, it's so bright and white. Am I in heaven? Ouch, did that light blind me? Am I alive? I couldn't even move. My body hurt as much as if I had received 100 lashes. With my eyes I noticed that my sister Nezuko was on one side of the bed while Professor Canny was on the other side. Wait, why is she dressed like a demon hunter? I feel a bit strange. I'm sure I was going to regret it. I bit my lip so I could sit up. I tried to pull off the blanket I was covered with, but I couldn't feel my left arms. I uncovered myself with my right hand and... Oniai-chan. Nezuko had woken up observing her brother's astonished face with great concern. My left arm, it's not there. Tanjiro struggled to process that harsh blow of reality. He no longer had a left arm. Kamado-kun. Kanny also woke up with the same expression as Nezuko upon seeing her brother's shocked face. His scarlet eyes were so wild as he caressed the surface where his limb had been. "Kamado-kun, I know this isn't a good time, but could you come with me?" Kanny said, sounding less than pleased. And, despite the pain in his body, he had to do it, settling on the edge of the bed before getting up. "Kamado-kun." Kanny was startled to see the boy fall, but he got up with difficulty. "I lost my balance because of the lack of that arm," he said as he was helped out of the room by Kanny and Nezuko. "Nezuko, leave it and I'll help you," Sabito-san. Tanjiro exclaimed upon seeing the man with lavender eyes and flesh-colored hair. "Those are the wounds of an alpha and omega male," Sabito said, stroking his head. "Sabito, don't talk nonsense," Kanny said, annoyed. She didn't find it funny to see that boy like that. "I'm sorry." Both hunters advanced alongside the pink-eyed girl until they reached another girl with turquoise eyes who also seemed very worried. "Mountains. I came as fast as I could. Grandpa says he's going to kill you," Sabito Makomo said to his superior. "Huh, but why?" Sabito exclaimed, agitated. "But what did I do?" "He's practically blaming you for not coming to Tanjiro's aid," Makomo said very coldly, upon seeing the deplorable state of his red-haired friend. "But I was busy killing demons on the other side of Tokyo, plus I had my students' work to grade. I couldn't get there that fast." Sabito's voice was frightened. He was obviously afraid of his grandfather when he got angry. "Kanny-san, is Tanjiro very ill?" Makomo asked the young adult. "Yes, but compared to a week ago when he was practically falling apart, now his body is much harder and in better condition," she said. The five of them left that enormous mansion and arrived at a courtyard where a large group of boys were waiting patiently. He saw a wide variety of people and was surprised to see many of his teachers dressed as demon hunters. His mind was blown. "Kanny-san, is he okay?" asked a girl with large lilac eyes. "Yes, all that remains is to wait for Oyakata-sama," Kanny replied. He felt everyone's eyes on him. He was the center of attention, and as a result he became very nervous. "Hello, Kamado," a young man with flame-colored eyes spoke with great enthusiasm. "Hello, history teacher, I don't think I'll be able to hand in the assignment." "Good morning, my children." A man with blackened hair and part of his face in a state of decomposition came out of the mansion. "Tanjiro, bow down," Sabito ordered. Everyone knelt before this man whom they held in absolute respect. "Good morning, Kamado-sama, could you please come forward?" The man's tone of voice was so kind it sent shivers down your spine. And, "Welcome to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps." Demon Slayer Corps theme. The Hurricane Pillar and Literature Professor, Sabito Yurikodaki, age 21 years, height 177 m. The Wind Pillar and Mathematics Teacher, Sanmi Shinazugawa, age 21 years, height 179 m. The Pillar of Sound and Geography Teacher, Yuzui Tenjin, age 23 years, height 198 m. The Pillar of the Mist and second-year high school student, Muakiro Takedo, age 14 years old, height 164 m. The Flame Pillar and History Teacher, Kyojuro Rengoku, age 20 years old, height 177 m. The Insect Pillar and 3-RDIR high school student, Shinobu Kacho, age 18 years old, height 156 m. The Rock Pillar and Civics Teacher, Jaiomai Heimjima, age 27 years, height 220 m. The Water Pillar and Gymnastics Teacher, Jiutomioka, age 21 years, height 176 m. The Pillar of Love and Visual Arts Teacher, Mitsuri Kenroji, age 19 years, height 167 m. The Serpent Pillar and Science Teacher, Obanai Aguro, age 21 years, height 164 m. The Flower Pillar and Biology Teacher, Kanny Kacho, age 20 years, height 168 m. First-year high school student and Kinoto rank Demon Slayer, Inasuke Hashibara, age 15.5 years old, height 168 m. First-year high school student and Kinoto rank Demon Slayer, Zenitsu Agatsuma, age 16 years old, height 169 m. First-year high school student and Tsuchinoa rank Demon Slayer, Ai Kanzaki, age 16 years old, height 160 m. First-year high school student and Kinoto rank Demon Slayer, Genya Shinazugawa, age 16 years old, height 180 m. Second-year high school student and Sugyuko, Kinoa rank Demon Slayer, Makomo Yurikodaki, age 14 years old, height 158 m. First-year high school student and Sugyuko, Demon Slayer, Kino rank, Kano Kacho, age 16 years, height 161 m. Physics professor and Kino rank Demon Hunter, Murata Kami, age 21 years, height 175 m. Janitor and captain of the Kakashi, Godu, age 23 years, height 183 m. Director of the Kaimsu Academy and leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagya Yubayashiki, the boss Oyakata-sama, age 23 years, height 185M. I'm sure you have many doubts and questions, and I'll gladly answer them, Kaguya said, approaching Tanjiro. What you did was unparalleled. You went toe-to-toe with the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, and not only that, you almost killed him. Muzan Kibutsuji, all the hunters said in surprise. That boy in front of them had cornered the usurper of all their misfortunes. This boy you see here cornered the demon lord. The boss spoke proudly of this amazing feat. Even Tanjiro couldn't believe it himself. Had someone as weak as him managed to put such an overwhelmingly powerful demon in check? Tanjiro, I beg you please, the man said, kneeling before him. Lend me your strength, he said. With wide eyes, everyone watched their leader kneel and beg that boy with earrings engraved with the sun. Oh, please get up. I only did what I had to do, Tanjiro said, very nervous and stuttering. I had no idea who that demon was. I only knew him as the one who took my parents' lives. That demon is extremely dangerous. He's a threat to the country, and if we don't stop him, to the entire continent, the man said, rising to his feet. That's why I beg you to help us. With you, we can defeat Kibutsuji. Excuse me, Mr. Yubayashiki, believe me, I'd like to help you, but I'm no use to you now. The fight has taken its toll, Tanjiro said, emphasizing his missing left arm. I'm sorry. Don't worry about that. If I tell you I can replace your arm, will you help us? I suppose so. Great, one more thing, if it's not too much trouble, could you become a Tsugyuko, please? Tsugyuko, what's that? Tanjiro asked, confused. A Tsugyuko can be described as a successor. It's a demon slayer who is under the tutelage of a pillar for personal training so their full potential can be unleashed, Yubayashiki replied. So you accept? I suppose so. Kani-san Oyakata-sama called to the young woman. You who have been closer to Kamado-sama, would you mind taking him as your Tsugyuko? He asked. No, of course not. I'll do whatever you ask, and if you want me to train you personally, I will. Kani replied without refuting anything her leader said. Seinmi didn't like this. A vein on his forehead throbbed, but he couldn't do anything against what his leader had said. I suppose everything is fine, Yubayashiki said calmly, bringing the meeting to a close. Hey you! Seinmi shouted at Nezuko. The girl, who was very attentive to her older brother, felt frightened when the man approached her. What are you doing here? This is a meeting of demon hunters, the ash-haired man spoke coldly. Hey Shinazugawa, leave her alone, Sabito said, looking annoyed at his companion. Shinazugawa-san, she's my sister, Tanjiro said nervously. He could smell a not very pleasant aroma coming from him. I don't care who she is, she has no right to be here, shouted the man with almond-shaped eyes. How curious. Ara sa Chinese UJWA. Sa Chinese UJWA-san. Nizuko, Seinmi drew his sword and pierced Nezuko's abdomen. She's a demon, no nuke ag. Tanjiro, who was going to go with his sister, was knocked down and slammed to the ground by the snake pillar, incapacitating him. Her sharp nails, her pale skin, and her fangs, she's a demon. Sabito's veins bulged on his face due to his inability to beat up Seinmi because Oyakata-sama was watching them. Let me go, I have to go help my sister. Tanjiro struggled in a desperate attempt to get up, but he couldn't do anything against that pillar until he used one of his legs to stun Obanai. In a swift charge that the wind pillar couldn't react to in time, Tanjiro jumped and delivered a headbutt that surprised the rest of the pillars and demon slayers present. A very peculiar sound was heard, as if a fragile crystal were breaking against a hard rock. Even if you're my superior, I forgive you for doing that to my sister. Tanjiro shouted from the ground. Makoma went to help Nezuko, trying to take the sword from her, but the girl couldn't stop screaming from the pain. Kamado the master spoke. Is that true? Is your younger sister a demon? He couldn't lie, that went against his moral values, so he affirmed it. Yes, Mr. Yubayashiki, my sister is a demon, but she isn't attracted to human blood, I swear. How sure are you of your words? I swear on my life, exclaimed the desperate man, hoping his only family would suffer no more harm. That's nonsense, Seinmi said, getting up from the ground. Blood trickled from his forehead, nose, and mouth. There isn't and there never will be a demon that can coexist with humans, and I'm going to prove it to you. Obanai once again incapacitated Tanjiro. Oyakata-sama instructed Sabito to escort Nezuko, whose wound had now healed, confirming Seinmi's accusation. Sabito, still seething with rage, left Nezuko in front of Seinmi, who looked at her with a twisted smile. Nezuko sank into fear, looking to her brother for help, but Tanjiro could only watch her with frightened and nervous eyes. So you don't eat humans, let's see then. Seinmi extended his arm and with the tip of his sword made a huge cut. Enjoy. But why did he do that? Tanjiro asked, and Makomo answered him. You see, Tanjiro Shinazugawa-san possesses rather special blood. Nezuko seemed somewhat confused by what the man had done until the veins on her face became more prominent. Her eyes narrowed, and her fangs and claws grew in size as she caught the scent of that blood. That blood can intoxicate and disrupt the cognitive functions of demons. Smell it, let this delicious aroma caress your nostrils, Sanmi laughed, as he watched Nezuko's lips drool slightly. It seems Shinazugawa was right again. There will never be a demon capable of being with humans. Except for Nezuko. After seeing her brother's face full of faith, she would not fail him, so she looked away from that exquisite blood, denying her demonic roots. Everyone looked very surprised to see the pink-eyed girl cleaning her mouth as she calmed down. Incredible, it's wonderful, Oyakata-sama spoke, impressed by Nezuko's immense determination, just like her brother, if there was a demon capable of denying herself. But Sanmi couldn't believe it, he was humiliated by those two brothers. Kaguya signaled to Obanai to release Tanjiro, who quickly went to hug his sister, who gladly returned the embrace. I knew you could do it, Nezu. How cute, exclaimed Mitsuri, jumping up and down after seeing the heartwarming scene featuring the brothers. Sanmi, there's a demon who managed to betray his own kind, and this girl is living proof, the man smiled. What's your name? He asked Kamado's younger sister, Nezuko. He replied, okay, from today on Nezuko will be our ally and a demon slayer just like us. Yes, the demon-slaying corps shouted at the top of their lungs. Third-year high school student and Sugyuko, demon slayer Kino rank, Tanjiro Kamado age 15 years height, 170 m. Second-year high school student and Kino rank demon slayer, Nezuko Kamado age 14 years old height, 158 m. A somewhat complicated proposal. Don't worry, Kamado-sama will be there soon. You don't need to call me that, I'm just a boy. I understand, Tanjiro-sama. Heavens! Godu was with Tanjiro, driving a vehicle that resembled an ambulance but was black with the Demon Slayer Corps logo emblazoned on it. It was very early, around 5 a.m., and they were both enjoying the fresh, intense breeze off the highway. So early and there are already a lot of cars on the road, Tanjiro said, looking out the window and letting his long, silky crimson hair flutter in the wind. Don't be surprised, from my point of view the road is very empty today, Godu replied without taking his eyes off the road ahead. It's still not known exactly what that demon was looking for or wanted at Kaimsu Academy, but now everything is much better. Students can return to classes while minor repairs are made to the school, but the question remains, who is that mysterious boy? The FBI continues its search for him. You're very famous, Tanjiro-sama, Godu said, noticing the boy watching the news report about what happened at the academy on his phone. But you should be much more careful with the FBI and the press now. I'm sorry, the last thing I wanted was to attract attention, Tanjiro replied, very embarrassed. This is still trending. Demons usually act in ways that don't seek attention, but this was Kibutsuji, so it makes sense, Godu said, passing a car. I would have liked to see your fight up close. It's very clear you're a very powerful swordsman. I'm not, it's just that I don't know, I felt strange at that moment, Tanjiro replied, taking off his sweatshirt. Don't be modest, you're incredible. Kakashi, along with the newly appointed Sugyuko, entered the city of Tokyo and continued onward until they reached a large and very luxurious mansion where butterflies fluttered about, the Butterfly Estate. At the entrance, Kani was already dressed and waiting for them early, welcoming her Sugyuko. Good morning, Kani-sama, said Kakashi, kneeling before his superior. I bring you Kamada-sama as you ordered. Thank you so much, Gatasan, you're very kind, Kani smiled. Thank goodness her face was completely covered to hide her growing blush at the beauty of the monarch butterfly. Don't worry, I'm here to serve you, the man replied, then went to the back of the vehicle. Good morning, Kamado-kun, she greeted the boy approaching with a smile, carrying a backpack. It's a pleasure to have you in my home. I hope you feel comfortable these next few days. Tanjiro swallowed hard as his pupils narrowed at the sight of the luxurious mansion. He couldn't afford even a tenth of that estate in 100 years. Tanjiro-sama, here are your things, Godu said, holding a suitcase. Damn, I feel useless like this. His expression was sad. He couldn't do much without his dominant arm. Don't feel that way, my sisters and I will help you in any way we can. She cheered him up a little, managing to shake off Tanjiro's pessimism. Well, follow me. Kani, Tanjiro, and Godu crossed the long path surrounded by trees, flowers, and vibrant grasses with a small pond where some ducks swam until they reached a huge door which she opened. Inside, it seemed as if money was abundant because of how luxurious it looked. Gatasan, wouldn't you like to have some tea? You look a little tired, Kani said with great kindness. She was as delicate and beautiful as a rose. Don't worry, Kani-sama, I have to go to the academy now to oversee, you know, the cleanup after what happened a week ago. Thank you very much for your kindness. With that, Godu said goodbye, going to the vehicle and leaving. Well, Kamado-kun, you should rest too. You have dark circles under your eyes. She took her suitcase and indicated that he should follow her upstairs. During the journey, he observed the various expensive paintings, marble statues, and a huge chandelier in his enormous living room. What luxuries. They reached the second floor and it seemed like a labyrinth full of sections that seemed endless. This is your room. Kani entered a very large, tidy, and clean room with everything necessary for extreme comfort. I'll go downstairs to make breakfast. If you fall asleep, I'll leave your food for you in case you wake up hungry. He heard the door close and collapsed onto the bed. He was exhausted. Kani-san is very kind, he said to himself, remembering a little of what had happened to him yesterday. Yesterday, Sunday. Nezuko, you're incredible. I still don't understand how a demon can be in the sun without dying, Kani said, who was standing next to Sabito and Makomo as the rest of their fellow demon slayers and pillars had left. What do you think Oyakata-sama is talking about with Tanjiro? Sabito asked, leaning against a tree trunk. Most likely she's telling him some important things, Makomo replied, who was standing next to Kani. I need you to get married. After thinking about it, your family tree is simply invaluable. I need you to get married and have as many children as you can. Wait, Oyakata-sama, let my brain process all this. You want me to get married? Tanjiro said, in shock at Mr. Yubayashiki's request. As a candidate for pillar, shouldn't I be seeking to fulfill that role? You can leave if you wish. We will provide everything you and your family need. The only thing I ask in return is that at least one member of your family become a hunter. We don't know how long this endless, age-old struggle will last. Kiria bowed, please. You don't have to bow, Tanjiro said nervously. It's just that I don't have anyone right now who, but what am I saying? It's a huge responsibility for me and I don't think I'm ready for it. From what I've seen, you and Makomo are very close. Your union would undoubtedly produce strong and healthy children who would be excellent hunters. Ah, well, that's it. Kani, the flower pillar, also seems to be very connected to you. I'm sure that if I speak with her, she might end her relationship with Sanemi to start a family with you. The children you would have would be extremely versatile and skilled swordsmen. I could also speak with Mitsuri. She's also looking to get married. I understand she possesses incredible physical abilities, and a union with you would possibly forge a generation of prodigies. NNO, wait a moment, Or I could also talk to Shinobu about ending her relationship with Jiyu. Their children would be an excellent match, possibly the perfect one, highly intelligent and skilled hunters. Kanao is also an excellent option. She has great potential as a hunter, and it would be very interesting to see what kind of children they could have. Could you let me? AI, perhaps within a reasonable range, despite not having highly refined skills, is an excellent mother because she specializes in caring for and treating wounded hunters. Zoya Cat, I'm willing to give you one of my daughters if that's what you want. I can even advertise in every city so you can choose the woman you find most suitable to marry. No, Tanjiro exclaimed. I didn't. What's this all about, Mr. Yubayashiki? From the way he expressed himself, he was the one who leaned in this time. I understand, I'm sorry for the pressure, but preserving your lineage is of utmost importance, Tanjiro. That blood you possess is very valuable and can make the difference between ending this fight against Kibutsuji or not. So why is my blood so valuable? Remember, my sister Nezuko is here. I don't know if incest is right, but you could inherit more of that fiery blood. But what is he saying? It's nothing. Look, Tanjiro. The man placed his hand on his shoulder. I'll be blunt. Both Muzan and I are searching for you because the DNA of the most powerful demon slayer to ever exist runs through your veins, and if you perish, it would be a tragedy. I don't believe your sister could produce a child as strong as the one you would give us. Tanjiro's brain was fuming from all that information that couldn't be processed. Kani and her sisters tested you and discovered that your blood is 100% crimson, while your sister's is only 30%. Crimson blood belongs only to the first hunter and the users of the original breath, the breath of the sun. They were believed to be extinct until I saw with my own eyes how you left the man of darkness on his deathbed. Your hair, your eyes, that mark on your forehead, and those earrings, you are the living reincarnation of the legendary hunter that all my ancestors spoke of until they reached me. Which is why I ask you, your blood and the breath of the sun must not be lost, or there will be no chance of winning against the demon that has made us suffer so much. Suffering, the demon who killed his parents and siblings, felt his blood burning like fire and wanted his revenge. All right, Mr. Yubayashiki, let's do this. I don't want you to force anyone to be with me. I will follow my heart and find the girl I believe is right for me. If I can't defeat Muzan, my descendants can. Does that sound good to you? Tanjiro proposed. That sounds good to me, Kaguya replied. In that case, we need you to develop solar breathing so we can gain ground. Solar breath? That endangered breath, the breath of fire that branched out into the 5 main breaths: water, lightning, flame, wind, and rock. I have a theory that if you understand the 5 concepts of those breaths, you can recreate the breath of the sun. Tanjiro could not back down and had to accept it, for his father had engraved in his heart that, with great power comes great responsibility. This won't affect classes, will it? I have some assignments to complete, and one of them is with Professor Kyojiro. Don't worry about it, I can talk to your teachers so they can give you more time to get in. Tanjiro had to interrupt him. Don't worry, I'd like to catch up and keep a low profile from now on regarding what happened a week ago. I understand then, the boss concluded. You are the sun that will give us hope in the face of the darkness that is coming. I suppose, replied the very insecure man. Monday currently. I'm a little sleepy, she said to herself as she looked for her pajamas. After finding them, she proceeded to take off her shirt. Kamado-kun wanted to ask if you liked Swiss cheese. I didn't see anything. Kanny had entered the room, and upon seeing the red-haired boy with that well-built and muscular body where those 5 imposing scars on his chest and body matched him, she covered her eyes like a little girl. Kanny-sama, Tanjiro exclaimed, embarrassed as he pulled his shirt back on. Sorry, I thought it was downstairs. It's my fault, I should have knocked before coming in, I'm sorry. She left the room and closed the door. At that moment he wanted to die. I don't want to sleep anymore. He went to his backpack, taking out his laptop, and from his suitcase he took out some books and notebooks, leaving them on a work table. How convenient that there was a bathroom in that room. She washed her face and turned on her computer. That week, under Kanny's care, he would have to attend the academy through virtual classes. She didn't want to neglect him, or her grandfather Sakanji would kill him like he would Sabito when he saw him. In an hour the school would open, and on his schedule he had his first class scheduled with Professor Mitsuri. He had time to do Professor Kyojiro's homework. I hope Nezuko is okay being alone at home this week. Kamado-kun, Kanny knocked on the door. May I come in, she asked. PP, please come in, Professor Kanny, Tanjiro said, very embarrassed, covering his face with a book. I wanted to ask if you like Swiss cheese, Kanny said after opening the door. Could you listen to me? Laws. Why did she listen to him? Those thick legs covered by silky black stockings were positioned in front of her face. That conversation with Director Yubayashiki had already shattered her innocence in matters of love. Being married to your teacher. Life is complicated. Teacher and student. The Greenwich meridian is the name used to designate the prime meridian, also known as the zero meridian, from which longitude is measured and time zones are established. It is named after the Greenwich district of London, where the Royal Observatory Greenwich is located, marking the exact point on its path. Very well explained, Kamado replied his geography teacher Yuzui Tenjin. Tanjiro had the penultimate virtual class with Professor Yuzui, the last being the class with his teacher Kanny. She could hear the sound of the academy's bell, so she turned off her computer. I guess it's time I took biology classes. She grabbed her backpack and left the room to go downstairs. Her teacher wasn't there, and she didn't want to linger in that unfamiliar house. She had to use this last resort. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Kanny. Chat. Tanjiro, Professor Kanny, where are you? I think I'm lost. Professor Kanny, Kamado-kun, I'm back on the terrace. Do you want me to come get you? Face with raised eyebrow. Tanjiro, no, I'm coming there now, to his class. Professor Kanny, okay, I'll wait for you then, smiling face with smiling eyes. Times. Once he found his way, Tanjiro reached the back garden. It was vast. Under a large umbrella, Kanny sat at a garden table. The gentle breezes stirred her long hair and her beautiful face made him feel shy. Kamado-kun, come here. He didn't want to go. Why had she accepted him as her Tsugyuko? Why was he so shy around her? Had what Oyakata-sama said affected him? Was he acting this way because he was now attracted to his teacher? No, of course not, that was impossible. He was always very shy with new people he met. He just needed to relax. Kamado-kun, since I'm absent from the academy, I'll do the same as you and give virtual classes. When I finish, I'll give you today's lesson. Does that sound good? Kanny said, turning on her laptop. I suppose so, teacher, he sighed, now calmer. There was no reason to be so nervous. While Kanny was teaching her classes, he took some time to relax by watching videos, waiting until 2 p.m. so he could talk to his sister, who was probably already on her way home. 2:10 p.m. to be sure, he made a video call to his sister, who answered quickly. Oniai-chan, Nezuko said cheerfully, greeting him. Tanjiro was supposed to do the same, remembering that he no longer had an arm to wave, so he decided to chat with his sister instead. Food, homework, not leaving the house unless necessary, and above all, taking care of herself. While he was away, he would always keep an eye on his sister after discovering she was already very popular at the academy. Time flew by now, with Kanny patiently waiting for her student to finish his conversation. Goodbye, Oniya-chan, Nezuko said, ending the call. She put her phone aside, waiting for her teacher, who was smiling because he hadn't noticed her watching him the whole time. It's clear you love your sister very much. She kept her gaze fixed on her young student. I understand perfectly. I know what it's like to want to care for and protect your younger siblings. It's very sweet. She's far more important than my own life. I'll turn her back to normal. Even if she doesn't act like a demon, I'm not comfortable with her not being human. He clenched his right fist tightly. I'll kill Kibutsuji and find a cure for my sister. Kanny was visibly surprised by that enormous determination. She didn't hesitate and possessed a spectacular faith in what she said admirable. I believe you. Okay, let's leave this topic for another time. I still have to teach you. At the entrance of the butterfly mansion, two beautiful young women with characteristic butterfly brooches in shades of purple and fuchsia entered the aforementioned, accompanied by two men, one with a ponytail and the other with some scars on his face. Kenny Ni-san, we're here, said Kano, the newcomer, throwing her backpack onto the sofa. Where is she? The house is so quiet. Did she go out? The four of them set about searching for her throughout the mansion, leaving the last point to check, the back terrace. Indeed, there was Kanny, so beautiful, with every little laugh she let out thanks to Tanjiro, who also seemed to be having fun. Ni-san, we're here, and look who came with us. Shinobu said, pointing to Sanemi. Kanny went to greet him with a kiss, but he pulled away, leaving her confused. I want to talk to you, Sanemi said seriously, causing Kanny's friendly attitude to fade. Yes, Kamado-kun, could you wait for me a few minutes, please? She asked. Tanjiro nodded, a little scared. He sensed something bad was about to happen. The couple went inside, leaving Tanjiro with Kano, Jiu, and Shinobu. The three of them were talking as if he didn't exist, but that didn't stop him from wanting to say something very important. Jiu-san, Grandpa has been asking about you a lot. He wants to know why you haven't visited him, said the younger Kamado innocently. That old man is nobody important to me. Neither is Makomo nor Sabito nor you, he replied curtly. I already told Sabito and Makomo that I'm not interested in him. Why did he want to cry? He didn't understand. He was very confused and felt a small pain in his heart. Jiu-san, is something wrong? Are you no longer interested in Grandpa Yurikodaki? What did he do to you? I'll talk to him. He misses you a lot. Each word was less enthusiastic. He didn't understand why the one he considered a great older brother along with Sabito was acting in such a cold and foolish way. Kamado, I'm asking you nicely to please stop bothering me. Yes, I'm sorry. He remained in absolute silence, watching the three of them leave, leaving him alone. He felt both humiliated and stupid with a strong urge to cry. But why? He hadn't said anything offensive, it was just that it was so complicated. Why is she no longer Tanjiro's mentor? Tell me, will you do it? Yes or no, just tell me why. Yes or no, things inside were practically terrible. Just as Tanjiro predicted, something very bad happened. A heated argument between Kanny and Sanemi with Tanjiro in the lead role. You're my girlfriend, so you must obey what I say. Hey, there's no need to yell at me when I haven't done anything wrong. Of course, you accepted that brat as your Tsugyuko. What a stupid excuse. What does Tanjiro have to do with us? He's to blame for you not paying attention to me like you used to. You're an idiot, SHINAZUJWA. I can't believe you're jealous of that kid. You didn't even object against OYAKTSAMA even though you know I'm your boyfriend. Ever since I told you I wouldn't sleep with you, you've become unbearable. A powerful revelation that hit the mark, as Shinazugawa could no longer utter a single word. You can't force me to make love without that key word, love. I already told you that you don't have to pressure me. I know when I'll give it to you. We've been dating for 2 years now, damn it. So that's all you want me for? Like a doll that will always lift its ass whenever you want. The veins in Sanemi's body bulged with rage. We're done then. What? You heard me, you and I are nothing anymore. I'm sending you packing, Shinazugawa replied curtly. No, Sanemi, please wait. Kanny collapsed before him, begging him not to leave her. She loved him. Sanemi walked on as if nothing was wrong, as if breaking anyone's heart was an everyday occurrence, and he didn't care about the sobs and cries full of sadness from that girl whose heart beat for him. You'll pay for this, Kamado. No, Sanemi, please don't leave me, and the door slammed shut. It was horrible to see that beautiful rose being plucked out so casually and left to wither away. Kanny didn't deserve that. Professor Kanny, Tanjiro rushed in, startled by the loud noise, and seeing his teacher there collapsed and sobbing broke his heart. He knelt down, intending to comfort her. Get out of my house, Kamado, Professor Kanny. Get out, go away, it's your fault. The woman shouted, her heart filled with bitterness. I'm sorry. Did you not hear me? Get out, I'll leave then. What are you doing? His heart was like a radar beeping much louder when someone was suffering, so he did the only thing he could do at that moment, and that was to hug her. I'll leave when you feel much better. I don't intend to leave you like this. Kamado-kun. She responded to that action. It was simple, but she needed it more than ever at that moment. I'm sorry I yelled at you, Kanny sobbed, burying her face in his chest. I'm such a fool. Don't say that, Kenny-sama. He patted her lightly on the back, oblivious to the fact that she was now sitting on his lap like a small child. In the few days I've known you, I can assure you that you're wonderful, and you look even better when you smile. I feel so stupid for taking it out on you. I'm a horrible person. There are black and white colors in the world, but gray predominates. Nobody is good or bad, we are all human and make mistakes. You shouldn't call someone bad just because of a few words. His voice was very sweet, so soft and tender, which helped her to calm down. Kamado-kun. I don't know what happened and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, I just want you to be okay. That boy was so sweet. The warmth of his body and his words were so comforting. She was grateful that no one else was around at that moment. She would feel terribly ashamed if, as an adult, she were to be pampered and comforted by her student. I finish with saying me. I shouldn't judge him, I don't know what happened between you and him. I can only tell you not to get depressed about it. There are plenty of good people out there just like us guys. You'll find someone good, someone who will support you, make you happy, and never put you through this again. She was very surprised by his maturity despite being so young, but she was right. She had to face the cruel reality, and that was that the boy she loved so much didn't feel the same way about her. After what I just went through, the last thing I want is another relationship. I'm not going to get hurt again, she replied, now calmer but with red, teary eyes. I'd rather dedicate more time to my sisters and to you since I have to train you to be an excellent hunter. Great, Tanjiro said, cheerful as the little son he is. Could you please stand up? My foot is in an awkward position and I think I've got a cramp. Oh, I'm coming, Canny replied, getting up from the boy's lap. Thank you, Professor Canny. If you'll excuse me, I'll leave your house. Tanjiro said goodbye and headed towards the stairs until Canny grabbed his hand, preventing him from leaving. Please stay, let me make up for the harm I did to you. Kamado-kun, she said, very nervous and with a slight blush on her cheeks. The last thing I want is to cause you any more trouble, teacher. Besides, I think I'm also causing trouble for your sisters. That's an order, either you stay or I'll fail you for the semester. The adult said in an authoritarian tone, taking matters into her own hands. No teacher, don't be mean. My grandfather will kill me if I fail a subject. Well, it will be up to you whether you want to stay alive. Professor, I think you're abusing your power. I'll mention it to Oyakata-sama then, let's see what he has planned for you. Even though the defense was good, Canny's attack managed to penetrate it. There was no other option, she was very good at extortion. All right, teacher, I won't question what you ask of me. Wonderful then, would you like to eat? I made spaghetti bolognese, Canny said, letting go of his hand. She looked much better now, very grateful to Tanjiro for comforting her, and he knew it when his nose caught that pleasant scent of kindness. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to bake you a cake for being so kind to me. Not at all, I think we also deserve to eat a good pizza and watch a movie. Canny smiled beautifully. Yes, Professor, as you say. Japan's idol. Come on, Kamado-kun, you can do it faster. But I'm already tired, my body aches a lot, you're very demanding. At least another 25 rounds and then we'll leave it at that. Does that sound good? You want me to end up stiff, don't you? 15 and that's where we end. In the Butterfly Mansion dojo, the insect pillar biology teacher Kani Kacho was conducting intense high-speed sword training with her student Sugyuko Tanjiro Kamado. His exhausted expression and trembling body made it very difficult for him to keep up. The training of the Tsugyukos is this demanding, plus I have to train your right side. Nezuko told me you were left-handed, she commented, arranging even more training dummies, approximately 20. A large amount of oxygen burst from Kanny's lips, and with incredible speed it destroyed all the dummies, leaving Tanjiro even more surprised. You'll rest when you've destroyed at least 5 of them. Kanny-sama, we've been training for 8 hours. I'm not as powerful as you think. He could no longer stand and proceeded to sit down. Like jelly, it was difficult for him to keep his body still. I understand if you say you're not very strong. It's most likely that your lung capacity is very limited, Kanny said after analyzing what her Tsugyuko had said. She sat down beside him, her strict and demanding demeanor replaced by a kind and sweet one. She took off her sweatshirt, revealing only a red t-shirt. Tanjiro avoided looking at it. His teacher's breasts were very large. You're right, Kamado-kun, intense training deserves intense rest. Take off your sweatshirt too, the older woman spoke. Tanjiro took off his sweatshirt and instantly felt Kanny's small, somewhat delicate hands caressing his chest, making him nervous. I can feel your chest is getting a little big, which means you're on the right track, she commented, removing her hands. Makomo trained you, didn't she? Okay, what kind of breath do you use? I guess the one about the water. You suppose I'm not that skilled with her. My movements are very slow and lack power compared to Makomo and Sabito. I see. Do you understand the concepts behind the breathing exercises? Concepts. Look, there are 5 main breathing techniques: water, lightning, flame, wind, and rock. Each one focuses oxygen on a specific part of the body as a pillar. Kanny had a very clear understanding of all the secrets hidden in the breathing techniques, so she proceeded to explain them. Water breathing focuses the power of oxygen on strengthening the brain to improve the user's reaction time, granting them incredible defense. Therefore, most of their stances are defensive. Lightning breathing focuses the power of oxygen on strengthening the legs to improve the user's movement speed. If you ever encounter a swordsman using this breath, you'll notice they are incredibly fast and execute their techniques at high speeds. Flame breathing focuses the power of oxygen on strengthening the arms to improve the user's physical strength. Almost all stances of this breath are extremely powerful and very dangerous in attack. Wind breathing doesn't concentrate the power of oxygen in a single part of the body but distributes it throughout. Users of this breath are surprisingly agile and, thanks to this, possess multiple ways to attack. And finally, rock breathing takes the concepts of wind breathing and also distributes it throughout the body, with the difference that it is not used offensively but defensively. This breath gives the swordsman possibly limitless stamina. N/A, what the manga didn't explain, I did V. I understand, and the sun's breathing. Huh. Oyakata-sama told me that I don't use those breathing techniques, that I can control that breathing, but I have no information on how to put it into practice, Tanjiro said. That strange breathing technique he used against Kibutsuji was a mystery to him and everyone else. Okay, then I'll just help you increase your lung capacity to the limit while you discover that breath. During the rest of the night, both Tanjiro and Kanny dedicated themselves to resting, taking long breathing sessions until dawn. Are you ready, Kamado-kun? But why do I have to go with her to the supermarket to buy her groceries? Tanjiro asked, rolling up his sleeves. He was very nervous seeing how his teacher dressed. He couldn't deny that she was very beautiful, but that was all. N/A, you have an extra left arm. While you're here, you'll help me. Besides, my sisters aren't here, and I don't like going alone, Kanny replied, taking her bag and standing in front of the crimson-eyed boy. Also, I want to try that cake you promised yesterday. I understand, I'm sorry if I argued with you. Doesn't matter, we shouldn't waste time, we must continue training, and I would like to have food ready for my sisters. She truly deserved her title as the monarch butterfly. The love she had for her sisters was incredible, and Tanjiro loved that because it reminded him so much of his sister Nezuko. Kanny took his arm, causing him to blush slightly, and they both left the mansion and headed out to the courtyard. Kanny-sama, aren't you planning to bring your truck? It was obvious, quick, and safe. No, I'd like to walk, besides. This will serve as training because it's a good distance we'll be walking. She didn't want any excuses to be able to enjoy that pleasant warmth and the refreshing air of the afternoon. The classes had already been given, and all that remained was to enjoy the rest of the day next to his Tsugyuko before the allotted time period ended. They crossed the garden until they reached the main streets of the city. It was incredible. The not couple, but who honestly seemed like one, kept a slow pace with a very happy Kanny acting like a child. It was difficult, but she managed to overcome that relationship in which she believed she was happy, accepting the sad reality that the boy she loved so much only wanted her to pass the time. Ignoring the fact that he was 15 and she was 20, one could assume they were a couple because they were almost the same height. Tanjiro's mind wandered a bit as he looked at the enormous screens in the city center until something resembling bread entered his mouth. It's delicious. I love bagels. Kanny was finishing paying the man for the food when he voluntarily gave them a large milkshake. This one's on the house. The man pointed to a small sign that read free milkshake for couples. She swallowed her food so she could speak, but I'm his student. Thank you very much, you're very kind, Kanny smiled, covering Tanjiro's mouth. The man was somewhat confused. Come on, Kamado-kun, she pulled him a good distance away from the man. Teacher, why did you do that? It's wrong to lie. Tanjiro looked visibly annoyed at his mentor, who couldn't stop laughing. I lost, but it's a free milkshake. She kept laughing until she realized the child was gone. Excuse me, Sir. Tanjiro returned to the man's stall and paid him for the milkshake. What's that about? The man seemed confused. I want to emphasize that milkshakes are free for couples. That's why I came. I understand. Do you know that theft is a crime? You could go to jail for that simple act. No, I just wanted to thank you for the milkshake. The man seemed even more confused as he watched the boy make a strange face for every word he said until Kanny came to help him. My little one, don't be proud and accept the gentleman's gift, Kanny said, leaving a tip. Forgive him, he's just very shy. Again she took him away, but this time not happily but a little annoyed. I thought I was over it. Because of his honest nature, Tanjiro would make that strange face when he tried to lie, making it easy to detect. You almost got us into trouble. She crossed her arms, keeping her gaze fixed on him. Sometimes being honest isn't as good as it seems. Without wanting to look ahead again, she kept walking and her gaze down until the loud sound of the music caught her attention. N/A, 7 Rings Ariana Grande is the song playing. She's back from her tour, Kanny said. She looked up, watching the giant screens display the image of a very beautiful young woman with snow-white hair and large, bright, emerald-like eyes. Who is she? Tanjiro asked, paying attention to the announcement. That voice was so melodious and had such a beautiful intonation. Ume Shabana, she is a very famous singer and songwriter. She is recognized throughout Japan as the idol princess, he commented, no longer paying attention to her and continuing to walk. I haven't heard of her. It's because from a very young age her parents, who were music producers, took her on a world tour after having conquered the hearts of all of Japan with their music. She seemed very apathetic with the words she was saying, downplaying their importance. Does she study at Kaimsu Academy? Tanjiro asked. She was studying, she was my student a year ago, but she labeled me as inept and said that the academy was a place for poor people. So her parents transferred her to the private academy. Kazuki Kani's face seemed to be full of annoyance, and it was understandable after hearing what her mentor told her. Anyway, we've already wasted a lot of time. We need to go buy things for lunch and dinner, she finished, quickening her pace. And the journey was much quieter and more awkward, with Kani very serious and not saying a word. What had seemed like a good outing turned into something very uncomfortable for him. Was there a reason for that girl to change Kani's attitude so drastically? Even if she wanted to know, there wasn't a reason, and even if there were, why should she care? He also downplayed it, thinking a little about the sun's breathing. 124, 125, 126, 127. Back at the mansion, more specifically the garden, Tanjiro underwent intense training proposed by Kani. He had to improve all his physical abilities if he was to face Kibutsuji at another time. He wielded his obsidian-bladed sword with all the strength his right hand allowed, slicing through chunks of rock and wood at a reaping speed. You're doing great, Kamado-kun, Kani encouraged him. Huge amounts of oxygen circulated in his bloodstream, highlighting the veins in his arm and face. I need power. More power. His teeth were grinding, the scar on his forehead was changing into that flame-shaped mark. This time I intend to kill you. The oxygen in his mouth turned to fire, and with a powerful cut pulverized a good part of the ground. But what caused this sudden change? What happened to that shy, insecure boy who now possesses strength greater than that of a pillar? Wow, that's too much. Kani was still amazed by the tremendous potential the boy possessed. Rude and cold were the best ways to describe Tanjiro now. Do you think you're ready to go and put into practice what little I've taught you? The pillar commented, giving some pieces of fruit to her raven. An albino demon covered in blood has attacked one of Tokyo's most important pharmaceutical facilities and botanical reserves. That alone is enough for me to finish the job, Tanjiro replied in a serious voice, bathed in sweat. I'm the hunter who is closest to the area. Remember that Oikata-sama sent you with Kano, so please don't just focus on deducing that it's Kibutsuji, she urged. According to her, he wasn't in the best condition to go out and fight, but she couldn't extinguish that flame of determination that burned in her heart. I know very well Kani-sama, but there may be a possibility that it is him and I will make him pay. I understand, I wish you the best of luck and please take care. Thank you so much. Kamaboko Squad. After showering, Tanjiro dressed in civilian clothes and covered his sword with bandages, shaping it like a baseball bat, the one he was given in the final selection. He took his backpack where he stored his hunter outfit and his cell phone. Coke. His jet-black feathered companion Jamu croaked, landing on his head. That's right, partner, we have a mission now. He stroked its small feathered head. We have to go down or we'll be late. She left her room and found Kani finishing arranging her younger sister Kano's characteristic brooch. I suppose it's to blend in more, right? Shinobu has managed to interfere with the Tokyo police network, and right now an operation is underway regarding the assault on the Yushuki Pharmacy and the Hajiki Biological Reserve by a group of demons. You must go and investigate the matter further. You have your crows and you both have my number in case things get complicated, call me. Receiving instructions from the pillar, the Tsugyuko's duo proceeded to withdraw and wait for a taxi. Neither of them seemed interested in talking to each other, or so it appeared. Hello, Kano. Hello, Tanjiro. Perhaps I'm not to your liking, but I'd like to work well with you on this mission. I hope I'm not a hindrance. He gave a small smile even though Kano wasn't paying attention. Kani-sama told me you're amazing and I believe her. Your scent is very intense and pleasant. Thanks, I guess. The taxi arrived, they both got in heading towards their mission, which was to investigate the recent looting at the Yushuki Pharmacy, one of the most important in Tokyo. Kano was very distant, sitting as far away from him as possible, preferring to check her phone. He remembered something his sensei, Kani-sama, had told him. Kano was very distant with men, and even if he wanted to find out, he wouldn't be nosy and invade other people's privacy. Tokyo, a city where, despite the night, activity continued as if it were daytime. Not far away, a traffic jam caused by the recent events at the Yushuki pharmaceutical facility forced the couple to get out of the car, as it was more efficient for them to reach their destination on their own. They went into an alley so they could change. Tanjiro, are you ready? Kano asked, adjusting her characteristic cloak. Yes, Kano, we mustn't waste any time, she replied with that crimson gaze full of determination. Okay, then let's go. Both hunters pulled up their hoods and began climbing a building. Their respective crows accompanied them, with Jamu carrying a piece of bread in his leg. The smell is very strong, not much time has passed since the incident. Gathering momentum, Tanjiro jumped to the next building, followed by Kano. With the training he had received from Makomo on Sajiri Mountain, he acquired parkour as a natural discipline, making it very easy to move through the irregularities of the multiple environments. I see dead people. Like Tanjiro, Kanao possessed a Slayer sense. The Slayer sense was a rare physiological mechanism of perception, possessed by very few demon slayers. Smell, sight, taste, touch, and hearing, the 5 human senses were pushed to their limits, granting them superhuman abilities. Those who possessed it had a highly versatile and useful tool in the fight against demonic beings. Then we have to get there. Pigs return. Shut up, idiot. Why won't they let me work alone, damn it? A hunter wearing a boar-shaped mask ran at full speed, followed by 2 hunters, one blonde and the other with a mohawk haircut, arriving at the stage of the Tsugyuko duo. Hey you forehead boy, you who face the powerful guy everyone fears except me, the great king of the mountain, I challenge you to a fight, muahahaha. Without thinking twice, the boy tried to knock him out with a headbutt. Big mistake. Zagalagalea. That boy, whose name was Inasuke, fell to the ground unconscious. His eyes rolled back and with a wound on his forehead. I don't know why this fool did that. The one who said those words was named Zenitsu, and on his face was seen tranquility and relief that bacon had finally shut up. Hello, Kana. Hello, Janya. Kanao-chan, you look very pretty. Jenya was very nervous in front of her, possibly due to her incredible beauty plus the fact that he was shy with girls, showing insecurity, unlike Zenitsu who showed confidence and was direct. Tanjiro remained silent, checking that Inasuke was still alive, feeling calmer now that he could feel his heartbeat. Thank goodness. You win this round. What's your name? Tanjiro Kamado. Gunpei Kamaboko. Yes, I will defeat you, Kamaboko, you can be sure of it. Inasuke laughed, covering his growing bump with his hair. That's not my name is Tanj. Kanyasan, I don't know if you could help me with this science homework. I'm having trouble understanding. She ignored Kamaboko, focusing on the only girl in the group. Sure, when we're done with this. Of course I'll help you, but we must finish what Kenny-sama entrusted me with. By the way, what are you all doing here? Asked the young woman with large lilac eyes, paying attention to her classmates. Oyakata-sama sent us to investigate the incident at Yushuki Pharmacy. Jenya began. Your partner has already left. Why waste time in a conversation where he wasn't relevant? He knew it would seem selfish to leave, but those few seconds of waiting would have him searching for Kibitsuji's trail. Kanao, along with Zenitsu, Jenya, and Inasuke, kept pace. Zenitsu was the fastest, catching up to Tanjiro in no time. Kamaboko squad stats. Tanjiro. Strength 5-10 speed, 5-5-10 stamina, 4-5-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility, 5-5-10 breath dexterity, 5-10 slayer sense, total scent 35. Kanao. Strength 7-5-10 speed, 8-10 stamina, 7-10 intelligence, 8-10 agility, 8-10 breath dexterity, 10-10 slayer sense, total sight 48. 5. Inasuke. Strength 7-10 speed, 7-5-10 stamina, 9-5-10 intelligence, 6-10 agility, 7-5-10 breath dexterity, 10-10 slayer sense, total touch 47. 5. Zenitsu a sleeper. Strength 6-5-10 speed, 10-10 stamina, 6-5-10 intelligence, 7-5-10 agility, 9-10 breath dexterity, 10-10 slayer sense, hearing total 49. 5. Jenya. Strength 8-5-10 speed, 8-10 stamina, 8-10 intelligence, 7-5-10 agility, 7-5-10 breath dexterity, 0-10. 8. 5-10 slayer sense, taste total 48. Times. The quintet ran at full speed, jumping over buildings and climbing them, reaching the area of their mission, the pharmacy and the reserve. Outside the establishment, a SWAT team and a group of journalists were broadcasting what had just happened. The broadcast went to all the screens in the city where Kani, along with her younger sister Shinobu, kept up to date on what was happening. I hope it's just investigating, Shinobu said, a little nervous about her younger sister. Kanao's vision was very useful at this time, allowing her to see in most of the dark sections while the rest of the boys had to illuminate with their cell phones. We need to split up. One of us should go to the reserve area and the other to the pharmacy. Kanao acted as the group's leader. Zenitsu, you go with Tanjiro to the reserve while Inasuke, Jenya, and I will go to the pharmacy. Huh, but I wanted to go with you, the hunter in the yellow, Hayori said, sounding a little disappointed. It will be soon. In the meantime, do me that favor. She maintained an atypical face and focused on the mission instilled by her sister. Good. They went their separate ways. Tanjiro remained silent and very calm as he walked, taking in the entire facility while Zenitsu held his arm. A demon, it's just a cricket. They continued walking when they heard another noise. It's a demon, I'm sorry I stepped on a branch. Once again, another noise was heard. The devil. That was me, well, my stomach to be exact, because I didn't finish dinner and I'm a little hungry. I think I should do things right. Hello, Zenitsu, my name is Tanjiro. I hope we can work well together on this mission. He offered a kind smile. Oh, it's a pleasure, Tanjiro, and I likewise. I hope we get along well as long as you assure me that you and Kana aren't dating, Zenitsu said very seriously. Tanjiro calmly shook his head, causing the boy a sense of relief. Tanjiro could sense a hint of Zenitsu's personality. He was kind but somewhat insecure, yet also very proud. Recalling his conversation with Kani, the breath of the sun came to mind, so he didn't hesitate to ask. As expected, he didn't get any useful information, but he remembered again that Zenitsu was a user of the breath of the lightning. He continued to discover some things about his new companion, such as the fact that he also had a grandfather and an older brother who had distanced himself from the two of them. He went to study at Kazuki Academy after receiving a scholarship. I miss him. He was a bit rough with me, but I grew up alongside him too. Yes, I know what it feels like to have someone you held in high esteem suddenly cast you aside. Tanjiro understood. That's how he felt when Jiu pushed him aside along with Makomo, Sabito, and Grandpa Yurikodaki. They had many things in common: the desire to improve themselves, to face their insecurities, and the great love they had for those elderly people who cared for them when they needed support the most. I'm no good as a hunter. I keep wondering how I survived the final selection. Are you kidding? I saw you and let me tell you, you looked incredible facing that demon. It was so fast I didn't even see the moment you killed him. His kind attitude had immediately won the blonde boy's heart. You won't achieve anything by praising me, Zenitsu said, deeply embarrassed by the kind things Tanjiro was saying about him. Tanjiro, a ray of sunshine, had unconsciously inspired him to want to be like him too. Now I remember, isn't your grandfather's name Jigoro? Yes, why? Hey, Tanjiro extended his hand, confusing Zenitsu. What's that about, Tanjiro? The blonde asked. My grandfather is a friend of your grandfather, so that automatically makes us friends. He held his hand outstretched until Zenitsu shook it. I suppose so. One question, Zenitsu, forgive my curiosity, but what are the concepts of the lightning breath? His intrigue was very great after remembering what Oyakata-sama told him. That endangered breath, the breath of fire that branched out into the 5 main breaths: water, lightning, flame, wind, and rock. I have a theory that if you understand the 5 concepts of those breaths, you can recreate the breath of the sun. If that was true and it would help increase the chances of beating Kibutsuji, I wouldn't waste any time. I don't know much, but what little I do know I'll teach you, Zenitsu said somewhat uncertainly, knowing that his lightning breathing was rather peculiar. Of course, Tanjiro affirmed excitedly, I understand from my grandfather that lightning breathing concentrates all the oxygen in the lower part of the body, that is, in the legs. Oh, I understand. As she walked beside Zenitsu, she put what she'd said into practice, trying to send all the blood to her legs as instructed. What's next? I don't know, Zenitsu shrugged. I don't remember anymore. Sometimes I'd fall asleep during training. Something was up, so he followed the tip given by his blonde friend. They hadn't even noticed they'd crossed their mission area, so they hurriedly entered the enormous garden. Look at this, Zenitsu, it's a scent of human and demon blood. The redhead inspected the place. A good portion of the areas where the flowers grew were destroyed, with a large number of flowers uprooted, and corpses that, judging by their scent, indicated they had died recently were scattered throughout the area. Because I listened to Oyakata-sama. Zenitsu, I should have stayed to finish the homework. Zenitsu, and I don't have a wife to leave my will to if I die today. Zenitsu, what do you want, Tanjiro? Can't you see I'm complaining about my life? Look up. Wingless butterfly. The situation for both hunters deteriorated to a very bad one. On the ceiling above them loomed a strange demon of very abstract appearance. This demon had no face, radiating an intense light, only a pair of eyes. One of them had the number 6 engraved on it. Appearance of the demon. Relax, Zenitsu, there's no need to be scared. It will be difficult, but you and I can defeat him as long as we can. That blonde boy fainted, leaving the crimson boy against that demon. Great. The demon wasted no time and materialized a spear of light and threw it at them. Breathe, the oxygen within his bloodstream. Tanjiro carried Zenitsu and began dodging the rain of spears the demon threw at him. Outside in the streets, slight tremors could be felt. People's curiosity to know what was happening cost them dearly when one of those spears pierced one of the civilians. Open fire. The SWAT team began shooting at the demon that emerged from the laboratory, and the latter began killing them. Missiles and grenades, the intense gunpowder explosions took effect until the demon regenerated and attacked them again. Damn, I need my other arm now, but you'll be safe here, Zenitsu. Until you wake up. Tanjiro entered a building near the fight and left his companion lying down to go out and face the demon. Jamu, Tanjiro's crow, seeing what was happening, flew up into the sky to warn Kani of what had happened, but a strange invisible barrier knocked him down. Another very muscular demon with larger arms than his face also emerged from the facility. followed by Kanao, Genya, and Inosuke. This demon, who had the number 5 engraved in one of his eyes, unleashed an invisible barrier that blocked the exit for the quintet, the SWAT team, the reporters, and the civilians, affecting the entire area. What was happening was seen by all of Tokyo, especially by the Kacha sisters who couldn't go to help them. Appearance of the demon. Tanjiro, Kanao, Inosuke, and Genya gripped their swords tightly, ready to face this unplanned situation. They were assassins and they had to carry out their duties without fear. "You kids, get out of here and don't get in the way," one of the police officers shouted, throwing another grenade at the devil. "Shut up, you don't give me orders." Inosuke threatened her with his sword, starting an argument. "Calm down." Kanao and Tanjiro were the only ones acting sensibly. "This isn't the time for a fight, but for thinking of a solution," Kanao exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. "I have one attack." Genya wasted no time and began shooting at the demons with his pistol. Fire. A barrage of missiles struck the demons as they attacked again. 6, Codename, hurled his spears at them while 5 created a massive barrier to crush them, thus beginning the battle. "Kanao, dialogue isn't something these gentlemen understand," Tanjiro said, taking her aside so they could talk. "I saw how you fought in the final selection. With you there's a chance to defeat the demons. We need to think of a strategy to approach and attack, but I don't think I can do it alone, so you'll help me." The young woman with lilac eyes spoke seriously, receiving his affirmation. Tanjiro would go as cannon fodder, taking advantage of how Inosuke and Genya managed to equalize against 6 but not against 5, who was the one attacking the police. Breathe. Remember what Makomo, Sabito, and Grandpa taught you. Analyze and understand what Kenisama explained about water breathing, try to put what Zenitsu taught you into practice, and give Kanao a chance to attack. If I'm not strong enough to keep up with a demon like Inosuke and Genya, then I'll give the opportunity to someone who can. Water is as still as the mind, and lightning is as swift as ideas. A faint, insignificant flame flickered from Tanjiro's mouth. He focused completely on his breathing and on himself. 5 attacked him with one of his barriers, which Tanjiro barely dodged, receiving only a minor blow. He continued advancing, letting his sense of smell guide him. He needed to concentrate. Slowly, Tanjiro's speed increased, allowing him to dodge attacks from 5 entering the area to attack. "I can smell an opportunity." And that's what he did. He charged at the demon, about to land a blow when an invisible barrier stopped him. Tanjiro staggered from the powerful blow. Trying to get back up, another invisible attack struck him, and out of nowhere, more and more blows rained down on him, leaving him sprawled on the asphalt. He couldn't hear or see clearly what Kanao, Genya, and Inosuke were trying to do. His brain was so agitated that none of his senses were useful to him at that moment. "I'm sick." That weak, frightened, and intense voice was calling out what seemed to be her name. "Eat, Antate." He still couldn't understand what they were saying. His ears were ringing, his vision was blurry, his body felt weak, and his nose smelled a little bit of anguish and sadness. "Run, Tanjiro." He reacted too late when he realized that 5 above him had 2 cars floating and threw them at him. "Destroy it." The explosive device couldn't reach him in time. One of the cars fell on top of Tanjiro. Inosuke, Genya, Kanao, and the SWAT team were speechless as they heard, quite clearly, the boy's heart-wrenching scream. "No kani ni san mi matara." Kanao went in search of the red-haired boy who was unconscious and held by 6, who made him retreat with the emergence of spears from the ground. Breath of the flower, first style, enveloping cherry blossom roar. N/A, remember that I invented this position. She attacked with a flurry of slashes while sakura petals like blades tried to wear down those spears, and when she was about to succeed, the barriers of 5 prevented her. Second fang, tear and rip. With a series of consecutive X-shaped attacks, Inosuke would strike those cuts in order to wear down the invisible barrier. The SWAT team with their firearms were of little help, as the barrier was too thick to break. Kanao was very upset. She knew very well that Tanjiro wouldn't be of any use to her, and she didn't want to tell her sister Kani because she could see how much she cared for him. "I have to go save him." Although they tried, they would achieve nothing against that barrier. 6 again threw more spears, killing the trapped civilians and starting a bloodbath. There was nothing left to do. The demons retreated, 5 of them making the cage smaller where the hunters, SWAT team, civilians, and reporters were gathered. Oxygen was running out, violently affecting Kanao, Inosuke, and Genya, who were already struggling to stand due to the sudden dizziness they felt. Would this be the end for all of them? Of course not. The arm connected to 5's head was severed. "Try it now," Tanjiro shouted at them. They listened, and this time they managed to break through the barriers with Jamu flying towards the butterfly farm. This demon's weakness is its arms. It channels its energy to its head to create those barriers. 5 threw Tanjiro, who was already conscious, against the civilians, but Kanao managed to catch him. "I know I'm not very useful, but I managed to find his weakness," Tanjiro said, resting in Kanao's arms. "It seems like he's using his main hands to attack with those barriers, but it's just an illusion. Haven't you noticed he's not even moving his arms from his head?" "No, I didn't notice that." That's because I suppose it needs a huge amount of concentration to create the barriers, but if we attack that area, it won't be able to create them consecutively, the scarlet-eyed boy explained. I'm just asking you to put me down if it's not too much trouble. Kanao did it and he thanked her with a smile. Either we defeat him, or Kani-sama will be angry with us if our blows weren't worth it. Do you have something, Kanao? She seemed lost in thought, completely bewildered and filled with doubt. Should she still be angry with Tanjiro? He wasn't to blame for anything, or rather, she shouldn't feel angry with him at all. It was just that his kindness felt fake, remembering how she developed this aversion to boys like him. She was a very small girl. So cute and adorable, her big, beautiful pink eyes radiating kindness and innocence. She did not have the opportunity to grow up in a wealthy family and was born into a very humble family, but that didn't matter to her because she was very happy that way. Her father and mother were very kind to her, they loved her very much, and for that reason alone she enjoyed her life without any problems. She had many older siblings who, for some strange reason, didn't approach her. Contrary to her cheerful and happy demeanor, they seemed depressed and sad, and the fact that her parents forbade her from seeing them only piqued her curiosity. Because she had no money, she started working from a very young age to help her siblings and parents get ahead. Any job would do, and the money she received was little, but it didn't dampen her spirits to help. One day after arriving home, she noticed that some of her siblings were missing, and like any innocent child, she went to ask her parents. They went to another city in search of work, don't worry. She trusted her parents, especially with that smile they used to end their sentences, so she decided to ignore it. The days and months passed, and she returned to her routine. After long workdays, she managed to save enough money to buy her parents something very nice, as their birthday was coming up soon. She entered the house and noticed it was empty. She looked for her youngest brother, but he was gone. With all this time that had passed, her brothers had been disappearing from the house, each with the excuse, they went to another city looking for work, don't worry, accompanied by that smile that now seemed a little strange to her. After searching, he found his parents with his youngest brother, along with some strange men dressed in black who put him in a van along with other boys. The money they received from the man was a lot compared to what she had, making her feel bad. After a few moments, that man and his brother left. Her parents, very happy, went back into the house where she was waiting for them, very curious, behind the door. Mom, Dad, I know your birthday is coming up, I know it's not much, but I'd like us to go eat until we're full. The little girl smiled innocently. I understand, we also have a huge surprise for you and we'll give it to you tomorrow. Go to sleep, we need to get up early. That smile with which they ended their prayer despite everything, in her she found love and comfort from being tired of all the tortuous work, the only thing that made her keep going. Morning arrived and very early her parents were already in front of her with a radiant smile that cheered her up as always. What a mistake. Please stop, shut you pee, you damn bitch. The biggest surprise his parents had in store for him was seeing just how brutal and disgusting humans they really were. Every blow, every kick, every insult, and every taunt directed at him forced him to reveal his true self. His brothers, they all went through the same hell he was going through right now. Please stop, it hurts a lot. Shut you pee, you damn brat, and why? For money. They went to another city to look for work. That was the phrase used to cover up the fact that all of his siblings were sold on the black market, because that's what his parents did, human trafficking. And she was the last one, consequently all that pain and humiliation broke her psychologically, leaving her only as a puppet who would do anything she was ordered to do. I love her eyes, I can't wait to have some fun with that girl. The money sealed the deal. Kanao the puppet was handed over to that disgusting man who held her hand and put her in his car. Walking through the city streets towards a hotel, that man and that little girl with a lost and empty gaze got out to further seal the deal. We'll have a lot of fun today, or well, just me. By chance, and as fate would have it, a pair of sisters were crossing that same street. Lose-lose, we'll get the time this way. No, San, a young woman with fuchsia eyes laughed, very embarrassed at the annoyed face of her younger sister, a girl with large purple eyes, standing before the man with the little girl with pink eyes. Good afternoon, sir. Do you happen to have the time? It's 3:45 p.m. the man said in a very bad mood. Thank you very much, sir. Have a nice day. And for that simple action, the young woman with fuchsia eyes gave the man a smile. A memory that felt like a wound that would never heal, and this, in turn, caused the little girl with pink eyes to begin to cry loudly. Why is your daughter crying? The purple-eyed girl asked. She's always been such a crybaby. Goodbye, the man said curtly. Wait, maybe a lollipop will cheer you up. Canny searched in her bag for the candy. The little girl was so traumatized that she misinterpreted it as a blow towards her, so she broke free from the man and fled as fast as her legs could carry her. See what you've done, you snobs? Don't talk to Nissan like that. The purple-eyed girl knocked the man down with a quick punch, leaving him unconscious and lying on the sidewalk. Little one, wait. The older sister chased the girl until they reached an alley where she succumbed to her tears. Please don't hit me anymore. I do my best to be obedient, but please don't hit me anymore, said the little girl between sobs, a girl who deserved to be loved, hiding behind some trash cans. Canny was the name of the young woman whose heart broke when she saw that scene. I don't plan to do anything to you, I promise. Canny approached, frightening the little girl even more, but all she did was give her what no one else had given her, a hug. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The little girl returned the hug while still crying, causing Canny to shed tears as well. You didn't need to be an expert to know that that broken little girl had led a life that not even hell could have provided. Different. Seventh position, penetrating raindrops. With the information gathered from Tanjiro, Inosuke and Genya began to gain ground on 5, destroying all the invisible barriers. Tanjiro focused on protecting Kanao from the spears that 6 was throwing. She was stunned, so he would give his all to fight the demon. The hunters and the police gradually managed to push back the pair of demons until one of the invisible barriers of 5 forced them back. Both 6 and 5 were already very furious, and another kanji appeared in their eyes. Intermediate 6 and Intermediate 5 could be read in their eyes. Their power suddenly increased, and what seemed like a victory for the hunters became more complicated. 6 began to clone himself, increasing his spear attacks, and 5 began to levitate the cars with his barriers, ready to throw them. Tanjiro took Kanao in his arms and led her to Inosuke and Genya. They were the only ones who could safely protect her. Any other ideas, Kentaro? My name is Tanj, forget it. His scent is too intense now. His power has multiplied, so he wasn't hiding all of that power, Tanjiro said, gripping his sword. Intermediate 5 and 6. I didn't know those ranks existed, Genya said, also wielding a sword. Are they as powerful as the higher ranks? Genya, Tanjiro, and Inosuke, who was carrying Kanao, dodged one of the cars that ended up exploding. Where's that crybaby? He hasn't helped at all. Tanjiro reassured Inosuke. The 3 of them needed to use their strengths to mount an attack powerful enough to take down 6, who was the weakest. From what he'd seen of his companions, they possessed great stamina as well as formidable offensive power. Something was coming to him. I have a plan, but it's very risky. I just need you to beat me by a few seconds against the 2 of them, please. All right, at your service, Genya affirmed as Tanjiro gave him a small, determined smile. Tanjiro retreated as far away as he could, leaving Genya and Inosuke with the latter handing Kanao over to the police, threatening to kill them if anything happened to her, as she was his best friend. The king of the mountain isn't afraid of a lightbulb head or a freezer with bricklayer's arms. Charge horsehair. Like the beast he was, Inosuke went to fight against 6 again. My name is Genya, damn it. The younger Shinazugawa followed suit, biting a small piece of meat he had torn from 5. This distance will be useful to me. Tanjiro, who was already far away from the area where the fight was taking place, prepared to put his idea into action. While I was unconscious, I remembered Dad and that strange dance he taught me, Teyakami Kagura. I still remember dancing with him all night. When I performed the movements, I used a breathing technique that made me much stronger, to the point that I didn't get tired even after repeating the dance. That memory is etched in my heart, and it came to me at this precise moment for a reason, because I need that strength. I'll try to perform one of its movements. They're similar to sword stances. N/A Teyakami Kagura translates as Teiyo. Sun Kami God Kagura equals this is the name given to the sacred dance used as an offering to a god. The dance raises Tanjiro's base stats by 10 points. Breathe. Oxygen is flowing much more strongly throughout my bloodstream. Come on, I can do it. He walked, trotted, and ran. Tanjiro gradually gained speed. A tremendous amount of oxygen circulated throughout his body and he focused it on his legs. Moving like lightning, he reached 6 and his clones who were fighting against Inosuke. Sun Dance, Thunder Style, Vols. Like lightning, Tanjiro appeared with blinding speed, taking out all of 6's clones before charging towards his head. I've got you. Tanjiro managed to stab 6 with his sword, advancing the blade very slowly due to the absence of his arm. 6 then created more clones that Tanjiro couldn't handle until Inosuke came to his aid and helped him with the other side of 6's neck. Come on, Inosuke, we can beat him. Both hunters already had that demon Intermediate 6 cornered and ready to die until one of the barriers of 5 denied them, and incidentally a car that was going for them. Genya looked very different with a more monstrous appearance. Seeing the danger heading towards his companions, he himself created one of the 5 barriers to divert the car. Inosuke and Tanjiro retreated. It would be impossible to defeat them if they were not completely restrained. Let me think of something. Inosuke, go help Genya with 5, Tanjiro and I will defeat 6. Kanao arrived at the encounter against the demons. And Kanao, with you we already have victory. Can you fight a little longer, I suppose? Let's go then. The duo of hunters reached 6 again, but this time things got complicated for the demon when Kanao cut off his arms. Tanjiro went for the lead again, but the demon regenerated his arm and punched him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and sending him flying. Tanjiro, I'm fine, don't lose focus. Kanao engaged in a one-on-one fight against the demon, where she gradually gained the upper hand thanks to her excellent vision, which allowed her to anticipate blows, find openings, and connect cuts. Tanjiro got up from the car where he had fallen. He had some broken ribs, but that didn't stop him from continuing to fight. Your strength is far beyond that of an average demon. Your eyes are intermediate 6, only possessed by demonic moons. Even though the Tsugyuko had the fight under control, she had to remain focused against that powerful demon. 6 again created more copies of himself and they attacked Kanao with their spears, but Tanjiro managed to deflect them all. Kanao was the only one who could defeat the demon. 4th style, Crimson Hanagorome. Kanao connected a powerful cut to his chest that curved and twisted towards the demon's neck. She had to retreat defensively when she saw the demon wrap itself in spikes. They were relieved of Kanao. Tanjiro gradually grew stronger and it was noticeable from the flames that came out of his mouth due to his intense breathing. The demon expelled the spikes from its body like projectiles. Tanjiro dodged them and made his way through with the hidden world, and at high speed connected a blow to its neck. Kanao also went to help him, connecting her sword to the other side of his neck and moving quickly to decapitate him. Tanjiro anticipated a surprise attack from the demon that was meant for Kanao, and decided to take it instead, dislocating his jaw. Given what happened, Kanao lost her concentration and received a punch to her stomach that knocked her down and sent her flying, but she got back up again to continue fighting. How could you think of hitting a woman? Tanjiro kicked the demon, buying himself enough time to punch himself in the jaw and reposition himself. More clones emerged now with the goal of killing Tanjiro, but Kanao eliminated them all. Now the spikes emerged from the ground and all headed towards the redhead who was holding onto the demon's blows without letting go of his sword. Kanao had to break the entire attack with her second form, Plum's Honorable Shadow, so that Tanjiro wouldn't lose. Breath of the Flower, 5th style, Peonies of Futility. 9 consecutive flurry of attacks connected and wounded 6, who were succumbing to the powerful Tsugyuko offensive. Although she was powerful, she hadn't counted on another surprise attack from the demon, but Tanjiro, no longer strong enough to withstand it, took the blow once more. BUAF. Tanjiro screamed in pain from receiving a surprise blow with much more power to his stomach, leaving him breathless, which he finished off with another blow. Tanjiro. He fell to his knees and lay on the asphalt. It was Kanao's chance to kill the demon, who was already very worn down from all the attacks, but she couldn't. She picked up Tanjiro and carried him to safety. Kanao. Kanao knelt down and picked him up in her arms. There was a little blood on her lips. Kanao, get back into the fight, he ordered, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. Go, or this will all have been for nothing if she recovers. No, I don't want to leave you here. Kanini-san will be angry. No, don't mess it up. Kanao began to cry, hugging Tanjiro's body. I'll be all right, I promise, she smiled gently at him. Kanao was once again stunned by that smile. She couldn't forget everything she had experienced because of that simple gesture and dismissed it as fake. No, it's not fake. Tanjiro isn't fake. Tanjiro risked everything for her and took the brunt of the damage even in his deplorable state, and he didn't understand it. He couldn't grasp why he was so kind. His older sister, Kani, despite having come out of that difficult emotional situation, was happy with him and he didn't understand it. There was something about him he couldn't decipher, but what was it? Why are you like this, Tanjiro? Why are you so kind? Kanao spoke, pronouncing each word with difficulty. Being kind has countless answers, but mine is that I am happy when others I care about and appreciate are happy too. Happiness is everyone's right, he replied confidently to her words. So she was important to Tanjiro. Would a boy she'd just met give his life for her because he truly cared? That same aura she saw in Tanjiro, she saw in his sisters Kani and Shinobu. Love, that was what she'd always longed for as a child, a love that would protect her and cherish her, something only her sisters could give her. That fake smile that lied to him when his parents made him suffer, Tanjiro gave him his value. That was love and he showed it to him. Now I understood why Kani was so happy with Tanjiro, because that boy she held resting in her arms was the representation of love and kindness. He was like the sun. Tanjiro, please rest, I'll finish what we started. Kanao went up against 6, and before he could react, his face was slammed to the ground. A flurry of blows ensued, with the huntress gaining a significant advantage over the demon, but she was unable to land any blows to his neck due to the clones attempting to impale her with their spears. He did not let himself be overwhelmed and continued the fight against them all until the sound of thunder was heard. It looked as if a full-power lightning bolt was approaching. Lightning breathing, first form, lightning flash, 2 flashes. He couldn't even witness when Zenitsu took down 6 and 5. Is that Manitsu? Inosuke was very surprised by his blonde companion, who now seemed imposing and very powerful. Both demons, due to the prolonged duel, could no longer and succumbed to defeat at the hands of the quintet of hunters. We defeated them, Genya said, returning to his human form. He was exhausted. They're no match for our power. Inosuke started laughing and punched Zenitsu in the back. Granddad. Zenitsu woke up and hid behind Genya as he saw the demons vanishing. Are you okay? Genya seemed confused by this. Meanwhile, Kanao let Tanjiro rest a little longer. Of the 5, he was the most exhausted. We defeated them, Tanjiro, we did it. Nissan, why didn't we go help them? What if all 5 of them died there? Shinobu tried to calm herself down after everything she saw. Kani, who was petting Tanjiro's crow, wore a calm smile, looking at her younger sister and her Tsugyuko from a close-up. I wanted Kano to see what Tanjiro is really like. He's very different from other boys, he's special. You're overrating him too much, Shinobu said, annoyed. It seemed like Kani idolized him. You may be right, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a wonderful and very sweet boy. A slight blush tinged her cheeks, her bangs covering her from her younger sister's view. Anyway, nobody's perfect, least of all someone like him. Thank you very much. Kano. Tanjiro was grateful to her for helping him walk. The 5 hunters became the center of attention. Cameramen and civilians approached them, but they instantly disappeared. That was complicated. The Kamaboko squad, now on top of a building, watched as the FBI arrived on the scene to get up to speed on what had happened. I'm a little hungry. How about we go get a pizza? I'll ask them to make it with whatever toppings you like, Tanjiro asked his companions with a smile. They seemed somewhat insecure, which made the redhead a little sad. Of course, Tanjiro with pleasure, but it has to be to go. Genya, Inosuke and Zenitsu were taken aback by Kano's kind attitude, but in the end they accepted it. Things wouldn't end there, as Kano was much more attached to Tanjiro. Tanjiro Thunder Style. Strength 610 Speed, 1010 Stamina, 4510 Intelligence, 1010 Agility, 1010 Breath Dexterity, 510 Slayer Sense, total Scent 45-5. A night out with friends possibly. I need you to stop distracting me. I'm sorry, I'm waiting for him to wake up. I can't ask for permission to stay, can I just let me finish? On Wednesday morning, the fiery star slowly rose and illuminated the darkness of a new day. Kani finished making breakfast very early with her younger sister Kano, and they both went upstairs, more specifically to Tanjiro's room. He was sleeping so peacefully. To the sisters, he looked very sweet, but they had to wake him up. He needed to recover from what happened yesterday. Kano nudged him slightly, causing him to open his eyes. Good morning, Kani-sama, and good morning, Kano. Good morning, Kamado-kun. Good morning, Tanjiro. Both sisters smiled at him and he smiled back. Are you hungry? Kani asked. His nerves were getting the better of him, having both sisters next to him. For that reason, he wanted to deny his great appetite, but his stomach disagreed. The sound made the sisters laugh, and like a baby, Kano fed her small portions of her waffles. Thank you very much, Kano, but I can do it myself, don't worry. You're hurt, Kamado-kun, don't. Kani wiped his lips with a napkin and gave him a sip of her milkshake. Kani-sama, thank you, but I am not a child. You are my child. Huh, what did you say? Nothing important. After finishing that not at all embarrassing breakfast, Kano and Kani eagerly awaited his arrival. What time is it? Kano and I are supposed to have classes. How are you? Oyakata-sama said that since he couldn't find anyone competent enough with robotics, he entrusted his resources to us to make you a prosthesis. We did everything we could. I hope you like it. Kani and Kano spoke together with a smile. Thank you very much. I don't think it was necessary for you to worry about me. It would be impolite not to give credit to Shinobu, who worked very hard on it all these days. Kano and I drew the design so it would be 50-50. Tanjiro's left arm. Try moving a finger, Kano suggested. A good amount of time passed for Tanjiro to have full control of his prosthesis, and with this sorted, Kano could retire to school. See you later, Nissan. See you later, Tanjiro. Kano grabbed her backpack and left the room, leaving them alone. This is incredible. I must thank Oyakata-sama and Shinobu-san for this. I don't think it's necessary. Oyakata-sama promised it to you and Shinobu did her job. There's no need to thank them. I understand. I'll leave you to get changed. I'm going to get ready to teach. See you downstairs. With that, Kani left the room. His main problem was already solved, but now he had to get used to balancing his weight again. He changed, but he couldn't get the dance of the sun god out of his mind, and the type of breathing used in it was a complete mystery to him. He felt so powerful, and if he had his arm back then, he might have killed the demons. He put that aside to focus on what was important, finishing Professor Kyojiro's assignment. Don Quixote of La Mancha is a novel written by the Spaniard Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Its first part, published under the title, The Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha in early 1605, is the most outstanding work of Spanish literature and one of the most important in world literature. Tanjiro, along with the rest of his classmates, listened intently to Professor Sabito's explanation of the Spanish novel. His watch beeped. It was almost lunchtime. I want you to read the entire book. Tomorrow you'll be presenting what you understood from the novel, and you're not to use index cards. Sabito allowed his students to leave for their lunch break so he could focus on his computer. Tanjiro, wait, I want to talk to you. Tanjiro, who was about to turn off his computer to go to lunch, had to resign himself to listening to what his teacher would tell him. I don't know if you're busy tonight, but Nezuko Makomo and I want to talk to you. And can't it be by message? I have to read the book you assigned us as homework. Obviously, I have to go out at night to patrol the city as per the message. I understand, Sabito-san. I'll talk to you when I finish all my tasks. Okay, go eat then. Now there was nothing stopping her from going to eat. She still had 3 more classes to attend. Going downstairs, his teacher Kanny was already eating. Kamado-kun, are you going to eat yet? She asked. Yes, don't worry, I'll serve myself. While Tanjiro was getting ready, Kanny started checking her tablet, looking for something interesting to watch on YouTube, and found a rather strange video about what happened yesterday at the Yushuki Pharmacy and the Hajiki Biological Reserve. The video was very short and in very poor resolution. 2 boys were exploring the place while making some irrelevant comments when loud cries of pain were heard coming from them. The device they were using to record fell and cracked, thus ending the video. His face showed complete shock, so explicit. He tried again to watch the video, but it showed an error. It had been deleted. Teacher Kanny, what's wrong? Tanjiro arrived looking confused at his teacher. It's nothing. She smiled at him. Eat up, you have class soon. She gathered her things to go to her terrace where she was used to giving classes, a little bewildered and speechless as all her attention was on what she had recently seen. The theme of the work revolves around whether it is possible to find an ideal in reality. This main theme is closely linked to an ethical concept, that of freedom in human life. Impressive, you can stay focused on both things. Tanjiro was training with Kana while he was explaining to Kanny what he had just finished reading in the book. He had to get his prosthesis used to the radical movements of using the sword. After finishing this training and reviewing his homework, he went to his room where he called his friend, his girlfriend, and his sister. Chat. Tanjiro, hello Sabitasan, Makomo, and Nezu. What do you want to talk to me about? Makomo, if Sabito doesn't tell you, you probably won't even talk to us, unamused face. Tanjiro, I'm sorry, so many things have happened these past few days that my mind is all over the place, but when I get back home I promise I'll be with you. Sabito, it doesn't matter that you're busy, I understand, especially after what happened yesterday. That's why I wanted to ask if you'd like to go to the movies with us. Nezuko, popcorn smiling cup. Tanjiro, oh sure, would it be okay if I invited Kanisama and Kano? I'm sure they'd like to come too. Sabito, sure, no problem, but you can only go if you've finished your homework. Makomo, it's good that you don't give us Nezuko anymore, you leave a lot of homework. Sabito, don't disrespect me. Makomo, bitter. Nezuko, neutral face. Tanjiro, and what time should I pick you up? By the way, I already finished my homework. Sabito will pick you up at 6 p.m. to arrive early. Tanjiro, great, I'll wait for you then. Makomo, great, see you in a bit, winking face, bye. Nezuko, waving, smiling. Sabito, they're gone now. Hey Tanjiro, answer me something. Tanjiro, yes, what's wrong? Sabito, did I really give you a lot of homework? Tanjiro, more or less, well, Sabito-san, see you later. Times. I need to go down and ask Kani-sama and Kano if they want to come with me. They'll most likely say no. They probably have a lot of plans. Of course, it would be great to be able to take a break from our daily routine. Kanny seemed very excited to be able to go out and clear her mind, which was somewhat stressed from school. It was an excellent way to forget some lingering memories of saying me. I don't go out much, I like being at home. Cheer up, Kano, it will be fun. It's good to be able to do what you're used to, but it's also good to get out of that. You'll find new things that you'll like. Tanjiro gave her a smile, and his sister Kanny gradually gave in to the insecure young woman. Well, I'll go then. That's the spirit, little sister. Kanny hugged her sister, overjoyed, and her sister was just as happy. Tanjiro smiled to himself, remembering Nezuko. Soon they would be together again. Great, I think now would be a good time for you to change. But it's only 4 p.m., why the rush? The young adult seemed a little confused by what was said. I suppose it's because they take so long to get ready, right? Kanny wasn't entirely pleased with the comment as she was met with those somewhat listless grayish-pink eyes. Come on, Kana, we don't want to spend all day just to go to the movies. A shiver ran through his entire body. Was he afraid? He felt scared. He would never mention that to any woman again. He went back to his room, grabbing whatever clothes he could find. Pants, shirt, and sweater things were much easier now that he had all his limbs back, and as he was putting his things away, some of them fell over. This sword is the one I used against Kibutsuji. I didn't know I'd brought it. He picked it up and went to sit on the edge of the bed. He unsheathed the blade and could appreciate it more than the last time he used it. The blade was extremely thin and sharp, yet very strong. I wasn't very knowledgeable about katanas, but it was elegant, beautiful, and of excellent quality. The colors were striking yet understated. The Yeger, god of the sun, destroyer of demons, he read what was engraved on the left side of the sheet. My head, it hurts. Surrender, Muzan, I've destroyed all your demon moons and I'll soon do the same to you. A monster who kills innocent beings for pleasure, for selfish ambition, is unforgivable. Your vision is so atrocious. How can you be so cold as to take someone's life? Doesn't it pain you to hear their cries for mercy? You are not a god to do such a thing. Of course I am, and you won't stop me from fulfilling my long-awaited dream. The weak deserve to die in the world I will create. Only the strong should prevail. That is the law of nature. You are mistaken, Muzan. The strong must prevail if to help the weak become strong, and in turn they will help those weaker than themselves. That is the true law of nature. Nonsense. It's pure idiocy. Just think about it for a moment and look at society. The strong are over the weak, they dominate them, they subjugate them. That's right. And who said that society is fine as it is? That idea, just like you must die. We all have the same value here and we must live together in harmony and be governed by justice. That is the right thing to do. Shut the damn mouth. Your idea is stupid. Kamado-kun, Tanjiro, what's wrong? That's what I'm wondering. What's wrong with you? Kano and Kanny were very worried about him. They went to his room to leave, but seeing him unconscious and unable to breathe frightened them. They feared the worst. Fortunately, he regained consciousness. Nothing, maybe I slipped and hit my head. Not even he remembered why it ended up like that. You may be right. Wow, your sword is impressive. The younger Kacha sister was struck by the sword with its bluish scabbard and golden guard. It looks better than today's Nichiren katanas. I suppose Kani-sama and Kano are ready. Please wait a few seconds while I clean up my mess, Tanjiro said, getting up from the floor. We'll help you. Don't worry, the sisters were ready to help, finishing cleaning and tidying the entire room in just a few seconds. All that remains is for me to readjust my sword. The doorbell rang and Tanjiro received a message from Makomo warning them that they were expected at the entrance. She put away her sword and left with her teacher and classmate, heading towards the main door. Good evening, Kani-san, and good evening, Kano. We've come for Tanjiro, and for you, Makomo greeted the Kacho girls after they opened the door. Kan-ao Nezuko greeted with her typical lively smile, which was returned by the sisters. Okay, let's go then, Sabito said. The six of them crossed the entire long distance to the street where the car of the young man with lavender eyes was located. With nothing to stop them, they could have an afternoon among friends. Nightmare or memory. The twilight sky slowly faded, giving way to the pitch-black heavens. The massive crowd in the city center was no surprise. Tanjiro, along with his teachers, sister, and friends, were enjoying a moment of normalcy without having to think about their work as demon slayers. I hope there are performances that aren't too late. Then why did you come if you don't want to have fun? Nezuko and I should have gone alone. The turquoise-eyed girl crossed her arms, letting out a big sigh, while Nezuko imitated her, but in a funny way. Relax, Makomo, it's not that big of a deal. Kanny laughed at the girl's attitude, and how could she not? Together, they were a real headache for their partner Sabito, that's what he could see. Tanjiro doesn't refuse anything you ask of him, Tanjiro. Upon hearing that scream, the young man with crimson obsidian hair couldn't help but jump in fright, hitting his head on the roof of the vehicle. Great, I don't think they'll charge me for that. The peach-haired man noticed what had happened in the rearview mirror. He was glad that Kano, who was in front of him, was the only one who remained calm, acting very maturely. I'm sorry, Sabito-san, I'll pay for the blow, it was my fault. Of course not, Makomo is the one to blame here. I'll tell Grandpa Yuriko Hehe. Just wait and see. The only adult adopted a childish attitude, putting on a face of pure evil. In the end, the six of them couldn't help but laugh at what had happened, an excellent moment recently forged. Sabito-sama, it seems there's a blockade ahead. Kano's superhuman vision allowed her to see what awaited them in a few moments. We'll have to walk then. With each step the group took, the music gradually grew stronger, reaching a huge crowd that loudly chanted her name, Ume Shabana. Selena Gomez, Lose You to Love Me is the song playing. Is this a concert? Makomo exclaimed, covering her ears. The music was too loud. That young woman with large, beautiful, and bright eyes like emeralds, her skin as clear and delicate as porcelain, and her long, snow-white hair that became unruly in the night air was a delight to all her fans who shouted her name in unison. Yum, 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 every verse that came from his lips was so harmonious and melodious, a pleasure to everyone's ear. Oh, it's her, Kani-sama, she's the girl you told me about the last time we went out. Tanjiro shouted. Kanny was inwardly grateful that, due to the loud noise, no one heard his statement. It would have been easily misinterpreted. Nezuko, what are you doing? The youngest Kamado girl raised her fist in unison with the others, confusing Sabito. Did she like his music? I don't think we can go to the movies anymore. It wasn't so bad for Tanjiro, unlike Kanny, who once again lost interest in the idol princess. I agree, this street is the fastest way to get to the Toho cinemas. Besides, they closed all the streets adjacent to it. It seems we'll have to wait until she finishes or we can go back home. The last thing said cheered up the younger Kacho, emphasizing that she didn't go out much. My dear fans, is there anyone who would like to come up here with me? The idol spoke in a very cheerful manner. People were going crazy for that girl, and it was no wonder. But it all came to an end when a young man with black hair fading to green approached her and whispered something in her ear. My beloved fans, I have to leave for a very important matter, but I'm leaving you this as a gift. The girl shouted excitedly, throwing some of her merchandise to the crowd along with her staff. This didn't end well when some people started fighting over the goods. Thank goodness it's over, Makomo said, checking her phone. We didn't lose much time, we can still find a function. It's just a matter of waiting for them to leave so we can move forward. In the meantime, let's go back to the car, Sabito commented. The girl and the boy with greenish-black hair quickly withdrew, leaving their staff to deal with another group of people who were upset about the blockade. It seems Nezuko is a big fan of hers, Makomo commented, noticing how she continued humming the music. Let's hurry. I'm exhausted. She opened the door and scattered her things all over the living room. Her legs trembled with exhaustion and she sat down on the stairs. Shinobu Kacho, the middle sister of the beloved Kacho sisters, was incredibly popular at Kaimsu Academy. As intelligent as she was beautiful, she was known as the Poison Princess, and every boy desired her, but her heart belonged to her gym teacher, Jiu Tomioka. Her life was nearly perfect, save for the immense pressure her boyfriend put on her regarding something as important as Hex. Because of this, he gradually distanced himself. She tried to make him happy in other ways, but he barely paid her any attention anymore, and this depressed her. Kano, she called but received no answer. I'm alone. Her stomach growled as she went to the kitchen to prepare a snack, finding a small note stuck to the refrigerator. Shinobu, Kano and I are going out with Tanjiro, Makomo, Nezuko, and Sabito. There's food in the refrigerator, but if you want something else, there's money and you know where. We love you. We'll be back in a few hours. Postscript: Tanjiro is very grateful that you built his arm and plans to repay you if you allow him to. I told them not to tell him anything, she sighed. She took the note and threw it in the trash. I urged them to keep quiet. The last thing I want is to have to deal with him. She cleared her mind of what she had just read and decided to call her favorite Chinese restaurant. Today was not the best of days for her. Having done that, he went to the living room and lay down on a sofa. He turned on the television, selecting Netflix while checking his laptop. I have to finish this tonight. It's a very important project, and if it goes perfectly, I'll get a scholarship at Moon Horizons Industries, she said excitedly. Moon Horizons Industries is a multinational corporation that is dedicated to pharmaceuticals, experimental sciences, military research, and the study of species genetics. She was an intern there, hoping to train as a successful chemist, and with the project she had in mind, she could impress the CEO, the billionaire Reiko Nagashita. After classes, he would head to the Moon Horizon Tower to work hard on his project, exactly from the place he came from. Feeling a bit rushed, she knew it would be worth it to return to reality when the doorbell rang, so she headed there. Shinobu-san, here's your food, a boy spoke nervously, his somewhat long hair hiding his growing blush for the girl. Thank you, here, keep the change. She paid him. Shinobu-san, I don't know if maybe one day. To avoid further discomfort, she closed the door. She didn't want any more stress in her already overwhelming life. He leaned back in his armchair again. The smell of the spices made his mouth water, and without wasting any time, he picked up his chopsticks and began to taste the food. Maybe if I take Jiu out to eat at a nice restaurant, he'll be more inclined to talk to me more often. The minutes ticked by and her vision blurred. Sleep overtook her. She couldn't resist and finally fell asleep. I can't believe she's gone. She didn't even say goodbye to me. The night was very cold, much colder than usual. The torrential wind lashed violently through the trees, and a rather unpleasant silence surrounded their home. A very pretty little young girl with short black hair fading to purple and large, beautiful purple eyes sat crying in her armchair while hugging a pillow. I know what you went through was horrible, but I could have helped you. You didn't have to leave too. Depression consumed her completely, and all she could do at that moment was continue crying. Huh. You're back already, Canny. At the entrance, a sound could be heard, but after paying a little more attention, he realized it wasn't his older sister. The strange noise echoed throughout the estate, so cautiously and silently he went up to his room. He saw his wardrobe, his sword was there, but before he could open it, someone strangled him. You're not the young woman I was looking for, but you're still pretty good for being so much younger than her. Let me go. She tried to break free from that grip, but she couldn't. The strength was far superior, leaving her subdued. And let go of such a beautiful specimen. Never, don't be stupid, I need you. That creature began to laugh. I'm telling you to let me go. She screamed, completely furious, kicking his crotch with great force, managing to free herself. Damn it. Without wasting a second, she went to her shelf, took a bottle containing a very strange liquid and threw it at him. Damn it. The creature screamed as it noticed the skin peeling off its body. Go to hell. She rushed to her closet and pulled out her sword. She would kill him. You're quite skilled, so you're the hunter who uses poisons and toxins against demons. Huh, spoke the self-proclaimed demon who once again managed to immobilize her. How, she said, impressed by his speed. She didn't even see the moment when he ended up face down against the wall. Now you belong to me, the demon with color-changing eyes whispered in her ear. He stuck out his very large tongue and licked her face, which disgusted her greatly. Let me go, she ordered as she felt the demon caress one of her breasts and one of her legs. I came for your sister, but you're beautiful too. She shed tears of helplessness at feeling violated by such a disgusting being as him, and this worsened when the demon began to kiss her, putting his enormous tongue into her small mouth. I like you, I won't kill you or eat you, I'll make you mine every day, and that starts now. She could do nothing but accept this cruel fate through tears. powerless to do anything. Her blush deepened as she felt the demon's groin against her buttocks, and the saddest part was that she would betray the boy she had fallen in love with, breaking the promise they had made, the boy she had been sobbing for just moments before. Bury the light, Temade. A powerful roar was heard as a great crimson beam of light followed, destroying part of the house. A demon with bright, prominent scarlet eyes appeared. Its gaze was so intimidating and its aura imposing, alerting the other demon. Let that girl go right now. And who are you to give me orders? Get out of here if you don't want me to kill you. The demon with color-changing eyes left the girl. She couldn't stop crying after being almost grod, leaving her in a state of profound shock and traumatized for the rest of her life. Her innocence was lost because of what she had just experienced. I'll just tell you one thing, try doing anything wrong to this girl or any other girl again, and I swear I'll find you wherever you are and kill you in the most horrible way imaginable. His rough, deep voice did not please the other demon. You arrogant imbecile, I'm going to kill you. In an instant, that demon appeared facing the scarlet-eyed demon. Infinite Sun Final Judgment. Everything was enveloped in a vast expanse of space. Time stood still. Flames burned like hell. Orange, blue, black, and white demonstrated their intensity, and as if reality itself were warping, countless cuts cracked everything. Inspired by Virgil's judgment, cut end. What did you just do? The scarlet-eyed demon sheathed his sword. Bueg? In time with its new movement, the demon with color-changing eyes was reduced to pieces, becoming a piece of garbage. This is a little of what awaits you if you touch her again, or any woman for that matter. You've been warned, spoke the demon, whose left arm had the appearance of a reptile. That damn nightmares. Shinobu sat bolt upright as countless tears streamed from her beautiful wisteria-colored eyes down her cheeks. That horrible memory haunted her, consuming her sleep. She couldn't forget it. Damn it, damn it. Why do you haunt me? Why can't I be happy anymore? I try every day, I want to move on, but I can't forget him. I can't forget those eyes that saved me. They remind me of him. Bad decisions. It's incredible, it already has about 10 million views so far tonight. Tanjiro woke up very early. A short morning warm-up followed by a brief practice of that strange breathing technique he called Breath of Fire, along with his sword and prosthetic leg. He would soon have classes with Professor Jaiomai and a meeting with Principal Yubayashiki. There was no reason to be nervous or worried. He was up to date with his assignments, so he expected a straightforward conversation. Good morning, Tanjiro. Kanao greeted him with a small, tender smile and went downstairs to the kitchen where he was watching a video. Good morning, Kanao. He returned the smile, focusing again on his cell phone. What are you looking at? She asked, full of curiosity, approaching him. Well, I'm just seeing that someone recorded that girl Ume's concert and uploaded it to YouTube. Right now it has millions of views. He felt very nervous having his friend practically next to him. Oh, and why are you so curious about her? Don't tell me you like her. Kanao was now opening the refrigerator and taking out a large container of juice. Would you like some? She asked. No, of course not, replied the red-eyed boy, putting his phone away. It's just that Kan caught my attention. Ara, I see you two are getting along very well now. Kanny came downstairs, looking a bit sleepy at the two boys. I'm so glad you like my sister now, Kamadokan. But I always loved her, it's just that she didn't talk to me much like she does now. Realizing what he'd said, he tried to correct himself, stammering. Meanwhile, Kanao turned away to hide her growing, enormous blush. But what was causing that? I'm going to change for the academy. Goodbye. The young woman with bright lilac eyes hurried up the stairs, leaving Kanny and Tanjiro alone. Maybe he really liked the movie we saw yesterday. The adult began to laugh. She felt wonderful and so happy to have spent such a lovely time with her sister, her friends, and Tanjiro and his little sister. Without realizing it, that little boy was slowly winning her heart. But Professor Kanny, you and Kanao kept grabbing my arm throughout the entire movie, he replied nervously. I never imagined the movie poster would be so misleading. I thought it would be a comedy, not a horror film. Illogical, don't you think? She finished by imitating her characteristic gesture of scratching the back of her neck in embarrassment. Tell me something, would you like to go to school these last few days you have left here at the farm? She asked. Why do you ask that, Kani-sama? He inquired curiously, looking at her face. Your ability to recover from your recent battle wounds is incredible. I no longer see the need to treat them, and from what I saw you miss Nezuko and Makomo a lot, so I don't see the problem. Or what do you think? Kani poured herself some juice while waiting for her Tsugyuko's response. I never really thought about the fact that I'm healing so quickly, but putting that aside, I would like to attend the academy now that I have friends, so if you'll allow me. Great, like a very excited little girl, Kanny took his hand. If your old self saw how confident you are now, I think he'd get really nervous about it. Yes, thank you so much, Kanny-sama, for everything. I am very grateful that you have taken me in as your Tsugyuko and allowed me to get to know you much better. Just like my sister Nezuko, you live within my heart. Tanjiro spoke warmly with a sincere smile. As Kanny watched the boy open up to her, her heart pounding. Only a few days had passed since he arrived, but a strong bond had formed between them. It was difficult to explain. It was as if she no longer wanted him to leave her. Don't worry, Kamado-kun, and thank you for telling me I'm important to you. You're very important to me too. She approached to hug him, and before he could react, she placed a small kiss on his forehead. Kaka-kan-sama. And she reacted. Her breasts pressed against the boy's back as her arms wrapped around him like a bear's. It was obvious that Tanjiro was blushing and nervous at that moment. It'll go change too, then I'll come down. He quickly went upstairs, leaving her alone. Now she felt incredibly embarrassed and foolish. Why had she done that? Those seemingly not at all unusual actions she'd taken with Tanjiro had shaken her to her core. That was surely why he wouldn't want to go near her anymore. Confused, she went to the stairs to change. What a way to start the day. Kanini-san, I'm going to school now. Kana opened the door ready to leave. Kana wait. Tanjiro, dressed similarly to her, hurried downstairs to the entrance. I'll go to school with you. One of the uniforms of the students of the Kaimsu Academy consisted of an ochre-colored pants skirt with a geometric striped pattern as well as a lime green tie. It was combined with a white shirt with long or short sleeves and a cream-brown sweater vest or grass-green jacket. In Kanao's case, she dressed simply in a shirt, skirt, tie, and sweater tied around her waist. Like her sisters, she preferred to wear long black stockings that reached mid-thigh. Oh well, let's hurry before we miss the bus, Kanao said with a smile. If you'd like, I can carry your backpack, he said gallantly, causing her to blush slightly again. Thank you, Tanjiro, that's very kind of you. He seemed very happy. It wasn't something she disliked anymore. On the contrary, she found his kind attitude very endearing. You did well to bring the long-sleeved shirt and that glove. He had to hide his prosthesis so as not to raise suspicions about his missing limb, otherwise Tanjiro would be discovered as a demon hunter-killer, and one of the rules was to go unnoticed, to blend in with the crowd. They wait. Kani also came downstairs. She was dressed very casually in a black sweater, a beige knee-length skirt, and her signature black tights. We can go in the car. Tanjiro swallowed hard and hid behind Kanao. That simple action discouraged the older woman a little. Won't Shinobu-ni-san be going to school? Yes, remember it's Thursday and she has the first class free. That was the last thing Kani said before going to the keychain where the item rested. Tanjiro, is something wrong? She asked, having the boy behind her. It wasn't that it bothered her, but it was something new, a touch between them. The three of them left and went to the car. The silence inside the vehicle felt somewhat awkward for Kanao on the drive to the academy. It wasn't like yesterday when the laughter and idle chatter had been so pleasant. Tanjiro just stared out the window while his sister Kani seemed worried. What exactly had happened between them? That question would be answered later as they arrived at the academy. Many students were doing different things like homework, chatting, or playing. Among them stood out a young woman with bright sapphire eyes and obsidian hair tied in 2 pigtails. Kanao, the girl greeted her friend. Hi AI, both girls greeted each other with a kiss. An, you know how they greet each other, don't get the wrong idea, they were very good friends, they attended the same classroom. Good morning, Professor Kani, AI greeted her. Hello, new boy. Kani calmly returned the greeting while Tanjiro barely raised his hand. After saying goodbye to both her friend and her older sister, Kanao left with AI, leaving the Tsugyuko and her sensei alone. Oyakata-sama told me this morning that you should go to the principal's office first, he wants to talk to you. Thank you very much, Professor, but I already knew that. See you in your class. He grabbed his backpack and went into the building. She couldn't help but feel terrible when he left. It was so silly of her. Everything had been going so well between them, but the question that plagued her mind was, why did she feel this way? Frustrated and discouraged when he stopped calling her Professor Kani or Kani-sama, she didn't even know why he'd done that morning. All those feelings and emotions were giving her a headache. She entered the school. She answered the typical good morning greetings from all the students without paying attention as she walked through the different hallways of the school. She arrived at her classroom where some of her students were already waiting with surprised expressions. They hadn't expected her to be back to teach. Good morning, guys, Professor Kani. Her students surrounded her as usual, asking her countless questions, but her mind was only thinking about that shy boy who had entered through that door a few days ago, full of nerves. We are very sorry that your relationship with Professor Sanmi has ended. Huh, who told you about that? She said, surprised. The news that's been circulating throughout the academy these days is that you ended your relationship because, maybe, he was cheating on you with someone else, a student replied calmly. Heavens, this isn't how it's supposed to be. The bell rang and the remaining students entered their classroom. Filled with doubt, she now had to deal with this news and deny it. She didn't want to get Tanjiro into trouble. For Kani, giving classes felt endless. An enormous anxiety aroused prevented her from concentrating on her actions. She needed to talk to Tanjiro and clear up the doubts and assumptions that had arisen. I want progress on the models I asked you for by tomorrow. Class ended, and she glanced at her phone, waiting for him to arrive. Maybe she shouldn't wait for him to come, she should go look for him. He left the classroom. The empty hallways indicated that everyone was in the cafeteria or outside on the field. I didn't know where to look for him until I spotted him, also looking anxious. I apologize if I was late, Professor Canny. I am very sorry for the delay. Hearing her voice again was comforting, but she didn't have time for that, so she took her hand and led her upstairs, locking them in an empty classroom. Why did Kani-sama do that? Tanjiro asked, maintaining his worried demeanor. Tanjiro, we need to talk about something very important. She sat on the desk next to him and held his hand, causing the redhead to blush deeply. Tanjiro, tell me, do you have feelings for me? The sudden question chilled him to the bone. He hadn't expected something like that from his teacher. He wasn't knowledgeable about matters of the heart, but his intuition sensed the sincerity in her words. I don't know, you are a very kind, sweet, and tender person, not only to me but to everyone. If I were a little more mature, I could clarify and answer that question, but I don't know, Professor Canny, I don't really know what it's like to have those kinds of feelings. I only know that I enjoy being with you very much and that you are very important to me now. Kamado-kun. I'm very sorry if my answer didn't answer your question, I just don't understand what that was about. Kamado-kun, in the short time we've spent together, you've made me feel so many things. You've encouraged me and supported me when I needed it. You're always so sweet and tender with me and my sister. Having you so close makes my heart beat so fast. Proper Professor Canny, what are you doing? The adult woman held his hand tightly as her thick red lips went in search of his. I like you, Tanjiro. That beautiful face so close to his, seconds away from making contact with his lips and unable to escape Canny's dominant position, it all culminated when the two joined their lips. The eldest Kacha sister felt desire and love when she tasted that boy's lips. They were so exquisite and she was fascinated by the flavor. Ka-ka-ka-sama. She sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, dominating him and making him submissive to all her desires. Tell me, my little one with her beautiful grayish-pink eyes, she observed his flushed face. Her crimson eyes made a perfect match. Why are you doing this to me? I'll show you how I feel about you, Kamado-kun. I like you a lot, I want to have a relationship with you, her sweet voice affirmed her words as she rested her head on his shoulder. Professor Canny, this is not right. I know you're right, but nothing in life is right, you know. My Tanjiro. Canny continued to enjoy her student, pressing her large breasts against his chest and filling Tanjiro's mouth with lipstick. Canny-sama, please stop. Why, my Kamado-kun? Perhaps this will help you clarify your feelings. Ara Kamado-kun, can I wash my clothes in your wash basin? She stroked Tanjiro's body with her fingers. She wasn't surprised, really. During training, he'd end up drenched in sweat and his welted, tanned body was quite striking. She silenced him with another, slightly more passionate kiss. Things were getting out of hand when his hands unbuttoned her shirt. Kenny-sama, please stop, Tanjiro said between small moans. Hearing her name in that tender, innocent voice was like a drug to her. Silence, Kamado-kun, they're going to hear us. She finished unbuttoning his shirt, exposing his toned and muscular body. Those 5 prominent scars on his chest were so appealing. Because of Sanmi, he developed a fetish for scars, and Tanjiro far exceeded expectations. They need a lot of love and affection. She guided her lips to his chest to give him small, delicate kisses in the area of the scars, increasing Tanjiro's moans. Please stop, Canny-sama. In his large crimson eyes a small heart appeared a slash in. How strange, it's always the other way around, while continuing to moan her name, motivating her even more. That wonderful moment between Tanji ni ended when the doorbell rang. She got off Tanjiro, who was still dazed, and cleaned him up. Kamado-kun, will talk about this later. When classes are over, she led him to his desk and then opened the door. Hi guys, I greeted, very nervous and grateful not to be discovered. All of his students filled the room. Professor Canny, what happened to your lip? One of her students noticed the small cut on her lip. Confused, Canny ran her finger over it. Sure enough, a little blood was there. It's nothing, I just accidentally bit myself while eating an apple. Moments before. After leaving with her friend Ai, they arrived at their classroom, which was packed with students. A blonde-haired boy was fighting with a boy who looked somewhat effeminate, and at the back a boy with a large scar on his cheek was drawing. Zenitsu, Inosuke and Genya were her closest friends and classmates. Could you please stop fighting? Ai exclaimed, very annoyed, not caring that she was attracting the attention of the entire class. Pikachu called me without a trainer. This made everyone burst into laughter, further irritating Zenitsu's temper. Damn Pumba. It's the truth, bleached blonde. Even though Zenitsu was choking him, Inosuke showed no interest in repenting. Shut up already. Genya, who was the only one who remained calm, finally snapped, irritated. Why couldn't they transfer him to another classroom? Be quiet, a young but somewhat short man with heterochromatic eyes entered the room. I don't like you, and I know you don't like me, so if we finish quickly, all the better. Go and leave your homework at the desks while you copy this questionnaire that I'll transcribe onto the board. Science teacher Obanai Aguro, he didn't have the best temper, he always seemed to be in a bad mood, maybe it's because he's short. The class proceeded normally with Inasuk asking for the famous copy since he didn't understand half of the questionnaire. It was common for him to have the good luck of not being caught. Tomorrow they're bringing a study on how many moons the different planets in the solar system have by hand, not by computer. As the bell rang, Obanai left. While they were waiting for the next teacher, AI bombarded Kanao with questions after learning that she had gone to the movies with a boy the day before. I wasn't alone. My sister Kani accompanied me along with Professor Sabito and his sister Nezuko and their friend Makomo, she replied very nervously, not wanting to make AI think otherwise. Tanjiro, that new kid from the Demon Slayer Corps, writes, "Yeah. You told me you hated him." "What? No. I just told you I didn't like him, but after the incident at the Yushuki pharmacy, I realized he wasn't as bad as I thought. Besides, he's very nice. I could even say he's very kind for not getting upset about the screams I made at the movies last night." Remembering some of what he'd said that morning made her nervous and a little flushed. "I see you like him." "No, of course not." She shook her head instantly, making AI laugh. "Do you know who likes you? A bunch of third-year boys even asked me for your number because they're too shy to ask you in person," added the blue-eyed girl. "I don't plan to give them to them. I don't want to have a boyfriend older than me. I wouldn't feel comfortable. Besides, I don't even know who they are." "Hey Kana, do you know that you and your older sisters are the most desired girls in the entire Kaimsu Academy?" "Obviously everyone wants you," AI said sarcastically, referring to her friend who didn't grasp something as simple as being liked by someone. "What's with this question about whether I like someone, AI? I didn't even say anything about it. I say that because of the love-struck tone in which you messaged me yesterday and described that to me in great detail." "No, of course not, it's just that." AI couldn't stop laughing at her friend who was blushing more and more with each passing second. It was the first time she'd seen her like this, finally reaching her conclusion. "It's very obvious, Kano, you like Tanjiro, and I can assure you of it with that tomato face you have right now. I don't know him, but from what you said he seems like a very good person." "Heavens!" The lilac-eyed girl covered her face with one of her books, so embarrassed and nervous did she feel about what her friend had said earlier. "Was AI right? So I like Tanjiro. There's a very high probability that it is. Why don't you ask him?" AI suggested. "Do you think he likes me too?" Kano said nervously, playing with her tie. "That's why you should ask him. You should clarify your blossoming feelings." Physics teacher Murata entered the classroom. Everyone respected and adored him like a supreme god who had chosen to live the life of a mortal. His class was everyone's favorite, but all the good times had to end when the lunch bell rang. The two friends arrived at the cafeteria packed with students who couldn't stop staring at the younger sister Kacho. She was a beauty, a diamond in the rough. After taking a tray where he was served a rather strange meal, he looked for a place to sit, but there was no empty table until he noticed a certain boy with burgundy black hair sitting alone on a bench eating. "Look, that's destiny." AI nudged her with her elbow, making Kano nervous. "Go to him." But AI, wait, it was too late. Her pigtail-haired friend left instantly. Full of nerves and with her legs trembling, she moved forward towards that boy with very kind eyes. "Kano, come here, sit with us. We have room for you, Kano. Why are you going with the new Kano? My love, come here." She ignored them all, focusing her large, beautiful pink topaz eyes on Tanjiro, who was calmly eating a yogurt. Tanjiro-kun. When he saw her, he smiled. She didn't know if it was nerves, but she hadn't noticed that his smile was beautiful, warm, and radiant. "Hi Kano, how are you? Would you like some yogurt? I have another one here." "No, thank you very much. Can I sit with you?" she said nervously, receiving a very positive affirmation from him. He practically had to sit right next to Tanjiro because the table was so small. "Why are you eating here all alone?" "Well, I arrived early and actually had a good spot, but some guys took it from me, but it doesn't matter and I understand. There were a lot of them, I suppose they're friends, so it would be rude to hog something when someone needs it more than me." Her innocence touched Kano's heart. "You're in our way, get out," was what actually happened, but because of the boy's kind heart, he didn't understand it that way. "And your sister, why didn't you go with her?" he asked while shaking his juice bottle. "My sister already has her friends and I don't want to bother her," he said calmly. From his pants pocket, he pulled out a bag of cookies. "If you don't like yogurt, you can eat these cookies, I made them." His kindness, she remembered the day they had the final selection a few weeks ago and she could see that aura so bright and vibrant like a rainbow. She hadn't given it much thought until now when she had the chance to meet him. Tanjiro was like the sun, he was light and warmth. "I'll accept it if you give them to me, huh? But I'm giving them to you." He raised an eyebrow, confused by what his friend had said earlier. "No, I want you to give them to me in my mouth." "Oh, okay." Obediently, he took a cookie but covered it with yogurt before guiding it to Kano's thick red lips. A little nervous, she took a bite, marveling at the flavor. She noticed how many of the students in the cafeteria were staring at them, and a surge of anger grew within her at what they had done to Tanjiro. So in the most sensual and provocative way possible, she licked the redhead's fingers. Kana, what are you doing? He said, confused by his friend's recent actions. It's nothing, Tanjiro-kun. Could you give me another one, please? Clear. And the entire lunch hour was summed up as Kana managing to make the boys who behaved rudely towards Tanjiro seethe with jealousy. Tanjiro-kun, can I ask you something else? Clear. Can we take a picture? Hem, good. Kano grabbed his cell phone and took a picture of himself with it. The bell was about to ring. They both had to leave for their respective classes. To top it all off, Kano took Tanjiro's arm, a wide smile on her face, making them look like a happy couple. They walked past the table where the boys who had been rude to him were sitting. The purple-eyed girl gave them a brief goodbye, and with that last gesture she put an end to their rudeness. Once outside the cafe, Kano separated, blushing deeply and covering her face, confusing Tanjiro even more than he already was. Kano, are you okay? He asked, very worried about his friend. Yes, it's nothing, don't worry. She put her face against the lockers, dying of embarrassment for what she had done, and the worst part was that she enjoyed being like this with Tanjiro acting like a couple. Tanjiro's cell phone rang. He checked it. It was a message from Kani. Kamado-kun, I need to talk to you about something very important. Please come quickly, I'm waiting for you. Kano, I have to go to my classes. I had a lot of fun with you. Goodbye. She hurried off to her teacher. So he liked that too. She turned around, he was gone, but she liked that strangely comforting feeling he'd left in her heart. Goodness, AI's going to overwhelm me when she sees me. Rushing through the corridors, filled with anxiety, Ekist, thinking it was something bad, he reached the stairs leading to the upper floor. From afar, he could see his teacher, Kani, detecting a scent of doubt emanating from her. He walked a little slowly and uncertainly, but ended up in front of her in the end. I apologize if I was late, Professor Kani. I am very sorry for the delay. Upon hearing his voice, she relaxed, took his hand and led him upstairs, locking them in the empty classroom where she taught. Why did Kani-sama do that? He asked, maintaining his worried demeanor, now visibly nervous about the actions of his biology teacher. Tanjiro, we need to talk about something very important, Kani said in a very serious tone of voice, locking the door. She sat on the desk next to him and held his hand, causing him to blush deeply. Tanjiro, tell me, do you have feelings for me? Moon Horizons Industries. I must investigate. I can't remain intrigued by those intermediate moons. The hunter in the checkered Hayori surveyed the entire city under the cloak of that Friday night, resting a bit from his long walk, sitting on the edge of a building looking at his cell phone. Chat. Professor Kani, Kamado-kun, be very careful. I don't know why you didn't want me or Kano to go with you. Tanjiro, I'm sorry Kani-sama, but this is personal. Professor Kani, I understand, take care, I love you very much. Red. Tanjiro, this makes me nervous, Kani-sama. Professor Kani, pensive face, I'm sorry, it slipped my mind. Tanjiro, I love you very much too, teacher face without mouth. Professor Kani, my little one, don't be so late. Times. He put his cell phone inside his backpack and reflected a little on what had happened this morning. Should he accept being his biology teacher's boyfriend? Friday morning. It took her a long time to process what had happened at school yesterday, what she'd experienced with her teacher. She wanted her questions answered, but Kani disappeared after the incident, leaving her with no answers until this morning when she found her on the roof of the building. Against the strong gusts of wind, gazing at the endless sky full of clouds, Kani ignored him when he spoke to her. He could smell the regret and a lot of guilt in her. He was worried because she wasn't usually like that. Kani-sama, did I do something wrong? He spoke fearfully, hoping she wouldn't answer his question. No, I'm the one who did something wrong, I just abused you. Kani-sama, yo. Even I don't believe it, I went too far with you. Kani-sama, yo kwai. I don't even understand why I'm acting this way with you, I can't understand why I'm falling in love with you. Kani-sama can. Go to your classes, leave me alone, I need to sort out my thoughts. No, now it was he who ignored her, going up to her so he could hug her from behind. Kani-sama, I could smell a great happiness and love when we were alone, and I liked it. If you are happy with me, I won't deny it. I'm sorry if I acted so selfishly and denied your way of expressing yourself to me. But this isn't right. As you said, nothing in life is right and I still don't understand what you did, but it's enough for me just to be able to smell the love and affection you have for me. Kamado-kun, do you know what could happen with what we did? How it ends doesn't matter, I don't even know what we did, but if you enjoy it, why would I complain? She turned away, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, Tanjiro took a handkerchief and dabbed her cheeks. Professor Kani, don't cry. You look much prettier when you smile, he said, giving her a smile. Kani grabbed his neck to steal a kiss from his unsuspecting lips, enjoying the sugar that rested on Tanjiro, putting her tongue in to better savor the flavor. She felt him resist, but he finally yielded to her. The act ended with a thin strand of saliva connecting them, both faces flushed, but Tanjiro's more so when Kani guided him to her large breasts so she could embrace him. You ate a sprinkled donut, didn't you? She let out a very adorable little giggle accompanied by a sweet sneeze, just like a kitten. Cheers, Kano, and I bought them on the way to school, he replied nervously. He couldn't quite grasp what it was like to feel his teacher's incredibly hexy body against his chest. Remember Kanny's measurements I left in Chapter 2, 7U7. My Kamado-kun, would you like to be my boyfriend? Kanny-sama, would that make you happy? He asked nervously. He knew what being boyfriend and girlfriend was, but he'd never had a romantic relationship with anyone, and it had never crossed his mind to have one with his own teacher. Yes, it would make me very happy if you accept. Yes, Kanny-sama, I will be your boyfriend for Tanjiro. This was something new and unfamiliar with the topic, so all he did was give her a small kiss on her left cheek, causing Kanny to laugh at his cuteness and innocence. Fufu, what a cute boyfriend, but now he has to be obedient and go to his classes. Holding hands, they went to the door to enter the school. It was a good thing Tanjiro had put a trash can there, noticing that the door opened from the inside and would close with a strong wind. Otherwise, they would have had a very awkward moment if that happened. What's done is done, and I wouldn't refute it. After resting a bit and taking his backpack, he continued his journey to the Yushuki Pharmacy and the Hajiki Biological Reserve. This arm that Shinobu-san made for me is incredible. It feels almost like a human arm. I'm going to thank her for it. That panorama of the city was so incredible. He threw himself off the skyscraper, sliding down the glass facade before jumping to another. Maps indicated he was still a little ways from his destination, but not far away he caught a whiff of a certain young woman with violet eyes entering a building, Moon Horizons Industries. Maybe I should invite her to lunch as a way of thanking her for being nice to me. She continued descending a little until another notification sounded. It's Kano. Kano, Tanjiro-kun, are you busy? I mean, have you finished your mission yet? Tanjiro, I'm almost there. What can I do for you? Kano, you're very intelligent and I'd like you to help me with this task. I asked Kanny, but she doesn't quite understand it either. When that happens, Shinobu helps us, but she's on her internship right now. When you get back, could you please help me? Tanjiro, is this your science homework? Kano, no, I already did that one. It's my math homework. Tanjiro, of course, I'd be happy to help you. Just wait a few hours, okay? Kano, okay, and thank you very much. I'll be waiting for you then. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Take good care of yourself, Tanjiro-kun. Tanjiro, thank you. Times. It culminated in a small building, and inside an alley he changed into civilian clothes to enter the building. Once inside, he had to go to the receptionist and ask for Shinobu Kacho. What brings you here to see her? Is he your boyfriend? Said the receptionist. No, of course not. She's a friend of mine and I just came to invite her to dinner. I understand, you'll have to wait for her then until she comes out. The receptionist spoke in a serious and very apathetic manner. Okay, thank you very much. There was nothing I could do, so all that was left was to retreat. This way, please. A group of amateur interns also arrived at the building and were greeted by the receptionist. He noticed her pull out a board with different name tags. So, look for your names here. You will only be allowed access to the next floor with the cards. She gave instructions to everyone, and each one took the one that corresponded to them. I didn't know you were an intern, sir. Gyudoritos, the receptionist said upon seeing the young redhead again. Who is that character to understand the reference? Well, it's just that one must separate the relationship from work. Are you all right? The receptionist looked at him strangely. Tanjiro had a strange expression as he spoke the words. Yes, thank you very much and goodbye. He hurriedly rejoined the group of interns in the elevator, gaining access to the next floor. Together with the visitors, she went up to the second floor. It was a stark contrast to the reception area. The technological marvel left them speechless. So many incredible things to see, touch, and enjoy. Nice to meet you. I'm Shinobu, and I'll be your guide on this exciting journey through the Moon Horizon Tower, spoke a very beautiful teenager with black hair fading to purple and large wisteria-colored eyes. He tried to stay behind everyone. He didn't want to attract attention. He put his hands in his pockets, observing everything around him. Giant screens, a massive number of engineers, scientists, and pharmacists united by common goals. To improve society today. This is a transfusion energy projector. The young woman with the large butterfly-shaped brooch spoke. The young woman pointed to that giant invention which held a radiant sphere of pinkish-green color at its tip or nozzle. That's a gamma particle stabilizer. Tanjiro was intrigued by that particle cannon where a powerful concentrated beam of energy seemed capable of cutting through objects of great thickness. Although we haven't been able to stabilize that formula yet, with it we'll be able to cure those diseases that we haven't been able to cure now. The purple-eyed girl continued her long talk about the different branches that the industry was dedicated to. Everything Shinobu was explaining was very interesting, but Tanjiro ignored her. He wanted to investigate the group of men in suits on his own after smelling a very peculiar aroma that reminded him of his reason for leaving, to investigate the pharmacy incident and the biological reserve. How far did his curiosity go? He continued moving forward and hiding from the men in suits who entered a restricted section. Dad taught me this, and after understanding it, I think I can use it. Using the hidden world, NA, it translates as hidden world. It is an improved version of the transparent world. He was able to penetrate with his gaze the bones and flesh of the man who entered some codes to access the section. He memorized it, and without anyone seeing him, he also entered that place. There wasn't much light, but he kept moving forward using his sense of smell. I can't believe that if there were Lycoris radiata in the Hajiki Reserve, I thought they were already completely extinct. N/A reread the chapter Kamaboko Squad. He remembered a little. A large part of the areas where the flowers grew were destroyed, with a large number of flowers uprooted, and corpses that, judging by their aroma, indicated that they had died recently were scattered throughout the place. So those were the flowers that were picked, but what was so special about them? He remained hidden behind some devices, sneaking around to reach those men he could consider to be scientists. Tell me how you feel, Yakahu. I don't know, I still feel very bad. The man began coughing up blood, indicating that he was in a terminal state. Bring the Ostroken I umlaut Kanz Iogoneken formula. We still haven't been able to stabilize the concentration. It remains just as unstable. Just bring it here if you don't want me to fire you. Yes, sir, I'm coming. The patient, who was lying in a large bed where most of his body was connected to medical equipment, was injected by the doctor with that strange blood-colored serum. A few seconds passed while the man patiently waited for any reaction from the patient until a sophisticated electrocardiogram stopped working. The man died. This one isn't compatible either. Bring in the other one, said the doctor, not caring about the death his hands had caused. And Tanjiro swallowed hard at what he had just seen. How could anyone be so indifferent to another person's life? A great anger grew within him at this injustice. Even though he wanted to do something, he couldn't because of his circumstances. He had to get out of there. He had seen too much. In complete silence he left, walked a little further to reach the entrance of the place, and then left. Kamado, a certain teenage girl with violet eyes, arms crossed, and an annoyed expression, startled him. What are you doing here? Go away. I Shinobu-san came because I wanted to invite her to dinner to thank her for my prosthesis. But I don't care about your excuses, just leave, okay? I don't know what you did to my sisters to make them like you, but I'm telling you to your face, I hate you, I dislike you, and I'm asking you nicely to leave the farm. That young woman pronounced each word in a very harsh tone, making him very sad. I don't know what I did, I apologize, but it's okay, I'm leaving today. I hope so, now leave before I call the guards for breaking in here. What had he done to earn her hatred? There was no time to think about that now. How would he explain to Kano that he couldn't help her with her homework? He went out into the street waiting for a taxi to return to the farm, but something told him to turn around, seeing Shinobu, who was also looking at him with a look of repulsion. Her scent confirmed that she did not want him. He got into the taxi, took out his cell phone and wireless headphones and listened to any music from his Spotify album. Everything was relatively normal until after only a minute of travel the car stopped. Sorry kid, but there's a traffic jam, the man said. He looked out the window and saw there was a loud commotion. Things would have been normal until he caught a whiff of a demon. Thank you very much, keep the change. Tanjiro hurriedly got out of the vehicle. Wait, kid, here's your money. N/A, listen to If You Can't Hang instrumental to get in the mood. He quickly reached a secluded spot and changed. I'll take care of him. A/N, Tanjiro is the best husbando, he just didn't want it. Toxic. I must go after him, careful. Large chunks of rock rained down from a building, descending fiercely towards civilians fleeing the disaster that was just beginning. Keep practicing what Zenitsu taught you. Use the strength that oxygen gives you and channel it into your legs. Teiyakami Kagura. The oxygen flowing from his mouth turned into flames adorned with lightning. N/A, the Teiyakami Kagura, a version I invented for reasons that will be explained later, has so far demonstrated one style, which is thunder, while fire is the default style. In short, Tanjiro hits hard and hits fast XD. N/A, if you're wondering why I'm using the lightning style, it's because Tanjiro canonically used it in the manga during his fight against Hantengu. Like lightning, Tanjiro arrived in an instant to help the civilians, protecting everyone, well, almost everyone. Help. A young woman with a leg injury was being struck by a huge piece of the building. Tanjiro no longer had time to save her. A loud sound was heard. Are you okay? You saved me. The girl watched her hero, who was covering himself with the hood of his Hayori, only revealing a large pair of scarlet eyes. He stopped the enormous debris using a robotic prosthesis and his own forehead. Tanjiro carried her like a princess, taking her to the rescued civilians. I recommend you call an ambulance. Thank you so much, Slayer-kun, the young woman said, blushing to her hero. You don't need to thank us, protecting others is one of our values. He disappeared instantly. I climbed a building, now I had to find the demon's location. The area my sense of smell would cover was too large and therefore I couldn't smell a strong concentration because different aromas confused it. Tanjiro training with Kani and Kano. Strength 6-5-10 speed, 7-10 stamina, 6-5-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility, 6-5-10 breath dexterity, 7-10 slayer sense, smell total 43. 5. I'll have to search for it blindly then. I started running, searching, and exploring the different alleyways and areas of the city, but I couldn't find him. I stopped to think for a bit. I've got it. I opened my backpack and took out my cell phone and, like any millennial, checked my Twitter. As expected, people were already uploading clips or photos where the demon could be seen, so that could guide me to find it. Back to the chase, this time it was easier thanks to the unconscious support I received from people. But where did it come from? It was so out of nowhere. I found myself needing to climb a rather tall building. Sometimes I wish I had that view from Kano, which is incredible. You could see everything so clearly as if you were right there. People look small compared to the ants. The sound of an explosion along with the smell of gasoline, I found it. I must kill him, people's lives are the priority. Tanjiro let himself fall, using his prosthetic leg to guide him into position and use the strength he had gained to knock him down. Teyakami Kagura. Her eyes lit up as her fire-shaped scar transformed into a blazing sunburst. N/A, how much power will Tanjiro gain in the marked state? Lightning style Thunder Valley. He remembered when he first saw his teammate Zenitsu wield the sword using his breathing technique in the final selection, so he decided to copy it. Just like his powerful lightning flash, Tanjiro aimed at the demon's neck, ready to kill it. He hadn't counted on the problem that a purple flash would knock the demon down, so his Thunder Waltz had to connect it to a cart, cutting it in half in the blink of an eye. What are you doing here? I told you to get lost. Shinobu-san. Shinobu stats. Strength 4-5-10 speed, 14-10 stamina, 6-5-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility, 10-10 breath control, 10-10 total, 55. That's what I was doing. Only the demon appeared and I thought that as the only one available I had the obligation to kill him, he replied nervously upon seeing Shinobu's large and furious purple eyes. Well, you thought wrong, I'll kill him, so go away. I'm better suited to killing demons. She turned her back on him, advancing towards the demon, who managed to contain him with a slime-like substance. BB, but I want to help. I'm a hunter like you too. His voice sounded sad because Shinobu considered him useless. You can help by leaving my house and staying away from my beloved sisters. The pillar with the butterfly Hayori checked on the demon she had knocked unconscious. Her slime poison was burning his wrists and ankles like acid, making it just a matter of filling him with his lethal dose of poison. Yes, I'm sorry to be in the way. He couldn't do anything against his superior, so resignedly he turned away. Groar. The demon awoke and with incredible strength pulled at his limbs, losing his hands and feet and regenerated them but a little more slowly. The demon took a car and threw it at him, but Shinobu dodged it. It was just a distraction as he fled. It's your fault, Kamado. A couple of veins stood out on his forehead as he went after the demon. He did a lot in such a short time and they weren't good things. I'd better listen to him so as not to ruin it even more. I must tell Kanisama Yakano that I'm useless, he sighed. Never in his life had he felt so excluded and discouraged. A few drops of water dampened the asphalt and then it intensified into a downpour. He didn't care about getting wet. He didn't even have the desire to take shelter from the rain. Mr. Slayer. A little boy arrived with his mother who, with a big smile, handed him her umbrella. Here, don't get wet. It's not necessary, but thank you very much, little companion, said the hunter of the sun earrings a little sadly. You should take your mother somewhere dry so she doesn't catch a cold. Mr. Slayer, you recently saved my life and my son's from the collapse. I may not be able to repay you, but please accept our humble gesture as a thank you. The woman looked at him with a tender and very warm gaze, along with her son who wore a big smile. He had to thank the rain for mingling his tears. That woman and that little boy reminded him of his beloved, late mother, Kamado. Kindness was something he always carried in his heart because his mother had instilled it in him. Simple actions done from the heart were worth more than any money or service. Excuse me. And it will be awkward for you, but could I hug you? Sure, go ahead. Tanjiro approached and hugged the woman tightly. She showed no discomfort, even patting him gently on the back when she heard a soft sob. He could be very intelligent, he could be very strong, he could always smile. He could be so kind and noble every day, but the one thing he couldn't overcome was the fact that his mother wasn't with him and Nezuko. It hurt him deeply, and he regretted not being with her and his younger siblings. He was still young and didn't possess the maturity to accept how hard and cruel life can be, but it was always good to be able to vent and rest so he could keep moving forward. Thank you so much. Tanjiro knelt down and offered his fist to the little boy who returned the gesture, bumping them together. Your mom is amazing, take good care of her. Promise. I also know that my mom is amazing and I always take care of her, but I give her my word that it will continue to be that way." The boy put his fist on his heart, showing his innocence and sincerity. A powerful explosion alerted him. He wasn't sure if Shinobu had everything under control, but that was the least of his concerns. Even though he was useless to her, he would somehow find a way to help her because his heart told him to. Giving them a farewell smile, Tanjiro began to run, then jumped and climbed a building, much more motivated as he headed towards the area of the incident. Jumping from building to building, he eventually arrived at the starting point of the Moon Horizon Tower. He spotted her not far away, Shinobu. She was engaged in a high-speed fight against the demon, which no longer resembled the one he had seen recently. He slid down the building to the asphalt, and since he no longer had his dominant hand, he gripped his Nichiren sword with his right hand, ready to join the high-speed combat. Respira Teyakami Kagura. Small flashes of lightning were released from his scarlet eyes. He wasn't very fast in general terms, but with the concept of the lightning style that he learned from Zenitsu, he could be useful. Tanjiro currently using Thunder style base plus 10 points for using Teyakami. Strength 7 5-10 speed, 11. 5-10 stamina, 6-5-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility, 11-10 breath dexterity, 7-10 slayer sense, smell total 53. 5. N/A, you can check previous chapters to compare Tanjiro's stats. He took a step. He was hit by the full force of the explosion, which sent him flying. Unfortunately, the civilians who were fleeing near the blast radius were not so lucky. No. Seeing the charred bones of those unfortunate people surrounded by those infernal flames depressed him. There was no time to cry. He would do so after they killed the demon to avenge their deaths. "I told you to leave. I'll leave, but not before helping you defeat that demon." He abandoned his kind tone and eyes, adopting a very badass voice and demeanor. "You help me. If you need the support of my sister and her friends to fight, you can't do anything on your own." She didn't care about his change of attitude. What mattered to her was that he would leave and let her fight alone. "You're right about that, and for that reason I must also become strong on my own to be on their level." Stubborn, she wasn't going to back down from his orders even if he was her superior. He would protect her even if she didn't want him to. Lightning Vols. He charged at the demon like lightning, appearing instantly behind his neck and connecting the blade. With both arms he advanced with difficulty along the neck. It was too hard to decapitate him instantly. When he was almost halfway down his neck, an explosive wave ejected him, sending him backward to attack again. Groar. The demon underwent a metamorphosis. Enormous pointed horns crowned its head, a pair of extra arms sprouted along with a long tail ending in a stinger, its claws grew and the cherry on top appeared in its left eye, the kanji for number 3. It was very frightening and the rain didn't help much as his powerful breathing mingled with the sound of the raindrops hitting the asphalt. Even so, he couldn't make the Tsugyuko or the pillar back down. This is the same one that Kanao, Zenitsu, Genya, Inosuke, and I faced a few days ago. Its scent was very familiar. It reminded him of someone, but he couldn't quite place who it was because of the intense aroma of wet earth. "If you really want to help me, don't get in my way, okay?" The sound of a click could not be heard. Shinobu unsheathed his sword, which was somewhat strange to him because its design was shaped like a harpoon stinger. It was missing a good part of the blade, leaving only the tip in the shape of a hook, which seemed to be impregnated with a strong-smelling violet-colored substance. Like a flash, Shinobu attacked the demon, delivering multiple thrusts and cuts all over its body, ultimately surprised by the demonic creature's unmoved state. "You're still hiding things." Tanjiro was right, because now a kanji appeared in that demon's right eye which said intermediate. A demonic moon just like that one. A great tingling in his nose, that was his risk sense noisily warning him that they would face imminent and deadly danger. "I hope to be prepared for it." Luna Intermedia no. 3 stats. Strength 18-10 speed, 13-10 agility, 8-10 intelligence, 3-5-10 proficiency with demonic blood arts, 14-10 total 56. 5. Willpower. "Kamado, can you be helpful and buy me some time?" "Yes, I'll buy you some time. I prepared for combat. Although my lightning style made me extremely fast, I couldn't rely on that alone. I had to transform the segments of the dance of the sun god into stances to defend myself against this demonic moon. I must gain strength to engage it in hand-to-hand combat." Breathe. I set aside the concept of lightning breathing to focus on what the sun god actually means. Fire. I let all the oxygen flow into my body and concentrated on breaking down another segment of the dance, giving rise to my next posture. Tanjiro's breathing changed, now releasing torrents of fire from his mouth. Tanjiro Fire Style Default. Strength 8-5-10 speed, 9-10 stamina, 8-5-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility, 8-5-10 breath dexterity, 9-10 slayer sense, total scent 53-5. The demon moon went on the attack, being met by Tanjiro, who arrived instantly by changing to lightning style, leaving them face to face. He quickly switched to fire-style fighting to start the fight. A powerful shockwave erupted as Tanjiro slammed his left fist into the pair of intermediate three fists. He couldn't be more grateful to Shinobu that her cybernetic arm was so incredibly durable. His human arm wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Another interlude between his fire and lightning breaths, gaining strength, speed, and agility, giving rise to his breathing hybridization. N/A, this concept is canon, it's from the manga. He was under too much pressure with this new technique, since pumping oxygen to his legs and then pumping it evenly throughout his body was very stressful, especially considering that if he was careless he would die. It was worth it because he managed to keep up with three, dodging their attacks at the exact right time while trying to land a punch. An opportunity arose and he wasn't going to let it pass him by. He positioned himself beneath the demon, unleashing his new stance. Dance of the Sun God, Clear Blue Sky. A large wound opened on the demonic moon's chest as it received a powerful 360 degrees circular cut. Tanjiro couldn't believe it, he managed to attack. 3 delivered a double punch, but Tanjiro reacted to the blow before crashing to the asphalt. His jaw still hadn't fully recovered from his fight with 6 and 5, so the pain was starting to set in. He and the demon began exchanging blows where he just managed to block the demon's brute force with his sword and cybernetic arm. Although that sounded good, it wasn't, because if he continued like this without a proper defense, he would be killed. If I could gain time on Shinobu, I would do well. Speed and offense alone aren't enough for me to survive. I need a good defense like Sabito, Makomo, and Jiu's. Water breathing focuses the power of oxygen on strengthening the brain area to improve the user's reaction time. This helps them possess incredible defense, hence a large part of their stances are defensive. That's right, Kani-sama explained that to me. My skill level in using stances is quite mediocre, so it won't be helpful. I just need to focus on the breathing style to strengthen my defense, and not only that, I must use everything I've learned if I don't want to die. Tanjiro's breathing changed, now releasing small drops of water from his mouth. Tanjiro water style. Strength 7-5-10 speed, 8-5-10 stamina, 7-5-10 defense, 11. 5-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility, 8-10 breath dexterity, 7-10 slayer sense, total scent, 60. N/A, new category defense. Defense translates to how many blows or attacks a hunter can withstand before being injured. This is very different from stamina, or resistance, which translates to how many actions or physical activities can be done before getting tired. Thanks to the radical change in his breathing, he could now fight more on par with incredible strength, speed, agility, and defense, tanking blows much more efficiently while trying to connect a 3-point cut. His new breathing style alone wasn't enough. He also had to use his hidden world and risk sense to read 3's movements, as his strength and speed were monstrous, and he could attest to that when he left a huge crater in the ground. I need to move. He barely managed to dodge a tremendous explosion from 3 of them. Tanjiro deduced that this was their type of demonic blood art since he had used the same thing a few moments before. Frantically, the middle moon launched different explosive bursts that Tanjiro managed to dodge. The rain was intense, but it could not even quell the enormous heat power of the attacks. Hybridizing his 3 breathing techniques, Tanjiro moved closer again, point-blank against 3, ready to connect with a powerful Vals. His grip grew so powerful that he could manifest his fire within the sword, staining the obsidian blade crimson. Turning the hilt like a stove knob, the orange flames turned blue, and the crimson blade itself glowed indigo. He found an opening beneath the moon and reconnected with the clear blue sky, managing to open a wound in his stomach and arms. Although the wound was insignificant, it managed to prevent its regeneration, and not only that, the blue blade slowly consumed some of its flesh, making its generation time much slower. Whatever is happening, I must continue to take advantage of it before it disappears. 3 became enraged, and banging his fists against the ground, a bombardment was unleashed, further widening that infernal panorama. I must hurry or she will die. I don't even want to imagine what Kani and Kana would feel, especially if they find out that I was involved. Shinobu darted at top speed along the walls of the buildings. So fast and elegant she looked that she resembled a butterfly. His goal was to return to his laboratory in the Moon Horizon Tower. There he had something that would be extremely useful in the battle against the demon. With all that momentum gained, he made a tremendous leap powerful enough to shatter the windows. He continued moving at full speed, climbing the building until he reached the rooftop of the tower. Thanks to his tiny size, he could slip through the ventilation grates with incredible speed to find his way to his laboratory. Here with a kick he broke the hatch, arriving at his usual workplace. Where is that formula I've been working on? She checked her shelves, found her lab coat, and immediately put it on. Shinobu, are you still there? The voice of a somewhat older man startled her. She adjusted her brooch and went to open the door. The man greeted her very pleasantly. I thought you weren't there anymore since there's hardly any noise coming from your lab, he laughed. I'm working on something very important and I need to be in absolute concentration if you'll excuse me. She tried to close the door again, but the man blocked it with his foot. Shinobu, I was wondering if you'd like to go out to dinner with me after we finish work. The brownied man said nervously. I already told you I have a boyfriend, and he's very jealous. She let out a big sigh, remembering how complicated her relationship with Jiwoo was. I've never seen him bring you here, and besides, it's not good that he's so jealous. The man had feelings for Shinobu, and how could he not when that young woman with big purple eyes and porcelain skin was so precious and beautiful? That's a separate matter, she has her reasons for it, but anyway, goodbye. She pushed her foot away to close the door. Again, she let out a long sigh, leaning against the glass wall before sliding down until she was sitting on the floor. She didn't want to admit that her classmate was absolutely right. Jiwoo was very distant with her. He wasn't romantic at all and was quite apathetic. She was the one who had to take the initiative, inviting him to dinner at restaurants, to the movies, the theater, the amusement park, and all those places where she thought they could have a romantic moment, but nothing ever happened. The only thing they shared were those lustful kisses and caresses in his office at the academy. She couldn't stop thinking about it every day. She wondered if it would be right to sleep with Jiwoo. Maybe that way she could show him that she truly loved him and he would understand. Her insecurity would disappear if she gave him her virginity, creating a hope that they could be together. This is so complicated. Anyway, he cleared his mind to focus again on the fact that a powerful demon was loose like a beast and was destroying the city, so he went for his notebook in search of a certain formula. I understand, I just need to add the C6H6Na, or benzene, to the formula with extreme care. I drop a few drops of your concentrate into a test tube and then place it in your vortex shaker. While this was happening, he searched the cabinets for some small bottles that were filled with his antidemon poisons and toxins, took other concentrates he had, and brought them to the table. There he mixed all his compounds in a beaker, waiting for his vortex stirrer to deliver the test tube full of benzene. He added it to his compound and placed it in his centrifuge, waiting a little longer for the final result. A semi-translucent black liquid resembling slime. His slime poison was now perfect, and he filled it into small jars. She dressed again in her hunting outfit and placed some vials on her belt while she inserted her leftover compound into the sheath of her sword, which she had modified herself to function as a portable poison mixer and charger. He tidied everything up and headed back to the ventilation grates to finally get to the roof by jumping off the building. With her Haori, she seemed to fly like a beautiful butterfly descending to another building to start running. He could already hear the faint sounds and see the small lights of explosions, so he accelerated. His eyes couldn't believe it. Tanjiro stood against the moon, continuing the fight despite the enormous amount of time it took. He charged at the demon, knocking it down with a kick powered by his momentum. He immediately restrained it with his slime venom, then inflicted multiple wounds, letting the toxins finish it off. GROAR. 3 roared from the pain of that poison melting his limbs and burning his insides. It was all over for him. Kamado, you did a good job. Tanjiro seemed to ignore her. His crimson black hair covered his eyes. Trez refused to surrender and, pulling on his limbs again, freed himself. His body slowly fell to pieces, but he would not die without first killing the pillar that had caused him so much pain. In a final attack, her snake-like tail was directed towards Shinobu's head, who was unable to react to the attack. Tanjiro's heavy breathing and his revealed white eyes indicated that he fought all that time unconsciously, driven by sheer willpower. Shinobu's stunned face couldn't tell what was more unbelievable, either that or Tanjiro had stepped forward and taken the attack to his chest. His Haori fell to pieces, revealing his body in terrible condition, along with his prosthetic leg. Tanjiro ripped off 3's tail and lunged at him, delivering the final cut to his neck. The demon slowly began to decompose completely from the poison, finally dying. Kamado. Tanjiro turned towards her, taking a few steps before succumbing to his injuries and finally falling to the ground. Kamado, it's all over. Shinobu. Strength 4-5-10 speed, 14-10 stamina, 6-5-10 defense, 5-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility, 10-10 breath dexterity, 10-10 total, 60. Tanjiro base. Strength 6-5-10 speed, 7-10 stamina, 6-5-10 defense, 6-5-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility, 6-5-10 breath dexterity, 7-10 slayer sense, total sent 50. Tanjiro immortals. My mom baked all these breads, you can eat as many as you like. Thank you, Tanji-kun, you're very kind to me, to everyone. I mean to everyone. You're my partner, so I want you to remember me as someone good. You're more than good, Tanji, and I don't plan on forgetting you because you're very special to me. We'd better go back to Miss Hayami or she'll worry. Tanji-kun, look, my finger jiggled. What was the purpose of that kiss on my cheek? I just wanted to give it to you because I like you, Tanjiro. What I don't understand. You're still too young to understand, but when you understand my feelings, you'll make me very happy. Kamado-kun. My head was throbbing terribly and I barely remember how I ended up lying back in bed. I could clearly see my teacher Kani-sama, Kano, Nezuko, Makomo, Sabito, and also Shinobu-san with a look of total relief. What happened? It's nothing, Kamado-kun, it's just that someone left you to your own devices fighting a demon moon, Kani said, looking very annoyed. It was the first time she'd seen her like this. Her sweet and affectionate demeanor had shifted to one of discomfort and seriousness. I'm sorry. Shinobu kept her gaze down, not wanting to see her sisters because she knew very well what would happen if Tanjiro got hurt, and yet she didn't care. Old man, every time you come back it's worse. Sabito, though relieved, still felt a touch of worry seeing his younger brother covered in bandages. It wasn't something he liked. Tanjiro-kun, you must stop being a demon slayer. It's for your own good. Kano had teary eyes next to Makomo and Nezuko. They appeared to have cried intensely. Kano is right, Tanjiro. If you keep facing demons much stronger than you, you'll end up. I'd rather not say it. Tanjiro was very important to Makomo, so she couldn't help but shed a few tears when he was hurt, especially given the state he was in last night. Nezuko, holding her cell phone, passed it to her brother, who looked scared when he saw who the man on the video call was. Grandfather. Good heavens, what's going through your head, Tanjiro? How could you even think of confronting a demon of that level? What if you died? Grandfather Sakonji scolded him. This incident, along with Muzan's, worried him greatly about his son's lack of maturity. I had to do it. People were at enormous risk with that demon on the loose. I was the only one at that moment who could face him. Sun God, give me patience with this child. Yurikodaki let out a big sigh. After an intense and lengthy scolding courtesy of his grandfather, the video call ended, yet he did not regret ending it that way. The will of the strong is to protect the weak, an ideal his father had instilled in him. I have to go check homework. I told you if you leave a lot of homework, right, Kano? Makomo looked at her partner Tsuguko, who couldn't lie, and affirmed that she did leave them homework. Not much, but it was something. Anyway, I'm leaving now. Let me know if you need anything and I'll come back. Frustrated by what his students had just said, the peach-haired young man left the room, leaving them alone. I already noticed I don't have Shinobu-san's prosthesis. His arm was completely destroyed in the fight, so he was missing a hand again. I'll build you another one. Of course you should do it. If it was your fault that Tanjiro came back more dead than alive. Kani was really angry with her sister taking revenge for what happened to her Tsuguko. Kani-ni-san, there's no need to raise your voice. Nezuko and Makomo, like statues, did not move in the present scene. Kano, are you defending her? Doesn't it hurt you to see Tanjiro like this? Kani couldn't help but feel sad again. She wanted to protect and take care of her little Kamado-kun. Yes, Ni-san, it hurts me a lot to see Tanjiro like this, but getting angry with Shinobu won't solve anything. Kano spoke sensibly, trying to calm her older sister. Tanjiro, for his part, sat down and then removed all the bandages from his body. Tanjiro, what are you doing? Makomo and Nezuko were overexcited by their partner brother's actions, the turquoise-eyed girl covering her eyes so as not to see his body. His body no longer had any wounds or bruises, only his 5 prominent scars on his chest, and part of his body and his right eye was half blind, left by his fight against Kibutsuji. His jaw, previously injured in his fight against 6 and 5, was aligned. In short, Tanjiro was completely healthy. Kani, Kano, Nezuko, and Shinobu kept their eyes on his body not because it was perfect, but because it looked even healthier. How could I have missed that? Without even seeing it coming, Tanjiro got up, opened the window, and jumped out. The confused group of girls went to investigate and found Tanjiro lying on the grass, his body covered in large burns and blisters. Tanjiro, wait, we're coming to help you. Ahhhhh. With a great scream of pain, those wounds healed instantly. He clutched his head tightly. His fangs grew dramatically alongside his nails, resembling claws, and a multitude of veins stood out all over his body, glowing like fire. Kamado-kun, Kani, and the rest of the girls approached. Get out of here, he exclaimed while holding back his anger. Nezuko obeyed the order and went to her brother, raising her face, which had been hidden by her long hair, revealing a face they could never have imagined. Tanjiro, demons. Largate, Nezuko. Kano watched as that radiant white aura was consumed by a black one. A great fear gripped her as she noticed Tanjiro's power growing dramatically. I won't be able to endure this much longer. When Nezuko saw a small tear fall from her brother's cheek, she went to hug him. Let me go. Tanjiro roared, his scream so powerful that it cracked the mansion's windows due to the exaggerated decibels. No, Oni-chan. Let me go. Tanjiro's hands grabbed Nezuko's head with a single objective, to destroy it. Kani, Kano, and Makomo also did not hesitate and went with the brothers in an attempt to save Nezuko. If he does it, it's... Kamado/Tanjiro-kun, please stop. Kani and Kano tried to remove his hands from Nezuko's head, but it was useless. His strength was ridiculously high. Makomo knew what she had to do, and that was to kill her partner, that boy with the beautiful smile whom her heart loved so much. She enjoyed all those days they trained on Mount Sajiri because Tanjiro made her feel that way. She didn't want to admit it since matters of the heart weren't her strong suit, but she gradually grew very fond of him. In short, she liked Tanjiro. And that was precisely what prevented him from going in search of a sword to kill him, his feelings. I'll forgive you, Oni-chan, because I love you so much. Nezuko. His sister, the reason he wanted to be a hunter, she was his motivation to turn her human again. Would he end her motivation with his own hands? Was he about to do that? The tears of her teacher, of her friends, did she cause all this? She reacted and let go of her sister, surrendering to her embrace. My heart trusts you, Oni-chan. I know you would never hurt me. Nezuko put her head on her brother's chest. He was so warm, I just did it. Tanjiro began to cry because of the horrible act that was seconds away from culminating in being hugged by Kani, Kanao, and Makomo. Shinobu, who had been keeping her distance, merely observing, felt a lump in her throat as her brain continued trying to process what had just happened. What had just occurred? The same thing again, back in bed again. Kani, Kanao, Nezuko, Makomo, and Sabito were in front of me again, no longer looking relieved but worried. And now that it's happened. Nothing except that now you're a demon, Kani replied. How did you end up becoming a demon? Sabito asked very seriously. It was during my battle against Muzan. I completely forgot he injected me with his blood, Tanjiro said, emphasizing the scars on his chest. That's why I haven't died and have recovered so quickly from my injuries. I probably have a regenerative factor like Nezuko and the other demons. I couldn't say you're a pure demon like Nezuko because of these details. You don't have claws, your fangs aren't as big and sharp, and you can speak properly, Sabito commented. I don't know either, maybe it's a hybrid. You overcame the absolute weakness of a demon in a few seconds. Kanao was surprised by this. She didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Nezuko took many months to gain resistance to the sun. But why are you too? Makomo always wondered why Nezuko as a demon and now Tanjiro were immune to sunlight. Nala say. You also freed yourself from the demon mindset, Kani remarked. Apparently that was a good thing. Tanjiro paid them no attention. His mind wandered to the possibility that he was now a human-demon hybrid, but why hadn't his left arm grown? Please don't tell anyone about this, not Grandpa or Oikata-sama. I give you my word that I won't tell anyone about this. Kani, Kanao, and Makomo reassured her that this secret would be safe with them, paying attention now to Sabito. You must promise too. The young woman with turquoise eyes gave her a very cold look. Her superior was not someone who kept secrets very well. What if Grandpa finds out? You know very well he'll kill us both. He was already used to all of Grandpa Sakanji's scoldings, but if he found out that, it would be the end for both of them. He won't know if you keep your mouth shut. He thought about it for a few seconds but finally agreed when he saw his friend with a look full of disappointment. Don't worry about me, you've already helped me a lot by keeping my secret. I'll see how I can become human again, and Nezuko too. He sighed. Go on, it's probably very late and you want to rest. What are you saying, Kamado-kun? Kani stood up from her seat and proceeded to open the curtains. It's daytime. He thought it was still night. He fell asleep again. Saturday morning, it was a very quiet, pleasant day with a cool breeze moving the clouds in the blue sky. Lying under a tree on the mansion's terrace, he was with his little sister Nezuko, with Kani and Kanao sitting and talking and eating some snacks. Tomorrow would be Sunday, so the pair of sisters wanted to spend their last moments with him. As the time Mr. Yubayashiki had given them to take care of him would end and Tanjiro would return home again with Nezuko. They would avoid anything, cancel their outings or plans just to enjoy that rubbied boy, somewhat distressed by the situation he was going through. Despite his distressed state, Tanjiro still maintained his cheerful attitude, managing to elicit many laughs from the sisters, especially his mentor with whom he had a relationship. From her bedroom window, Shinobu, with saddened eyes, watched her sisters very happy but with great anger towards Tanjiro. She didn't like at all seeing her beloved sisters with someone like him, someone who surely had a nefarious attitude hidden behind his perfect and splendid demeanor. She had a future date with her boyfriend Jiu. This time it would be different from the rest of the dates they had because that same night she was going to leave her insecurities behind by doing that. Tomorrow night she would make love with Jiu. The thought made her nervous, but she had to do it. She had to find out once and for all if he loved her or if he was just another face in the crowd. All that would be resolved tomorrow. A date, part 1. What if we take Kamado-kun to the amusement park? It would be great for him to relax a bit and avoid thinking about that. Yes, Nissan is a very good idea. Both sisters wanted the same thing, to see their Tanjiro happy, so they approached him. Nezu, you should use the engineer. He's one of the most versatile characters, he said calmly, watching his sister play Soul Knight on her phone. Don't log into my Call of Duty account again. Zenitsu, Inasuke, and Genya can't believe I got so many kills in the last match and now they want us to climb the rankings to legendary when we're barely in elite. Being alone, Nezuko became a highly competitive gamer in Battle Royale games. MMMMMGHT. Nezuko pouted, adjusting her brother's wireless headphones so she could start playing. Tanjiro-kun, I wanted to tell you something today. I also wanted to tell you something. Kano, I'm so sorry I couldn't help you with your homework. All of this hadn't crossed her mind, and she felt terrible for not helping her. She didn't like breaking a promise. Well, Tanjiro-kun, forget about that. In the end, Kani-ni-san and I resolved it seems, but thank you very much for your concern. It's very sweet. Kano seemed very shy about what was said, slowly accepting that she really liked him a lot. I suppose so. What were you going to ask me? Edo-yo. Her cheeks began to turn red from her growing nervousness, so she ran away and hid behind Kani. Well, Kamado-kun, what Kana wanted to ask you is if you have any free time in your schedule to, well, go out. I wouldn't say it's a date. Heavens, how complicated do you want to go out with us? I suppose that would be all right. Can I ask Makomo and Sabito too? Sure, no problem. Having done this, the two sisters had a date with him. It was late, so they had to go and change. Tanjiro said goodbye to his sister and then returned to the mansion, more specifically to his room. The good thing about being a boy is that he didn't feel the need to dress up like Kano and his sister Nezuko. She opted for something simple to wear, and after that she called Sabito and Makomo to tell them about her departure, but they both confirmed that they could not attend due to some matters. Then he would be alone with his teacher. Nerves overwhelmed him as he remembered what they had done together at school. It wasn't bad. Kano and Nezuko would be with him, so there was no reason to be nervous. Kamado-kun, the delicate and sweet voice of the young woman, could be heard with some small knocks on the door. He went to open the door, observing his sensei with his characteristic smile, which he had already become accustomed to. I wanted to ask you something. Sorry if I'm bothering you. Stop, Kani-sama. She went to her bed, still undressed but already adorned with a few touches that further enhanced her beauty. I came to ask if you'd like to stay here at the farm a little longer or if you'll go home. Your skills are already very advanced, and I don't see the need to continue training you, she said, a little disappointed. She'd only been with him for a week and already didn't want him to leave. I miss my home and I miss my sister. I don't want to leave her alone any longer, so I will return home, she said firmly, speaking of her reasons. If it's because Shinobu told you to leave, don't worry, I decide here, not her. I miss my home, Kani-sama. Being here in your house is not unpleasant, but I am not used to your lifestyle of so many luxuries, and therefore it does not give me that pleasant feeling of simplicity. I understand. Now she was truly disappointed, and it showed in the way she lowered her head. But I will continue to come if you allow me. After all, you are my teacher, and I am your Tsugyuko. Tanjiro's words lifted her spirits again. Not everything was bad after all. Of course, my Kamado-kun, you will always be welcome here. Kani-sam. Kani approached him to steal a kiss. She felt very happy about it. Perhaps it wasn't a big deal that she was visiting him, but for her it was, because in this way Tanjiro would mature as her romantic partner. The kiss gradually intensified as she sat on his lap and wrapped her arms around him. My little Kamado-kun, she said, pulling away from his lips. Kani-sam. Tanjiro blushed instantly. He'd have to get used to that kind of behavior from his girlfriend. If you were a couple of years older, I could make our relationship public. She gave him a cheerful smile. The problem is you're a minor, but it's okay, I can wait about 3 years until you turn 18. He chuckled at her own comment. Kani-sama, since you already have experience, could you give me some lessons on how to be a good boyfriend? Tanjiro asked shyly. Has anyone ever told you that you're very adorable and sweet, Kamado-kun? Don't worry, I'll teach you. By the way, there's something you have that's very important in a relationship. She kissed him again, but this time more passionately. Who is Kani-sama? A big heart, noble, kind, and above all humble. Kani joined her hand with Tanjiro's, letting her feelings take over as she kissed his neck. Akan-sama. She took his hands and placed them on her waist, making him even more nervous. Hugging you is a lesson in being a good boyfriend. Things were getting intense. Kani's kisses were much more passionate as she laid Tanjiro down on the bed. I love you so much, Kamado-kun. He avoided looking at her. Her large breasts, when in contact with his, gave him an indescribably strange but pleasant sensation because they were very soft. She parted her lips, smearing his with lipstick as a thin strand of saliva connected them. When do you think we can go on a date, just the two of us? She asked, stroking Tanjiro's silky, reddish-black hair. I don't know, Kani-sama, whenever you want. I suppose her breathing was very heavy due to the intense moment present. Okay, then I'll go so you can change. She got up from Tanjiro's body and left the room, leaving the boy with a strange feeling. If he thought this was too much for him, how wrong he was. Nezu, don't be like that, I want to play too. No, Oni-chan, wait your turn, no. The Kamado siblings were fighting over who wanted to play on the cell phone, finally giving in to their younger sister, but not before asking her the time. By 7 p.m. the sun had set, painting the entire landscape in ebony blue with the faint light of the rising stars. Tanjiro and Nezuko, like any good pair of siblings, fought and were able to continue until Kanao and Kani joined them. Appearance of the Kamagod brothers, they're handsome. Two gorgeous women who would never exist again in this life. Tanjiro blushed involuntarily at the sight of the duo of beauties before him. He truly was a very lucky man. /N, Tanjiro, you're so lucky. V. Sorry if we made you wait, said the adult very cheerfully. Tanjiro-kun, you look very cute. Thank you so much, Kanao, you look great too. That compliment, accompanied by the sunshine's smile, was the final straw for Kanao's heart, who once again hid behind her sister, overcome with embarrassment. Okay, let's go, Nezuko exclaimed, very excited. But where are we going? Kanao commented they didn't have any place planned to go. What do you think about going to the amusement park? Nezuko and I used to go there often, she smiled. That sounds great to me. Kani supported the idea, but Kanao looked very unsure about it, being convinced by the three of them encouraging her not to stay home. The quartet left the butterfly mansion in Kani's car, driving a long way towards the amusement park. We're here coming. Nezuko, with her face pressed against the window, could see from the top of the highway bridge the countless mechanical attractions in the front row. See, I told you nothing would happen. You have your driver's license for minors, and you're with an adult. Don't forget. Tanjiro left the truck in the large parking lot, and like any good gentleman, he opened the door for Kanao, Kani, and his sister. I told you Onii-chan playing Asphalt, Need for Speed, and Forza. And watching all the Fast and Furious movies would help you a lot to learn to drive. Shhhhh, Nezuko, is something wrong? Kani raised an eyebrow when she saw Tanjiro cover Nezuko's mouth. It's nothing, Kani-sama, he laughed nervously. As expected, Kani took Tanjiro's arm and Kanao imitated him by taking his other. Zuko lingered behind, pondering what she had observed. Was her brother out shopping, or was it just that women seemed to like him so much? There was a bit of a line, so they had to wait a while. It was very difficult for the trio of girls to go unnoticed, as all the men who were also waiting had their eyes on them. Tanjiro didn't even notice because he was absent-minded by birth, but he did notice when his sensei, his friend, and his sister got even closer to him. Good afternoon, evening. I'd like 4 tickets, please, Tanjiro said to the woman in charge of the ticket booth. After receiving a short explanation about the different passes and their prices, he decided to buy the premium passes even though they were very expensive, regardless of Kanao and Kani's refusal to pay for them. You shouldn't have bought them. We were the ones who came up with the idea, not you. Kani stood with her arms crossed, annoyed by what her boyfriend had done, while Kanao felt very embarrassed by it. Don't worry, money comes and goes. I just want you and my sister to have fun and be happy. After all, life is for enjoying. The boy with the fire-shaped scar smiled. That noble attitude and big heart slowly awakened a strong sense of love for him and the sisters. His unconscious actions charmed Kani and Kanao. I have the best Onii-chan in the world. Nezuko hugged Tanjiro tightly, lifting him up. Nezu, they're watching us. And what do I care? Both sisters felt saddened by Shinobu's disdain for Tanjiro when he was everything that was right in a boy. Did she have her reasons? Perhaps, but there was no need to reiterate that she couldn't stand him and that she hated him. Kanao, Kani-sama, are you okay? It's nothing, Tanjiro/Kamado-kun, the Kacha sisters spoke in unison. I'll believe you then. Exciting, isn't it? It says here that we can go on all the mechanical rides. That's what his ticket said, so he would make the most of it. The quartet began their journey through the entire park by choosing which of the hundreds of attractions they could go on first. The endless colorful lights, the sound of engines working at full power, the joyful shouts of the people under that ebony sky filled with small white lights, as was the night sky, was the perfect setting for the quartet to take a large number of selfies. Tanjiro hurried to get to a shop that sold all kinds of sweets, buying large cotton candies, 3 pink ones and 1 red one. Thank you so much, Kamado/Tanjiro-kun, the sisters said. They bowed down to Tanjiro and accepted the gift with a smile. I think I'll buy you 2 more, Nezu. He scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed, forgetting how much of a glutton his sister was when it came to sweets and desserts. Almost instantly she devoured her cotton candy. After paying the man, the 4 of them continued walking, with Tanjiro giving his cotton to his sister. Open your mouth, Kamado-kun. Kani spoke authoritatively, wanting him to eat a piece of cotton. This. Tanjiro-kun, you can eat some of mine, Kanao said shyly, handing him a piece of cotton. It felt so awkward having both sisters giving him the candy, but what could he do? He ended up accepting it so as not to attract any more attention. It's Onii-chan. All right, Nezu. Tanjiro gave her the high five. After walking for a while, they found the first ride they would go on. Following her sister, she took Kani and Kanao by the hands until they reached the enormous mechanical attraction, hoping to spend an amazing time with them. A date, part 2. I haven't been on these kinds of rides. In fact, I haven't even been on one. She wasn't lying. Always being at home and not going out, preferring to stay in her room with her laptop and headphones watching anime, made Kanao an otaku. It will be fun, Kanao. It's very exciting, isn't it, Kani-sama? Well, it's my first time at an amusement park. I'm not familiar with it, but I guess it does look exciting. What? This is the first time you've come to the amusement park. What you're missing? It had been 2 years since he'd last visited that place where important and beautiful memories were forged, but once again he found himself in the amusement park that his parents had brought him and his sister to countless times. They'll have an amazing time. It was their turn to go on the ride. They got into a basket and then put on their seatbelts and all the corresponding safety gear. Nezuko looked very excited next to her brother. Kani maintained a calm expression and Kano hugged Tanjiro's right arm tightly out of fear. The game slowly started to spin, then spun faster. Woohoo. Bua more rap gone. Obeying Nezuko's order, the game operator intensified things even more by raising the entire wheel, now with the people spinning like a tire at maximum speed. To everyone's eyes, the moon appeared in less than a second, followed by a combination of multiple colors due to the intense centrifugal speed to which they were subjected. Inside her basket, Nezuko couldn't stop screaming euphorically from the adrenaline, being imitated by Tanjiro. Kani also ended up screaming with excitement, except for Kano, who did not open her eyes and continued hugging Tanjiro. The speed slowed as the Ferris wheel descended. The ride would soon be over. With blurry vision, the trio of boys got off along with the rest of the people. It was probably worth it though when one of them threw up. I had forgotten this feeling of excitement. It was a lot of fun, Kani said, sharing the same attitude as the Kamado brothers. Kano were on the ground now. She could fight powerful demons, jump and climb buildings and skyscrapers without showing fear, but she couldn't handle a simple amusement park ride that was Kano. They set off again in search of a ride to climb on, but they had to stop because Nezuko wanted a huge teddy bear. Excuse me, sir, I would like to try to win that stuffed animal. The game was simple: knock down a group of pins with a ball with a limit of 3 attempts. Tanjiro took the balls and, aiming for the center, threw the ball. You missed. You have 2 more attempts, the man said, holding back laughter at Tanjiro's missed shot. Good. I tried again but got the same result. You failed. You have 1 attempt left. Good. If his sister wanted it, his sister would get it. Using full focus breathing and powered up with Tei Nakami, Tanjiro again fixed his target in the center of the pines and threw it at full power. What? He looked incredulously at the ball hitting the center but bouncing off the pins. Sir, your game is sabotaged. Of course not, maybe you're too weak to knock him down, the man laughed. I'm sorry, Nezuko, I'll try to buy you one just like that. He looked disappointed in himself at his younger sister, who looked very sad. N/A to match the moment. Excuse me, sir, I would also like to try, Kani said enthusiastically. With all due respect, miss, if the young man couldn't do it, what makes you think you'd at least know how to throw the ball? He said, handing the balls to the flower pillar. I have nothing to lose by trying. Well, I wish you luck. What? Kani not only knocked them down but destroyed all the pine trees. Who would have thought? I know how to throw a ball. Incredible, Kani-sama/Ni-san. Kano and Tanjiro said in amazement. With your permission, I'll take this. Kani took the plushie herself and handed it to Nezuko, who hugged her. Thank you so much. The quartet withdrew, leaving the man with a very astonished expression. Now Nezuko was still hugging Kani, along with Tanjiro and Kano, who continued to praise her for her feat, stopping at another shop because the younger girl now wanted a stuffed unicorn that she saw. Excuse me, sir, I'd like to try to win that plushie. Tanjiro spoke again. The game was simple: use a gun with 10 bullets to hit a dummy. Easy. Tanjiro took the gun, paying attention to the location of his target, and fired 3 times, but it was a null shot because he missed. Focus. 2 more bullets were wasted, the 6th being a perfect shot. Huh, sir, that shot hit him. Well, it doesn't seem like it. Don't worry, you have 4 shots left. The dummy started disappearing and reappearing, increasing the game's difficulty. He was good and accurate at targeting his objectives, so waiting for the few seconds before the dummy reappeared, he fired. Hey sir, that's not fair. Nothing comes easy, kid, but don't get discouraged, you have 3 shots left. Now the doll appeared and disappeared as it moved, greatly increasing the difficulty. He waited a few moments to learn the movement pattern of the Echo doll, then fired again. There was no reason to complain anymore. The game was modified again. Now the doll took a long time to appear and disappear, making it agonizing to waste 2 more bullets, leaving only 1. Tanjiro-kun, may I try? Kano approached him, maintaining her shyness. Sure, why not? Let's hope you can win, the man laughed. He had done more difficult things than hit a target that disappeared and had an undefined pattern. Kano fired and hit the target. Kano, that was incredible. But women aren't skilled with weapons. We recently met a man who looks just like you, Kano said, taking the stuffed animal from him. There's a good chance you two are brothers. Thank you so much for the gift. You're amazing, Kano. Do you have any secrets? That shot was spectacular and very precise. No, Tanjiro-kun, she blinked at him multiple times as she walked alongside her sister. Nezuko was overflowing with joy as she hugged the sisters. They would make excellent sisters-in-law if they married their older brother. I don't think they'll let us bring the stuffed animals on, will they? He was referring to their next destination, the Ferris wheel. Thank you so much. No, you're welcome. It was inevitable that the sisters would attract attention because of their beauty, but thanks to that they were allowed to enter with the stuffed animals. As the next game began, the quartet could admire the incredible view from their vantage point high above. The slow movement, the cool night breeze, and the presence of the bright moon and its constellation of stars were captured by Nezuko in a selfie. Kamado-kun, are you alright? You seemed very happy just a few seconds ago. I'm sorry, Kani-sama, it's hard for me not to think about my family. Nezuko and I always came to this attraction. I keep trying to forget them, but Tanjiro-kun, we can't go back to the past. If we could, I assure you everyone would. But all that's left is to live our present with joy. That's what matters, Kano said sweetly. Despite not having a family that truly loved her, she eventually found it with her older sisters Shinobu and Kani. Yes, you're right, Kano. She stood up to survey the scene below. I really wish Shinobu-san could have come with us. I feel terrible about her being alone at home. Despite everything she did to him, his hatred, contempt, and repulsion didn't bother him. On the contrary, his heart pounded, wondering if she was possibly suffering for some reason. He wasn't aware of this feeling. He was very kind to me by building me another prosthesis. It wasn't his obligation, but he did it anyway. Even though he was a demon, he couldn't control his left limb and felt grateful for his noble action. /n, they didn't even remember that Tanjiro didn't have an arm XD. Yesterday. I think I'll wear a sweater to well hide my missing arm. It would be very useful. The young man with scarlet eyes was just a few centimeters away from starting to climb the stairs when a certain soft and beautiful voice, which unfortunately did not love him, called him. Shinobu-san. Kamado, please come here, said the violeted teenager in a very serious tone. He obeyed the order and followed him to a room that turned out to be a large laboratory. I want you to take off your shirt, she ordered him. Oui. He replied nervously, just do it, I want to finish quickly. Shinobu was slowly getting annoyed. Okay. He took off his shirt, leaving him only in a white t-shirt, which she lifted to expose the amputated state of his body. Wait here and don't move. He watched Shinobu walk away, now admiring how incredible that laboratory was. Did she do all that? Paying closer attention, he saw a frame with a photograph of her as a child with a group of boys at a camp. Her happy expression and big smile made her look very pretty to him. Shinobu returned carrying a somewhat elongated suitcase, placing it on the table and opening it to reveal the new arm she had worked on. I'm going to connect it for you. A silence fell, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. She seemed calm as she worked on attaching the prosthesis. It was a good opportunity, so she took a deep breath. Shinobu-san, why do you hate me? The words spoken stopped his work, creating a very uncomfortable silence for him. You should know that yourself, he replied curtly, returning to his work. I don't know, and if there's a flaw you don't like about me, I'll fix it, hoping that way we can be friends. Okay, you could start with everything. Everything. Your attitude, your appearance, everything about you bothers me, and if you can get rid of them, there's a small chance we can be friends. I figured as much. She finished connecting the prosthesis and signaled him to leave, turning her back on him. She heard the door close and let out a heavy sigh, her attention drawn to the frame hanging above her. If you can stop being you. Tanjiro was lost in thought for so long that they had to take another couple of laps before he reacted. Okay, what's the next destination? Kani asked, full of curiosity. Nezuko took the lead by choosing the next game. The demonizer sounds interesting, the four of them said as they looked at the roller coaster. So without wasting any time, they marched to form the line. Which was very long, all that just for a roller coaster. Please exit the demonizer to the left. We went up to the demonizer. The best roller coaster in the history of humankind. It was like riding on the back of a tiger through the eye of a hurricane. It's better than Kamado/Tanjiro-kun's bread. It's better than Onii-chan's. Hey Nezuko, don't freak out, Kani and Kano said in unison, returning to normal. This was already worth the price of the ticket, Tanjiro said, adjusting his hair. It was getting late, 20 minutes until 9 p.m., so the quartet, feeling good, started to leave until Nezuko pointed out one last game, which was a simple train ride. Nezu, it's already late, and besides, I have to go pack my bags to go back home tomorrow. He couldn't convince his sister, who was pouting endlessly, but he finally managed to accept. The tunnel of love. It didn't seem romantic at all to him, honestly. They boarded, noticing a huge number of boys and girls inside. The journey began. Everything seemed normal, a somewhat long walk crossing the river that surrounded the park, passing some trees and the reflection of the starry moon in the crystal-clear water. Nothing out of the ordinary, so the train turned around, but this time it was different, entering a vast tunnel where almost nothing could be seen but a magical and romantic panorama. The train pulled away again, bathed in moonlight. Tanjiro's expression changed drastically, his face was flushed red and his lips were smeared with lipstick. Both sisters smiled happily, their cheeks flushed, which is why it was called the kissing tunnel. The ride ended and the four of them got off. with Tanjiro still processing the 2 kisses he had received without fully knowing who they were from. Now the 4 of them left the park and went to the parking lot where Kanny had to drive the car because Tanjiro's stunned and petrified state did not allow him to. It had been an excellent idea to come to the amusement park on her no date. Shinobu's conflicts. Today was a very important day for her. Apparently, after so much negativity these past few days, the world was finally smiling on her. She got out of bed very early and stretched a little. She didn't sleep very well last night after the scolding she received from her sisters. Yesterday, the Butterfly Mansion, former home of the Kacho family, a pair of renowned and successful pharmaceutical chemists who had the unfortunate fate of dying very young, leaving their beloved and precious daughters Kanny and Shinobu alone and abandoned. Even so, their daughters would remember them forever in their hearts. A certain young woman with violet eyes, lying in the least comfortable way possible on her sofa, was having fun playing Spider-Man Miles Morales on her PS5. It was exciting for her because it reminded her of her alter ego and her work as a vigilante in the city of Tokyo as an assassin demon hunter, so she felt identified with it. Unfortunately for her, her moment of peace and fun ended when she saw a certain young man with crimson eyes enter, very animated, along with his sisters, who were carrying some large plush toys shaped like butterflies. It wasn't necessary, Tanjiro-kun. Of course, Nezuko got what you earned, so I wasn't going to let you come back empty-handed, she said as she walked back outside. I agree with Kanao Kamado-kun, you didn't need to spend any more of your money on us. That lovely experience we had was enough. Tanjiro came back in carrying a large purple butterfly plushie with the trio of colors dark pink, purple, and light pink. Tanjiro continued to not care about that. I see you had a lot of fun, Shinobu said, paying attention to her sisters. Yes, we had a lot of fun. A great tension arose between the trio of sisters, and to break the ice, Tanjiro went to Shinobu. Shinobu-san, I felt very sad because you were left alone, and well, I wanted to buy you a plushie hoping that way you won't be mad at me anymore. Well, not too mad. He scratched the back of his neck, very nervous. Thanks, I guess, but I didn't ask you to. He spoke, unconcerned by the boy's kind gesture. Well, anyway, I'd like you to keep it. He managed to hide his growing sadness. Kani-sama, I'll go and put my things away with your permission. Tanjiro went upstairs to retire to his room. How can you be so insensitive, Shinobu? Tanjiro is trying so hard to make you like him, Kanny said, crossing her arms in frustration. I thanked him, but I didn't actually ask him to. Shinobu remained calm, not getting overly excited like her sister. Shinobu-ni-san, Tanjiro is a very sweet and kind boy. Why don't you give him a chance to be known? Believe me, he's a very good person. A few days ago you also hated Tanjiro. I don't know why you're telling me that. I didn't hate him, he just disgusted me, but after I saw how much he cared for me in the fight against the moon, I understood things I didn't understand before. It's not necessary to share the same blood relationship for someone to love and care for you as one of their own. You and Kanny-ni-san taught me that when you adopted me. Kanao, this has nothing to do with it anymore. Of course. Tanjiro proved it to you when he listened to you and fought the demon moon alone. What would you have done if he had died that very night? Kanny spoke again. Unlike Kanao, who kept things calm, she didn't have to scold her too severely. He couldn't die because he's a demon, and if it weren't, tell me, what would you do? That's over. Leave me alone. Shinobu was seething with discomfort, and it could be seen in the growing veins on her forehead. This is as far as Shinobu goes. I don't want you near Tanjiro, understood? Me, approach him. You should tell him to stop bothering me. I'll talk to him so he doesn't come near you anymore. If you do, believe me, I would be completely grateful. Shinobu-ni-san, you weren't like that. Kanao's comment was the last straw, so he withdrew and locked himself in his laboratory. Anyway, she wasn't going to be discouraged by that, so she took off her pajamas, remaining only in her underwear. She possessed, for her age, large breasts of 80 cm, a small waist of 55 cm perfectly toned with visible abdominal muscles, voluptuous hips of 82 cm, firm and round buttocks of 72 cm, and semi-thick legs of 45 cm, the perfect measurements of a young woman as beautiful as she was, highly coveted by all the students at her academy. She searched for something good in her endless amount of clothes inside her enormous wardrobe. His clothes for the moment were simple: gray jeans, a long-sleeved black shirt, and white sneakers. He would change much better when it was nighttime. This was fine. His sisters left very early with Kamado to his house, ending their time of residence here, so everything would return to normal. She got dressed and went downstairs for breakfast. While she was there, she grabbed a notebook to write down her plans with Jiwoo for the evening. She was incredibly excited, imagining him finally coming to visit and them spending a lovely night together, just like the sweethearts they were. While she was making her breakfast, she turned on the television to kill time. A demon, distinguished only by its long white hair, assaulted and murdered a group of music producers and a large group of young women who were to participate in this year's Red Glamour Street event. FBI units are still investigating the creature. Things were not easy for a demon slayer, having to take justice into his own hands when the authorities couldn't, so he had to wait and see who Oyakata-sama would designate for this case. She served herself breakfast and ate it in complete tranquility. Being alone in the house was very pleasant. A few hours passed and she was now at the supermarket buying some things for her dinner. She planned to make the best dinner that her culinary skills could. After finishing up, she went to buy some flowers and other things for her evening. Each action filled her with even more excitement. Everything was done. All that was left was to wait for the taxi to take her home and start doing her things. Inside the vehicle, she took out her cell phone to read a message from her boyfriend. Chat. Shinobu, what, you're very busy. Jiwoo, yes, I have a very important matter and I won't arrive at the time you asked. I hope you're not upset about that. Shinobu, it doesn't matter, don't worry as long as you can get there not too late, I think it'll be fine, slightly frowning face. Jiwoo, okay, goodbye, I have to leave now for that matter. Shinobu, ti amo. Message marked as read. Times. The first disappointment, but she shouldn't let herself be discouraged by that. The day was still young, so her plans weren't ruined, but she did feel a little sad. After all, she had mentioned it before. He got home and the first thing he did was go to the kitchen to prepare his dinner, which took him a couple of hours. In the end, the result was more than decent, or I could even say gourmet with its different dishes. It was approximately 4 p.m., so she would start taking a bath now to be ready, possibly for her boyfriend's arrival. After showering and then getting ready, she went back down to the kitchen. She began to arrange the table to give it a more romantic look. Finally, she took out some imported wines from some cabinets which she had previously ordered. Money was no problem for her. She let out a big sigh, feeling extremely exhausted, and threw herself down on the sofa. It's 6 o'clock, I'll probably arrive in an hour. She checked her phone more thoroughly, going into Instagram. Her sister Kana was posting new things, so full of curiosity, she decided to check. It was a collection of photos and videos of them eating the different breads that Tanjiro made for them with Nezuko. She couldn't help but feel a deep envy, seeing her sisters smile with joy. Why couldn't she be happy too? Why didn't she have the same feelings as her sisters? She always wondered why she couldn't smile genuinely without having to fake it, her biggest unanswered question. That was no longer to his liking. A few seconds after voting, his cell phone noticed something that caught his attention. By rewinding the video and putting it in slow motion, he could see a frame hanging on a wall. He zoomed in as much as he could and took a screenshot. She quickly went to her computer to retouch the photo as much as she could. In the frame hanging on the wall, one could see, though not in the best quality, a large group of children surrounding a couple. A boy with large scarlet eyes and crimson hair being hugged by a smiling girl with large purple eyes and purple hair held in a butterfly-shaped brooch. So you still remember me. A few tears ran down her cheeks. No, I've left that behind me, I don't want you to hurt me anymore. She left her computer and cell phone on the counter table to wipe away her tears. Her head hurt quite a bit, as if a memory wanted to be released, but she refused to remember it. Her cell phone rang again. It was a message from Jiwoo saying he would arrive later again. It was already 8 p.m. and her spirits were sinking even more, so she had to wait a little longer. Her stomach growled with hunger, so she went to the kitchen and poured herself a bowl of cereal with milk. She turned on the television, but there was nothing interesting to watch, even on her streaming services, so she opted to continue watching her anime Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. Time flew by like that, and again his cell phone rang. It was a message from Jiwoo. I couldn't expect anything less. It wasn't a message per se, so I couldn't read it by notification and had to enter the chat directly. What she saw broke her heart. It was just a simple photo with nothing special about it if you didn't notice that her boyfriend was sleeping naked, next to a white-haired girl. Here with my dear boyfriend Jiwoo giving him what a man like him deserves. And you? Read the caption under the photo. Her tears were like a torrential downpour. Overcome with grief, she smashed her phone against the ground with all her might. How stupid she was. Jiwoo always gave her a lot of trouble, but she never expected him to fall as low as he did now. She felt like absolute garbage, so disappointed in herself. Why? Because of everything she did for him, trying to save a relationship that should never have existed, going so far as to give him her virginity, now knowing that's all he wanted from her. He went up to his room and locked himself in. Before collapsing into bed to cry her heart out, she saw the enormous butterfly plushie Tanjiro had given her. She didn't even know why she had it, but it was the perfect way to let it all out. I hugged him with all my strength, burying my face in him. Shinobu-san, I felt very sad because you were left alone, and well, I wanted to buy you a plushie hoping that way you wouldn't be angry with me anymore, well, not too angry. Yes, she was stupid, possibly the stupidest person in the world. Next to his bed was a small bedside table, and on it was a photograph he had taken. I'm sure you hate me now, and I don't blame you, I'm an idiot. I just wanted you to remember me, Tanjiro. Between her intense sobs, she let go of the frame, which ended up breaking. The photo was identical to the one hanging in his lab, a picture of her as a little girl, hugging the one who was once her beloved Tanjiro. Among confused memories. Starting another week, she woke up with a terrible migraine and the sound of the alarm clock wasn't helping much, to say the least. Her eyes were red and swollen. You didn't need to look in the mirror to see how disgusting she was, you could see it inside too. She was just a toy for Jiwoo. But that was only one of her problems, since the other was Tanjiro. Her confused feelings left her unsure whether to continue hating what he had done or perhaps try to apologize. Everything was spinning. She knew she had every right to be upset, but the warm, kind, and sweet way he always treated her made her doubt herself. She was truly surprised that he had been so harsh and curt without backing down. It was so simple, yet so complex. At 6:15 a.m. she had to get ready for school. Showered and dressed, she went downstairs to the kitchen to have breakfast before leaving. The car was gone. Canny and Kano had left very early. She found it odd since she always left first. Yesterday was one of the best days. She fought with her sisters, discovered that her boyfriend was cheating on her, and possibly earned all of Tanjiro's hatred. It wasn't too far removed from her life at the academy. She lost her appetite remembering everything that had happened yesterday, so she decided to retire. She grabbed her bag from the sofa and left her mansion. As she left, she noticed the sky had darkened, so she went back for an umbrella and headed out into the street to wait for the school bus. While waiting, she decided to listen to some of her music, so she went into Spotify and selected any of her songs. N/A, even though you're the best waifu and I can't forgive you for what you did to the sun, your music is really nice. The bus arrived and she boarded. Once inside, she sat down and let the various songs from her album clear her thoughts. Exactly why did he hate Tanjiro? It would be inconsistent to say that she hated him just because he forgot her, but what did she mean by forgetting? Forgetting what? She herself couldn't remember the reason for her negative feelings toward him. It was as if they had been ingrained long before without her even being aware of it. They were simply there, bound deep within her heart. She couldn't remember, and the only way she could recall it was with that photo she had at home, but even then everything in her mind was jumbled up. Should I ask Tanjiro? Maybe he knew the answer. This is as far as Shinobu goes. I don't want you near Tanjiro, understood? Me approach him, you should tell him to stop bothering me. I'll talk to him so he won't come near you anymore. If you do, believe me, I would be completely grateful. With one hand he gave himself a hard facepalm, as he remembered that he had accepted his sister's conditions to be away from him. He did everything wrong, and to begin correcting them, he first had to do the most important thing. He arrived at the academy. After walking a little further, he entered the building and immediately saw all the students chatting or taking books out of their lockers. He started walking forward, noticing his sister Kano smiling as she chatted with Tanjiro. Kano saw him and quickly turned away while Tanjiro stopped. That gesture made him feel a terrible pain in his heart, but he deserved it for acting so stupidly yesterday, so he went back to what he was doing. The bell rang, signaling the start of classes, but she didn't go to her classroom. In fact, she would skip some classes to give herself time to think things through. Her body led her to the office of the gym teacher, Jiu Tomioka. Luckily for her, he was there chatting on his cell phone. Professor Tomioka, we need to talk. She crossed her arms. He ended his call and went to kiss her, but she pushed him away. Your matter last night was very important, wasn't it? Love, the veins in her face stood out as she smiled. There's no need to get angry, Kacho, it was very important, he replied seriously. I see, so sleeping around is much more important than spending time with your girlfriend. Who told you that? Who told me is none of your business. At least now I know why you've never paid any attention to me all these months. You've always been deceiving me, haven't you? Aren't you going to answer? Or maybe the girl you slept with last night ate your tongue. Answer Tomoka, yes, I did it, and I'll tell you why, because you're a child. Did you think I'd take this relationship seriously? How could I take someone seriously who still believes in love as a fantasy fairy tale? Just look at yourself and look at me. I am a man who needs a real woman who will please me the way I want. Get angry if you want, but it's the truth, and if you don't like it, then we're done. There's nothing left between you and me. Perhaps she was an immature girl, but she wasn't stupid enough to beg him anymore, so turning around, she opened the door. The worst part is that I loved you and gave you my heart, and I was very close to giving you my innocence. At least that was good. I'm sure you would have used it as a toy too, but that doesn't matter anymore. I'll break the habit. She closed the door behind her. She let out a big sigh, holding back tears. She deserved it. She was the one who begged him years ago to be her boyfriend. Everything was going well. He paid attention to her, and I could say it was a good relationship, but suddenly everything fell apart. But I couldn't expect much from the one who had once been the most handsome and desired student in all of Kaimsu Academy. Another doubt arose. Did she truly love him? Why did she want a boyfriend when her confused mind unconsciously yearned for Tanjiro? What lay beyond her confused feelings and memories? He would have time to think about it now that he was freed from one of his burdens. A good place to distract himself from that would be to go and practice some kendo in the respective hall. He spent a few hours. Now he needed fresh air, so he headed towards the sports field, forgetting that his premonition of rain had come true by getting wet. You're supposed to be very intelligent, and you couldn't bring an umbrella knowing it was going to rain. A beautiful young woman with emerald eyes and salmon-colored hair that faded to grass green said, laughing. Mitsuri. Professor Mitsuri Kenroji to you. Nah, just kidding, you can call me whatever you want, she spoke to her best friend. Both girls watched as, not far away, some teachers and students stood out in the rain, highlighting their sister Kani and her classmate teacher Kyojiro. They were cheering on a group of students running an intense marathon on the circuit, the most representative being a blonde-haired boy, a girl with a large pink butterfly ornament, a red-haired boy with a large scar, a boy with a mohawk haircut, a boy with a very feminine face, and a girl with 2 blue butterfly brooches. 2 more laps. Come on guys, you can do it. Remember, a cold is temporary but victory is eternal. Kyojiro, please shut up. Tanjiro, along with his friends Zenitsu, Kanao, Genya, Inosuke, a girl he had just met named Ai, and the rest of his classmates completed the exercise given by their gym teacher, Jiu Tomioka. At the end of the remaining 2 laps, completing the 10 assigned, the results were as follows. 1 Luger Zenitsu Agatsuma 44 min. 2. Location Tanjiro Kamado 44 min with 1 sec. 3 Location Kanao Kacho 44 min with 7 sec. 4 Location Inosuke Hashibara 44 min 15 sec. 5 Luger Genya Shinazugawa 44 min con 24 seg. 6 Luger Ai Kanzaki 47 min con 2 seg. Well done, go take a shower, Jiu said in a serious tone, leaving with his umbrella. That was great, Kyojiro said as Kani greeted her students. Professor Kyojiro, Professor Kani, my legs hurt so much Zenitsu had to be carried in Tanjiro's arms because of this. He described his legs as being like jelly. How's your new rank, Kamado-kun? Kani commented with a smile. Well, I guess that's fine, although I'll have to get used to a lot more homework. While Tanjiro-chan is really good at what he does, he even almost tied with Zenitsu, the fastest boy in the entire academy. That explains why they moved him up to the next grade, Mitsuri commented, arousing Shinobu's curiosity. Next grade. Okada-sama told all the teachers last night that Tanjiro is a prodigy boy who was very behind in his academic grade, and due to his enormous intellectual abilities he transferred him to the next grade, that is, to high school. I see, she replied, a little jealous of him. Wait, jealous of him. And he's right, Tanjiro is a very intelligent, responsible, kind, and stoic student, although he tends to be very shy and nervous. He's my favorite student, Mitsuri commented, observing his 6 most representative students. Tanjiro, Ai, Kanao, Zenitsu, Genya, and Inosuke. Tanjiro, based on the descriptions made by his teacher, easily won the hearts of many of his teachers, such as herself, Kani, Yuzui, Kyojiro, Jaiomai, and Murata, although he had some friction with Obanai, Sanemi, and Jiu. They both continued watching them until the lunch bell rang. Mitsuri kept telling her things, but she was lost in her own thoughts, Tanjiro's splendor the central focus. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, she didn't even touch her food again, instead watching Tanjiro, who was smiling alongside his sisters and friends, seated at their small table. She remained just as confused, going through a major emotional crisis. Anxiety, sadness, jealousy, disappointment, remorse, and fear all mixed together, giving her a slight headache. Shinobu, can I eat that? Sure, go ahead. The only way to clarify that collage was to go and ask him. But how? I could no longer approach him. She, being the most beautiful, popular, intelligent, and desired student in the entire academy, recognized as a prodigy, was consumed by jealousy at being like Tanjiro. Was this for real? Why are you staring at Tanjiro-chan? Do you like him? I thought you were dating Jiu, Mitsuri commented, eating some of the yogurt that had previously belonged to Shinobu. First, I see my sisters. Second, I don't like it. Third, you said it. I had a relationship with Jiu. Huh, how is that possible? First, Kani ends her relationship with Sanemi, and now you end your relationship with Jiu. What did I miss? It's nothing important, believe me, but I'd also like to know how it all went downhill. I'm sorry, Shinobu, how about we go to a nice ice cream shop I know after we leave? My treat, Mitsuri said cheerfully, trying to cheer up her best friend. Thank you very much, Mitsuri, I think I need to cool down a bit. That's what friends are for, she hugged her. She was the only one who, despite her misfortunes, stayed by her side in good times and especially in bad. The bell rang and all the students went home. Seeing Tanjiro with his sisters and friends was like looking at a vast, deep cliff, where he was the bright one while she was embraced by the shadows. Classes ended and she went outside to wait for her classmate Mitsuri. It was all quite complicated. She never imagined feeling so rejected and internally sad, not to mention the distance between her and her sisters. Had she done so much wrong to deserve this punishment? Shinobu, Mitsuri, what time did you arrive? He became very excited. It's been 10 minutes, there are hardly any students here anymore. What's wrong? You know you can tell me anything. Mitsuri put her hand on his shoulder to show her full support. If I knew for sure, I would tell you. The two friends left the academy with Mitsuri hugging her like a mother. Shinobu reciprocated, accepting that she had done wrong, that her whole life had been a lie, and that from now on she would recover her sisters and her former self. That happy, smiling little girl who hugged Tanjiro with all her might and discover the mystery that possibly united them. Who are we? This ice cream is delicious. /n. Well, Tanjiro has two great reasons to be your favorite student 7U7. Just like a little girl, Mitsuri practically devoured her ninth cup of ice cream, surprising Shinobu. Don't you get a headache from eating something cold and drinking something hot? No, of course not, I see. N/A, according to popular belief, people who use their brains extensively tend to be more affected by the cold, while those who don't use them much are unaffected. What? Leave it alone, she finishes all the trays. Hey, you don't have to tell him. The owner of the ice cream shop in Shinobu began to laugh at the anecdote of the green-eyed girl who, out of anger, did not finish the 10th one. They both went to pay and then left the premises with Mitsuri very happy and with an ecstatic palate. I wasn't really in the mood, but anyway, let's focus on you. Why do you say that you and Jiwoo broke up? Shinobu let out a big sigh. She needed to vent, and what better way than with her best friend? He cheated on me all this time. He was probably sleeping with girls behind my back. I never thought he'd do something so cruel. I might be very emo, distant, and antisocial, but I never imagined he could break my best friend's heart. Well, he did. Don't worry, I'll make sure he apologizes on his knees. Mitsuri seemed calm, but some veins stood out on her face. Leave him alone, I don't care about him anymore. You're right, you can get guys better than him. You have a great sea of suitors waiting for you. No, I don't want to be in a romantic relationship right now. I need to think about and sort out a lot of things. Like what? Come on, Tanjiro-kun, it's just shopping. But I had training with Kani-sama. Not far from the pair of friends, another duo of girls were walking. They stood out because they adorned their hair with pink and blue butterfly clips. The young woman with the pink clip pulling a boy with Hanafuda-style earrings. N/A, sorry, but this is the only one I found of the two of them together, since Kanows are really horny XD. Tanjiro-chan, girls, Professor Mitsuri, how are you? N/A, remember that she has the prosthesis XD. The young adult approached the trio and started a conversation. What are you doing here, teacher? Kano remarked to her superior. I only went out with Shinobu. Isn't she supposed to be with you? Tanjiro remarked, noticing the absence of the young woman with purple eyes. He didn't even notice the moment she was left alone. What could have happened to him? I imagine he had to do something very important. Shinobu practically hid from her sister from afar, which was curious because they lived in the same place. Her heart pounded. Was that Tanjiro? He looked so handsome and charming. His long crimson hair and those large scarlet eyes that shone like fire. But what was I thinking? She dismissed those thoughts by shaking her head vigorously, though she did feel a sharp pang in her heart seeing him so happy talking to Mitsuri and how he managed to make her smile. Again, she shook her head again, trying to calm her racing heart. That intense feeling of jealousy, were they okay? Not even with Jiwoo, who was supposed to be the love of her life, had she ever been jealous. A new question arose. Who was she? How did she go from being a girl who didn't care what others said, who did what she wanted and got what she set her mind to becoming an insecure, confused, and even shy young woman? Her perfect life was just an illusion that was short-lived, and all that routine changed with the arrival of him, Tanjiro. Should she feel relieved or upset about that? Discovering the truth behind their relationship and having a friend who truly loved and appreciated her, or remaining trapped in Jiwoo's bubble where she might have ended up much more emotionally damaged than she was now. She had more questions than answers, but she couldn't ignore her biggest one. What connected her to Tanjiro? Shinobu. She reacted again. Mitsuri was very worried about her. She had never seen her like this. Mitsuri, thank you so much for inviting me out, but I think I'll go home. I'm not feeling very well. It must have been the ice cream. I knew they couldn't be that perfect. That's not it. I just want to go and rest, she commented, a very intense migraine threatening to take over her head. Okay, let me go get the car then. Don't worry, I can go alone. Good morning, guys. We have a new classmate joining us. Yes, Miss Hayami. What did you say your name was, little one? Shishi Shinobu. There's no reason to feel shy, Shinobu. We're all friends here. And? A little girl with large violet eyes stayed back, hugging her teacher's legs, mostly hiding from the large group of children in front of her. The gigantic trees and the possibly endless grass that enclosed them in that field did not give her any sense of security, and the fact that she was alone did not help at all. Sitting on a piece of log, she cried over three simple but very important things. She missed her parents, her sister, and her home. I think I'm lost. From the grass, a small boy with large crimson eyes and a prominent scar on his forehead appeared, looking curiously at the girl. Hello. He received no response. Hello. The little boy greeted again, waving his hand, receiving only a glance from the girl who turned her back on him. Are you okay? She didn't answer again. The little boy sat down next to her, but the girl moved closer. It all ended when the girl ran out of space, so she turned her back on him again. "My name is Tanjiro, I hope we can be friends," said the little boy who answered to that name. The girl stood up and then left, leaving Tanjiro confused. "Okay, children, you need to pair up for today's activity." Immediately, all the children wanted Tanjiro as a companion, leaving Shinobu adrift. "Hey, aren't you planning on teaming up with Shinobu?" "No, Miss Hayami, she's a child and she cries a lot." "Hoi Higitami, what you said was very rude." "Miss Hayami, I want to be Shinobu's partner." "Sure, go ahead, Tanjiro. Please, could you stop following me? You are my partner and that's why I must be with you. I can take care of you." "I'm older than you, I don't need you to take care of me." "Yes, I understand, Shinobu One-san." "Wui, did you say that to me? Your name is very pretty and you're older than me. Is there anything wrong with that?" "No, of course not." "Shinobu One-san, why do you smell of anger and sadness?" "It's because it's nothing that interests you." "I understand, Shinobu One-san. Tomorrow when you're calmer I'll ask you again until you tell me." "No, I don't want you to ask me. Then I'll question you again tomorrow until you tell me. I already told you to leave me alone." "Shinobu One-san, the others don't like you because you're a child. I don't like that they're ignoring you." "Leave it, I don't care. It matters to me because I'm your friend." "Friend?" "Yes, a friend is someone who is there for you when you feel bad, and I can smell that you feel very sad." "Shinobu One-san, are you my friend too?" "They." "I also think a lot about my mom, my dad, and all my siblings, but it's not bad to miss them and want to go back, Shinobu One-san, but it's fun to be able to enjoy ourselves a little on our own." Tanjiro sat beside Shinobu, who couldn't stop crying. The exclusion she suffered from the other children for being a girl and her longing to return home to her family grew stronger with each passing day. "Don't be discouraged, Shinobu One-san, I know." The boy went to collect some rocks of different sizes and then returned to her. "Shinobu One-san, Mayura esto." The girl with teary eyes looked up at him, her sad demeanor turning into a very worried one as he threw the rocks one by one. "Tanjiro, you're going to hurt yourself." She looked surprised as the rocks practically bounced off her forehead while some slid down her face. "My dad told me that when I was little I fell face first down the stairs one day and he was really surprised because I didn't cry," the boy said with a smile as Shinobu hugged him. "He told me I was stubborn, just like my mom." "You could have hurt yourself," said the girl, her fear subsiding. "But I didn't do it, Shinobu One-san." As the days passed, Shinobu's annoyed attitude gave way to one of absolute affection for Tanjiro. After a long time of him being attached to her, she ended up seeing him as a means to find comfort and vent her great sadness every day since, in her words, he was so kind and sweet that no matter how many times she asked him to stop bothering her, he never gave in to leaving her alone. He was like a sun that could illuminate everything. "Shinobu One-san, I love you very much," he smiled, returning her hug. His innocent and sincere words quickened her heart rate. Tanjiro reminded her so much of her older sister, both sharing the same kind and compassionate personality, that tendency to comfort and love her. "Yes, Tanji, I love you very much too. Thank you for always being there for me," Shinobu replied in a very sweet tone. "You're my best friend, One-san. I told you I would take care of you." "And if you did, Tanji-kun." "It's unfair, Miss Hayami. Why does Tanjiro have to be with Shinobu?" The children said angrily. "Because from the beginning Tanjiro said he would be their partner, so stop bothering them. You earned it by treating Shinobu badly." Ever since Shinobu stopped crying and being so shy, everyone wanted to be her partner. Her beautiful smile and great joy revealed how precious she truly was. Once again, the two children, far away from the others, were sitting on their characteristic log, happily eating from a bowl of assorted sweetbreads. "My mom baked all these breads, you can eat as many as you like," the little boy smiled. "These are the tastiest." "Thank you, Tanji-kun, you're very kind to me, to everyone." "I mean to everyone," the girl said nervously, turning her gaze away. "You're my partner, so I want you to remember me as someone good soon. That camp they had would end in a few days. You're more than good, Tanji, and I don't plan on forgetting you because you're very special to me." "We'd better go back to Miss Hayami or she'll worry," Tanjiro remarked, about to get up. "Tanji-kun, look. I'm not confused." The sudden pressure of his friend's lips on his cheek made him very nervous and confused. "What was the purpose of that kiss on my cheek?" "I just wanted to give it to you because I like you," Tanjiro, Shinobu said with a small, shy smile. "What I don't understand?" "You're still too young to understand, but when you understand my feelings you'll make me very happy." "Tanji-kun, you're so sweet to me. Do you think that when you're older you'll always be by my side? Will we be able to keep that promise? Because I love you so much." "Of course, Shinobu One-san, even if we take separate paths, I promise that when I'm a little older I'll be with you. Tanji-kun." It's a pinky promise. She extended her finger with her small smile that was as warm and radiant as that giant fiery star. Feeling the touch of that small, long-awaited hand was the final straw. He always treated her with love and kindness. His beautiful, contagious smile told her that everything would be all right. He comforted her when she cried for her parents and her sister. Perhaps it wasn't much, but that little bit was all she needed, and he gave it to her. She didn't exactly know what love was or how it felt. She only understood it when her heart beat very fast every time he smiled at her and hugged her. The kiss he'd recently given her had confused her, but it all culminated in that small caress she felt. It was incredible how he had made her completely happy. What he would do next would mark the beginning of that promise. She leaned in to kiss Tanjiro's lips, gripping his hand tightly. Tanjiro was surprised. This kiss felt very different from the one she had given him on the cheek, as it conveyed all the feelings she had for him. Without realizing what she was doing, Shinobu slipped her tongue into his mouth, eliciting a small, muffled m. Finally, that kiss broke and she pulled away from Tanjiro's lips, but they remained joined by a very thin thread of saliva. I know you will fulfill it. Between you and me, Part 1. The impending darkness held her prisoner, unable to see even the slightest light. The sensation of wanting to breathe was tremendous, filling her with fear. She woke with a start, throwing the pillow over her face with all her might. Her wild purplish-black hair covered her eyes and the rest of her face, making it hard to see. She brushed her hair aside and saw her sisters and her best friend asleep on part of the bed. Tears flowed freely, she didn't even know why. She couldn't remember what had happened or how she'd gotten to this point. But she did know one thing: she'd been foolish to distance herself from her sisters, showing how immature she still was. Shinobuni-san Kana was the first to wake up, giving a small yawn while rubbing her eyes. She proceeded to wake up Kani and Mitsuri, who did the same as her. You woke up, sister. Shinobu lowered her head, wishing she didn't have the right to look at them. It's good that you woke up, you had us very worried, Kani said, her face showing concern, and that. She pointed to a large basket, but because of the various layers of wrapping, nothing could be seen inside. It's a basket Tanjiro sent you. He just left because he had to deliver some homework. Kani took the small note that came with it and handed it to him. Get well soon, she said. Shinobu pushed her aside to look at her sisters. I'm sorry. Why do you feel that way? For everything, in case I acted badly towards you and if I behaved very rudely. I'm so sorry for being so immature. I'm a terrible person. Shinobuni-san, I don't know why you say that. You're not a bad person. You're one of the kindest people I know, for accepting me, for taking care of me, and for loving me like your sister. Kano smiled, letting a small tear escape. My heart is calmer now that Ni-san has woken up. Shinobu looked for her older sister Kani, who, unlike Kano, had a more serious expression. You acted very badly, but not towards us, and what you said has nothing to do with it. Don't think we don't love you. We love you, Shinobu. You're our sister and we'll always take care of you. Both sisters took her hand and then hugged her. Nothing can separate us. We're a family, little sister. She burst into tears, burying her face in them. She had to let it all out, her insecurities, her bad attitudes, and everything awful about herself. She needed to break free from her everyday bubble to be the best version of herself, to be truly happy. How beautiful. Mitsuri, who had been watching, went over to join the hug. She didn't know what had happened between them, but she was glad that everything was all right. It's a shame Tanjiro isn't here. I wanted to apologize for being such a mean and awful person to him. He probably hates me, but I don't blame him. Shinobu's words surprised Kano and Kani, but they ended up with a small, satisfied smile. You're getting a very bad impression of Tanjiro, Shinobu. I don't think someone who hates you would carry you all the way here to the hospital when it's almost half a kilometer away, Mitsuri commented, astonishing Shinobu. He did that for me. Tanjiro isn't the type to hate anyone. I can believe a good ending for Bleach, but not that Tanjiro would hold a grudge in his heart. Kani stood up and stretched a little, followed by Mitsuri and Kano. Do you want something to eat? The three of them asked. Yes, I would like to. I hope I'm not being a bother. Not at all, sister. And what would you like for breakfast? What's in the basket? She asked, full of curiosity like a little girl. You're awake now, so we can find out. They took the basket and placed it on the bed, then opened it, releasing an intense and sweet smell where sugar, cheese, butter, honey, and fruit perfumed the entire room. Breads, cakes, and cookies were what was found in the basket. It was to be expected from a boy who was dedicated to baking. I think this is fine, Shinobu commented, feeling her taste buds drawn to everything sweet in front of her eyes. Okay, we'll go buy some coffees then. Vanilla latte, yes please. The sound of the door closing made her sigh, and she proceeded to take a cookie. At home, when Tanjiro was there, those same smells filled the kitchen, but he refused to eat anything sweet because of his pride and hatred towards it, even though deep down he really wanted one. She took a small bite, experiencing a huge explosion of flavors that made her gasp, which she stifled. She finished devouring the cookie. It was truly delicious. She ate a few more, stifling her imminent craving because she wanted to enjoy it with her sisters and friend. She started thinking about a way to apologize to Tanjiro. She didn't want to just walk up and say it in a simple way. She needed something more thoughtful to express her deep regret. Perhaps a dinner. She was still confused. She had no idea what she had dreamed. She didn't know if it was real or just a figment of her imagination. She couldn't remember a time in her life when she had gone to a camp. Maybe Kani knew. The door opened again with her sisters and Mitsuri arriving with their respective drinks. All that remained was to enjoy a wonderful moment with the most important people to her. She couldn't continue processing the fact that she had had such a sudden heart attack due to the excessive accumulated stress she carried throughout her life without realizing it. At least it was good that it helped her a lot to free herself a little more from herself. In her laboratory, she was finishing up experimenting with some components for a project separate from the one she was working on in Moon Horizons. Taking time to look at the photo she had hanging above her whiteboard, that photo of her hugging Tanjiro, her first love. In their conversation a few days ago, she admitted she was wrong. It was she who needed to change, not Tanjiro. Her practically toxic attitude prevented her from seeing the reality of herself and her awful qualities, and now she longs to be better, just like her sisters. I had no idea why she hated Tanjiro when in her memory he was never bad as she portrayed him. That was the mystery she couldn't solve. Tanjiro, that little boy to whom he gave his first kiss, as he grew up he understood how funny that was because he still didn't fully understand what love was. And why was she thinking about that? Love. Why was that the main focus of her mind? The confusion and her fluttering feelings, she had to find a moment to apologize and talk to Tanjiro about this, because who was she really? Shinobuni-san, it's time to make dinner. Volcano. Her relationship with her sisters returned to normal, the three of them supporting each other and encouraging her to improve her situation at school. With a genuine and cheerful smile, she hurried out of her laboratory. The trio of sisters were having a quiet dinner in the living room, joking around while watching the movie Big Hero 6 on their newly acquired Disney Plus account. Don't you want more? I'll go get some more. Not to be proud, but her lasagna was delicious, whetting her appetite. Don't worry, sister, we're fine, Kanao and Kanny said in unison, looking at each other very happily. Is something wrong? She looked at them with curiosity, raising an eyebrow. It's nothing important, they both laughed. It's just that Tanjiro invited the three of us to a festival. Lo? Unfortunately for us, I have to check a huge amount of homework while Kano has to catch up on classes and assignments, so I don't know if you feel bad about going alone with Tanjiro. It might be an excellent time for you to apologize, Kenny told her. Okay, and what time are you coming so I can get changed? It's 6:45 p.m., so in an hour, preferably dress in traditional clothing. That's what she implied with that. Both sisters went up to their respective rooms. Seeing that her sisters were no longer there, she jumped for joy and then went to her room as well. The moon was simply beautiful and radiant, illuminating the starry sky. A fresh wind, a rushing breeze, ruffled even the most carefully styled hair. Tanjiro surrendered to the wind. His neat hairstyle was ruined, so he ended up pushing back his long, crimson-black hair. He arrived at his teacher's house and knocked on the door. I'm coming, Tanjiro. Kanao's voice became much more intense as she opened the door. Hello, Kanao, good evening, she smiled. Her scarlet eyes sparkled in the moonlight. I brought you some flowers. He handed her a large bouquet of camellias with petals of a deep pink color. Kano accepted, hesitating to utter a word, filled with nervousness because her Tanjiro-kun looked very handsome and cute, more than usual. Good evening, Kenny-sama. I've brought you a bouquet of flowers. She also handed her a large bouquet of camellias with light pink petals. Why aren't you dressed? First of all, thank you so much, Kamado-kun. For a boy, he certainly knew how to make her happy. Secondly, Kanao and I are too busy to come, but don't worry, Shinobu is free. I'm just asking you to look after her. Yes, Kenny-sama, she nodded. On the stairs, a certain young woman with large and beautiful purple eyes, long thick eyelashes, thin eyebrows, silky black hair mixed with purple arranged in a yakai-maki style held by a large butterfly-shaped brooch, skin as delicate as porcelain and thick red lips, who upon seeing him a small blush adorned her cheeks. He froze and looked away. She was just as beautiful, gorgeous, and precious as her sisters. You're ready, Shinobu, look. Tanjiro brought you a bouquet of flowers, the older Kacho smiled. She handed him the large bouquet of camellias with violet petals, which Shinobu nervously accepted. Good evening, Shinobu-san. Good evening, Tanjiro, she replied shyly, much to his surprise, which pleased him greatly. Go then and try not to be late. Yes, Kenny-sama. I have a presentation with Professor Jaiomai tomorrow, he said goodbye, walking with Shinobu through the enormous garden of the butterfly mansion. They both walked, keeping a little distance apart but enveloped in a pleasant silence, waiting for a taxi. After taking it, they traveled a long way, moving a little away from the city to reach a sparsely populated area. They got out of the vehicle and walked back down in the same pleasant atmosphere. This will be amazing, Shinobu-san. I'm sure you'll love the butterflies, you'll see, it's amazing, he encouraged, very animated, breaking the ice. Where are we going? She asked, shy but curious at the same time. That's a secret until we get there. Tanjiro. What's wrong, Shinobu-san? Could I take your arm? Sure, no problem. Shinobu approached and took hold of his prosthetic arm, holding the large bouquet he had given her with her other arm. The sensation was so pleasant and familiar that she rested her head against it. Shinobu-san, look at the lights, we'll be there soon. He said excitedly. She then looked him in the eyes and smiled, confusing him. They climbed a hill to get to the festival. What do you think? It's beautiful. The girl shouted, completely amazed and with her eyes full of sparkle. This is the first festival I've ever been to, and you, she commented. I've been invited out many times by a lot of guys, Shinobu replied, taking in the excellent view. I see. But they don't really appeal to me, to be honest, he added. Wow, even so, I hope you can have fun. I'll try. The two looked like a lovely couple as they made their way through the countless people at the festival. There were plenty of things to do, and one of them was going on different rides while enjoying the lively and upbeat music. N/A background music. Shinobu enjoyed all of this with enormous joy, watching Tanjiro raise his hands as if reaching for the stars. Was that what his sisters meant when they said Tanjiro was someone very special? If so, he could confirm it, and in that moment where it was just the two of them, he was going to find out what they really were. Between You and Me, Part 2. Shinobu needed to find the perfect moment to talk to Tanjiro about the mystery surrounding them. Shinobu-san, would you like something to eat? My treat. Don't worry, I can pay for my food. I brought quite a lot of money because I was planning on Kani-sama and Kanao coming. I don't know why they didn't notify me with a message. I hope they would have fun. I understand Kani had to review a lot of pending tasks while Kanao had to do the tasks she was assigned. It was all my fault if I hadn't fainted. Maybe they'd be here with you. It's not your fault, Shinobu-san. Besides, there are many days when I can go out with Kani-sama and Kanao for some reason. Tanjiro's response caused a small pain in her heart. He didn't like that she was so attentive to her sisters, but it was understandable since they had always cared for him and loved him, while she treated him like trash and deeply regretted it. Tanjiro treated her with great kindness. She didn't deserve it. Making their way through the crowds at the festival, they found a decent spot for dinner. Before Shinobu could pay, Tanjiro went ahead and paid, visibly annoying her, but she still understood his kind gesture. She was very surprised to see Tanjiro finish a plate of okonomiyaki in an instant. I eat slowly. Or maybe you eat very slowly, she replied, watching her violeted friend calmly finish her plate of gyoza. Now we just have to wait for dessert. It didn't take long to arrive. It was a plate full of dorayakis. Enjoy your meal, guys, said the waiter politely. Thank you very much, they both said in unison. One plate, I ordered two, excuse me. It's not that big of a deal, Tanjiro. She remained calm, offering him a small smile. There are plenty, it'll be enough for the two of us. The couple enjoyed that dessert, Tanjiro being the most cheerful, praising the chef's skill in making such a delicious sweet. There was only one left, so Tanjiro offered it to Shinobu, but she shook her head, took a knife, cut the candy in half, and put it in her mouth. We can share it. What? Tanjiro did the same and put the other piece in her mouth, causing her to blush slightly. You look very pretty with ankos on your cheeks, Shinobu-san, he laughed, causing Shinobu's whole face to turn red. While I didn't know they'd have hot sauce, he wondered, very surprised to see her like that. Deep inside her, chains seemed to break and she felt free to be herself. After finishing their meal, they proceeded to pay, leaving a generous tip. They both decided to explore the festival again, finding a rather striking event that led them to a small forest full of fireflies. How beautiful. Shinobu's feelings began to blossom. Fireflies fluttered among the various colorful butterflies that were there. A spectacle of nature that one had to see at least once in a lifetime. My mom and dad told me that when they were young they used to come every year to a very special festival, so this is it, she spoke while keeping her crimson eyes on the black sky. Oh. It became their favorite place. They ended up getting married here and they brought me along with Nezuko as is their custom. It's very beautiful, she smiled. For some reason I don't know, I was told that when they got married, two butterflies with wings the same color as the rainbow passed in front of their eyes. More people began to arrive at that forest of intense lights. Good evening everyone, thank you for coming to the festival, a young woman said, asking everyone to pay attention. As every year, I've come to tell you the story of the rainbow butterflies. Long ago there lived a young couple from different social classes, a humble young knight, brave, noble, kind, and with a beautiful smile. His counterpart was a beautiful young princess, intelligent, though sometimes a bit rough around the edges, but with a big heart. By chance, they met and unconsciously developed a strong bond of mutual feelings. It seemed that this would soon culminate in a beautiful relationship. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be in a violent and fierce battle against a malevolent being. The knight suffered amnesia. The princess, upon learning of this terrible event, desperate not to lose the boy who had become the love of her life, tried to help him remember by visiting his favorite place. A beautiful forest full of butterflies which he adored. But it had no effect as she couldn't remember anything about the knight. Before the princess could sink into sadness and tears, fate itself, seeing the evil deed she had done, decided to atone for it. To compensate, it decided that those two spirits would be reborn as two white butterflies, which ended up acquiring two beautiful wings of all the colors reflect the diverse landscapes they've traversed. Now two large, multicolored butterflies roam the world. Those who see them will experience immeasurable and beautiful love as they continue flying, searching for their mate so they can be together again. As is now tradition, the exchange of gifts in homage to that couple who we hope will be happy. Tanjiro looked at Shinobu, curious and worried at the same time as he noticed tears running down her cheeks. Shinobu-san. It's nothing, it's just a very beautiful story, don't you think, she commented. It's kind of sad, she replied. Her lack of understanding annoyed Shinobu. How insensitive you are. I just hope that one day they find each other. Happiness is everyone's right, Tanjiro added to his comment. Tanjiro. I had absolutely no idea about this dynamic, but… Tanjiro reached into the pocket of his kimono and pulled out a small, simple wooden box. Here, he smiled. Shinobu opened the box and what it contained inside made her shed tears again. I'm sorry. I know it's complicated and rushed, but… Tanjiro, this is beautiful. Shinobu exclaimed through tears of joy as she gazed upon a gorgeous gold ring encrusted with diamonds. But what's this all about? The thing is… Yeah, because I want you to marry me, Shinobu-san. Tanjiro's words caught her completely off guard, stunning her for a few minutes. She came to her senses again. So you want to marry me? Her porcelain face turned as red as a tomato. But why? Well, I knew it was a bad idea, not even. I wouldn't mind being your wife if you accept this fool who hurt you so much. Their eyes locked, crimson and violet, making Tanjiro blush as well. No, it's not necessary, Shinobi. I would accept, but why, Tanjiro? He took her hands, letting out a deep sigh. Okada-sama has been insisting and pressuring me to get married because he wants to preserve my lineage, so I plan to choose between Kanao and Kani to see who would want to be my wife. They're both in love with me. The revelation was indeed shocking to her, and not because many girls liked him who was Tanjiro. She believed no one could resist him, but because this was the reason for the drastic change in her sisters and their strong attachment to him. His older sister, 5 years his senior, would be willing to marry him. They're older than me, but they're the only ones who love me and I wouldn't have minded that, but I'd still be very happy with whatever decision you make. But what about my sisters? I don't want them to be disappointed. Maybe it was a very bad idea to accept them if they deserve you because they probably love you with all their hearts. What happened, Shinobu-san, doesn't matter anymore. It's just you and me now. I've always cared deeply for Kani-sama, Kanao, and especially for you. She could feel the intensity of his words. Between the rustling of her robotic prosthesis and remembering what her sister Kani had told her about her fight against the third half-moon warrior, about the very real possibility that if she had died fulfilling his request, if this was a sign indicating that Tanjiro would be her partner for life, she wouldn't let him go. Okay, would you help me put it on, please? Yes. She took the ring and proceeded to slip it onto the ring finger of her left hand. I understand that rings go there because there's a vein that connects directly to the heart, as a way of protecting. Promise of eternal love. Shinobu finished the sentence in her thoughts. I don't remember the last part. He scratched the back of his neck nervously. I'm sorry. If I had known, I would have bought you something just as valuable. Don't worry, look at the moon. Both young men watched as a pair of butterflies whose wings shone with a beautiful mix of colors descended from the same stars to land on their heads. How peculiar. She felt incredibly happy. Tanjiro had just asked her to be his wife. Even though he was a little young, it didn't matter. She accepted his feelings for her. She loved him just as much as she had years before. She hugged him tightly, feeling a great relief that she could finally have her own happiness. But everything went downhill. A long time ago, when I was a child, I met a girl whom I grew very fond of. But due to circumstances, I forgot about her, Tanjiro commented casually. Everything was going downhill as she remembered that past between the two of them, shattering that happy memory, and the last thing said hurt her heart. We made a promise when we were much older we would be together. Then he always remembered her. A huge anger and hatred flooded his heart. He understood why she hated him. Despite everything that had happened to her, she had always loved him and thought of him, never breaking the promise they had made. The tremendous frustration that he saw it all as temporary made his blood boil. Everything they had experienced was just fleeting. You're a big idiot, she shouted, tears of bitterness and sadness streaming down her face. I know. So many things had to happen to me, and all because I was always worried about you. I really hate you. She pressed her face against his chest and punched him. I curse the day we met. Shinobu's eyes welled up with tears as Tanjiro took her chin in his hand to kiss her. Tears streamed down her face, which he gently wiped away with his fingers. Slowly, she surrendered to the familiar and pleasurable kiss, their hands intertwined as fireworks lit up the sky behind them. I'm sorry to forget you, Shinobu-san. It hurts me a lot to break promises, and I understand if you're upset, but I had my own problems too. I hope you're not upset about that. I'm so sorry I got caught up in that bubble where you only think about yourself. It was so selfish of me to think like that. Please forgive me, Tanjiro-kun. She then proceeded to hug him. Don't worry, what hurts me more is that I forgot you, Shinobu-san. She lowered her gaze, receiving a slap from Shinobu. How dare you leave me alone, Kamado, she said angrily. I missed you so much. I know there's no excuse for what I did. He knelt like a knight before his princess, holding her hand. Shinobu, I belong to you, I am yours. From now on my heart will only beat for you and my soul will be driven by your smile. I'm sorry for being so clueless. He wasn't surprised by that act. Since he was little, he had always been so chivalrous and noble, so he received that gesture with a smile. Idiot, you always belong to me, although I don't think you'll ever get rid of your absent-mindedness, Shinobu smiled. I like you a lot. With shyness, she uttered those words, placing a small kiss on his forehead, which Shinobu accepted, giving him a strong hug of reconciliation. And to say that despite being a boy 3 years younger than me, you are a man who makes me happy, that's why I fell in love with you. I love you, Tanji-kun. With her radiant happiness, she touched his nose, making Tanjiro blush and embarrass him because he no longer wanted to be reminded that he was a boy. Love was complicated indeed. They let out a big sigh. So many things had happened and they were still processing them, but at last they could be together as the couple that was destined to be together. Come on, Tanji-kun, I want to be alone with you. They both left the festival and went to a more private place. Tanjiro was leaning against a tree and Shinobu sat on his lap, her legs straddling him. She placed the large hands of her future husband on her buttocks, letting him caress them, for by right she belonged to him. Having done this, he placed small kisses on her neck. I dreamed one day that I could be happy. You came back into my life and that dream came true. They stopped their lovemaking because Tanjiro seemed very worried. You have affection. Dadir, I assumed that since we're a couple I could call you that, but if you don't like it, I won't tell you. No, it's not that. It's just that I'm thinking a lot about Kani-sama and Kano. What am I going to tell them now that you're my partner? He replied nervously. Shinobu thought for a few minutes before smiling in a very mischievous way. What if you have a harem? Harems, breathing and technique. Don't you want any more, Tanjiro-kun? No, Kano, but thank you very much. Then finish your juice. All right, Kani-sama. Let me clean you up a little. Don't worry, Shinobu-san, I can do it myself. Lunchtime at Kaimsu Academy, a certain young man with a fire-like scar was arguably the center of attention, being attentively watched over by two of the three most beautiful girls in the entire school. Third-year prodigy Shinobu and first-year pop star Kano, known as the Butterfly Sisters Trio. Their final member, biology teacher Kani, watched them with a wide, serene smile as she ate her sandwich. It was impossible for him not to be nervous because of all the stares and also the enormous attention he received from his three girlfriends who in 3 more years would become his wives. The trio of sisters showed him the intense love they had for him with those beautiful smiles that anyone would want to have. That moment ended when the bell rang, signaling the return of all students to their classes. It's time to go back to class. We'll be waiting for you at home, Tanji-kun. Don't do anything inappropriate to my boyfriend, little sister. Shinobu stood up from her seat with the best attitude. Everything was slowly becoming a beautiful prospect for her. Rebuilding the relationship between her beloved sisters, as well as having her beloved boy back, who would soon be her husband when he was of legal age. Our boyfriend Kano and Kani spoke, feigning anger as they took out of a small box the respective engagement rings that Tanjiro had bought them to confirm their relationship. I'm a generous goddess for sharing my Tanji-kun with you, the young insect pillar laughed. Meanwhile, at school, you must be careful with your relationship with Tanjiro-san. You know it would be very bad if you were found out. She whispered the last part in Kani's ear. To Kani's dismay, her sister was right. She couldn't be as open to displays of affection as she and Kani, having to wait until the end of classes to spend time with him. The quartet then left with Kano happily taking her boyfriend's arm, the latter offering a genuine smile. If Kano, Shinobu, and Kani were happy sharing a relationship, then he would be happy too. 2 weeks have passed since Tanjiro began a relationship with his mentor and 2 of her best friends. Everything was perfect. Their relationship was very good. They didn't need to be together all the time because he wanted them to have their own time and enjoy their time as sisters. This way, their relationship was healthy, with plenty of time for the 4 of them to spend together as well as time for each of them to be alone. In the Kamado house, the firstborn Tanjiro, along with his little sister Nezuko, spent part of their time exercising, training, and understanding a little about their demonic physiology. Oni-chan, look at this. Like all demons, Nezuko developed her own demon blood techniques, which consisted of manipulating and creating fire. She had no idea how this happened, but it comforted her, reminding her of her father, Tanjiro, and her Kamado ancestors, all of whom worked with fire and confectionery. Nezuko created a huge pink fireball and then reduced it to a tiny sphere the size of a marble. That's incredible, Nezu. You didn't waste any time when you were alone and you spent it training. Maybe you can help me control my demon abilities. Nezuko could now speak due to the training of her demonic powers, becoming more normal, which made her older brother very happy as he found it depressing that she couldn't speak well since at first she was the victim of ridicule from her other classmates. Of course, Oni-chan, you know you can count on me. She gave him her classic high five. She loved her brother and was very happy because she would have many nephews and nieces in the future. She loved her sisters-in-law, the Kacho sisters, very much. Ready to train. Nezuko stats. Strength 710 speed, 710 stamina, 1010 defense, 610 intelligence, 7510 agility, 5510 demonic blood techniques, 1010 regenerative factor, 710 total, 60. Tanjiro hybrid stats. Strength 7510 speed, 810 stamina, 7510 defense, 7. 510 intelligence, 1010 agility, 7510 breath dexterity demon blood techniques, 710 regenerative factor, 510 slayer sense, total scent, 60. N/A, only demons have that category. Also, true demons have maximum stamina because they cannot run out of energy. Both brothers were in their yard taking their distance for the confrontation they were about to have. I don't know exactly how strong Nezuko is in battle, but I can't take this lightly. I can sense that she possesses great power, so I'll give it my all. Ready, Oniachin, of course. They both ran towards each other. Nezuko was fast, but not as fast as him. She started with a punch that he blocked, returning the blow to her neck and stunning her for a few seconds. I'm sorry, Nezu, I'm sorry for hitting you. Oniachin, stop worrying about me all the time. I want to help you fight too. That's why I've trained with all my heart. I've sweated countless times because I don't want to see you hurt again. I'm a demon slayer too, and I'll protect you. I didn't know you were a coach. Oyakata-sama appointed me a member of the Corps. I also want to prove that I can do things. Nezuko exclaimed, annoyed but full of determination to help everyone in the cause of killing the one who turned her and her beloved older brother into demons. I understand, Nezu, perhaps it was selfish of me to shelter and protect you, but if you have that desire in your heart, I won't take it away. Let's give it our all then to become strong. Of course, Oniachin, I'll get strong for you. They abandoned their friendly demeanor and adopted a serious one. Once again, the pair of brothers launched their attack. N/A, how curious, isn't it? One is the older brother with a badass scar and super cool hair, and they're both sunshines, while the other is the empowered younger sister and best waifu, oh yeah, and they both use fire of different colors XD Fire Siblings theme. Tanjiro swiftly launched a sweeping kick, aiming to knock her down. Nezuko barely managed to dodge, performing a backflip. As she executed the move, another attack from her brother caught her off guard, a solid slap to her stomach, striking her squarely. Even so, he was not going to hesitate to hurt his beloved brother. He grabbed his other arm and gave him a powerful kick in the mouth, then broke free and took a step back. Not bad, Nezu. Tanjiro stroked his cheek. Your kicks are almost as powerful as the ones Kanisama, Kanao, and Shinobu-san give me when I go to train at their mansion. I should tell them to train you too. He smiled, remembering that his girlfriends might be very beautiful, but they were deadly in battle. See, I'm strong too, Oniachin, Nezuko said excitedly, preparing for the next round. Don't get cocky, this is just the beginning, Nezu. Besides, I know you're not giving it your all, she challenged her sister, who grimaced. Okay, but don't get mad if you're not completely healed by tomorrow because we have classes. The veins on Nezuko's body became more prominent, illuminated by her crimson blood that began to glow an intense pink color. Her palms slowly unleashed small flames that then turned into intense pink blazes, unleashing her demonic blood technique. I'm not familiar with that, but I still don't intend to be left behind. The veins on Tanjiro's body became more prominent, illuminated by his crimson blood which began to glow in an intense orange color. The palm of his right hand was enveloped in intense orange flames, unleashing his demonic blood techniques. The next meeting began. Nezuko attacked first with a large fireball that Tanjiro managed to deflect into the semi-dark sky, shining like a star. She charged forward, leaping into the air and unleashing an axis-shaped kick that released a torrent of flames. Tanjiro again managed to block the attack but suffered minor burns. Demon blood art, blood explosion. He cut his hands, letting his blood flow and unleashing a powerful explosion. The magnitude was so great that it would blow up part of the house, and Tanjiro had no choice but to absorb it. The two siblings engaged in a clash of superiority, with their sister's powerful and intense pink flames overwhelming Tanjiro's orange flames, which he absorbed completely. As a result, his cybernetic prosthesis began to melt, rendering it useless due to the intense heat. In this respect, she had no advantage since her younger sister had much more experience as a demon, so she had to think of something. And indeed, he did have it. Teinakami hates water style. Could it be that he developed his own demonic blood techniques from his breathing style? Indeed, all of Nezuko's overwhelming fire was overshadowed when a water barrier opened up, allowing her brother to gain a powerful defense from that breathing style. It was the perfect opportunity to turn the tables on him by being close to his sister with the intention of stunning her. I will defeat you, Oniachin. Although it was a lot of fun training with my sister, I feel terrible about being a demon. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, and I'll hurt the people I love. I don't want that. Tanji-kun, I wish I could understand what you're feeling, but I can't, and that bothers me a lot. The OTP Tanji Shino were having a conversation while sitting on the edge of a building, keeping watch over the city at night for any demon disturbances. The young Sugyuko was paying attention to the colorful lights of Tokyo, entering an emotional crisis. We shouldn't be depressed. I don't think this benefits us at all, Tanji. Don't dwell on things that aren't yours and maintain your self-confidence. My sisters and I will always be by your side. The young pillar smiled at him, intertwining her fingers with his before kissing him on the lips. You are our son, so don't you dare stop shining. Finishing this act of love, I hugged him. You are so warm. I don't understand how you managed to convince Kani-sama and Kanao to come together. He stroked that silky, rich-smelling purplish-black hair. That's easy, Tanji. We'll take turns during the week. Kani on Mondays and Thursdays, me on Tuesdays and Fridays, and Kanao on Thursdays and Saturdays, so we have time to be alone with you, Shinobu explained childishly, causing Tanjiro to start laughing. I should work on a prosthetic leg that suits your needs. Once again, Tanjiro no longer had a left arm, so Shinobu had to return to her laboratory at Moon Horizons Industries to work on a better prosthetic for her boyfriend. It's not very relevant, Shinobu-san, but thank you very much. Very relevant. I can't understand how, being a demon, you can't grow an arm, so it's necessary that you have one. For that reason, I'll make you the best one I can, he pouted, crossing his arms and observing those scarlet eyes that he liked so much. Tanjiro ran his hand along her cheek, gently caressing her soft skin with his rough, dry fingers. Shinobu took both his hands and enjoyed this display of affection from her Tanji, the boy who brought out the best in her. And do you plan to continue your training story with your sister? She asked curiously. I'll leave that for later. What I do want to tell you is what happened in the end. You see, I ended up fainting for a while and I dreamed something very strange. What did you dream about? It's quite complex, but first. A man with scarlet eyes, obsidian hair fading to crimson, a scar resembling a flame on his forehead, and earrings engraved with a sun in his ears. So you dreamed about yourself. She raised an eyebrow, confused. No, of course not, or well, yes, I don't know. Honestly, it has me very confused. He turned to look at her, but no longer happy, but worried. I had another dream in which I found myself in a kind of distortion in space. It seemed like hell, and in front of me was a man similar to the one I described to you, speaking to me with a cold but stoic voice. I am the approaching storm. Tanjiro's Dream, Part 1. I don't know if what you said sounds like a threat or a premonition. She seemed a little confused, but also curious about what her boyfriend had said. It's early and there's nothing interesting to do, so I can explain my dream to you in more detail. Does that sound good? Of course, I don't see any problem with that. Shinobu rested her head on her legs, looking at him and also at that beautiful ebony sky filled with infinite twinkling lights. This is what I dreamed. In very ancient times, when human beings could not enjoy or possess the peace and tranquility that their descendants now enjoy, due to the fierce, bloody, and continuous battles that were waged every day as if it were an everyday job in the dark Sengoku era. The Tsujikuni residence was well known as one of the strongest houses because powerful samurai were born there, ready to give their all in battle. Each firstborn son in that family was nicknamed Espardano, a tribute to the ancient Spartans known as the most lethal and powerful warriors in the history of humankind. One day, like any other, the matriarch of the house, named Akino Tsujikuni, gave birth to twin brothers who were baptized as the brothers Michikatsu and Yoriechi Tsujikuni. Both children grew up to be quite healthy. Michikatsu was a young boy with large, dark purple eyes, black hair fading to red, and a very serious face, full of determination due to the enormous responsibility he was destined for. Yoriechi, unlike his older brother, was very noble and kind, as could be seen in his large scarlet eyes. Yoriechi had been cursed by the gods because of a strange scar he had on his forehead since he was a newborn. Because of this, his father rejected him along with most of his men, focusing on his firstborn son. It was not easy for him to deal with his father's words about wanting to kill him, finding comfort in his mother whom he loved dearly. Unlike her father, who believed in war as the only way to find peace, her mother was very religious, always praying to the sun god to take care of all the people in the world. He inherited her heart as warm and radiant as the sun. While his father favored his brother Michikatsu, he was so beloved by his mother that she gave him handmade earrings, Hanafuda style, engraved with the sun, like a talisman to be blessed by that titanic star of fire. He didn't have much, but he was happy, although things wouldn't always be like that. One day, like any other, Yoriechi watched his brother from afar during one of his typical training sessions and was very surprised by their swordsmanship. I will be the best samurai. His older brother's words motivated him, so with a firm step he asked if he could train too. Not entirely sure, both his brother and his coach agreed. With perfect posture and a powerful grip, Yoriechi waited for his brother's master to attack. His crimson eyes saw his movements in slow motion, penetrating beneath his skin, and with a single lethal blow he brought him down. That hair so long like the embers left over from an intense fire, his gentle and kind eyes, the sun's flame adorning his face. and his beautiful and perfect smile. That little boy grew up to be a very imposing, handsome, and warm 22-year-old man like the sun. Yoriichi Tsujikuni was his name. A warrior, a man who did not succumb to all the misfortunes that life offered him, always thinking positively and without looking back. The evils of war were not enough in this world. Plunged into darkness, a terrible evil also arose called demons. Powerful and bloodthirsty creatures stalked, killed, and ate human beings. No one knew their origin, but they had no time to find out. Faced with this enormous latent threat, a brave organization was born ready to combat them, called the Demon Slayers. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough due to the enormous power of the demons, resulting in the loss of many of their members. They shouldn't have awakened the dragon's wrath. After witnessing the death of his beloved wife Yuta Tsujikuni and their newborn baby, consumed by anger and revenge, he took matters into his own hands, and under the orders of the master, the Yubayashiki family became the Crimson Assassin. With him, things changed radically thanks to an attribute he created himself that was very useful in the fights: breathing. Due to his incredible intellect, he discovered that a certain very common factor played a crucial role in winning or losing against demons. By using specific focused breathing patterns, he increased his lung capacity and the amount of oxygen in his blood. This increased oxygen helped him improve his physical abilities and mental focus, allowing him to fight on par with demons whose physical prowess surpassed that of the average human. Total concentration. It was an advanced application of breathing, a state in which he inhaled the maximum amount of oxygen within a specific breathing pattern to elevate his physical and mental prowess to its maximum limits. Thanks to that, his excellent and deadly fencing created the first breathing style, the breath of the sun, and his stances in honor of his mother and the sun god. He began to gain ground against the demons, but they did not stay behind, and imitating that hunter, the demonic blood arts were born, the way to counter that swordsman who seemed invincible. Gradually, the darkness dissipated throughout Japan, and Yoriichi was hailed as a hero among the demon slayers, avoiding vanity and embracing humility as his guiding light. Word of his exploits reached his older brother, Michikatsu, who also joined the demon slayers. Thus began the golden glory among the hunters. The hunters admired him and pressured him to teach them his solar breathing, but no one was worthy to withstand such tremendous power. Strength, defense, speed, agility, reflexes, and resistance were the components of his breath, so he decided to analyze each of his companions. Finding their strengths and weaknesses and breaking down their attributes gave rise to the 5 main branches of the legendary breath. Breath of the sun, fire. Strength, breath of the flame. Defense, water breathing. Speed, lightning breathing. Agility and reflexes, wind breathing. Resistance, rock breathing. Another breath emerged, the breath of the moon, a very powerful but imperfect form of the breath of the sun that his brother developed. It seemed the demons would meet their end, for a tremendous blessed power was born within the hunters. The marks of the assassins, that blasphemy with which young Yoriichi was born, a mysterious mark similar to a scar or tattoo that was unlocked and appeared on the bodies of strong demon slayers who possessed powerful and extraordinary abilities. Dramatic increase in physical capabilities, the transparent world, coloring the Nichiren sword. So close to wiping out the demon race, but everything came at a price. At the age of 25, a strange curse claimed the lives of all the hunters who had awakened their respective marks. This was the price to pay for all the power. Once again, everything went into decline, as without them the hunters lost their lives again to the demons. At 22 years old and prone to death, Yoriichi took a trip in an attempt to enjoy the last moments of his life. Without his beloved wife, without his dear daughter, without an heir, and with no more time to live. Even so, he did not give up, pushing his unwavering determination to its limits. Wandering and advancing through the darkness of the paths, with the blast of icy air violently lashing the dry roots, was the setting for meeting him. "Hey, you big forehead, get out of my way." Yoriichi remained calm, observing the man closely. "Good evening, who are you?" "It's none of your business who I am. I'm sorry about that, it's just that her skin is too pale and it draws a lot of attention." "Pales, you bastard, don't you dare mock me. Do you know who I am?" That man transformed his arms into tentacles covered in blades, attacking at high speed. "Breathe." Curse, the creature couldn't believe it, its arms, legs, and neck amputated, desperately trying to reattach them. Seeing its likely death at the hands of such a powerful hunter, it had no choice but to detonate itself to escape. "Are you okay today?" He approached to help her. A rather beautiful young woman, approximately 25 years old. "Yes, thank you very much," the lavendery demon spoke, holding his arm. "You seem very relieved." "I was able to be free from Kibutsuji's control, that's why you weakened him. I thank you." In an attempt to smile, the young woman showed her fangs. "Don't worry, one question, exactly what was he?" Tamyo's relieved expression gave way to one of extreme fear. She played with her fingers, avoiding looking at the young man in front of her, but she could no longer remain silent. El Rey de los Demonios, Kibitsuji Muzan. I see, and what were you doing with him? I did things wrong. I just wanted to live a little longer so I could be with my future husband, but this illness made me make a decision I truly regret. Tamio burst into tears, embracing Yoriichi. Having endured so much misfortune and cruelty, he only needed a kind heart and a gentle voice to unburden himself. Yoriichi, a group of hunters approached quickly, stopping to pay attention. What's happening? You see, Oyakata saw. Who is she? A hunter asked. Well, she is. I am his wife. Tamio exclaimed, feeling very threatened by the swords of those men, then blushed at what had been said before, hiding her face in Yoriichi's scarlet Hayori. Upon hearing this, the hunters present changed their alarmed expressions to mischievous ones and approached him to give him a few light nudges. He was a real machine. What's happening? Don't worry, I'm sorry to bother you, and your wife too will be waiting for you with Oyakata-sama. After watching his companions leave, he returned to Tamio, who fell asleep in his arms. He didn't know what to do. He would feel bad if he left her alone, so he carried her home in his arms. After suffering so much with the memory of his beloved Yuta, another opportunity to be happy had arisen. Months passed and Yoriichi took care of Tamio, considering her his first and best friend, but she didn't see him that way. He was such a noble, cheerful, kind man with a radiant heart like the sun who cared for her and loved her. These were the attributes that awakened feelings for him within her. She knew it was wrong to fall in love with him, but she couldn't dismiss these feelings that grew stronger every day. Yoriichi-san, I'm in love with you. I know you won't reciprocate my feelings because of your wife Yuta, and I respect that. I just want to get rid of this feeling. I hope you're not upset. He maintained his characteristic silence, offering a beautiful smile of gratitude. I have no reason to be upset, Tamio-san. I don't know what to say about it, I just feel confused. Anxious, confused, and with feelings simmering to confirm them, she stole a simple, innocent kiss. Innocence was the last thing they remembered when they surrendered to each other on a night when Tamio clarified his love for Yoriichi by giving him his first time. Honey, I'm pregnant. With this news, he hoped to redeem himself for not being able to protect his beloved Yuta and their future little one. He would dedicate the rest of his few years of life to making his wife Tamio Tsujikuni and their future children happy. And I'm very happy about that. The fight against demons would haunt future generations, but what they hadn't counted on was that by uniting the crimson blood of a Spartano like Yoriichi with that of a powerful demon like Tamio, a legendary bloodline was born, the Sparta demon blood which flowed in all their descendants. They were hunted and killed by the demon lord himself and his followers in an attempt to eliminate the future assassins of the sun, leaving very few remaining today. The lineage of the sun god descendants of Yoriichi and Tamio Tsujikuni. Remember Kamado, Nezuko Kamado, Tanjiro's Dream, Part 2. The silence was broken by a powerful roar with each breath. He walked calmly deeper into the jaws of darkness, wielding a flaming katana, his sharp, cold gaze striking fear into all who saw him. A wanderer who lacked a compass in all his decisions. Blood trickled from a monstrous-looking arm while large, prominent scars on his chest were exposed. His eyes, engraved with two kanjis, Superior Zero, surveyed his whereabouts, chaos. His intimidating and imposing appearance was merely a facade for the tremendous hatred and rage he felt for himself, waiting for the moment when his miserable dog-like life would finally end so he could atone for all the sins and atrocities he had committed, longing to rest in peace. But how? He was no longer mortal, he was a demon. It was the price of power. His longed-for desire to live happily alongside his loved ones vanished in a night with pain and sadness being tasted by his taste buds. Kindness and nobility no longer held any value. He only wanted to escape, to acclaim and weep for all his misfortunes, but he could no longer do so. He had to keep moving forward and fulfill his lord's expectations. He stubbornly trained while pursuing his dream of saving his loved ones, only to later fall into despair when he realized his skills were insufficient to complete his goal. He had to make a decision that radically changed his life. Facing a calamity with the potential to kill hundreds of his comrades before him. To murder, to take someone's life without the possibility of refusal, despite their beliefs and feelings, was something that shattered him from within and broke his heart. Because of this, his only remaining wish in his afterlife further solidified his disgust and intensified it. His bitterness was so strong that he wished to die no matter what. Every step he took was agony, a terrible pain just like his dismembered limbs. Each and every one of his friends, companions, and loved ones demanded his life, but he could not give it up, carrying that burden forever. She was so beautiful and precious, a goddess who decided to surrender herself to him and find refuge in his arms, resulting in a child who was his greatest joy. The pale memory of her happiness was like a drop of water in an arid desert, but now even that remains so distant and unattainable on her knees. knowing she would never return. So many beautiful and precious things that he lost by giving up everything he had for a new opportunity to enjoy that paradise once more, for just 1 minute before returning to his hell. Crying in silence was the only life she had, tearing out the pages of her memories, forgetting her life as a human. Those ideals he pursued with such joy and enthusiasm became his downfall. Why did he end up like this? What did he do wrong in his life? Hundreds of years have passed, erasing his memories, and consequently that question has never been answered. I'm speechless. Shinobu was still processing everything she had learned. She couldn't take lightly the fact that her boyfriend was the product of a human-demon hybrid lineage inherited from his ancestors. Now she understood what he had told her a few weeks ago about how Oyakata-sama had pressured him to preserve his lineage. The thought of a future where Tanjiro was married to her made her nervous and anxious. She didn't mind getting married so young, even though it meant having to share him with her sisters. If she had the chance to be the first to have him, she would seize it. After all, he was her boyfriend. This is really puzzling me. I had absolutely no idea that my lineage was important. Mr. Yubayashiki wasn't lying. I would like to know who that demon you described is. That's what worries me most. I don't know if it's some kind of premonition or what. Maybe it could be one of those intermediate moons, but that would be pure speculation. Even so, I'll prioritize that. The insect pillar stood up to stretch a little, thoroughly enjoying that brief moment with her Tanjiro. It's already 10 p.m., we'd better head home. Yes, tomorrow is finally Friday. The four of us can go to that new restaurant that just opened. I think Tanji-kun is wonderful. He was very detail-oriented. He had no reason to be surprised that his sisters Kanao and Kani loved him so much. He was simply perfect. Both hunters jumped from the building, sliding down to a smaller one. Each had to leave for their respective homes, but not before Shinobu stole a kiss. Well, see you later, Shinobu-san. A growing blush rose on her cheeks. She loved Tanjiro's childlike attitude. They'd have more time together at the academy. Shinobu-san, a scent of chaos reaches my nose. In an instant, it disappeared, moving towards the source of the scent. Civilians ran at full speed, fleeing from a wave of demons. All units must report to this location immediately. The sound of bullets hitting a creature that moved at blinding speed ended with the guards being subdued by strange girdles. You guys are disgusting. I wouldn't want to touch you. Fire the damn IT. I wouldn't recommend that the creature took its hostages to use them as shields, inflicting multiple wounds on their bodies from the weapons. What do you want? I just want there to be people almost as beautiful as me. Besides, you're all disgusting old people. You don't follow those rules, so I'll kill you for that. No, wait. Teinakami Kagura Thunder style. Tanjiro's leg strength was so great that he cracked the ground, appearing in an instant to cut through all the sashes. Your eyes are so beautiful, large and a brilliant scarlet. Your face is so well proportioned. Your reddish-black hair is so long and silky. I'd say that scar on your forehead would ruin it, but it actually enhances your appearance. So cute and handsome. You're perfect. I want you all to myself. How could he see my entire appearance? Tanjiro covered himself with his Hayori hood, but that demon needed only a quick glance to see him naked. Exactly who was she? Leave those people alone. Please don't involve innocent people in this. A good boy. I'm starting to like you. The sashes that wrapped her revealed a very beautiful demon who ended up captivating the police officers she injured. She was so gorgeous, and her beautiful lime green eyes revealed two kanji characters. Superior in her right eye and 6 in her left. An upper moon. Call an ambulance quickly. That's right, you should already have an idea of how powerful I am, and from what I see you're not on my level. The best thing is for you to surrender to me if you want things to be easy. She was right, she didn't have a great chance of victory and her sense of danger emphasized that, but if she didn't do something more people would get hurt. What do you mean by me surrendering myself to you? He spoke, sheathing his sword and approaching with utmost care. Those words mean that you belong only to me and live under my command. Believe me, it's the best thing that could ever happen to you. The moon, using her sashes, pulled the Tsugyuko toward her. Someone as beautiful and strong as you can only live under my will. She hugged him from behind, beginning to caress the boy's body. She felt his defined abs as well as his strong right arm and chest hidden beneath his Hayori and hunter uniform. With one more arm you'd be perfect. What are you doing to my Tanjiro? Dance of the Sun God, Lightning Waltz. Tanjiro drew his sword, but his speed was not enough as the demon moon's sashes caught and immobilized him. Shinobu, who finally managed to find him, watched the scene with great confusion. So your name is Tanjiro. It's a very nice name, my Tanjiro. Before the eyes of the Hashira, the upper moon began to kiss Tanjiro. What are you doing? A tremendous rage erupted. So great was his fury that he managed to leave a small crater in the asphalt to lunge at the demon who prevented his advance with a rain of sashes. Centipede dance, zigzag of the 100 legs. Her tremendous speed allowed her to dodge all attacks, preparing her rapier impregnated with her poison, ready for the assault. Just when she had an opening for an attack, a girdle hit her squarely in the stomach, slamming her against a car. Wow, your lips are great. I'll get used to them. He finished that passionate kiss with a thin thread of saliva that connected to the bleeding lip of the Hanafuda earring hunter. A wide, psychopathic grin spread across his face. He had a new toy, possibly his favorite. How dare you kiss my boyfriend? I won't forgive you. Shinobu struggled out of the wrecked car. Large veins stood out on her forehead and hands, and before the moon could even notice, she was seconds away from making a deadly cut across his neck. A crimson lightning bolt appeared and struck Shinobu. How wonderful that you came to save me. The demon hugged him from behind, falling completely in love with that demon. Shinobu's eyes sank into total paranoia. This had to be some kind of trick on her eyes. Tanjiro. With his arm restored, Tanjiro enveloped it in electricity, ready to fight against it. Things got very complicated and her brain couldn't process everything that had happened. Tanjiro, a demon. She already understood that he was one, but she couldn't understand why he acted that way. Very well, Tanjiro, I order you to kill her. The scarletty demon appeared instantly and with his fist wrapped in electricity delivered a powerful blow that managed to paralyze part of his body. He gritted his teeth as he got up from the floor. What would he do now? N/A to feel the moment. A world beyond imagination, a vast, distorted expanse of space where time stood still. Vortices of energy crowned this darkness, constantly unleashing waves of flames and beams that burned and illuminated like hell itself. Orange, blue, black, and white, demonstrating their intensity. Reality itself warped, countless spectral swords slashing through everything. With the ebony sky at his back and the moon beneath his feet, he took up his swords. I'm going to find you, Kamado Tanjiro. I'll end your life. He escaped his reality, seeing an opportunity to achieve his goal. With all the power he had acquired, he was invincible and he needed it, for he knew beforehand how powerful his rival would be. No matter the cost, he had to win. He had no other choice. I need power, more power. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood, unknown until death. Nor known by life, unaware of the beginning of loss. Nor conscious of the conclusion of gain. I endured pain to create unconscious things, awaiting their arrival, yet my hands will never hold anything. This never ends. Undefeated on countless battlefields. Not once did I flee. Not once was I understood. I buried the light deep within me, an outcast of darkness. Vanishing and stalking in the shadows beneath the veil of night. Obsession is pulling me down, fading away, having to take what is mine. The ash of a phoenix in the divine darkness. Descending into madness. Chasing time, I inherited the nightmare, surrounded by fate. I cannot escape. I keep walking on the line between light and darkness. Led astray, I was always utterly alone. Intoxicated by victory at the summit of souls, therefore my life was meaningless. I am the approaching storm, a condemned one. I will reclaim my name. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. I have no excuses. This is the only way. Infinity Sun Judgment. Huryo, Superior Demonic Moon Zero. So confused. Tanjiro, it's Shinobu, your girlfriend. If he was careless, he would lose. Tanjiro's speed was dramatically high. His lightning style was the engine of his demon blood arts. He belongs to me now. He's mine alone. There had to be a way to make him react. Obviously, reasoning was stupid, but I had nothing to lose by trying. Think. The only thing that comes to mind is brainwashing. Weeks ago, when he had to fight Kibutsuji's mind control, he managed to win, but why not this time? It must be that the mind control he's under is much stronger, so I theorize that he needs something much more powerful to support his human consciousness. Tanjiro Oni enveloped himself in electricity to repeat the attack with Shinobu, avoiding that paralysis at all costs. Don't make me force you to react, Tanjiro. It had no effect. They clashed, and the stronger would clearly win and she would lose to him. Faced with this, she had no choice but to deliver a powerful knee strike to his stomach. I didn't want to hurt him, but I also wouldn't let him hurt her anymore. I just hope that when you're back to normal, you'll explain to Kanao and Kanny that I didn't beat you up because I wanted to. Huh, don't talk nonsense, the albino-haired demon laughed. She wouldn't lose her new favorite pawn. Before attacking, I will analyze what he has shown as a demon so far. He is very fast, very strong, very agile. He is capable of using demonic blood arts. In this case, he generates and manipulates lightning. I can work with that. With one hand, he held his sword, and with the other, he took the vials of poison from his belt. Breathe. A loud explosion erupted, and Tanjiro Oni appeared before her, his fist crackling with electricity, ready to finish her off. But Shinobu wasn't intimidated and with a leap backward managed to dodge him. She forcefully threw her vials at Tanjiro, releasing the various poisons. He was too fast, easily dodging the obstacles, but he hadn't counted on her grabbing him from behind. With a few blows to his feet, she managed to knock him down, ending up on top of him and violently slamming her body against his. Tanjiro, listen to me, don't even think about giving in to your demonic side. You'll disappoint me and my sisters too. Groar. He tried to get up, but the poison scattered on the ground transformed into a paste that trapped Tanjiro along with a slight decomposition in his cells. Don't give up, Tanjiro, fight. What are you doing to her? The demonic moon watched in astonishment as the pillar turned the situation around. She hated losing, she hated having her pawns stolen, and leaving her spectator status, she joined the fight. Using her sashes to create a huge arm, the upper moon began to destroy everything, throwing cars as well as any object at her disposal at Shinobu, who was keeping up in a 2-against-1. Tanjiro only seemed stunned but continued to attack her. His movements were no longer quick and aimed to kill, now they were slow and only sought to incapacitate him. What are you doing? Attack. He received orders from the demon again. He stopped generating electricity, now channeling small sparks. He had to take cover behind a building in a hurry when a powerful explosion broke out. Now he can use explosions to attack. I don't know how I could counter that. Explosions everywhere. The moon was pleased to have him under its control once again. All that remained was to find her and end her life. Come out of hiding, dwarf. The answer came in a jar that she herself smashed. An acid-like poison spread and began to disfigure his face. Shinobu quickly reached Tanjiro again, subduing him once more before taking him as far away as she could before the moon recovered. Lying on the asphalt, his arms and legs trapped in his slime poison, seeing him like that as if he were a dog enraged her. She tried to calm herself. Now wasn't the time for tantrums, but to bring him back to his human mindset. But how? From what I can remember, Tanjiro fought and briefly held control against Kibutsuji's consciousness, but ultimately succumbed. The only one who could possibly make him react is Nezuko, but she's not here. Tanjiro. The demon turned to look at her, surprised that even if he recognized her, it didn't mean anything. Please come back to yourself, don't spill innocent blood. I know you would hate yourself and I don't want you to go that far either. She wasn't afraid to caress him, and she wasn't afraid when Tanjiro jumped and knocked her down, ending up on top of her. Do it for me, for my sisters, and for your sister, please. Tanjiro bit him on the neck, very close to the jugular vein, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Blood stained her jacket uniform. The intense smell of that red liquid coursed through her nostrils, highlighting the veins on her face. He had her subdued, dominated by the most, but she could not advance from there when a drop of water slid down the girl's cheek. Whatever happens to me doesn't matter, only you matter to me, Tanji-kun. He stroked his cheeks, causing more tears to flow. Tanjiro was crying because of his recent actions. She tore off the sleeve of her Gakuren jacket, making an improvised bandage and cleaning the blood she had lost, which was moderate and left her unconscious. He didn't utter a word, waiting for his body to adjust to the poisons so he could heal instantly. His ragged breath, engulfed in fire, consumed him with rage and anger as he did something unforgivable. He would make her suffer in the worst possible way. The demonic moon finally healed. Very annoyed, she searched for the pair of boys, observing only the curtains of fire and the wrecked cars made by herself. Come here. From the fire, the scarletty demon slowly emerged. It's your fault, look what he did to me, she exclaimed, filled with anger. It caused her great distress that her beautiful appearance had been ruined. Without seeing it coming, Tanjiro knocked her down, trying to subdue her. What are you doing? He summoned many sashes with the intention of now subduing him. Ugh. Tanjiro ignited his entire body, burning part of the demon's skin, and finally managed to subdue her. Her large breasts pressed against the asphalt, feeling his muscular body, the rough treatment she received from that young demon, adding to the roars that sounded in her ear saying that he was in charge. It wasn't so bad for her after all. She began to enjoy her submissive position, desiring her new dominant pawn with even greater passion. So handsome and cute, it wasn't the time for fantasies. She couldn't move her wrists or legs while being his missionary. The grip tightened, and she felt the high temperatures charring her skin again. She was now terrified as it prepared to take a powerful bite, intending to devour her, not in the way she had imagined. A surprising sash sprouted from her back, stunning Tanjiro only enough to make him dizzy. She regained her composure, and not wanting the same thing to happen to him, she fled as fast as she could. You will be mine, and this time I will not be gentle like I was now, he shouted. He had no intention of chasing her, turning back to Shinobu, who was resting against a car. He took her in his arms and carried her home. It was all over. I witnessed that fight. It was so brutal. The lightning and flames illuminating everything as that demon was subdued by that other fire demon. The television was playing a video of poor quality showing what happened last night in the city where two demons clashed, as well as the unexpected resolution. Next to the bed, Tanjiro waited, having not slept at all, and it was noticeable in his huge dark circles under his eyes. Good morning, Oniai-chan. Entering the room, Nezuko carried a tray with a milkshake and a container full of bread for her brother. Worry was evident on her face, but she wanted to handle everything as best she could. He sat down next to her, offering her a piece of bread, which she refused, focusing instead on his girlfriend who was still sleeping. Oniai-chan, I know you didn't mean to do it, just eat a little, you're worrying me a lot. I hurt her when I was supposed to protect her. I know you didn't mean to. But in the end I did it and I hate myself for it. No, Onii-chan, stop saying those things that make me angry. Nezuko cupped his cheeks, forcing him to look at her. His depressed crimson eyes and drooping smile were not to her liking, so she laid him down between her legs. Focus on Shinobu-san waking up. She began to play with her brother's ruby obsidian hair, giving him a kiss on the cheek, hoping that would cheer him up. Thank you, Nezu, you remind me a lot of Mom. She loved her brother, he always made her happy and quickly cheered her up when she felt sad. Now it was her turn to return the favor. I hope Mr. Yubayashiki won't be upset about my absence from the academy. I'm sure he'll understand when he sees the news. You know something, Nezu? When I was a demon, I managed to understand some things about the demon blood arts. She gave him her full attention. The demonic blood arts, as their name suggests, are a unique art form linked to one's creativity. They are an extension of ourselves, reflecting our skills and tastes, thus creating the techniques. Types of demon techniques of blood. Transformation, changing the properties of blood by exactly imitating them. Potentiation, concentrating blood in the lower blood vessels to increase physical capabilities. Invocation, using blood to materialize both objects and living beings. Manipulation, using blood to control both objects and living beings. Emission, releasing blood from the body in order to control it, serving to create anything from demonic energy. Oh, I had no idea, it just came out on its own for me. Understanding this, I'll be able to make better use of my new powers. I won't forget that demon's face. I'll finish her off, Kibutsuji, and all the demons who make our lives so miserable. I'll avenge Mom, Dad, our siblings, and everyone who fell prey to those damned bastards. Nezuko didn't know why she was afraid, but her older brother's words terrified her, making her feel a very dark and macabre aura that contrasted sharply with the bright and radiant aura of everyday life. Should she focus on this and prioritize it? She shook her head violently, drawing Tanjiro's attention. Is something wrong? He asked. It's nothing, it was just a mosquito buzzing around. I understand. And are you planning to eat something, Onii-chan? I'm not hungry. Despite being a very sweet and tender young woman, she wasn't afraid to act maternally with her older brother, taking a piece of bread and forcing him to eat it. I don't want any reproaches, do you hear? He didn't care that his brother was choking, patiently waiting for him to eat his food. He took the milkshake and gave it to him too, embarrassed that he was being treated like a baby. Mom would be very upset if you didn't eat breakfast, so I do it because I'm worried about you. He didn't object and ate his breakfast. When he finished, his sister sat on his lap, confusing him. I love you so much, Onii-chan, she said very tenderly, resting her head on the chest of the only man she knew and knew to be good. Me too, little sister. He found it very strange how intensely affectionate his sister was with him. It wasn't uncomfortable, but the way she treated him was striking. Should he ask her about it? He spent so much time with his girlfriends, the Kacho sisters, that he hardly paid attention to his sister. Maybe he should go out with her alone when Shinobu woke up. Being surrounded by girls all day was overwhelming, but he wouldn't complain about it, so with that in mind he would clear up some questions that arose in his mind. With his right arm he held his sister's small waist. It was 5 a.m. and she was still sleepy. Having recently lost his left arm, he couldn't caress his girlfriend's face, so he simply kissed Shinobu's forehead. A small smile appeared on her face along with a blink. Both sides of the same coin. I wonder if it's right for me to use these powers, to use that which hurt the one I loved most. Why is it so difficult? Tanjiro, are you alright? I'm sorry, Kano, it's just that I can't get over the fact that I hurt Shinobu-san. The younger Kacho sister sat beside him, both watching yesterday's fight. That demon with murderous eyes engulfed in flames, subduing a demon with white hair. Good morning, guys. Professor Jaiomai entered the classroom asking his students for discipline. Throughout the entire class, it was difficult for me not to think about Shinobu-san and how terrible I felt. Keni-sama, Kano, and Nezuko told me it wasn't my fault, but that scar that now rests on Shinobu-san's neck told me otherwise. Throughout the entire class, I paid no attention, thinking about my inner demon, about finding Kibutsuji and his demons, as well as a way to make myself as strong as possible for my revenge. Tanjiro, are you paying attention in class? Dog, yes. Could you tell me what the meaning of justice is? Asked Professor Haimjima. Justice is a cardinal virtue that implies the inclination to give each person what belongs to them or concerns them. It can be understood as what should be done according to what is reasonable and equitable. Well, do you put that moral value into practice? Yes, Professor Haimjima, I will put that moral value into practice. My mind was so confused and all I wanted was to fight. Before the next teacher arrived, I left pretending I was going to the bathroom, but I wasn't going there. Then I'll ask Kano to do me the favor of taking my backpack. I very quietly avoided some students and teachers who were standing very close to the main hallway and the lockers. I left the academy, Teinakami Kagura, Estilo del Rayo. I ran at full speed, taking only a few minutes to get home. My legs hurt a lot and I was completely exhausted, possibly because I need to fully learn the lightning breathing technique. I'll ask Zenitsu to train me and teach me all the concepts. I went inside, went to my room and looked in the closet for some clothes. That sword, the Yeager, resting inside the cabinet. The first time I wielded this sword, it brought back memories of my great-great-grandfather Yoriichi Tsujikuni, N.A. Great-great-grandfather refers to the fifth generation of one's parents, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and my great-grandmother Tamyo Tsujikuni. I don't understand why the Tsujikuni surname was lost and we adopted the Kamado surname. That will be a topic for another day. I long to know what secrets lie hidden within the memories of my great-grandfather. I haven't forgotten what Kibutsuji told me when I confronted him, and Lord Yubayashiki's words still echo within my mind, guiding me to a conclusion: the breath of the sun. I didn't even have the slightest idea how I'd be able to learn it. All I have is my sun god dance, which I'm not even entirely sure is a breathing technique, though they seem very similar and different at the same time. My great-grandfather's breathing technique doesn't have the capacity my dance has to adopt various styles like lightning and water, yet it possesses those attributes combined into one. So many things I'm thinking about are going to fry my brain. I sighed and started getting changed. I put on some pants, ankle boots, and a black shirt under a white sweatshirt. I need to be very strong. I must be if I want to protect Nezuko, Kano, Shinobu-san, and Kani-sama. I finished adjusting my belt and grabbed another backpack I had in my closet. I brought my great-grandfather's sword, the Yeager, as well as my demon hunting sword, the obsidian, wrapping the blades in bandages. It will be very difficult, but I will train much harder to achieve the power I need. I will master my demon, anything to avenge my family. I left my room and went down to the living room, heading to the bakery. I was hungry. It's very good I rarely ate my bread since Nezuko was always the one who finished everything. I'm not complaining, her hunger is enormous. Finally, I left home with a destination only my legs knew, a place where I could train freely. For some strange reason, my sense of danger kicked in. I quickly turned my head, but there was no one there. It was like I was being followed. Too many people were walking the streets. It's Tokyo, a place with a ridiculously high population. It could have been anyone, or maybe it was just my imagination. Why pay attention to something that doesn't even interest me? I took a step forward and then ran, looking for a place where I could vent the feelings and sensations I've been suppressing these past few days. This is fine. The abandoned factory will be very useful. I'll be able to train without fear of overdoing it. I've always admired Inosuke for being able to fight with two swords, and I hope that won't be too difficult. I gripped them. Teinakami Kagura. Oxygen pumping throughout my body, veins circulating blood at full power standing out on my skin. Both charcoal sheets turned crimson, releasing small flames. I will discover the secrets of this dance. His body possessed free will, executing his vols, the only section of his dance he perfected. The flames intensified, sparking and enveloping him in a suffocating inferno. The swords created strong, very hot waves. It was the maximum splendor of the dance of the sun god. I need power, more power. Blue flames consumed the oranges. Perhaps the intense overheating of his body was playing tricks on his mind, for he seemed to be in another reality. A world beyond anything one could imagine, a vast field of distorted space where time stood still. Where energy vortices crowned that darkness, constantly releasing waves of flames and rays that burned and illuminated like hell. Orange, blue, black, and white demonstrating their intensity. My dilated eyes couldn't focus on the silhouette of someone not far from me. I couldn't see their face. Only my sense of smell told me that the scent they gave off was so intense, so heavy, so powerful. It was a scent so familiar that it made me shudder. Her serious eyes, a brilliant scarlet, blinded my soul and my heart. I need power, more powers. I am the bone of my sword, steel is my body and fire is my blood, unknown until death. Nor known by life, unaware of the beginning of loss. Nor conscious of the conclusion of gain. I endured pain to create unconscious things awaiting their arrival, yet my hands will never hold anything. This never ends. Undefeated on countless battlefields. Not once did I flee. Not once was I understood. I buried the light deep within me. An outcast of darkness. Vanishing and stalking in the shadows beneath the veil of night. Obsession is pulling me. Down, fading away, having to take what is mine. The ash of a phoenix in the divine darkness. Descending into madness. Chasing time, I inherited the nightmare, surrounded by fate. I cannot escape. I keep walking on the line between light and darkness. Led astray, I was always completely alone. Intoxicated by victory at the pinnacle of souls. Therefore my life had no meaning. I am the approaching storm, a condemned one. I will reclaim my name. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. I have no excuses, this is the only way. What was the point of that poem, Tomato Tanjiro? How did he know my name? You will die a hero. I will not allow you to live long enough to become the villain. Huh. Reality itself was distorted. Countless spectral swords cracked everything. Give up your ideals, your illusions, and your dreams. They are stupid lies created by your immature mind. They will betray you. That damn kid, I can't understand how he's not under my control along with his sister. An ordinary door concealed an intense labyrinth with immense rooms and windows that closed, opened, and changed position, the fortress of dimensional infinity. Let me personally go and kill him, Mr. Kibutsuji. That bastard must die for hurting my sister. Of course not, I have to go. I'll get revenge for what he did to me. I like your attitude, my little Daki, your eyes exuding bloodlust and vengeance running through your veins. You shouldn't take the initiative away from your sister Jutaro. Yes, sir, as you command, replied a demon with a rather unpleasant appearance. His yellow eyes read Superior 6. 15 demons with very peculiar eyes, as well as a large group of demons, were prostrate before the man with sharp, blood-red eyes and noticeably pale skin. Their demonic moons awaited their lord's orders. Kibutsuji rose from his throne-like seat and began to walk calmly. However, his expression was only a facade of imminent, growing anger. I'm not in a good mood, you know. Many important events have occurred these past few weeks, surely for you all, but that doesn't matter to me at all. I don't care what you do or think. All that matters is that all my demons are loyal to me and obey me. It infuriates me that mediocre demons, trash, and possibly some poorly made copies are roaming and prowling the city. Why, I want to know too. No demon can exist without being subservient to me. I am their father, their creator, their lord, and their king. All must obey me, and all those who don't will rather die than let me lay a hand on them, so I want them finished off. Kibutsuji's right arm mutated into a huge monster, and with it he destroyed a large part of the adjacent rooms, demonstrating his enormous power. Then we should prioritize it over Kamado. Upon hearing the name Kibutsuji, he launched a surprise attack on the demon who uttered that sentence, tearing off its head and its entire spine. You insolent wretch, how dare you say his name without my permission? Kibutsuji took the demon's head and like a whip tore the decapitated body to pieces, leaving a mess of blood and bits of meat. Mr. Kibut. Be quiet, I'm sorry. Those were the demon's last words before being instantly devoured by that monstrous arm. You damn Kamado, you will suffer for everything Yoriichi and Tamayo did to me. A window opened. Enraged, he transformed his monstrous right arm into a gigantic, elongated blade, tore it off, and hurled it with great force into the ebony, starry sky adorned with white pigments and the great grayish-white. Tanjiro, wake up, please. Kano. Prostrate on the ground, Tanjiro could barely breathe, his eyes struggling to open. From the beginning, Kano suspected something was wrong with her boyfriend. It wasn't normal for him to take his older sister's situation so personally, especially since she was so seriously injured that she wanted to die because of his actions. She was incredibly worried. She felt so sad that this cheerful, sweet boy was only thinking about revenge and wishing death upon the demons. That morning during class, she found it very strange that he hadn't shown up for his sister Kanny's class, so she decided to skip school too. She was cautious, not wanting to be discovered, and arrived at an abandoned factory, observing the beginning of her decline due to exhaustion. Now all he could do was wait for her to recover from that fainting spell. Seeing those big, beautiful eyes filled with happiness and joy brought tears to my eyes. I'm sorry, Kano, I just can't. I try, but my heart clings to the idea that I must fight for revenge. That's what I want too. I understand, Tanjiro-kun. I'm not one to force the desires of your heart. I just want to tell you that Kanny and Shinobuni-san are waiting for you to be with them again. They miss you very much and want you to stop suffering. The confusion surrounding his feelings was the foundation of his current state. He tormented himself so much that he completely forgot he was causing terrible harm to the 3 girls who loved him, along with his sister Nezuko. He threw everything in the trash, wanting to cry with all his might, but Kano's smile stopped him. A deep hole where he buried himself, surrounded by many hands that offered help, which he rejected. He sighed, gathered strength, and pulled himself out of that deep abyss of emotions. It would be tiring, but he would eventually forget all of it. Thank you, Kano, for your words, but I didn't say many. Her comment amused him greatly, so he stood up and offered her his hand, which she gladly accepted. He pulled her close, hitting her chest, causing Kano to blush. Tanjiro-kun. He said nothing, he just placed his hands on his girlfriend's tiny waist, caressing her cheeks, ready to join their lips. Everything went wrong when Tanjiro turned his head, so Kano kissed him on the cheek. He was looking up at the sky, searching for something that filled her with curiosity. The silver flash managed to hurt the Tsugyuko's delicate eyesight. A huge spear-shaped blade was approaching at full speed. His right arm was going to be destroyed, so he had no choice. He managed to regenerate his left arm using his demonic power, absorbing the full force of the impact. The force was immense, dragging him through a large part of the factory, lightning style. The oxygen in his legs at full power managed to stop the attack. Breathe. She ran the blade along her arm, becoming covered in her blood, and gathering momentum, she returned the spear, engulfed in flames. But what place could we attack? Those replicas don't appear out of nowhere either. We could focus first on the pillars. They are the ones who take matters into their own hands when those bastards appear. If we can take them both down together, it's best to prioritize killing Kamado before the pillars. At the fortress, Kibutsuji and his subordinates were devising a plan with the goal of killing those demons as well as the group of demon-slaying core. I'll come for your life, Kamado, you damned forehead boy. I won't forget what Yoriichi and Tamyo did to me. That humiliation and mockery will cost you at least 1,000 lives at my hands before you'll ever bow down before me and beg for mercy. A flaming spear appeared lost in the darkness, piercing his body and tearing apart the heart in his chest before the eyes of his lackeys. His anger was far greater than the terrible pain of those flames charring his skin. K-A-M-A-D-O-N/A to make it feel more epic. Regardless of the cost of his actions, he would use that same power, the same demon's blood that took his family from him, to fulfill his revenge. It was the price to pay for power, my war. Everything was chaos. A pervasive darkness and a heavy air of doom violently descended upon the city, which was being consumed by strange, bloodlit roots. High above, atop what appeared to be an enormous tree, lay a small wooden house. The door opened, revealing the silhouette of a man covered in blood, his body covered in multiple mouths filled with sharp fangs. Run, run. Cries of desperation and terror filled the air. Without looking back, strange creatures pursued them relentlessly, intent on killing and devouring them. On the opposite side, a large group of people were moving towards that strange tree. "We'll take care of the rest, just evacuate everyone you can," shouted a man covered in scars as he unsheathed a katana. "The rest of you do have the chance, try to reach the Fortress of Infinity," exclaimed a great man starting to spin a spiked ball. "We mustn't allow all this to spread much beyond the city," said a young man who adorned his mouth with multiple bandages. Different groups were led by boys who dressed in a very similar way, making their way through hordes of demonic-looking creatures. A purple flash blinded those creatures, along with a small boom and a quick zigzag movement. Several of those creatures fell agonizingly with their bodies rotting on the ground. "No demon should go near Tanjiro," exclaimed the young woman dressed in a butterfly-style Hayori, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll keep your back, Murata, don't look back." Despite the excruciating pain in his legs, the young man with silky, straight black hair continued onward. He was carrying a boy wearing earrings engraved with a sun, who was futilely trying to get them off. Following those boys was a group of 3 girls, one with pink eyes who resembled one of those creatures, a girl with lilac pink eyes wearing a butterfly-style Hayori, and a girl with turquoise-blue eyes also wearing a pink floral Hayori. Then came 4 boys, a blonde-haired boy, a boy wearing a boar-like mask, a boy with a mohawk, and a boy with mint-colored eyes and black hair tied in a ponytail. Behind them were multiple hordes of creatures, each taking their turn to buy time since fighting them was useless. "Let me go. I won't let you fight and give your lives while I run away like a coward." Things got much worse than they already were when, not far from their eyes, more of those monstrous creatures began to emerge. "Kano, you and I will take the lead. Yes, it's clean. I won't allow them to go near my brother." First style, flash of lightning. "You damned bastards, don't seek the end of your pathetic lives. There's an intermediate moon. Makomo and Ai support Murata." Massive hordes of demons sought to surround them, of different appearances and gigantic sizes. Under the command of a demonic moon, Intermedia 2, and the remaining duo of demon slayers obeyed the order to go ahead of the pair of boys while their other companions cleared the way for them. "Let me fight already, I want to help you, please," exclaimed the young man, being subdued, his eyes brimming with tears, watching their beloved friends fight without any fear of death, with the shower of blood almost upon them before the growing number of demons. "Kano, Nezuko, Muakairo, Genya, Inasuk, Zenitsu no Murin, poor favor. To all my upper and middle moons, do not let Kamado escape. His Esparta blood and the judge's power must be mine," shouted the albino-haired demon from the top of that tree. This world full of corrupt, lying, egotistical, and hypocritical people who only think of themselves, who don't think of others before their vanities, who trample on those who seek help no more. Your free WILL will be taken away by ME. I am your new GODKING MUZAN KIBUTSUJI. Under MY command and subjugated, we will all be equal. Diseases, pain, sadness, all evil feelings will be eradicated if you prostrate yourselves to me. You're just sovereign. The small house behind him began to crack, releasing a prominent darkness and chaos that slowly consumed the sky. "Don't be afraid, it's our duty as pillars to support all these people. No one else will pass," shouted a man whose arms were covered in blood-stained jewels. "We'll buy as much time as possible for Tanjiro to escape." He raised both swords with determination, ready for the next wave of demonic beings. BRUAGGG. Many of the demons fell, cut in half by the sword of a young man with peach hair, part of his Hayori torn and full of wounds. "It doesn't matter if my life falls down. I will enter that hell, at least I will try." The buildings collapsed like a great stone falling on delicate glass. From the fortress, more demons emerged, receiving their lord's command. Multiple very unique demons with eyes engraved superior 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 began to move. Open fire. Help arrived. Soldiers laden with weapons, heavy artillery, and war vehicles unleashed that unpleasant melody of discordant explosions, accompanied by a trail of smoke that rose into the air only to fall violently. It all ended with columns of explosions and the intense smell of rotten blood. Hell was where they came from, so with their whole bodies falling to pieces, the demons kept moving forward. More unpleasant sounds. Rifles, shotguns, machine guns, and bazookas. My eyes filled with tears from the fear of seeing those men continue on with murderous smiles. Belts began to rain down, decimating those who, regardless of their fear, gave their all. Fish-like creatures emerged from vases and pelted the unfortunate people who failed to escape the battlefield. Death claimed them through toxicity and skin deformities. Huge chunks of buildings descended like furious meteors, further destroying the battlefield and staining the ground redder. Without their consent, more men lost their lives to a quartet of very similar demons. We must ask for more reinforcements. The air stood still, everything was calm with a very cold breeze. From within, people inexplicably began to explode, with large ice spikes erupting. What appeared to be innocent fireworks masked a monstrous power that demolished and reduced to pulp all the armed vehicles that entered the bloody battle. The moon was descending, but they never imagined that their lives would be taken from them by seeing how blades so similar to that star combined in a storm that left pieces of flesh with blood falling like rain. The city of Tokyo was being claimed by demons, and humanity was losing more and more to them. A failed attempt to counterattack, but there was nothing that could be done in a war that was destined to be lost from the start. Why did it all end like this? Why did what seemed like such an ordinary day turn into a battle where blood and pieces of flesh became commonplace in their eyes? Damn, recessed Genya. 2-3 point-blank shots at the demon to free himself, but at the cost of losing his entire arm. With great gasps of air, the mintied boy gave his all to prevent enormous, elongated claws of rotten bone from tearing out his eyes. No, I'll go back to Tanjiro. A thick fog enveloped the entire area. With his sword in his other hand, he managed to get rid of that demon by slicing it in half, and just as he was close enough to kill it, more demons knocked him down. I can't anymore. I'm a human being who feels pain like anyone else. My friends are fighting, giving their all without showing any regret on their faces, knowing they'll die in the most horrible way I can imagine. Why won't they let me fight? Why won't they let me die by their side? Why do I have to run away? I can't understand how hundreds of lives are worth more than mine. We are all equal, but why does everything have to revolve around me? Fight. Give your lives for a greater cause. That's what makes us demon slayers. Kanao Nezuko Muakairo Genya Zenitsu and Anasuk. Forgive me, please. Like a coward, I could only watch as they slowly lost to the demons. Don't look back, Tanjiro. Your sacrifice will be worthless if Muzan catches and possesses you. Shut up. Makomo, Ai, Murata, you keep going. We're almost there, Tanjiro. What appeared to be an intense fire forced Murata to throw the boy with all his might after dodging such a deadly attack. Move forward, Tanjiro, he shouted at the top of his lungs, lying on the ground, unable to move and enveloped in a deep sadness. Why are the people I care about dying and I can't do anything about it? My friends and teachers fighting for me with their last breaths. The people I love to whom I only leave empty promises. Believing in me in a very stupid way. Kamado Tanjiro, you have nowhere to run. Death will soon claim the souls of all your loved ones. What you've done is beyond redemption, and as always, you can do nothing. You've lost everything. Before Tanjiro stood a demon whose face-to-face confrontation was suicidal due to the immense power he exuded. His scarlet eyes were lifeless, bearing the inscription Superior Zero. His long crimson hair, almost blood-red, gripped an obsidian sword whose blade burned with the intensity of embers. He might be right. I may have lost the most important women in my life, my friends, my loved ones, and most likely I also lost myself. You're wrong, Hurio, there's something I still have to lose. N/A to make it feel more epic. His body was burning, his veins turned black as a series of flames and lightning flashed. His fangs grew alongside his claws. I must lose. His slayer mark began to consume his entire face and body as a series of bony protrusions and fleshy limbs with razor-sharp points emerged. Go ahead, Kamado Tanjiro, my humanity. Burning away what held him prisoner, he rose up and like a crazed beast attacked the demonic moon with his intense flames. You're no challenge for my boy. He drew his other sword, quickly and precisely blocking the incoming attacks. You should never have existed. The two demons unleashed a powerful punch engulfed in fire and lightning. The force of the attack was so great that it shattered all the glass and fractured the floor beneath them. If I don't exist, you won't exist either. With his tentacles full of fire and lightning, he tried to tear off his arms, but Huryo was too fast and managed to counter him with his own tentacles. The moment of our truth is decided now. Tanjiro also wielded his swords Yeager and Obsidian and ignited them just like Superior Zero. They resonated so loudly that a shockwave forced them to take their positions in the face of the imminent duel to the death. Breathe, solar breath, Vols of the Moon. He held his left sword with the back of his hand, the blade facing outwards and behind him instead of in front. A devastating sequence of spins began, gaining more power with them, thus creating a vortex along with several chaotic blades, releasing powerful omnidirectional cuts that destroyed and devastated everything that was trapped within its attack radius. Aurora of the Eclipse Stellar Corona. Huryo remained calm and raised his sword to the black sky. The fire on his blade changed. Orange, blue, then black. N/A, I love this man's work. I also believed I could have saved them, but the world is so cruel and unfair to those who endure their own pain and that of others out of kindness and love. I've already lost so much, and I know you understand how I feel now. We are puppets, pawns who will never be free. Tell me, can justice save you from what awaits you? Can they help you? No, they won't, because your life lacks strength. The weak don't have the right to live. I finally understood that. A colossal vertical cut, radiating an intense dawn, descended upon the city. Tanjiro stopped when he realized he couldn't do anything. The black light showed him that horrible world that Huryo saw every day, a world ruled by the judgment of the infinite sun. I lost, now I've lost everything. It caused a tremendous impact and damage across a vast area of the city, collapsing everything around it. Unable to do anything, not even muster a sliver of strength, all the demon slayers and pillars succumbed to the pain and wounds of that battle. They gave their all, but it wasn't enough to stop the onslaught of demons and the upper moons. And beneath this desolate scene, the future king of the new world, Muzan Kibutsuji, calmly watched, knowing that all was his. With severe bleeding and liquefied intestines, the insect pillar Shinobu Kacho on her knees was not going to give in to her carnal pains. She had to fight, she had to keep going so that her Tanjiro could escape from that hell. Sister, please stop. She ignored the cries of her older sister who couldn't stop spitting blood. From Tanjiro, I learned that if I've already given 100%, I'll give 110%. He closed his mouth as an urge to spit out what was possibly blood threatened to escape, and braced himself with his sword in an attempt to rise again. Passing by her as if nothing was wrong, the upper demonic Moon Zero carried between its shoulders a huge piece of meat that very slowly took on the appearance of a boy. Mr. Kibutsuji, I bring Kamado here as I promised. Upon hearing that and seeing burnt earrings hanging from a blood-soaked face, Tanjiro, everything they did was for nothing. You seemed confident a moment ago. Never believe in yourself, even if everything seems under control. The demon stopped to tell her this truth behind her back. Kacho. Even though you saved me a long time ago, I hate you. I hate you with all in my heart, you damned murderer. Hell is too small for you. The young woman screamed bitterly as her lips were bathed in blood. We're already in hell. He took his sword. And we won't be able to leave even if I wanted to. And he embedded it in his heart. Shinobu, sweating and with tears streaming down his face, Tanjiro woke up in a very violent way. Lying on his bed, immersed in the darkness of the night, he turned on his lamp to notice his hands and mouth stained with blood. He had injured himself with his fangs and claws. This damned nightmare again. Routine. Come on, Nezu, don't let him escape. Traversing the shadowy neighborhoods of Japan, the demon-hunting duo, the Kamado brothers, were following the trail of a demon that had recently attacked a shopping mall. Oniai-chan is too fast, we won't catch him in time. I've already used it 6 times, I only have one more time. Hop on my Nezuko. His sister obeyed and climbed onto his back. Breathe. The oxygen in his mouth turned into fire, emanating an electric aura from his torso. Divine speed. All the oxygen rushed to his legs, and with such a powerful start, he tore up part of the asphalt. At full speed, and in just a few seconds, he caught up to the demon who vanished before his eyes. We're going to crash into the wall. That didn't happen, as the brother duo teleported to. Back at the mall again. Nezuko exclaimed, somewhat confused to be back at the starting point. I can smell them, there are 2, you go left and you go right, and each one on their own. I need to hurry, I have to do a very detailed summary of the physics laws that Professor Murata left me together with Kano. His square Hayori, his black suit, and his scarlet eyes immediately caught the attention of a huge mass of his admirers. He's the fire killer. Watch out ahead. He was able to capture his target, a huge subject who didn't care about throwing multiple people from the upper floor as long as he wasn't hit. Their priority was civilians. Dance of the Sun God, Thunder style. He once again focused the oxygen in his legs and with a strong impulse descended to the ground floor just in time to catch each civilian as they fell. His heroic feat was recorded by the cell phones of the civilians who wasted no time in going to him. "Thank you so much for saving me from the fire, you murderer," the young woman said, blushing deeply from being in the arms of the boy with beautiful red eyes almost hidden by his hood. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Demon hunters became very popular in Tokyo during these months. They were not only known as vigilantes but were also very sociable, earning the affection and respect of the people. It was very common to see various merchandise based on them among the people, such as clothing, toys, video games, accessories, music, and even multiple comics. In short, everything about them. I would feel much more at ease if they withdrew. "Can we take a picture of you?" "Well, Don't be boring, okay, is this alright? It's great new wallpaper." Without wasting any more time, he began to climb. "Hey, you didn't answer my question." The young woman he had recently saved said angrily, "Yes, I have 3 and they are very jealous. And wouldn't you like to have another one?" He resumed the pursuit, but there was nothing left. He let his sense of smell take over, finally finding a trail of scent towards the top of this building. With a great leap, he reached the roof of the building. His sense of danger was heightened as he dodged a surprise bullet from that man, Nezu. His sister was bleeding from parts of her body. Her face showed great exhaustion. Apparently, she had fought against the two of them during that time. "Don't worry, you know I can regenerate." He launched a large fireball, which she dodged. A kick engulfed in her characteristic pink flames managed to connect with his face. The mercenary grabbed Nezuko and slammed her to the ground, but she also threw her down, starting a personal fight between them. Both Tanjiro and that mercenary stared at each other, and immediately the guy pulled out a gun and shot him right in the left arm. I feel like it would have hurt quite a bit if it were my real arm. His new arm, made with nano-alignments of Nichiren steel as well as very resistant materials, was a product of Shinobu, so far his greatest invention. "I have homework, so if we can finish this quickly, I'd appreciate it." With his right hand he gripped his obsidian sword, while with his left he wielded the Yeager. I'm still not entirely familiar with it, but the eccentric professor and my friend, the Mountain King who lives behind his house, say my skill is quite unique, so they call it Beyblade mode. The mercenary fired. Tanjiro blocked it with the blade of his sword, moving closer so fast that he left a trail of smoke behind him. He entered his Beyblade mode, NA, just like Levi from SNK, spinning and dodging every bullet with ease. The mercenary took the opportunity to also wield a long, double-bladed spear alongside a trident in an attempt to slow the demon slayer's flurry of slashes. Dance of the Sun God, style of fire. Starting with a powerful charge, both swords engulfed in blue flames, he connected with 2 hypward vertical cuts. The momentum sent him flying seconds before he fell from the building. Tanjiro approached him without any intention of killing him, as he was currently confused by the man's scent since it was that of a human. He was unexpectedly kicked, but managed to block it just in time thanks to his sense of risk. N/A, same scene, excellent fight. With an arcing kick, she finally knocked him down, and without wasting a moment, she used her prosthetic to shatter the mask covering his face. Her expression turned to one of shock as she realized that the man was indeed a demon, specifically an intermediate one, number 6. "Go ahead and kill me, I don't mind dying because I know very well that I am replaceable, but I warn you that much more powerful demons are coming after me. Don't be overconfident. We only emerge in the darkness, and even less should you trust in the power of the judge." "Judge, tell me what that is." "Do you think I'll give you details about that? Lord Kibutsuji wants you dead or alive because you possess the characteristics he needs from the 9 powers of the breath of the sun." The demon began to mutate. Eruptions appeared while a terrible smell emanated from it. "And I'll bring him back dead." Dance of the Sun God, style of thunder. A large column of smoke rose due to the massive explosion. Tanjiro, with much of his face disfigured and his uniform torn, descended at high speeds from the shopping center. When he was just a few meters away, Nezuko jumped and caught him. "You almost got away from me, Onii-chan." Just like her brother, she was covered in wounds, but not to the same degree as his. The police and paramedics arrived to treat any civilians who might have been injured during the event. Seeing the help arrive, Nezuko left carrying her brother. It was a night like any other. "Onii-chan, I don't understand how, being a demon, you always end up so badly hurt. I haven't been doing this for that long. Compared to you, you have an advantage with the 3 years that you've been doing this. I've only been doing it for 1 year. A year has passed since they settled in Tokyo. At 16 and 15 years old respectively, the Kamado brothers have settled into their daily routine, attending the academy in the morning and hunting demons at night. Many things have changed since then. Both brothers were having their dinner before going to make their respective plans for the evening. So you're going to the zoo with Makomo, Muakiro, and Senjuro? Tanjiro asked, taking a sip of his orange juice, but it's only 7 p.m. Don't worry, Kani-san will take us. After all, it's part of the homework she assigned to the whole class, Nezuko replied calmly, taking the last bite of her food. Your hands are amazing, Oniachan. Your dinner was delicious as always. Thanks, Nezu, there's more on the tray. I'll have to wait a bit, I'm very full. With that, she got up from her chair, picked up her dishes, and waited for her brother to finish eating before taking them to the sink. I'll wash them when he gets back. That's what you always tell me, and in the end, I'm always the one who ends up doing them, he replied, a little annoyed. So who's the man of the house? I suppose that's me since I act more like a woman, who has a sister who depends on him. They. Who loves me? Just put them in the dishwasher and that's it. You're a sweet and tender brother. Nezuko ignored that and went to him. She stood on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. He was quite tall. I love you. In an instant, Nezuko went to her room, leaving Tanjiro still processing everything. Hey, why do you always take advantage of me? Kano, Shinobu and Kani-sama do it all the time. Why can't I? Nezuko shouted from above. She sighed. She went to the kitchen, taking her time to clean it. This grease stain won't come off no matter how much I scrub it. A great feeling of dizziness made me want to throw it away. I must not have used too many products. The clock on his right wrist chimed. It was almost 8 o'clock and he had to go to his girlfriend Kano Kacho's house to do the homework that Professor Murata had assigned them. She dried her hands and grabbed her backpack. With no noise at home, it was likely her sister had left without her noticing. The moonlight was very clear, so he took his bicycle to get to the butterfly mansion. After ringing the doorbell a few times, the door opened, and in front of her stood a beautiful young woman with pinkish lilac eyes. I have the gentleman in front of me, and everyone is lining up. Good evening, Kano. Tanjiro greeted his girlfriend with great enthusiasm. Good evening, Tanjiro-kun. Kano returned the greeting with equal cheerfulness. Without wasting any time, she hugged him and gave him a kiss on his cheek. Holding hands, they reached the sofa. Tanjiro took out his books and pens, ready to do his work. Would you like something to eat? Don't worry, Kano, I brought some bread here if you'd like some. I'll go make coffee then. Kano went to the kitchen. Tanjiro began reading some notes from his notebooks while researching the topic on his computer. Nezu came a while ago with Muakairo for Kani-san. She seemed very excited to go to her friend's party, Kano commented, holding a couple of cups in her hands. Party? And why would I come for Kani-sama? He broke the tip of his pencil as a small vein on his forehead became more prominent. I assume nightclubs admit young people over 18 years old. And why would Kani-sama agree to that? Nezuko told her that you gave her permission and well, you know how the three of us are, we do everything for you. Kano arrived in the living room and handed her her cup of coffee. What am I going to do with her? This rebellious phase is driving me crazy. When she gets back, I'll punish her. She won't be allowed out for a month. Don't you think you're exaggerating? Yes, that's not enough. I'll punish him until he turns 16 next year. Tanjiro-kun, not everyone is as responsible as you, and I understand Nezuko wanting to go out and enjoy life a little. Hunting demons every night and her homework are overwhelming, don't you think? He set his cup down on the glass table and took her hands. She'll be fine. I don't want anything to happen to you as much as I want it to happen to you, Shinobu-san and Kani-sama. I wish I could always be here to take care of you and protect you. You are my life now, I love you so much. Kano was absolutely right. The four of them could protect themselves, but that feeling of insecurity was persistent. Tanjiro-kun. This time Kano kissed him on the lips. Tanjiro reciprocated, taking her by the waist and indicating that she belonged only to him. Kano climbed between her legs, then took her hands and placed them on her buttocks. The heat between them was increasing, and it could be demonstrated when she felt a great shiver because Tanjiro caressed her legs. Ah, danger-kun. Kano was already very aroused and began to caress her boyfriend's chest. So hard and marked she could feel his 4 deep distinctive scars, they drove her wild. She couldn't stop moaning his name. Tanjiro kissed her neck, making her even hotter. Tanji-kun, when you're done with my sister, could you please come up to my room? Upon hearing that, they both quickly separated, extremely flushed. I thought Shinobu-san had gone out for her internship at Moon Horizons. Extremely embarrassed, Kano curled up in a ball and covered herself with a pillow. Equally flustered, Tanjiro went upstairs. He arrived at Shinobu's room and knocked on the door. Come in, Tanji-kun. As she opened the door, her face flushed with color as if by reflex. Were you still hungry, Tanji? Shinobu-san, why are you like this? Tanjiro said, closing his eyes. Can't I indulge my beloved boyfriend? Shinobu got out of bed to go find him, closing the door behind her. She hugged him from behind. Tanjiro froze, feeling his girlfriend's large, firm breasts pressed so close together. So I have 3 girlfriends and they're very jealous. I don't plan on sharing my fire god with anyone else, Shinobu said in a very flirtatious and seductive tone. What an obedient boy. What if I reward you for that? Fine. I'm trying hard, you know. But in what way? Just forget it. Things calmed down when Tanjiro went to find some clothes to cover Shinobu. She seemed sad and a little disappointed. She always avoided him when he wanted to have a very intimate moment with her, which was very frustrating. Now then, what is the matter that brought you here? He asked curiously. Nothing, it was nothing, you can go back to Kano. Shinobu-san, I'm not ready for that yet. I don't think it's the right time. Yes, I'm really sorry if I'm making you feel so pressured. The atmosphere was disappointing. Shinobu, deeply ashamed, didn't have the strength to lift her head. Why are you insisting on doing that, Shinobu-san? She had to be honest. It was too obvious that Tanjiro would ask her, so she decided to speak. Before Tomioka, I had another boyfriend, Riho Takamai from Kazuki Academy. She just wrote to me. She says she's back from her trip to Paris and wants to come back with me. Yes, I know I did a lot of bad things, and I understand if you're angry with me. But Tanjiro said nothing and took her hand. Ah. Shinobu-san, I don't care at all about all the mistakes you made. I trust you. You were and are my best friend since we were very young. I will never stop loving you with all my heart. Tanjiro-kun. They both drew closer instinctively, wanting to share a sweet kiss. Tanjiro's lips were as warm as his heart, a torch that couldn't be extinguished, radiating a light that made him reconsider. You're the best thing that could have happened to me. Please don't leave me alone. Without you by my side, I'll lose my way. She snuggled into his chest as she received even more warmth from his arms. I won't, Shinobu-san. I can't explain it, but something binds me to you, a bond that is. Tanjiro, the boy was gone. His pupils disappeared as his heart rate increased. That damn nightmares. That strange dream you told me about came back to you again. My mind just screams his name at me. Hurio, Infinite Son, and now Judge is added to it. Of the three Kacha sisters, Shinobu was the closest to him. She knew about that horrible vision he dreamed and was ordered not to say anything. Judge, said the young woman with violet eyes, confused. I recently faced an intermediate moon and he told me this. Lord Kibutsuji wants you alive or dead because you possess the characteristics he needs from the 9 powers of the breath of the sun. The young insect pillar was still bewildered. She understood that solar breath was just a myth, but that it gave rise to the 5 breaths: water, lightning, flame, wind, and rock. She tried to find the logic behind these 9 powers, and what she concluded was that perhaps the powers were the breaths expressed in another way, although she felt a great curiosity about the 4 that supposedly remained. But the question was, what was this, Judge? Perhaps I should try to forget it just like everyone else. That makes me uneasy. It gives me a very bad feeling. After chatting for a while longer, Tanjiro said goodbye to continue with his work. Shinobu, meanwhile, had to confront her past and make it clear to her ex-boyfriend that Tanjiro was the only man she truly loved. Back downstairs, Kanao fell asleep. It was 9:30 at night, rather late. He had no intention of waking her, so he took over the work and was quite surprised that she made progress. He figured he'd just have to finish it at home. He packed everything up and walked back towards the door, bumping into someone. Good evening, Kamado-kun. Good evening, Professor Kanny. He avoided looking at her due to a growing blush that the young woman noticed and smiled subtly at her student and respective boyfriend. Professor Mitsuri, good evening. Good evening, Tanjiro-chan. What are you doing here at Kanny's house? I came because I had a job with Kanao for Professor Murata and... Her nerves were growing. Only Kanny could make her like this. To escape that feeling, she hurried out and then got on her bicycle. Kamado-kun, your sister is home, shouted the woman with grayish-pink eyes joyfully, watching her no longer solitary redhead almost crash into a lamppost. I wonder why Tanjiro-chan acted like that. He's always so calm, Mitsuri commented, a little puzzled. I wonder why too, said the monarch butterfly sister with a playful smile. She concluded by closing the door of her mansion. How about that new game, Breath Art Online? Pretty cool, right? I don't understand why Inosuke chose the name of our avatars. Hammerhead, Mophair, Skunk Cut, Canoe, and Pumba. You wretched bacon, will never bet with you again. You cheated. Come on guys, it's not so bad, they're really fun names. He even named our party Kamaboko Squad. The quintet of Sugyukos. The Kamaboko Squad, led by Tanjiro and composed of Zenitsu, Genya, Kanao, and Inosuke, became very good friends after a year, doing many things together, including playing that new video game. Kamaboko Squad stats 2-0. Tanjiro Kamado hybrids. Strength 810 speed, 8510 stamina, 810 defense, 810 intelligence, 1010 agility and reflexes, 810 breath skill, demonic blood techniques, 1010 regenerative factor, 710 dexterity, 1010 slayer sense, total scent 77.5. Kano Kacho. Strength 1010 speed, 1010 stamina, 8510 defense, 7510 intelligence, 810 agility and reflexes, 1010 breath skill, 1010 dexterity, 710 slayer sense, total sight 71. Inosuke Hashibara. Strength 1010 speed, 1010 stamina, 8510 defense, 810 intelligence, 610 agility and reflexes, 1010 breath skill, 1010 dexterity 8, 510 slayer sense, total touch 70. Zenitsu Agatsuma Dormido. Strength 910 speed 13, 510 stamina 7 510 defense 810 intelligence 7. 510 agility and reflexes, 1010 breath control, 1010 dexterity, 810 slayer sense, hearing total 73.5. Genya Shinazugawa. Strength 10, 510 speed, 910 stamina, 8510 defense, 910 intelligence, 7510 agility and reflexes, 810 breath skill, 010 demon blood techniques, 1010. Dexterity 810 slayer sense, taste total 75. Times. I still think it's a very nice name. Did you finish the homework? Yesterday I missed some things that I didn't finish researching because Inasuk preferred to level up instead of helping me. Genya took his notebook out of his backpack. I'm the boss, so I have to keep a close eye on you all, Inasuk argued. As if it were nothing, he began to unbutton his uniform shirt. I can send you the one Kano and I made, she offered kindly. After searching in her backpack, she handed him her portfolio of evidence. Tusk, why did you have to stay with Tanjiro Kano? AI was always scolding me because I wanted to shorten the investigation. Next time I'll choose my partner faster. I'm sorry Zenitsu, but that's how things are. Kano smiled. At least they have a partner who cares about finishing the tasks. Kano, Zenitsu, and Tanjiro laughed at their almondied classmates' predicament. The academy was now very close, but something bad must have happened to them. Excuse me, young man, why are you wearing your uniform like that? And why not? I look great. I understand, let me write you a note. Wait, officer, young man, why are you wearing earrings if you're going to school? Hey, you tell me, why do you have dyed hair? They go to the same school, I see. Good morning, officer, is something wrong? So young and wearing makeup, Miss Esk. The young man with the scar on his face, come here. What about me? Your type of haircut is inappropriate in any school. It seems you guys are committing a lot of infractions, the police officer said, focusing his attention on the notes he was taking. Could you give me your names? The group of boys disappeared. Do you think he's coming to the academy just because of us? The 5 of them were panting, but they finally reached the school. Somewhat tired from running, they entered the building. The different students moved from one place to another. Kano took Tanjiro's arm first, and the 5 of them walked to their respective lockers, which weren't very far away. Apparently everything was going relatively well as they came up with some plans to go out on the weekend. We can go to a paintball field, I know. My brother and I used to go there before he got so bitter after breaking up with Professor Kanny. Genya's words sent a shiver down Tanjiro's spine. Had he indirectly ruined one of his friend's fraternity by helping his teacher? Or we could go laser tag, Zenitsu suggested. Did they know Kano would beat us? The remorse returned. After so many months, he'd become complacent. He had things he needed to fix, and one of them was speaking with Professor Sanmi, as well as with Jiu, who had once been like an older brother to him. Grandfather Yurikodaki, Makomo, Sabito, and countless forgotten promises had caused him to lose his way on his path to avenging his dead family. He had a mental breakdown. He needed to get outside and clear his head. He left his friends to go to the school field so he could breathe. How far did she get? Or rather, how did she end up like this? A relationship with her teacher, her friend, and her senpai, was that going to help her in her search for Muzan Kibutsuji? Although the bell rang, he continued along the marked route, Shinobu-san. He saw his senpai, that young woman with large tanzanite eyes, walking calmly down the hallways toward his classroom. A comforting peace emanated only from her. She was always very attentive to him and the only one he trusted completely. After all, she had been his friend since childhood. Shinobu intended to go talk to someone, unaware that classes had already started. A young man she didn't know stepped in her path. How are you, Shinobu? You've practically stayed the same since I left. Riho, what are you doing here at the academy? Shinobu became overexcited upon seeing her ex-boyfriend at the school. I only came on behalf of Director Kagutsu to deliver some documents to Director Yubayashiki. You look even more beautiful than I remember, said the man with rainbow-colored eyes. Thank you so much, you look great too. She gave him a small smile, causing him to blush noticeably. Tanjiro hid behind the lockers to avoid being seen. Why was that? It was the first time his heart rate had been so intense without him using the dance of the sun god. Why? He didn't like that feeling at all, but he had to keep paying attention. We can go out to dinner just like in the old days, said the man with fine wheat-colored hair. Today I have to go to the gym and then I have to go to my internship at Moon Horizons. Shinobu seemed eager to leave for her classes, until they listened to me and gave you the internships. Listen to you. What do you mean, Riho? I spoke to the company director about you so they would admit you. Great. The man was very cheerful, but what he said left a bad taste in Shinobu's mouth. And that ring? It's been 2 years since you left and… Did Tomioka give it to you? No, this ring was given to me by my childhood friend. I'm engaged to marry him in a couple of years, Shinobu said with a big smile, which surprised and saddened her ex-boyfriend. I see, then I no longer have any chance of marrying you. Get married? Shinobu, I went to Paris because I had to settle some things my late parents left me, and if it took me so long, it's because I arranged everything so we could get married there. Riho showed her a small, expensive-looking box from his jacket. I've always carried it with me so I can always keep you in my heart. That rush of adrenaline, growing violently, filled her with fear. A feeling she had been losing while fighting her demons now returned, though she couldn't have imagined the situation. I'm sorry, Riho, but my heart already belongs to someone else. I hope we can be friends now. Riho didn't seem very sure about it. His face made a face of displeasure that Shinobu couldn't notice. He didn't want to look bad in front of her, so he had to accept it. I accept my defeat, but I don't think your boyfriend will mind if I invite you to dinner as friends. Well, my boyfriend isn't jealous, but like I said before, I'm a bit busy with my own things. But if I find some free time, we can go out. Does that sound good? That sounds good to me then. The man said his goodbyes and went his way, and Shinobu went hers. Tanjiro, who had remained hidden from them, couldn't stop watching him. A new feeling, one he had never felt before, surfaced: jealousy. After so much searching, after getting lost and seeing things I never imagined, I finally found you. It was very painful, but it's time for this to end now. Kamado Tanjiro, you must die before it's too late. Between losing and regaining. It was a rather strange feeling. The fear he had felt since he started hunting demons had disappeared, but what he had recently seen had resurfaced. She ignored the fact that she was still at school. She went to the stairs to reach the rooftop. The fall would be long, but she had to get out. Did she have any reason to do this? No, her body only moved on instinct, so she jumped without any fear. When he needed to clear his thoughts, the only thing that helped him was training, so he had to go back home for his swords. Using his lightning-style sun god dance, he didn't take long to get home. He hurried up to his room and lay down on his bed. I hadn't remembered everything that happened, nor had I thought about what the intermediate moons were. Although he wanted to have a normal life, he couldn't, and sadly he was coming to terms with the fact that he was forgetting that his sister was a demon, that he was one too, that he didn't have a left arm, and that the demons were still there, hidden without showing themselves. Ah! He screamed in frustration at not knowing what he wanted or what he should do. It seemed as if he had lost his way and his destiny. Could it be something to do with puberty? It was all so confusing for him. My head already hurts. Reluctantly, she got up and rummaged through her wardrobe for clothes to wear. She packed her swords in her backpack and went downstairs towards the kitchen. You are the only drug I use. She started drinking from the flavored milk can and then went to the door. Grandpa Yurikodaki would be really mad at me. I skipped classes, I hardly talk to him anymore, or to Makomo or Sabito. Why is everything so different now? He was no longer that little boy with the mind of a child who arrived in the city a year ago. Now he was a man who already had many worries that he never thought he would have. Kani, Kano, Nezuko, and especially Shinobu. Despite loving them with all his heart, he completely forgot his main objective. What should I do? Should I go talk to Shinobu-san about how confused and jealous I feel? Being almost a teenager was so complicated. He closed the door behind him and went for a walk through the streets of his city without any particular destination in mind. Music was an excellent way to clear his thoughts. Isolated from outside sounds, he moved his legs instinctively. Round and round, the colors of the panorama varied until that blue sky gradually faded to a black one, which was accompanied by countless very bright white dots. No way back. It seems like a good place. He jumped and then grabbed onto one of the light antennas, reaching the bridge of that very old structure. He sighed. He gripped both swords, beginning his training. She turned both wrists, and with that her jet black leaves turned crimson red. He gripped the edger in reverse with the blade facing inwards, while the obsidian remained normal, facing outwards. Breathe. Left foot forward and right foot back, trace inwards and turn outwards. Guided by the memories his father left within him, he began that traditional dance known only to the Kamado, the dance possibly started by his great-grandfather Yoriichi Tsujikuni so that the sun god would always watch over them. 12 segments he knew perfectly. Each one had its own timing. Speed, agility, firmness, stamina, and strength were needed to complete them all almost flawlessly. He resembled a powerful supernova, his left katana engulfed in blue flames while the right blade glowed with a brilliant red light. Spinning and dancing like the air to fire he felt so alive. His insecurities and doubts vanished as he performed something as commonplace as executing simple steps with the pleasing sounds of his sword's flames. That breath, which had no name, which he recognized as breath of fire, was the driving force behind his endless dance. He broke the sequence with his respiratory hybridization, fire lightning having already cleared his mind. With his feet dangling from the bridge over that great stream, something came to his mind. I've already forgotten. He smiled and in the fading light admired his two swords, obsidian and edger. He never stopped wondering whose sword was that Lord Yubayashiki would take such good care of it. It was quite curious how that sword had such peculiar abilities as dyeing the blade as well as being able to release streams of fire that were impossible to manifest freely. Now it's my business. Being a demon hybrid had its advantages since with his blood he could do practically anything his imagination wanted. With her claws she cut her right hand, letting the blood trickle down. She transformed it into a small ball of fire, then into an electric orb. From what I understand, demon blood techniques branch into 5 categories: enhancement, summoning, transformation, manipulation, and emission. Creating a technique is based on my personality and what I like. In short, it's now a part of me. With that in mind, he got an idea of what would possibly be the foundation for his blood techniques. Great-grandfather Yoriichi was a charcoal seller, great-grandfather Sumiyoshi was a blacksmith, grandfather Senjai was a welder, father was a baker, and I'm part cook. The fire to forge incredible things has always run through our veins. His blood was molded to take the form of a chain, a spike, and again into a flame of fire. I am the bone of my sword, steel is my body and fire is my blood. I understand now, so my blood demon techniques will always be for forging and creating without needing to focus on just one thing. I just have to imagine it. He assumed his demonic form and with blood gushing from his hand, forged a series of swords which he hurled without aiming for any target. Being a bit more creative, his blood swords blazed with flames as he directed them towards the sky, losing sight of them. There came a point when he could no longer endure this, slowly losing his transformation into a demon. And now. I felt a little tired, along with a slight dizziness and lightheadedness. It's as if I've lost a lot of blood. He probably hadn't realized that using his demon transformation consumed his blood, and now he would lose even more if he used his demon blood techniques. It made sense now why the real demons consumed people daily. In short, blood was fuel for them all. Until I find you, Tanji-kun. What happened? You seem a little tired, and why are you in your demonic transformation? The young woman with violet eyes added, sounding a bit worried. It's nothing, Shinobu-san. That somewhat threatening and intimidating appearance disappeared along with the claws, the reddish-black veins, and his fangs shrank a little, becoming the everyday Tanjiro. Any reason for skipping your classes and leaving my sisters very worried about where you are? Shinobu crossed her arms, looking at him somewhat annoyed. What's wrong, Tanjiro? How did you find me? I don't even know where I am. Your arm, since the incident Kano told me about you skipping class during one of the daily checks, I activated the GPS on it. The truth is I feel so frustrated with myself. Apparently everything he did was for nothing, because those thoughts, feelings, sensations, and emotions of not knowing what to do or what his purpose was resurfaced. Shinobu approached him and sat down next to him. Something must have happened to you, you know I'm always here to listen. She wasn't one to lie, so she let out a big sigh. I heard everything you said to your ex-boyfriend. I don't know why I feel so sad and jealous at the same time. Weren't you supposed to go to the gym and then to your internships? I also suspected that would be the case, but my heart couldn't ignore you. I didn't see you during the day, neither with my sister nor with your friends. I was so worried that I dropped everything to look for you. So if I hadn't left, would you already be dating your friend? I understand you have mixed feelings, but I told you before that I had to resolve all the bad things I did, and one of them is to erase that alibi of a conceited girl who felt superior to others for being very beautiful. Okay, you don't have to worry about me all the time. Go and do the things you were supposed to do then. I figured you'd support me with this. After all, boyfriends are always there for each other through thick and thin. I just want to be alone. I want to think about why I don't feel calm. Shinobu stood up disappointed. It seemed to be a kind of curse in her life to have happiness at one end of her life with sadness at the other. Tanjiro, do you really love me? She waited patiently for an answer but received none. So much time spent with him had made her very sensitive, so she resigned herself to not crying because it was the only way she could release her emotions. I'll tell my sisters you're okay. Her gaze fell on the rust-colored floor. She saw the ring that the scarlet-eyed boy had promised her. Just as the light faded, so did that promise, and deeply depressed, she left that place. The obsession is pulling me down, fading away, forcing me to take what's mine. Her body was trapped by what appeared to be a blood-red chain. Searching for its source, she found it on Tanjiro's right arm, who, covered by his long hair, pulled hard on her until she was embraced as if he didn't want her to leave. I've always truly loved you, Shinobu. Even as children, I never forgot your beautiful wisteria eyes, and yes, I managed to forget you, but you came back to me for a reason, because you belong only to me. Shinobu turned around, expecting to see those kind eyes instead of sad, tear-filled ones. I'm sorry for being such a crybaby. That's how you're perfect, Tanji. He snuggled between that slender but muscular body, covered in scars like a warm blanket. He took both arms and squeezed them tightly, watching as that trail of blood disappeared. Shinobu-san. I'm Tanji today. Do you remember when you asked me why we weren't intimate? Yais, her cheeks began to turn red. I want to do it with you. His heart rate skyrocketed upon hearing that. I don't know what to say, Tanjiro. I hope you don't have a problem doing it with someone 3 years younger than you, Shinobu-san. If it's with you, I'll take the risk. Tanjiro kissed her and Shinobu, surprised, returned the kiss since he wasn't the one who initiated it. She was forced to break it off when Tanjiro carried her because he needed to put on a shirt. "By the way, what happened to your shirt?" she asked, very curious. "What I see doesn't bother me, you know." Well, N/A, sorry for not finding the version with scars, but I think it's okay because it's too hot. "I guess it got burned using my demon blood techniques," he said, dismissing the thought as he put on his garment. He grabbed his backpack and swords for his girlfriend to carry. He swallowed hard because of what he was about to eat. Shinobu was a very beautiful girl and he didn't even notice how good the stockings looked on her. "I don't think we'll have any privacy at your house because of Nezuko. We can only hope that my sisters aren't in the mansion." He swept her into his arms, a gesture Shinobu rewarded with a kiss on the cheek. Using his lightning-style sun god dance, he instantly left the factory behind, moving forward like a flash of light through the darkness. "Tanjiro, we are all born with a purpose. In my case, I have three. One is that I want to always be with my sisters, living my life very happily, and the other is that I want us all to be able to live in a world free from the evil of demons." "And which one is the last one?" "You're the last one, so I rule out having a family with the boy I love." The seemingly unanswerable question was finally resolved. If Shinobu was truly happy, then his purpose was one he would share with Kani, Kanao, Nezuko, and all the people who were important to him. To vanquish all demons for a world where his loved ones could live in peace, a purpose he had and lost, only to regain it later. This time he would not hesitate. "I would move forward." The endings, the moment everything broke down. I still couldn't process everything that happened last night. The sheets wrapped around my body feel like a second skin. The sunlight indicating that it was all over, and that this was not a dream but a reality. "Good morning, Tanji-kun." Her voice was so sweet, so soft and harmonious. I would hear that beautiful melody that flowed from her full red lips forever. "Good morning, Shinobu." Shinobu and I met. He hugged me just as tightly as that butterfly plushie I gave him a few months ago, as if he never wanted to let go. Her small body contrasted sharply with mine. I could feel it. So fragile, delicate, and pure. I must protect her smile with my life. "I am yours now, Tanjiro." She stopped lying in bed and climbed on top of me. Her body was beautiful, everything about her was perfect, she was mine. Lucia was very happy. She looked like a little girl who, after waiting so long, finally got the best lollipop in the candy store. "I am yours too, Shinobu." I also wanted to stop lying down, so I leaned against the headboard of the bed so that I could also sit up when his lips stole my breath. He pressed his body against mine, his arms resting on my shoulders. I mirrored his gesture, firmly embracing his waist and letting the kiss we shared deepen as his tongue began to play with mine. I broke off that kiss because of a small bite mark on my lips. That hurt me. She looked at me flirtatiously and then smiled. I couldn't help but cry, seeing her like that reminded me of when we were both younger. "I'm sorry, Tanjiro, if I hurt you," I thought. "I will protect you, Shinobu, your sisters, and everyone else. We have all suffered too much, and I no longer want to live in a world where tears are shed because of the bitterness of demons. I trust you more than anyone, Tanjiro. I know we can make a much better world." Shinobu wiped her boyfriend's tears, then cupped his cheeks, making him smile broadly. "I would make you breakfast, but we have classes, and I don't think you want to miss them compared to me." He tried to form a decent sentence without Shinobu starting to laugh. "Of course, I don't plan to be absent." "Shinobuni-san, you'll be late." Is that Tanjiro's voice? That was Kanao's voice knocking on the door. The Tanji-Shino couple jumped in fright at the thought of Kanao seeing them naked, so Tanjiro immediately got up to start cleaning and changing his clothes. "I can't help you, my groin hurts too much to be moving around like this." Shinobu spoke in a very low voice so that her sister wouldn't hear her. It's Tanjiro's voice. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro became even more frightened, but Shinobu calmed him with a gesture. "He video called me, that's why his voice sounds so real." "Oh, okay, at least Kani-ni-san is all right. We were so desperate not to find him that I'm so relieved he's back. Just come down for breakfast, Kani, and I will be right back." Tanjiro listened to every word, feeling like an idiot for his lack of maturity and the harm he was doing to the trio of sisters he loved so much. "I intend to reward them." She finished getting ready and grabbed her things to leave through the window. "Tanji-kun, come here." Shinobu, already half-dressed, watched as her redhead sat down on the side of her bed. "I ask that you love my sisters as much as you love me. I had this selfish idea that you were only mine, but my sisters love you just as much as I do, so I don't want to possess you." "Don't worry, Shinobu, you don't need to ask me for something I should do on my own. See you at the academy then." Having said this, Tanjiro climbed out the window and disappeared from their sight. "It's impossible not to love you, Tanjiro." Shinobu smiled as she looked at the ring he had given her when they went on their date at the festival. He got out of bed. Let's see what excuse I can come up with. I don't think they'll believe I fell and that's why I'm walking funny now." "Thank you very much," Shinobu paid the taxi driver while giving him a smile which made the adult blush. She got out of the car and then looked at her cell phone, which indicated that she had 5 minutes left before 7 a.m. Her status as a model student remained impeccable. Shinobu, let me help you with that. Riho, what are you doing here? She was surprised to see her ex-boyfriend back at Kaimsu Academy. Another order from the director and well, how are you? From what I heard on the call yesterday, it seemed like you were applauding very intensely. The man with rainbow-colored eyes spoke. My boyfriend is a baker and he asked me for help softening the dough. That's why the sound was similar to clapping. Shinobu scratched the back of her neck, very nervous about what she and Tanjiro had done last night. Okay, I guess. So you're free today, he remarked. Well, I have to go to my internship and then I'll go to the gym, but I don't know if my boyfriend plans to come with me. He works out a lot, the young woman with violet eyes said, still fantasizing about her not-so-little scarlet-eyed boyfriend. And can't we have some time to go out as friends? Or is your boyfriend so jealous that he won't let you go out? The blonde-haired man raised an eyebrow indifferently, but Shinobu calmly shook her head. Not at all, he trusts me a lot. I had already told him that I would be going out with a friend, meaning you, so there's no problem. Seeing her smile made her look even more beautiful than she already was, but he also felt annoyed by the fact that she referred to him as her friend, so he had to calm down. Then there wouldn't be a problem if he didn't come with us. I think he'd understand. I suppose so, I'll talk to him. Does that sound good? That sounds good to me, Riho replied with a small, satisfied smile. The bell rang, it was time for classes, so with Takamai's help she entered the school, immediately attracting attention with her peculiar way of walking. It was a little strange since there were hardly any students in the hallways, just a loud noise coming from the gym. See you later then, Shinobu. He kissed her hand and walked away, leaving her a little puzzled. After going to his respective classroom and seeing that there was no one there, he went directly to the gym, the place from which a large number of sounds originated. After the gate opened, the court erupted in euphoric cheers for the intense match, wholeheartedly supporting the home team, the Hunters of Kaimsu, against the visitors, the Reapers of Jushihuku Academy. Shinobu, you've arrived. Lack. Are you serious, Tanjiro? Zenitsu facepalmed at what his teammate had done by standing still in the middle of the court. The referee called a timeout for a water break while the free kick was awarded to the visiting team. This puts the boys at a disadvantage, and there's hardly any time to score another shot if they miss. Kanao kept his eyes on the scoreboard. 34-37, a small but potentially costly disadvantage for her boyfriend and teammates. She, along with her teammate Ai and her sister Kani, watched Shinobu arrive, greeting them animatedly from the stands. It's so good you're here, Tanjiro said, approaching her to kiss her cheek, an act she gladly accepted. I had no idea you had a game today, she added. I had no idea either until Muakairo told me a few moments before he adjusted the sleeve that covered his prosthesis. Tanjiro, come here. They both said goodbye when Jiu called him. She and he looked into each other's eyes. She was still hurt by the fact that he had been an idiot, so her gaze was filled with a little hatred as he looked away, somewhat regretful. She no longer had any reason to think about him, they were history. She couldn't deny it, he was quite attractive, but he wasn't as handsome or as kind-hearted as her Tanjiro, and for her, a boy who, despite having problems, fought to make her happy was worth more than all the precious stones in the world. She knew what she had to do, so she went straight to the women's locker room. With 7 players waiting on the bench ready to make a substitution, the Kamaboko squad had no intention of retiring. Tanjiro, 7, Zenitsu 4, Muakairo 9, Genya 5, and Inosuke, 8 met with Jiu for their usual strategic discussion. Then Muakairo and Zenitsu will go ahead, Genya will appear next to Tanjiro in an attempt to distract, with Inosuke carrying the ball to shoot at the basket. The man with sea blue eyes spoke. If he misses the shot, it might be a good opportunity for a counterattack, replied the mintied boy, not overlooking what was about to happen. All right, we can do it guys, Tanjiro said very determinedly to his friends who affirmed they were ready for the game. He bumped fists with each of them, but Jiu completely ignored him as he walked away from them. Don't waste your time with him anymore. I don't know why you're clinging to that emo when you didn't do anything wrong. Muakairo put his shoulder on his friend, who sighed at his teacher's blunt attitude. Because he's my friend. A friend, despite everything, would never abandon you. Takedo was right, there was no point in continuing to try to win the friendship of someone who didn't want it. He gave up on Jiu. Both boys went to the court where the referee started the game. Everything was going normally, even though the free throw cost them a point. Tanjiro was distracted and couldn't keep up. Genya and Inosuke kept the ball out of their area, but without Tanjiro, the balance tipped. Jiu, seeing this, called the referee's attention to make a substitution. Come on Tanjiro, you can do it. Don't give up guys. Kanao's gentle voice brought him to his senses. She, as always, offered encouragement, which Ai joined in on. Thanks to her, he regained consciousness, and together with his teammates, they managed to get out of that situation and advance into the opposing territory. That's my boyfriend. Kanao shouted at the top of her lungs, starting to wave cheerleader pom-poms. The 5 of them, amidst multiple passes and dodges, found an opportunity. Genya shot, the ball hit the rim, and he was launched. Breathe. With a great leap, the young Kamado managed to take advantage with his hand, intercepted the ball and dunked it. That's it, guys, Professor Murata God shouted, filled with excitement because the game was so intense. Professors Jaiomai Yuzui and Sabito joined in shouting like crazy about the play by their students, while Sanmi and Obanai didn't. Makomo and Senjuro kept their eyes fixed on each other, along with the rest of the academy students. 36-38 3 points to win with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to achieve it. The next game began. With a very skillful combination between Inosuke, Tanjiro, and Muakairo, they managed a pass to Zenitsu, who in turn connected it to Genya, who returned it to them. Bouncing the ball towards the basket, it was snatched away, so they quickly defended. With 2 minutes remaining on the clock, they were feeling the pressure. Zenitsu, being the fastest, advanced, and Muakairo, in a very daring move, launched a long shot that he managed to intercept. The tension was enormous and he had 3 players marking him, so to relax he bounced the ball underneath, which was intercepted by Tanjiro. Using a perfect dribble, Tanjiro managed to deceive them into believing there would be a pass, so in those few seconds he shot the ball, which went cleanly into the net. Yes, 38-38 was a tie. Everyone went even crazier. Now anyone could win, not to brag, but my boyfriend is the best. Let's go, Oniachin. Let's go, guys. Go for it, guys. You can do it. In the decisive game, the referee threw the ball into the air. It was intercepted by Inosuke, who then threw it to Muakairo. No, and the ball went to the Reapers, and with a quick offensive with 1 minute and 15 seconds of time, the Hunters were forced to mark them. Nobody could move comfortably, and in a desperate attempt, Inosuke tried to snatch the ball from the player. Lack. I don't think we can implement Professor Tomioka's strategy, Genya told the group, knowing they weren't going to get out of this one. There's no need to even think about it, Muakairo laughed as he went to lose alongside his teammates. Bacon, don't be so delicate, nobody wants compensation time anyway. Inosuke pretended not to hear Zenitsu. Tanjiro remained silent, pondering the entire context of the match. It was a matter of having faith in what he had in mind. The players lined up and the referee blew his whistle. Before the Reapers player could take his shot, Tanjiro started running in the opposite direction. Shinobu, seeing what her boyfriend had in mind, laughed to herself. Not bad, Tanji. What was that about? Simple, there were no substitutions during the game, so everyone was absolutely exhausted. Noticing that the player no longer had the strength to raise his arms any higher, the ball was going to bounce very hard against the side of the hoop due to the power with which it was thrown. For this reason, Tanjiro moved forward to gain possession of the ball. Come on, Tanjiro. If you fail, I'll give you triple the homework. With the threat of Sabito, Tanjiro mocked the 2 players who were defending by dribbling past them. The ball bounced powerfully, gaining height, and combined with a jump, he buried it behind his back. Give it 40-38. A victory for the Hunters of Kaimsu. There was no resentment from the opposing team. They accepted the defeat against such skilled players who managed a spectacular comeback. When you took him as your Tsugyuko, he had potential, but now you've managed to squeeze every last drop out of him. I wonder what your methods are. Kani Kyojiro spoke to his fellow master and pillar. My little Kamado-kun is someone who may doubt himself a lot, but he doesn't give up. His determination is incredible, and that's what I like about him, Kani replied naturally. Both adults got up to go and celebrate with the group of boys. Back with the boys, they were congratulated by all the students and teachers who shouted in unison for the Kaimsu Academy. That was incredible, Tanjiro, Kano said, very surprised to the young redhead. As expected, he scratched the back of his neck, very embarrassed. Right, sister, Shinobu arrived at them along with Mitsuri and Nezuko. He took them both by the waist, which made them blush, and placed a kiss on their foreheads. Kentaro, what a charmer. Inosuke started laughing at his friend who had 2 girlfriends. I'll have 10, I won't lose to you. After what had happened, the man with rainbow-colored eyes looked for Shinobu, going to the place where that loud noise came from. She managed to catch a glimpse of him with that beautiful smile. She looked very happy being held by a boy with a scar on his forehead and intense scarlet eyes. That look left him petrified. A growing fear was born within him. Damn. He turned around now, heading to leave the academy. I can't forget that damn look. Why am I afraid of that brat? No, of course not. I've got much stronger. I'll finish you off, you idiot. It seems your boyfriend isn't jealous. That's a good thing. I told you. A young man with golden hair and rainbow-colored eyes emerged from that imposing building alongside a young woman with black hair fading to purple and violet and eyes. So you're saying you know the CEO of the Moon Horizon Corporation? Let's just say my parents and he were partners for a while, Riho replied calmly as she carried her friend's backpack and purse. I hope you didn't go to talk to them so they would let me leave early. It was 8:00 at night and she usually left at 9:30. Not at all, we're just talking about a project that's currently yielding good results. They crossed the street and after walking a little further they arrived at a gym. I'm going to change, I hope you don't take too long, you're talking to yourself. Everyone went to their respective locker rooms. Riho didn't take long to change, so she waited for Shinobu while watching some girls exercise. Yes, they both went to a machine. Their Shinobu took off the sweatshirt she had been using to cover herself. Immediately, all the men who were also exercising fixed their gazes on that hexy body, making Shinobu uncomfortable, who wanted to cover herself again, but Riho refused. Just ignore them, he felt too jealous but wanted to see that ridiculously hexy body working out. Yes, you're right. All that time he just watched as those large breasts moved up and down. Her thick legs with those round, large buttocks pushed the weights while her sweaty abs contracted in that semi-washboard area. It was a visual delight for the lucky ones who were present. Wait, I'll bring you your water bottle. Takamai went to get the item and handed it to her along with a handkerchief to dry her hands. Fufu, this helps a lot to relieve the stress of the day, she said while cleaning her face. Her lips, so red and full, drank the liquid while a few drops of sweat were lost in the neckline of that sports top. Hello, a group of boys approached her, completely captivated by her beauty. After she finished drinking, in a fit of jealousy or love, Riho stole from her. He took her by the waist, indicating to everyone that she was his, that she belonged only to him. N/A to set the mood, could you hurry? I'm taking my fiancé skating in a few hours. Akaza Dono is already in love. What nonsense are you talking about? Apparently that cheap gel you use so much has damaged the last neuron in your brain if you even have one. Besides, I'm not chasing after girls like some simp. Come on, it's not that bad. I'm in a hurry too. One of my sculptures caught the attention of an important art inspector. So much fuss about that. I have a concert in Osaka in an hour. My cat, I hope he doesn't starve while I'm gone. Be quiet, it's disgusting that you're saying such stupid things. The screeching sound grew increasingly intense along those wooden corridors. Lord Kibutsuji has arrived. The melody of that biwa opened the door. The 6 demons bowed to their king. With a serious look, the demon king asked them to raise their heads. Dauma, tell me how things are. Muzan. Kibutsuji spoke. Everything is going perfectly. A large number of demons will emerge with the ability to withstand sunlight. I owe it all to my little one who has been working hard on that formula. The first serums allowed us to leave temporarily, but the blood in that arm is already scarce. If we get the whole source, there will be no limits for you to take over all of Japan and the rest of the world with an invincible army. Are there still more of those disgusting copies? I don't know why I agreed to this nonsense. We each have our own means, and besides, we both have in common the goal of massacring the demon-slaying core. Let's put those differences aside. The rainbow demon, whose eyes bore the inscription Superior 2, spoke cheerfully. The Lycoris radiata that were collected are key, along with that blood, to creating more of those monstrosities, added the demon. It's time to stop hiding. My long-held dream of subjugating humanity and ruling it according to my will be realized. Muzan exclaimed, filled with jubilation. His clothes tore, releasing multiple tentacles from his back. One striking feature was a large burn scar across the center of his chest. With a loud crash, he disappeared behind him. It was time to tie up all the loose ends. End of Part 2, Chapter 1, Between Us. A great anger arose from the faces of all the boys present when they saw how that beautiful teenager with tanzanite eyes was kissed by the golden-haired man. Takamai didn't mind fondling Shinobu's butt in front of everyone while pressing his body against hers to feel her breasts. Ag. Shinobu bit his tongue, and to get it off he finished him off with a headbutt. What's wrong with you, idiot? I told you I have a boyfriend. Her peculiar attitude froze the other men present, who averted their gazes from her. She covered herself with her sweatshirt, grabbed her things, and stormed out of the gym. She might have the appearance of a beautiful goddess, but her rude and cruel attitude was something that no one knew except for her boyfriend Tanjiro. Shinobu Esperura. Riho covered his nose because it was broken. Where did he learn to headbutt like that? Damn it, what do you want? She said furiously, waiting for a taxi to stop. I am sorry. Do you think a few simple words can erase the kiss you gave me? What bothers me is that I gave you my trust even though I had my doubts. I offered you my friendship and you spat in my face. Trying to calm things down, Riho tried to take her hand, but Shinobu threatened to hit her in the face. What's wrong with you? You weren't like this before. What's wrong with me? Don't you think I noticed that you and all those horny guys were just looking at me with lustful eyes? If I could switch bodies, I would. It's not the first time you've looked at me like I enjoy provoking you. Shinobu wasn't known for being as kind as her sister Kani or as sweet as her sister Kano. Although all three shared excellent beauty and physiques, she stood out for being very intelligent and diligent, with a great interest in science, chemistry, mechanics, and robotics. She didn't like being a window dresser like her sisters. I mean that your attitude is not the same as the one I knew 3 years ago. People have many facets, Riho. I had to be someone. I wasn't to beg for a feeling that would never have been satiated, but now I can be whoever I want because I know the person who loves me accepts me as I am. After thinking of Tanjiro, she calmed down. Just go, please. Believe me, it wasn't my intention to see you like this. It's just that being apart for so long made me want you so much. I thought everything could be like before. That doesn't exist anymore. Things take their course and this happened for a reason. Aren't you happy that I've finally found happiness? I wanted to be the one who made you happy. It's too late, Riho, my special someone has arrived, trusts me and loves me as much as I love him, just forget about me. A taxi pulled up. Shinobu got into the vehicle, leaving her ex-boyfriend with a bad taste in his mouth. She clenched her fists tightly. Between a great anger and fear toward that scarlet-eyed boy, she wanted to vent her frustration. After walking a little way, he came across a girl dressed in a store uniform. Good evening, Madam, Riho smiled. Good evening, the young woman replied, blushing deeply at the handsome appearance of the young adult. You're very pretty, how about we go for a walk? Of course, the young woman replied, nervously taking Takamai's hand. They headed towards an alley where the lack of light prevented people from seeing what was in that darkness. Riho pinned her against the wall, making the girl blush intensely. Would you mind doing me a favor? Chat. Shinobu, baby, how are you? I just wanted to chat with you on my way home, smiling face with smiling eyes. Tanjiro, I'm feeling a bit mess. Shinobu, and why is that? Tanjiro, after the morning match, Director Yubayashiki called me to tell me something very important. I'd like to tell you when I go to your house. Shinobu, it's not a bad thing, is it? Tanjiro, I don't know, would you like me to bring you a cake? Shinobu, sure, I'll make some milkshakes when I get there. Tanjiro, and how did it go at the gym with your friend? Shinobu, I've had better days. Tanjiro, did something happen? Shinobu, no, of course not. So what are you doing, love? Tanjiro, I'm with Rengoku-san, he's giving me some practice. Shinobu, okay, then I won't bother you. See you later, love you, Red. Tanjiro, and I love you too. Times. Her Tanjiro, he was maturing more each day, and in just 2.5 years he would become an excellent man and her perfect husband. She couldn't forget that promise they made when they shared their first kiss. She couldn't be more hopelessly in love with him. She felt bad about hiding what had happened, so to cheer herself up she checked her photo gallery. She went into the shared album where they kept their photos and sent the most recent one to Kanny, who in turn passed it on to them. Ara Tanji-kun, so you're spoiling my older sister more, she doesn't know I ate all that last night. Hey, what did you say? In a swift movement, the driver braked the car before crashing into the other cars that remained motionless. A small part of the city was cryogenically frozen next to some large stalactites that blocked the way. People fled from that enormous creature of frost that blew air so icy that it made anyone who inhaled it explode. Shinobu couldn't go and fight that creature without her assassin's equipment, so all that was left was to retreat from the rapidly expanding ice. Sea of Fire. A powerful and rapid attack of flames stopped the swell of icy peaks long enough for a hooded youth in a checkered haori to arrive and take her away. Tanjiro, who was accompanied by Kyojiro, took Shinobu to a place where the ice could not reach. Kacho-san, you don't mind me borrowing your boyfriend, do you? The young adult with golden eyes smiled. Kyojiro, Rengoku stats. Strength 14, 510 speed, 1210. Stamina 11, 510 defense, 1210 intelligence, 8 510 agility and reflexes, 10, 510 breath control, 1010 dexterity, 7. 510 total, 87. We must take him down quickly, his ice is affecting a large area, Tanjiro commented as he put Shinobu down to return to his master to fight the creature. What just happened? No idea, Rengoku-san and I were buying something for dinner when this appeared out of nowhere, Tanjiro replied. Weren't Kyojiro supposed to be tutoring you? That's right, we just came to buy some ingredients for my brother Sanjiro's dinner, Kyojiro said with his typical cheerfulness. I have to take Shinobu home, it's getting late. So you care a lot about Kacho-san, not bad, my friend. Don't make fun of her, this freezing air will affect her a lot if we don't stop it. She took out her sweater from her backpack and covered her with it. She couldn't help but blush since her somewhat tight clothing defined all her perfect qualities very well. I'll see you downstairs then. With a big smile, Shinobu watched Tanjiro descend behind Kyojiro. Lately, the two had become very close, almost like siblings. Once on the asphalt, both hunters analyzed the situation. Tanjiro noticed that he was immune to freezing thanks to his unique fire breathing, which allowed him to devise a possible strategy to end things quickly. Listen, Rengoku-san, I can reach the demon quickly and immobilize him long enough for you to finish him off. He took both swords. With that strange ability of the Jaeger, he ignited the blade, releasing a powerful flame. That sounds good to me, let's not waste any time, Kyojiro replied, trusting his student. He inhaled deeply, gripping the leaves in reverse. It's a good time to put everything he taught me into practice. Are you sure you learned it completely? It could turn out like Kenroji-san's. I learned very quickly. Thanks to spending time with Zenitsu, he was able to fully master the lightning breathing technique, thus developing the thunder-style variant of his sun god dance. At full power, it advanced straight ahead like an arrow against the enormous ice peaks. They were huge, but strength would not be a problem. Dance of the Sun God, Flame Style. Displaying his ability to hybridize his breathing, he pumped oxygen into his arms and with a powerful slash of flames shattered the spikes. Tanjiro, Flame Style. Strength 1310 speed, 11. 5-10 stamina, 10-10 defense, 12-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility and reflexes, 9-10 breath skill demonic blood techniques, 10-10 regenerative factor, 7-10 dexterity, 10-10 slayer sense, total scent, 92. 5. Tanjiro thunder style. Strength 11-10 speed, 13. 5-10 stamina, 9-10 defense, 10-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility and reflexes, 12-10 breath skill demonic blood techniques, 10-10 regenerative factor, 7-10 dexterity, 10-10 slayer sense, total scent, 92. 5. Between the breaths of lightning and flame, he possessed monstrous speed and strength as he cleared the way for his pillar master to finish off that demon. The demon threw multiple blocks of ice that Tanjiro dodged and shattered. Nothing could stop him. "Kamado, my boy, this is too big for me to knock down in one blow. Do you think you have the strength to help me?" Kyojiro was coming from behind him. "Of course," he replied, changing his breathing from flame to fire, putting away the obsidian. Tanjiro fire style. Strength 11-10 speed, 11. 5-10 stamina, 11-10 defense, 11-10 intelligence, 10-10 agility and reflexes, 11-10 breath skill demonic blood techniques, 10-10 regenerative factor, 7-10 dexterity, 10-10 slayer sense, total scent, 92. Fire and Flame, Student and Master, Sugyuko and Pillar both advanced with a very fiery attitude. Kyojiro cut off one of his arms while Tanjiro finished him off with his flaming blade to encourage regeneration. "Gaarr!" shouted the demon as a huge spike emerged from the ground while an icy storm followed him. Kyojiro managed to dodge it, however Tanjiro was sent flying into the night sky. This shouldn't go on for too long. A blazing explosion illuminated the scene. With large claws and fangs, a strange fiery mark covering its face, its eyes and veins glowing, the sun demon emerged. Tanjiro, they. Unknown statistics. Very imposing. He created a chain of blood and with it reached the nape of the demon's neck and then, creating a gigantic claw engulfed in flames, began to demolish its head. I don't know what just happened, but it's great. Kyojiro took advantage of the distraction to launch an assault and continue attacking from the ground. A very fiery duo, the demon fell before the two hunters. With a tremendous spinning slash alongside a rain of bloody swords engulfed in flames, that ice giant fell to the ground. Afterward, Tanjiro staggered a little due to his transformation. He lost a lot of blood. What was that? Kyojiro rushed to help him as he knelt down. That's what I was telling you earlier. Being a demon hybrid, I can use all their powers and abilities, but being human, I don't possess their infinite stamina. I don't want to consume blood. I'd rather go eat something after this. After regaining some strength, he went to find Shinobu and then they both went downstairs. "So you like boys, Kachasan?" Her fellow pillar's comment made her angry. "Are you going to bother me about that now? I don't see anything wrong with it." "I really like Tanjiro," Shinobu replied, embarrassed, as Tanjiro kissed her forehead. The three of them started laughing. Gah! The ice monster melted away, leaving them stunned to see a badly injured teenager. But what? "Gah, plate!" Kyojiro drew his sword and instantly blew the head off the teenager, who was a demon. His face was completely stunned. He knew that girl. Rengokusen, the girl, she was the one who served us at the shop recently. As you said, she no longer exists. Slowly she faded away. A great sadness could be seen in her eyes. I still couldn't process it. How was it possible that just moments ago that young woman with the bright smile had turned out to be a bloodthirsty demon? Who could have been the wretch who reduced an innocent person to that? Demon hunters needed immense mental fortitude to cope with the fact that humans themselves were demons. There should be no mercy shown to those monsters, but it pained him deeply, for he was too sensitive, even thinking about how her potential parents would be devastated if they couldn't find their daughter. That idea shook her to such a degree that she cried for that lost life. Shinobu and Kyojiro looked at him somewhat depressed. Tanjiro was too pure to understand that as demons there was no way back. The police were approaching, so the three disappeared. After leaving Shinobu at her house and postponing that important announcement with Kyojiro, they headed off into the unknown so they could talk. "The hamburger is quite good. You should take just one bite, even if it's small." "I'm not hungry anymore." They were both eating on the edge of a ledge, although only Kyojiro was actually eating, as Tanjiro was still depressed about seeing an innocent person die. In his mind, he always assumed that demons were bad people, but that changed when that girl died. So were demons good or bad? "Tanjiro, listen, I know it's very difficult to accept, but understand that now that you're a demon, what was once a great person is overshadowed by a creature that only wants to see more innocents die. Tell me, wouldn't you kill one to save 10? Rengoku-san, I don't know what to think anymore. Growing up means accepting that we humans are both good and bad. If you're bad, you'll remain so even as a demon, but if you're good, you'll be bad. Demons have no feelings other than killing and making innocent people suffer. It's cruel, but it's true. Assuming what his master said, then the upper moons must be scum, monsters without compassion or feelings who would harm people without being aware of their own lives. Then I will personally kill each, and every one of them starting with the one who awakened this feeling in me. Bad news. Sometimes it's very difficult to keep going with this. Oni-chan, wake up already, you'll be late. Nezuko's voice, honestly I didn't feel like moving my finger but oh well, I rolled over and fell out of bed. Also, what was that, Oni-chan? The younger Kamado entered her brother's room, who lay motionless on the floor like a rock. Oni-chan, come on, get up. I no longer see the point in continuing to go. As I'm coming. I can help you get dressed, don't worry, I'll change in a moment. Come on, you've been distant with me lately, you hardly pay any attention to me and I want to get back to doing things with my beloved older brother, she said cheerfully, helping him to his feet. You look terrible. It was just a bad dream, I'll go wash my face. The burgundy-haired boy sighed deeply and after rubbing his eyes went into his bathroom. Nezuko went to her closet. Ignoring the weapons she kept inside, she took her uniform to iron it. Tanjiro emerged from his bath feeling a little more aware and no longer so horrible, in his own words. Your game was incredible, Oni-chan, we just have to wait and see who you'll face next, Nezuko said, handing over his pants. I guess. He went back to the bathroom to put on that garment. When he came out, his sister was already waiting for him with a t-shirt, shirt, tie, and jacket from his uniform. Thank you very much, Nezuko. You don't need to go to the bathroom again, you can change here. Besides, you shouldn't feel embarrassed, I'm your sister. Nezuko gave him a calm smile, handing over his shirt. Yes, you're right. Tanjiro began to take off his pajama top, and although it might not have seemed like it, Nezuko was enjoying the sight. Even as a child, her brother already had the body of a grown man, covered in veins and large scars from his fights. She loved it. Having done this, she buttoned his shirt, feeling his defined abs as she did so. The jacket and tie were no problem. Thank you very much, Nezu. As usual, he stroked her forehead, causing her to blush slightly. I'll see you downstairs, Oni-chan. He was left alone in his room. If only I could do something. After finishing the remaining things, she grabbed her backpack and went downstairs to the living room where her sister was having breakfast. Would you like me to bring you something to eat, Oni-chan? I'm fine, don't worry. Both siblings left their house. Nezuko sensed that something was wrong with her brother as his subdued demeanor was unusual unless he was deeply worried. Oni-chan, what if we go skating? What do you think? He grabbed his arm, waiting for a positive response. Maybe another time, Nezuko, I understand. Throughout the journey to the academy, silence reigned. Hola, Nezuko. Makomo Muikairo Senjuro, the girl ran to hug her classmates. Hey Nezu, what's wrong with Tanjiro? Makomo and Muikairo asked, noticing their older brother's subdued demeanor. That's what I'd like to know. Maybe I should go ask him. Without taking 2 steps forward, Nezuko grabbed Mano's hand. Leave him alone, I don't think he feels like talking to anyone. But Tanjiro is such a cheerful boy, why is he acting like this? Senjuro commented about his older brother's student and friend. The 4 of them had to go to class, so they went into the school, going to their lockers to get their books. I miss when Tanjiro used to spend time with us, Grandpa Yurikodaki and Sabito. I wish those times could come back. Makomo, with her back against the lockers and clutching her books, felt sad for her scarlet-eyed friend. It wasn't the first time she had felt nostalgic. Everyone has their problems, we all have different ways of dealing with them, but Tanjiro is too sensitive to cope, so maybe that's what's wrong with him. Muikairo offered his possible answer to Makomo. It's unrelated, but during the match, I don't know if you noticed, he got really depressed because Tomioka is ignoring him. He's a huge idiot, that's Tanjiro's fault. We didn't do anything to deserve him ignoring us, he didn't overlook the attitude of the one who used to be one of his best friends. What if instead of looking for the culprits, we look for a solution to this? Senjuro spoke, having listened to them the whole time. And what do you suggest? Nezuko asked, closing her locker. I don't know, but thinking negatively won't help at all. The 4 of them went to their classroom. Math teacher Sanemi wasn't exactly known for having the best temper, especially if they were late to class. What's wrong, Tanjiro? I want a table that specifies all the characteristics of vertebrate and invertebrate beings, and I also want a comparative table of some species that share these characteristics. It was impossible for all the students not to be captivated by the enormous beauty of their goddess and biology teacher, Kanikacha. The advanced biology tutorials, which only the smartest students from all grades took, didn't have many students, only 15 of them, of whom 14 paid more attention to their teacher than to what was written on the blackboard. The only one paying attention was Tanjiro, who was writing everything down in his notebook. Kano, Zenitsu, Genya, Ai, and Inosuke weren't present because, according to them, biology was a complicated subject. Kani already knew they weren't paying attention to her, so with a smile she managed to captivate them even more. However, that smile wasn't for them but for her favorite student, her Kamado-kun, the only one who was interested in learning. Did you write everything down, Kamado-kun? He immediately became the center of attention. Kanny stood up from her seat and approached his. Her wide hips and thick legs, covered by her signature black stockings, were a perfect paradise for the older students. May I read what you took notes during class? The typical sound of someone in trouble. Well, Kamado-kun, it's just scribbles. It seems you didn't do anything in class. He looked at her confused while his other classmates began to make fun of him. Tonto, why did you waste Professor Kanny's valuable time? Someone else could have warmed your seat. As in all schools, the older kids bullied the younger one, but they didn't know that this red-haired boy could wipe the floor with their faces at any moment. You'll have to stay with me in detention for your bad behavior. The bell rang. The other students laughed as they left the classroom. Good heavens, I don't know why I have to put up with these idiots 2 days a week, Kanny said, closing and locking the door. But it's all worth it when we're alone together, my Kamado-kun. Kanny-sama, I still think this isn't a very good idea. What if we get discovered? Tanjiro swallowed hard. He knew what was coming. You'll just have to promise me that you'll always come to visit me when my new uniform is orange, she said playfully, taking her beloved student and leading him to her desk. Kanny began kissing him very passionately while taking his hands to caress her legs. Tanjiro reciprocated. After so much time together, that forbidden thing they shared had become a habit. Kanny broke the kiss, opened his jacket, and began unbuttoning his shirt before lifting his t-shirt. This looks much better than in the photos. She very flirtatiously took off his tie to put it on herself, then proceeded to kiss her boyfriend's sink. Tanjiro couldn't help but sigh at that. The ecstasy grew to such a degree that a large bulge appeared in his pants, something that Kanny noticed. I wonder which of us likes your great friend Kamado-kun the most, she said it very seductively in his ear while putting her hand inside his pants to feel him better. Kanny-sam. A huge blush appeared on her face as Kanny enjoyed that moment with her boyfriend. Again she broke the moment, ready to move to the next level, when she proceeded to undress, lowering her skirt. Don't you think my hair is really cute, Kamado-kun, heart suit? She lifted her sweater so Tanjiro could see her better, causing his nervousness to reach its limit. Kanny approached again, giving him permission to caress and kiss her wherever he wanted, but Tanjiro ignored that and hugged her with all his might. Kanny-sama, I don't want to lose her. I love her very much. She came down from her daze, feeling the warmth and sincerity of his words. Extremely embarrassed, she asked him to close his eyes so she could get dressed again. I think I went too far this time. A small drop trickled down Tanjiro's left cheek. What's wrong, Kamado-kun? He sat down next to him. I'm so sorry I can't reciprocate, I just feel sad and I don't know why. Now it was her turn to hug him, letting her redhead vent his feelings on her shoulder. It's okay, don't worry about it. Kanny-sama, I want to do it with you. Her maternal demeanor vanished upon hearing that. A deep blush spread across her face. What are you saying, Kamado-kun? Do you really want to do it? She had been wanting him for a long time and had always hinted at it, so this sudden and direct declaration truly surprised her. Okay, if my Kamado-kun wants to take the next step, I'm ready for it. A few minutes passed, during which Tanjiro managed to calm down. Once they were both relaxed, she asked him the reason for his depressed demeanor. After the game, after it ended, Director Yubayashiki summoned me and told me that he had re-enrolled me at Kazuki Academy. That I was offered a scholarship to study, and I knew I shouldn't let that opportunity pass me by. That revelation stirred a terrible fear within her. Ume Shabana, her former student, studied there, and she recognized that she was a very beautiful young woman, even more so than herself, so the fact that she could at any moment make Tanjiro fall in love with her made her fear the worst. She absolutely had to do it with Tanjiro. She had to strengthen the bonds of love they shared. I suppose Oyakata-sama has some reason for sending you to study there. I don't know if you know this, but the director of that academy and Kaguya-sama don't get along very well, she added. She took that very well. I know you wouldn't have wanted to leave me or my sisters. I'll miss seeing your pretty face sitting on the bench halfway across from us. They shared a kiss before Tanjiro stood up and headed for the door. I'll go say goodbye to Kanao, Shinobu, and all my classmates and teachers. Yes, go ahead. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Kanny burst into tears. Please, I beg you not to take him away from me too. I beg you not to take my Kamado-kun away. I will continue to visit them. I promise you, Kanao, nothing will change. Of course, it won't be the same seeing your silhouette in front of my eyes in the classroom, going to the cafeteria together and returning home holding hands. Many things will be lost, Tanjiro. Kanao, what I feel for you will never disappear. He kissed her hand and then hugged her. I'll come for you and your sisters as soon as classes are over. I don't intend to break another promise. Little Kacho cried on his chest, being comforted until the last tear disappeared. Are you feeling better? And that's my Kanao. I'll wait for you tomorrow then. Tanjiro, her beautiful lilac eyes shone with the hope that her Tanjiro would keep that simple but precious promise. I understand. I didn't think you were going to say goodbye to me, Tanjiro. I'm saying goodbye to all the people who are important to me. Makomo, you are one of my closest friends. I owe you so much for everything you've done for me. You haven't spoken to me. Apparently I'm no longer important to you. Yes, and if you have any negative feelings towards me, I accept them. I want to make it up to you, he replied decisively. I'd like to go out with you like when we used to go to the mountains to train. Of course, it's the least I could do for you. Good luck at your new school. Idiot Makomo very decisively planted a kiss on his cheek before disappearing into the crowd of students. She managed to resolve everything before leaving. She hadn't expected that show of affection from Makomo and gave her locker the final lock. With her backpack on her back and her head held high, she left the academy without looking back. One chapter had ended and another had begun. Remember what Mr. Yubayashiki entrusted to you. If you can do something to change things, don't hesitate and move forward. Protect them and don't lose them. And after disappearing into the twilight, he continued on his way to his new destination. Will you come with us willingly or by force? Better the hard way. She's a very cute demon. Leave if you don't want to be reduced to nothing in a few seconds. I wouldn't speak like that if you didn't want our Lord to kill your dear older brother. If you obey us and do not argue with us, we will ask him not to harm you. Yes, but please don't hurt my brother. We're going to have so much fun with you when this is over. A different life. Another day on the calendars. I didn't feel like getting out of bed. It was such a struggle just to open my eyes. What would it be like to move my exhausted and heavy body? I moved my pupils enough to find the time on the clock. It was 6 a.m., the typical start of the week, and therefore I had to go to school early. With all the laziness in the world, I got out of bed and went to take a shower. I love it when it rains, the water droplets spreading everywhere. A feeling of freshness surrounds me every time I go out to get soaked, but since it hasn't rained, the water coming out of the shower is the closest thing I'll be able to get. After a while, I left the bathroom and headed for the mirror. My long, unruly black hair fading to red is very malleable when wet, so I take advantage of it before it dries as it becomes very stiff in place. After pushing my hair back, I look at myself. My scarlet eyes seem tired, focusing on a strange scar on the left side of my forehead. I have no idea how I got it. Now I'm going to the closet to get my school uniform. After getting dressed again, I'm going back to the bathroom to brush my teeth. I come back, grab my backpack, and leave my room and then my apartment. Everything was going normally. I went out onto the street, walking on the sidewalk. Good morning, senpai. A sweet but shrill voice made him turn around. Good morning, Mashi. The owner of that voice is Mash Akahashi, my best friend for as long as I can remember. May I accompany you? I already told you not to do that. He smiled and without my consent took my hand. I started to feel nervous. It's not the first time he's done that, but I still haven't gotten used to it. Seeing her blush and with her typical shy attitude makes me want to laugh. We spent the whole journey chatting about trivial things until we spotted our school. Monday is the most tiring day of the whole week. If I had the opportunity to erase that day from the calendar, I would do it without hesitation. Are you still thinking about erasing Monday from the calendar? He asked me. It's just unfair, you know, you slack off on Sunday and wake up tired the next day, which is Monday. Haven't you considered that it would be? I know that if I removed Monday after Sunday, there would be Tuesday, which would then become the new Monday. That's right, senpai. She began to laugh, letting out her characteristic cute giggles. It would be great not to say Monday during the week. If you say so, senpai, it's silly things like this that keep me from growing up. I started scratching the back of my neck, so embarrassed. Mashi kept laughing and I liked that. Seeing her beautiful smile was so nice. We arrived at the school, everything was peaceful. Good morning, Yorichi-sama. Gee, good morning, Yorichi. Today will be a strange day since you arrived early, Tsujikuni-kun. Good morning, Arya, Sakura, and Rin. I can't believe I'm early either. The young redhead approached them to stroke their foreheads as he always did. The blondie-haired teenager and the aubergine-haired teenager responded very pleasantly to the show of affection with a slight blush, except for the chocolate-haired teenager who became very embarrassed by it. Her two senpai and her classmate, the three of them had such different personalities that it made her life much more complicated. Just one smile from her was enough to captivate the hearts of her four companions, with each one reacting in her own unique way. The five of them entered the academy and went to their respective lockers. They weren't far from each other, so they could have a very pleasant conversation. Professor Tsujikuni will be giving fencing lessons, which I don't intend to miss. The young woman with emerald eyes spoke up, looking very excited. I plan to go to Professor Yu's cooking classes. Lately, I feel like I've improved a lot, said the happy teenager with tanzanite eyes. At least you guys have interesting things to say. I have to go help Professor Haruka with some idiots, the sapphire-eyed teenager commented grumpily. Professor Mamiko asked me for help for her next literature class, added the rubby-eyed teenager. The four of them looked at their companion Mash, who became very nervous. I don't have anything interesting to do today. I think I'll just go back home to play with my little foo. How about you come with me to the cooking classes, Mashi, said the girl with big tanzanite eyes sweetly. Okay, if I'm not bothering you, I'll go, replied the young woman with topaz eyes, still nervous. Come on, Mashi, you don't need to be so shy with them. Yorichi hugged her, trying to calm her down. CC Senpai. In/A, new ship unlocked. The bell rang, so everyone made their way to their different classes. Walking down the long hallway on the second floor of his academy, he spotted his classroom at the far end. There weren't many students at the school because they had gotten up early for the reason mentioned before, only the creaking of each step taken on the floor adorned with wooden planks. You only get up early for me, cousin. Turning around, I could see a young woman somewhat tall, though not as tall as me. She had large scarlet eyes and long hair where burgundy, red, and black blended perfectly. Good morning, Professor Mamiko. I already told you not to call me that. Mamiko Tsujikuni. She is my cousin, and although I am 21 years old, I am taller than her. They make fun of me if I call you cousin, then they ask for your cell phone number. You're going to start with this again. Please help me with the books I left on the stairs, Mamiko said, taking most of the books and placing them in her cousin's arms. It was supposed to be about helping you, not doing all the work. I like taking advantage of you, Yorichi. They entered the room where Yorichi left the stack of books on the desk before falling asleep with his arms numb in the seat. If you didn't want to help me, all you had to do was say no, you know, the adult said, feigning anger. But I gave it to you, never mind, I'll try my best to do better. See how easy it is for me to take advantage of you. Mamiko smiled mischievously before going to get a seat. One way or the others. Mamiko pushed her seat closer to Yorichi's, took her cell phone out of her jacket and started scrolling through her Facebook. The new episode of Attack on Titan came out yesterday, and since I couldn't watch it, I'll take advantage of the fact that there's still time before my classes. She rummaged in her bag for her headphones, handing her left earpiece to her cousin. After finding the episode, she leaned back on his chest so they could both watch the anime of the moment. The Usurper, the Enemy of Humanity. How complicated everything Ryunur is going through. A complex of dual personality after a happy life was taken from him to confront his harsh reality. I keep wondering why you left home. Dad misses you a lot. The chapter ended. Mamiko didn't feel like getting up. She liked that long-lost sisterly feeling. I suppose I must have had my reasons for leaving. Assume the three of us were having a great time and out of nowhere you decided to leave, she said, annoyed. Her furrowed brow and the scent of anger frightened him. But everything has gone very well these past few weeks, don't you think? Weeks. Have you been to therapy sessions with psychologist Fushiro? I don't see the point in going when I feel fine. Listen, Yorichi, when someone isn't psychologically well, they'll always say they're perfectly fine. You should go again. I'm not lying to you at all, Mamiko. I really feel very good. The bell rang, classes were about to begin, so very confused by that enigma, he went to take his seat. From the row opposite, the middle seat, was it perhaps déjà vu? My desk seat was as cold as usual, just like my thoughts. The students arrived and filled the entire room. Mamiko took one of the books. What does it mean to be a hero, and why shouldn't you be one? A true hero is not just someone who can stop big threats. A hero is also someone who is willing to do anything to bring hope to another person, someone who seeks good and not evil, someone who helps those in need, someone with a merciful heart, someone who seeks to demonstrate that even in a world with crime and cruelty, there are still people who fight for their happiness and good, someone who is willing to carry the weight of the world to protect those they love. Someone who dedicates a little of their time to help anyone from a person without resources to a rich person, even an animal. That's a hero, someone who feels, someone who loves, someone with feelings, someone with humanity. This world has heroes with powers. Do you want to know what that power is? It's very simple. It's the power of wanting, whether wanting in the sense of loving or wanting in the sense of acting. Could someone like that even exist? Unfortunately, what is white, bright, and pure is consumed by what is black, opaque, and dirty. In this world, such a hero can never exist because the inner darkness, regardless of the light in his heart, will be consumed by the darkness. That duality, that fracture will create in him a rebirth of two opposing poles, the good and the bad. What will become of that corrupt hero who feels vengeance and hatred against what he deems wrong? Guilt and a host of negative emotions will arise to corrupt him, and what was once someone capable of building will destroy everything that was important to him. It's better not to be a true hero. I want a sheet of paper. I have 2 more books here. You have 10 minutes to read it and work on that summary. It was difficult for me to write that summary with my brain about to explode. I wanted to remember more, but I couldn't. I hit my head on the desk multiple times, ending up scared by 2 things. The first was that my forehead is surprisingly hard, and the second was that I made a small crack in the wood. Yorichi Mamiko removed the book she was using to shield herself and passed it to her next student. Do you want me to take you to the infirmary? No, it's nothing, teacher. It's just that I must not have slept very well last night. If you feel unwell, you can go to the infirmary, or else continue with your work. The young woman with burgundy hair spoke authoritatively. From his perspective, the hands of the clock moved much more slowly, with the seconds feeling like hours. After a mental battle, he managed to finish his work before the bell rang for the next class. His strange behavior was something his cousin didn't take lightly, so she decided to take him to his psychologist. "Don't worry, Yorichi, you'll feel much better soon, trust me." Bob Ewig. "I feel like I've been forced to watch all the filler arcs of Naruto." "Dad has woken up, that's a relief." Yorichi awoke. Her scarlet eyes were sunken like the sockets of a corpse. Through a somewhat blurred vision, she could see both a young woman with bright scarlet eyes and a man with deep dark violet eyes. They seemed worried. "Uncle Mamiko, what happened?" "You got heat stroke from training with Dad, it's nothing to worry about," Mamiko said calmly. "Well, now that your cousin is awake, I'll take my leave. I have a very important matter to attend to at the company. You'll stay here and take care of Yorichi." "Thank you very much, Uncle Michikatsu. I'll be waiting for you at 5 am to continue training. And Dad, please don't be so harsh." The man with his stoic appearance and sharp, knife-like gaze left the room, leaving the young couple alone. "Arya, Rin, Sakura, and Mashi came to see you. They haven't been gone long, but let's forget about that since I want to spend some time with my little cousin." Mamiko began to lift her sweater. "I guess there's nothing I can do when you make me yours. Familia Tsujakuni." "Yorichi, wake up, it's already 4:30 in the morning, you know how my dad gets when someone isn't punctual." Mamiko rested in her cousin's arms. Her expression was very happy after she had consummated her love for him in a night of hex. Yorichi woke up. He didn't seem tired, just a little disheveled and confused by what had happened last night. "Good morning." She leaned in to kiss him. Mamiko felt no attraction to men, as she had deep feelings for her cousin, whom she described as a very handsome, kind, and noble young man, possessing a charm that made her sigh with delight. "Don't you think we should stop doing this every day, Mamiko? I wouldn't want to break Uncle Michikatsu's trust if he finds out what we have." N/A, for this hottie, I'd totally become a Northerner 7U7. "Does that worry you, or is it because you like your friends?" She became annoyed. Yorichi's heart raced at her cold stare. "I think I remember why I left home." "Okay, I'll tell Dad I'm in love with you so you'll stop being afraid, okay? Well. I also didn't feel very comfortable hiding this. I wish I weren't pretending. Whatever happens, I will always support you. Thank you, Yorichi." They shared another kiss. Young Tsujakuni got out of bed wearing only a shirt. Mamiko just smiled at him, suggesting he get dressed since it would be 5 a.m. in 20 minutes. "Don't worry, I'll take care of cleaning everything." One thing he couldn't deny was that his cousin was quite beautiful. Darkness still reigned for part of the early morning. The imposing star, radiating an intense white light, highlighted the silhouette of a man who exuded an air of supremacy. Yorichi hurried to the backyard of the mansion where he was waiting for him. Just in time. "Good morning, uncle. Are you feeling much better now?" "Yes, don't worry." Having said that, the adult with very peculiar scars on his face threw a wooden sword at him. "Let's see if you can last more than 1 minute this time." Michikatsu unsheathed his wooden sword and with impeccable posture prepared for training. Yorichi did the same. Before he could react, his uncle was already just centimeters away from landing a precise blow to his rib. Grazing the blade of his sword, he managed to redirect the attack. That strength was monstrous, coupled with unparalleled speed. Could he possibly last that minute? After backing away, Michikatsu gained momentum in a powerful charge. His body couldn't react. His instinct was what saved him from what would have been an attack that would have knocked him out of the fight. Remember the concepts for using your breathing. If you can't, give up. With the attacks imminent, he couldn't even recall what his uncle had told him. All he felt was that he could barely breathe. The intense strain of trying to block and dodge blows to different parts of his body exhausted him. Without enough oxygen for his brain to react, a powerful elbow strike along with a quick blow with the sword sheath managed to knock him down. "You're still very weak. Arya is much stronger than you. She can give me a much better fight." "Well, good for her, I suppose." With difficulty and using his sword for support, he rose. His heavy body and chaotic thoughts made him the perfect target to be finished off. "I appreciate this beating, man, because hitting me helped me remember." After letting a huge amount of oxygen rush through his bloodstream, Yorichi stood up. "Every time you lose a first fight, you always get up much stronger in the rematch. You're just like him." Like lightning, Yorichi approached Michikatsu with an opening to return that blow to his rib. "You have the capacity for adaptive learning. The stronger your opponent, the stronger you become. That's what I'm talking about." The clash of weapons was as powerful as a bullet's blast. Precise and accurate blows that neither received connected with their opponent. Yorichi tried to unbalance him with a sweeping kick, but Michikatsu managed to push him back with his palms. That didn't stop the scarlet-eyed youth, who wasted no time in throwing his sword. Michikatsu hadn't expected that, but he was surprised by the power and precision of his ranged attack, although now his nephew was at a disadvantage without the weapon. "Come on and don't hold back, man. I can handle it," Yorichi said decisively, looking to fight with his fists and legs. Hakuji told me that you are already an expert in martial arts, the only one who can keep up with him. Michikatsu handed him his lost sword along with another one he carried on his back. And this. I want you to further perfect your dual-wielding skill. Okay, things between them were serious. Michikatsu gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that his veins stood out even more. With uncanny speed, he drew it, creating a small crack. Yorichi did the same, assuming a fighting stance and creating a small gust of wind. His left hand gripped the sword in reverse, while his right remained normal. This posture was highly unusual for swordsmen who practiced double-wielding due to their fighting style. Adults first, uncle, is it safe? Yorichi with a firm step threw himself into combat, changing the grip of his right sword so that it was reversed. Michikatsu unleashed a blow so simple yet so powerful that it made his nephew summon all his strength to not give in. The sword was trapped between the other two. Yorichi, his veins bulging from his uncle's immense strength, didn't give in. Everything happened as he expected, so he switched from his reverse grip to his normal one, which he accompanied with a leap. In midair, he shifted his grip again, this time to his left hand, the blade now reversed. An opportunity presented itself, which he would seize with a swift and powerful spinning attack. Yorichi was no ordinary fighter as he combined his skills in swordsmanship, martial arts, and parkour, achieving a unique fighting style. Michikatsu blocked the attack. Yorichi stepped forward again and shattered both swords with an axe kick, his most powerful and destructive attack. With his uncle unarmed, there would be no way to block his characteristic headbutt. You did well. Michikatsu had to sacrifice one of his arms to block that improvised attack. Like a fried food being bitten, that's the sound his uncle's arm made as it broke. Bull. Michikatsu punched him hard in the stomach, knocking his nephew out of the fight, but not enough. Well done, mans. Yorichi clutched his stomach, lying on the grass, panting. Michikatsu went to him and helped him up. What a peculiar fighting ability. I have no doubt that Arya will have a much harder time when you get your rematch. He stroked his head, which Yorichi gladly accepted. I'm very proud of you, you'll be a great man in the future. My two boys look so cute. Mamiko joined them carrying a tray with tea and a bowl full of biscuits. She waited for them seated on the steps of the house. Both Tsujakunis went to talk to her for a while. Dad, how was Yorichi? From the kitchen, she could hear that things were intense. Mamiko deduced very well that someone would get hurt. She didn't imagine that her father would be like that, so she started bandaging his arm. She's improving quite a bit every day. It makes me seriously doubt whether I should give Arya the title as my successor, Michikatsu replied, taking a sip from her teacup. Leaving that aside, could you explain what kind of breathing technique you're teaching me? It doesn't seem like breathing for an ordinary person. Listen, Yorichi. After finishing with her father, Mamiko focused on him. You're absolutely right, the breathing technique you use isn't the common one. For generations, the Tsujakuni family has guarded a very important secret that no one is allowed to know. Michikatsu gave his approval. We possess a unique lung capacity that allows us to control our breathing patterns in a specific and focused manner, which consequently increases lung capacity and the amount of oxygen in the blood. This increased oxygen allows us to improve physical abilities and mental focus. What's this all about? Yorichi asked, even more confused. For a long time, humans have faced adversities such as wars, hunger, diseases, and the economy, but none like demons. Demons. Supernatural creatures whose objective is to massacre every last living human. The Tsujakuni family was the first to confront the demonic threat. They cannot be fought in ordinary ways. The only way to kill them is by using great breathing powers. What? Long ago, one of your ancestors was blessed by the sun god, and with that, the first demon hunter was born, bringing with him the first breathing power, the legendary solar breath. Wait, are you telling me that demonic beings exist in this ordinary world? Basically, Mamiko said in a neutral tone. Michikatsu continued with his story. Since no one could stand against them, Yorichi took it upon himself to teach them various variations of the original breathing technique, each an adaptation of their strengths and weaknesses, giving rise to the 9 breathing techniques. Although many demon slayers who learned these techniques were able to face the demons, it wasn't enough as they possessed cursed demonic energy, which ultimately led to their deaths. On the day Yorichi died after fighting a very high-level demon, the divine power of the breath of the sun divided his various attributes, which then merged with the breathing techniques he had taught. Sun. Lightning, a speed attribute. Flame, attribute of. A strength. Water, attribute of. Defense. Wind, attribute of. Reflexes and agility. Rock, attribute of. Resistance. With Yorichi's death, his descendants inherited his lung prowess, and since they shared the same blood, a derivative of the original breath emerged. Capable of utilizing all attributes, the lunar breath was created. Let me process all this information. The first breath branched out into 9, and what happened to the other 3? All the information revealed made Yorichi's brain ache. It's not known for sure. Demon Slayers only know the 5 mentioned earlier. Moon breathing is exclusive to the Tsujikuni bloodline, which is kept secret since no one else could handle all that power. Sun, Manager. Mixture of the 7 attributes of the main breathing techniques at a lower power. Lightning, a speed attribute. Flame, attribute of strength. Water, attribute of defense. Wind, attribute of reflexes and agility. Rock, attribute of resistance. Uncle, why are you telling me all this? Because all these months I've been training you was for that reason you will become a demon hunter. Dad, I don't want Yorichi to risk this. You know I've been able to fight on my own. Even if her daughter objected, she wouldn't change her mind. You are very important to me, and if Yorichi can help you, I won't hesitate to train him until he's as strong as me. The pain in his head was becoming increasingly intense. Demon hunting, breathing, life or death, he didn't even know what to do or what to think. The normal life he was possibly living was just a farce compared to what he really had to face, but was he ready to face it? No, Yorichi shouldn't have to carry something that doesn't concern him. I'm not going to risk him, Uncle. Mamiko and Michikatsu turned their attention to him. His serious expression betrayed his decision. What do I need to do to become a demon hunter? Don't worry about that. As I said before, I've been training you to be an assassin. I'll provide you with all the equipment. Why did you accept Yorichi? There's no guarantee you'll live the next day. That's why I accepted. You, Uncle Michikatsu, as well as Mashi, Arya, Sakura, and Rin are very important to me, and if I can try to protect you, I will. If something happens to me, I'll know I was able to do something instead of helplessly watching my loved ones perish. You're a hopeless idiot, you know. Mamiko moved closer to him and then hugged him. Promise you'll live. Yes, I promise. A romantic atmosphere developed between them. Mamiko didn't want to miss this opportunity, so she slowly leaned in to kiss him. Is something wrong, daughter? He forgot the presence of his father who, judging by his serious face, was looking for answers to that action. Okay, this is something I should have told you a long time ago. I'm in love with Yorichi, a very close friend. It had been a rather strange and confusing morning for me. My home problems stay at home since I have my own problems at the academy. Senpai, is something wrong? Mashi called his attention. He was somewhat lost in thought and didn't even realize he was about to hit a lamppost. It's nothing, I was just thinking about something my uncle told me, but it's nothing important for you to worry about. Oh, that's fine. Yorichi and Mashi were walking to Kazuki Academy. He wanted to downplay what his uncle Michikatsu had told him and Mamiko that morning, but it was actually quite important. You're lying to me, aren't you, senpai? No, of course not. Why do you ask? I was asking if you could accompany me on my internship at Moon Horizons at night, since someone as intelligent as you could help me with something quite complex, Mashi said, sounding a bit pessimistic in case she received a no for an answer. Sure, I'll just tell Mamiko that I'm going out with you. You know she's very jealous and doesn't let me have friends. Does your cousin dislike me? Whenever I'm with you, she gets very serious and it terrifies me. He couldn't tell her it was because his cousin had feelings for him, as she would think he was a weird guy. It was better to avoid giving an answer. Wouldn't you like to go to an arcade before your internship? It'll be a lot of fun spending time with you, Mashi, like a date. As she said that, a blush appeared next to her face, which was becoming nervous. Call it whatever you like, Yorichi smiled. Okay, so it's a date. Mash Akahashi, 16 years old, 161M first grade student, I suppose so. Yorichi Tsujikuni, 16 years old, 173M first grade student. Kazuki Academy, the most prestigious school in all of Japan, was located in the heart of Kyoto. Only wealthy, important, and gifted students had the privilege of studying there. Yorichi, followed by Mashi, went to their lockers. She and her friend Sakura remained in the same group. He's most likely already in the hall. What's your investigation about? Well, I don't have much information about it. Only that I was put to work with some flowers called Lycoris radiata along with what appears to be a compound made from blood, Mashi replied. She didn't seem very confident in the conclusion of her work. Like a good friend, he prepared to carry his books, and as they continued their conversation, a young woman with sapphire eyes joined them. Good morning, Yorichi-sama. Mashi, Arya Asumi, 18 years old, 161M third-year student. Why so early, Arya? As far as I know, there aren't fencing classes today. Yorichi was wondering why so many students were already at the school. Senpai, what Arya is reminding you of is that today you have a confrontation against Hakuji, your friend from the third grade, Mashi replied. Huh, is this for real? Heavens, Yorichi, I've already told you not to hang out with these girls. Ume, please don't talk to them like that. Ume Shabana, 16 years old, 160M first-year student, the self-proclaimed queen of the academy, the idol princess, and the girl with the most simps in all of Tokyo. From her point of view, all girls were unpleasant, and that attitude only intensified when she saw how happy her beloved redhead seemed to be with two beggars. Yorichi isn't yours to be controlling, Shabana. The girl's enormous ego, along with her boastful and arrogant nature, was unpleasant to most of the students. Arya dismissed it and continued talking to her friend. Exactly what time is your confrontation with Hakuji? Come here, Yorichi. The young woman with albino hair, very annoyed at being ignored, grabbed his arm. Ume had feelings for Yorichi because he was tall, muscular, had a very handsome face, and long, silky hair along with large eyes that could melt anyone. Midway through the journey, Yorichi let go. It wasn't that she disliked it was just that her boastful and proud attitude made her not care about hurting the feelings of those below her. Ume, just because I'm your friend doesn't mean you have to control who I hang out with. You get jealous because I talk to Sakura, Rin, Arya, Mashi, and even Professor Mamiko. The argument between them did not go unnoticed, so a large group of students surrounded him. What do I have to do to make you like me, you idiot? A moment anyone would want to be him. The most beautiful student in the school had confessed her feelings to him in front of everyone. Hakuji, please help me with With this training, I feel as if I can manipulate the air itself. Hakuji, I think Yorichi is talking to you. A couple who happened to be passing by among the crowd that was trying to kill the red-haired boy. Apparently there were multiple broken hearts at Ume's revelation since she had always implied that she didn't like anyone. Hakuji Kamen, 19 years old, 177M third-year student. Kyuki Kamen, 17 years old, 158M second-year student. Get out of my way. Don't get in my way. I don't think it's necessary to be so violent, Hakuji, the pink-eyed young woman said, very embarrassed. With ease, the boy with thick eyelashes managed to pull his friend out, who apparently did not come out unscathed due to the multiple bruises and blows all over his body. Why didn't you defend yourself? You're much stronger than them. Hakuji said angrily to his friend. He wasn't happy with his teammate Ume, who was also upset. Arya, Mashi, can you tell me why Yorichi ended up like this? Kayuki called to her friends. The three of them helped Yorichi, who wasn't fully conscious, to get herself together. Because of her shyness, Mashi didn't say a word, so Arya calmly recounted that it all started because of Ume. Let's go to the gym, I have some things there to take care of you. Hakuji, where are you going with my Yorichi? Bring him here, lose Shabana. I'm going to call my brother. May he also be lost. Thanks Hakuji, I owe you one. Don't worry, you're my best friend, I'll always be there and save your ass, Hakuji said with a smile. I don't know if what I heard is true, but there are rumors that you and Kayuki are getting married. This pleased the teenager who took her beloved boyfriend's arm. That's right, Yorichi, Hakuji proposed to me a few weeks ago, she said sweetly. You don't need to give those explanations, he said, trying to hide his embarrassment. She was the girl who had won his heart. Why hadn't he kept her long before? What a strange feeling, I don't know why it feels so familiar. They seem so happy, radiating an aroma of pure, unadulterated love. My head hurts, it feels so awful, it's like something wants to surface but I can't. Why do I feel confused again? Yorichi, are you alright? What, where are we, Hakuji? In the locker room, don't you remember we have martial arts training? Oh, I'm sorry. Ever since the Shabana incident, you seem very distracted. Is something wrong? You can tell me anything, or if not, I can call your cousin. I have something, but I don't know what it is. If you're not feeling well, we can postpone the fight for another time. No, maybe if I distract myself with something else, I'll forget this strange feeling of confusion. Hakuji sighed deeply when he saw the sadness and confusion in his friend's eyes. Yorichi had suddenly started crying. Knowing what was wrong, he swallowed hard and sat down on a bench. Yorichi, come and sit with me, I want to tell you something. Yorichi sat down. Hakuji put his arm around his shoulder, symbolizing the absolute trust he had in him. Tell me, do you really know who I am? Why are you asking me that question? I know exactly what you have, that's why I need to explain why you feel or suffer those voids in your mind. Do you trust me? Of course. Do you trust a thief and a criminal? Yorichi, you're the only friend I truly trust. No one knows this except my girlfriend, but before studying here and meeting this Hakuji, I was a criminal. My parents were sickly, they had no money, and unfortunately an unexpected child was born me. Despite being born into poverty, I was happy and my parents gave me the only thing I needed, love. My mother died because I was useless and couldn't get the necessary resources and money to give her treatment. I didn't want to lose my father too, so I looked for a job to help cover his expenses, but no one would give me the chance to learn. My father's health deteriorated every day and I had no other choice but to steal. Thief, a criminal who usurped the homes of people who had and those who didn't, just to selfishly acquire things for himself. Many times I saw the eyes of those people who even willingly gave me what little they had with a smile. I felt and still feel like trash because of that. I swore I wouldn't get my hands dirty anymore, but my father's illness worsened, and since I grew up a useless ignoramus, I went back to the only thing I knew how to do, steal. Stealing wasn't enough for me. I also had to learn to beat up people who refused to give me what I needed peacefully. I stained myself with innocent blood many times, firmly believing that it would all be worth it as long as my father stayed alive. I no longer knew if it had been worth it, so happy and proud of myself, thinking that my efforts at work had paid off, but I never dared to tell him that I was a living piece of scum. But finally the demons caught up with me. I was brutally beaten and humiliated, and I didn't complain about it because I deserved it, and even more. What I didn't deserve was to see my father hanging and dismembered in parts of the house. You damned, thieving piece of shit, that's all you deserve, you human scum. That phrase written with the pure and innocent blood of my beloved father. I accepted my own death in order to atone for my sins. But what fault was he? Somehow I managed to find those responsible, and I didn't care if their wives and children saw me, but I shared all that pain, bitterness, sadness, and hatred with their disfigured faces. I just wanted to die so I wouldn't have to suffer anymore. But life is cruel. I was a beggar for a long time until someone was kind enough to give me a second chance at life. That chance allowed me to change and become the best version of myself. I still lost a lot, but now I have someone who loves me and whom I want to protect, as well as a friend I consider a brother. Knowing this, do you really trust me? Hakuji, no one should care about someone's mistakes and past, but rather about their virtues and present. I'm not one to judge you. Even knowing this, you'll always be my best friend. Yorichi stopped crying during that whole time, listening to every melancholic breath from his companion. No one was perfect. Seriously, old man, you're like the sun. An unbreakable friend. Do you already have an idea of what I'm trying to achieve? No, I can't understand anything. We all have an idea. Do you know yours or do you remember it? That question hit the nail on the head. Remembering his story, his life. Why were his memories limited to the life he currently had? What lay beyond his present? No, I don't remember her. Listen to me, Yorichi, nothing is what it seems. The thing is. Hi guys, my dear, good morning teacher Mamiko Tsujikuni, 21 years old, 168M literature teacher. What brings you here? Hakuji asked. Kyuki, Arya, and Mashi told me about Ume, so I came to see Yorichi. It seems everything is all right, the crimson-eyed woman replied, placing her arm around Hakuji. Could you come with me? It's something Kyuki mentioned. I'll bring it later, it will only take a few minutes. They both left the locker room, leaving the redhead with a huge question. What did Hakuji mean by saying that nothing was what it seemed? That question needed an answer. I hope they don't take too long since they locked me in. 0. Multiple lights adorned the streets of Kyoto. Darkness was unknown to the enormous buildings, whose huge screens kept people informed. It was so much fun, senpai. I didn't know you could dance so amazingly. It's not that I didn't know either, I just let my body move. After that date they had at the arcade, it was time for both of them to go to their internships at Moon Horizons. Mashi took his hand, which Yorichi didn't refuse. It was a strange but comforting feeling for him. Would you like some ice cream? No, senpai, thank you very much, I'm fine like this. And what kind do you want it? Strawberry with chocolate, please. The Yori-Mashi duo walked to a small shop. Good evening, sir, I would like 2 ice creams, please. Yorichi spoke with great respect to the adult. Good evening, young people. Hoi, I didn't know you lived here, kid, said the adult who was preparing everything to serve the snack. As I don't just sell bagels, I also like to come to Kyoto for a while to enjoy the peace and quiet, and I make a living doing this. What flavors would you like? 2 strawberry with chocolate, please. The man began to do the aforementioned, leaving Yorichi confused again. It seemed that the man knew him. Excuse me. Are you dating a new girlfriend? I thought the other one was quite pretty, but she is too. These young people nowadays. The man began to laugh as he served a large pink frozen ball in a waffle cone. Mashi, embarrassed, covered himself with his back. The confusion was becoming increasingly apparent in the scarlet-eyed boy's mind. Why hadn't he gotten an answer from Hakuji? Yesterday. Maybe if I jump to the window I can get out of here. I need to go to the bathroom, because the one here is closed. I don't know how long Hakuji and Mamiko have been talking, but I'm already bored. I put my fingers on the remaining part of the window ready to climb up, but the sound of the door fiddling was the center of my attention. We're back, Mamiko said calmly after opening the door. Hakuji looked very serious. I'm counting on you, Hakuji. I'll go with Koyuki to the stands to watch them fight. With that, the redhead left, leaving the duo of friends alone again. Yes, teacher. What was it that Koyuki told you? Only from a trip he'll be taking soon. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom when I get there. Could you tell me what's important? Don't worry, it wasn't anything important. I just wanted to tell you that I already know Mamiko is your cousin. That's why I said nothing was what it seemed. She shrugged, downplaying the matter. I hope you don't make fun of me about that either. Who knows, I'm not promising anything, she said, giving a small smile. Hurry up, or you'll have to mop up every spot you water. Okay, see you at the gym then. Yorichi hurriedly disappeared, letting out a sigh of deep melancholy. Hey kid, are you okay? Sir, do you know me? Not much, the last time I saw him was a year ago, but you know, everyone goes where the wind takes them. She handed over the snacks. Before Mashi could give the money, Yorichi stopped her by paying first. Keep being so chivalrous, haha, just because I like you. The man searched underneath his car. This one goes to the house. It's not necessary, sir, the 2 we have are enough. Take it if you don't want me to end up charging you 10 times more than what I sell them for. Well, I'd rather you charge me that. The man grimaced and grabbed Yorichi by the tie. Kid, I don't know if you're oblivious, but it's obvious that girl likes you. I'm helping you, do it for her. He whispered in his ear. Thank you very much. The smiling adult handed him the snack this time. Yorichi took it and then left. How curious fate is. Yorichi hurried back to pay for the candy, leaving just as he was, which kept the man happy. That boy hadn't changed at all. Senpai, I didn't know you got along well with the gentleman, Mashi said, taking the first lick of the ice cream. Each moment was becoming more confusing. She had no idea when her mind would collapse from it all. Her desperate desire to remember was masked by her calm demeanor. I had no idea you had a girlfriend, Yorichi. Was she as pretty as the man said? Sadness invaded every word spoken, making her forget how her ice cream was melting in her hand. I don't remember. You don't have to lie, senpai. I swear, do you at least remember what she looked like? No. Every second became so awkward. Despite being together, they felt so separate. Why do you worry so much about me? I suppose we've been together a long time, so I'd like to know. Mashi, what am I to you? They facing each other. Time slowed to a crawl, their breath synchronized, as did the gaze of those scarlet eyes into those bubblegum-colored ones. You are very important to me. I like you a lot, senpai. Very nervous about what had happened, she wanted to back away, but unfortunately she tripped and was caught in Yorichi's arms. Once again, they exchanged glances. Mashi felt a flutter of nerves as she felt his hand on her waist, but it was nothing compared to what he was about to do. She stroked her hair until it reached those characteristic Hanafuda-style earrings and decisively kissed her. Yorichi didn't know whether to pull away or wait for the culmination of this display of affection. Mashi wrapped her arms around him, putting down her ice cream since those lips were even more delicious than any dessert she had ever tasted. More sensations arose. That kiss felt strangely familiar. It was different from the lustful kisses his cousin Mamiko gave him when he wasn't looking, but Mashi's lips left a taste of melancholy, as if she missed something. Senpai, I've always liked you. I don't know if you feel the same way I do. I didn't even have the slightest idea what to answer at that moment. Gagged spear. A strange tingling in his nose alerted him to an imminent surprise attack coming from above. Despite successfully dodging it, the stormy heat emanating from the cut was too much. His skin felt like it was in hell. So we're meeting for the first time. Yorichi stood up carrying Mashi in his arms, relieved that he was all right. I wasted too much time waiting. The being materialized a small sun surrounded by an electric aura in the palm of his hand, and without waiting threw it at him. Yorichi had no idea who he was, and didn't even have a last breath to say goodbye to his life. Technique deployment, compass. A great shower of shock waves began to descend, gradually slowing down that star. Awesome. With a great slash from its hands, it severed the sun, unleashing a firestorm. People began to flee in a frenzy amidst the chaos and destruction wrought by both creatures. Your fighting spirit is amazing. I don't know who you are, but we can be great friends. What do you think? Yorichi couldn't recover from what he saw, two beings that filled him with tremendous fear just by looking at them. Were these the demons that his uncle and cousin had warned him about? Hey, you get lost. Quick. At his command, Yorichi began to run as fast as he could, trying to get away from the battlefield. Help, please, that cry of anguish, barely audible. A child, sobbing in vain, tried to lift enormous chunks of rock that had fallen on a woman's body. Forget me, just run away and don't look back. Please help me. In the area where those creatures were having their frenzied fight, Yorichi saw the boy. No one bothered to help him since human nature was simply to survive. What should I do, his life or that of someone he didn't know? Bucket, fear, my balls. He looked for a safe place to leave Mashi, who was still unconscious, and hurriedly entered the hell from which he had to escape. By sheer miracle, he managed to make his way through the endless ranged attacks of those entities to reach the boy. Don't worry, everything will be all right, said the young redhead with a big smile, filling the little boy with hope. Is she your mom? And? Look, I have a friend who's all alone over there. You're quite strong and brave. Do you think you could lend me a hand and take care of her, please? And okay, we shouldn't waste any time then. He offered his fist, which was reciprocated by the infantryman, who then slipped away from the battle zone. After seeing the child escape safely, he focused all his efforts on removing the many rocks surrounding the woman. They were very large and heavy, and his strength was waning, not enough to lift the enormous one that was resting on the woman's midsection. Let's go, let's go. With what little she had, she gave it her all, yet she couldn't even make the slightest movement. Every second, things between the creatures worsened, becoming more violent. What have I got myself into? Yorichi shed a few tears, feeling helpless. She couldn't even save her own life. What made her think she could save someone else's? More tears of helplessness streamed down her face, falling onto her reddened hands. He was a useless man, that's what he truly was. He couldn't even process the fact that the lady seemed extremely familiar to him. Was this the end for him? He had a chance to escape and he wasted it in such a stupid way. If he couldn't be of any use, there was no need to make things even worse. Why did I do it? I've always acted because my heart has guided me that way, regardless of the extremes I might go to in order to help. I hate this. Boy, you just ate suicide. I don't know why you tried to save me. Leave me here, I'm beyond help, just take care of my little one, please. It's my life and I'll do what I want with it, he shouted, filled with frustration. His breath ragged, he tried again to lift the rock. He no longer knew if what he was doing was more painful than seeing that sweeted woman begging him to leave. N/A, from minute 125. I'll try until I run out of breath. Breath? Everything his uncle and cousin had been teaching him. Perhaps to others it sounded simplistic, but for him. Struggle. Taking a deep breath, he filled his lungs to the limit, which rushed through his arteries, pumping his blood and highlighting his veins. Struggle. Oxygen shot out of his mouth, turning into a small trail of fire. Struggle. The enormous rock was finally lifted. The woman couldn't believe it. The boy with bloodied hands and a semi-conscious face gave her a smile, then took her in his arms and ran away. They both arrived with the little boy and Mashi. The boy burst into tears when he saw his mother, who was still alive. Let's get out of here quickly. Yes, replied the little boy, keeping up with her. Senpai. Don't worry, we'll come to your house, but first we need to go to a hospital. The entire city was a frenzy of screams of horror and panic. Intense flames reached for the stars, colliding with powerful waves of energy. Each impact sent a small tremor through the air, demonstrating the tremendous power those demons possessed. Yorichi didn't lose his pace, continuing to advance through the chaos. More questions arose. Why had that demon saved his life? Its scent of fresh blood mingled with a smell that was quite familiar. Are you ready for the fight of your life to begin? The demon, whose eyes bore the kanji for Superior 3, asked excitedly. Think twice before messing with me. Don't get in my way if you don't want a pathetic death. You're very funny, I like you. I'd say it would be very unfair if you fought with weapons, but I think we're on the same level in that respect. I don't remember you being so boastful, said the scarlet-eyed demon, sheathing his swords. Shit. One of his arms had been almost completely disabled. That fire prevented his regeneration, and clearly the scarlet-eyed demon was the absolute dominant force. With his fists burning in an intense orange fire that evolved to blue, the scarlet demon delivered a powerful kick to his face, which he combined with an intense elbow strike full of blue flames, leaving him on the ground. The demonic moon couldn't believe it. It had eluded its compass and it couldn't even land a single blow. Damn it. I'm not interested in you. The demon dismissed it and continued on his way. The demonic moon erupted in frenzied rage at having been so humiliated and easily defeated. This demon in his supreme territory seemed invincible, but how could he defeat him? How could he when he couldn't sense his fighting spirit? He was useless and he didn't like that feeling at all. Come here, you son of a bitch, we're not finished. The fire stopped consuming him, regenerating his lost limbs, and like a bullet, it charged at him again. Empty burst. He wanted revenge, and from a distance he began to throw multiple energy waves at him, which ended up carving small craters all over the place. But the demon continued on his way. Chaotic disorder. His energy waves gained much more power, shooting out in multiple directions that converged on him. Blazing sun, crimson mirror. In an instant he drew his swords and created two enormous fire slashes. The first cushioned all attacks while the second, with great power, headed towards the moon. Crushing bell. The moon, with its fists emanating energy, sought to break the attack from the side, but the intense heat they gave off prevented it again by charring its fingers. Divine speed challenge of the sun. Like a furious meteor, the demon approached the moon, shifting his body to appear on its back. What the hell? I told you not to get in my way. A 2/ combo, a vertical cut embedded in his neck while the horizontal one connected with his abdomen. Flames erupted, slowly burning his body. It would be the end of the upper demon moon 3. Its scent dissipates too quickly. The scarlet-eyed demon withdrew his swords, letting the semi-conscious body of the moon fall, who had reached her limit. It escaped because of you. In an instant he disappeared. The blood trickled over the cracked asphalt, an extremely painful burning sensation. He would rather have every part of his body torn off 100 times than have his pride reduced to trash. Being one of the 3 demonic moons, especially one of the higher ones, he was humiliated by a demon who didn't even reach the title of lower rank. Who the hell are you? His white skin slowly faded, along with the numerous marks on his body. A man, he needed to find another man to devour, or else he would bleed out completely, quickly before they suspect anything. You bucking idiot, if I ever see you again, I swear it will be my chance to humiliate you. I swear it. Senpai, please stay still. I'm sorry. The news was going crazy, broadcasting different reports of what had recently happened in downtown Kyoto. They could see the moment that demon created a tiny sun, as well as the relentless attacks of another demon trying to stop him. What had just happened? No one had any idea. The only thing they knew for sure was that they were no longer safe. Yorichi wasn't entirely in his right mind, as the demon that protected him had a rather subtle scent that he recognized. Why is life so difficult? Mashi, after finishing bandaging him, wasted no time in hugging him and thanking him for saving her, as well as that mother and her son. His mind was still reeling from everything he was discovering about himself and the world. Who was he really? What kind of world was he facing? N/A, I recommend you pay close attention to the lyrics. Senpai, you are a hero. You are my hero, Yorichi reacted as he felt her lips mingling with his. Finishing the report on the demons, he jumped to multiple recordings of a young man with crimson hair who had heroically saved a woman and her son. Who was that hero? Not many would recognize him, and those who did would know because of a pair of Hanafuda earrings engraved with a sun. Things between them were escalating. Mashi had him lying back on the sofa and she was on top of him, leaving multiple kisses on his neck. She looked at him with great tenderness and he looked back at her. Senpai, you've been there for me, you've always taken care of me and protected me, so my feelings for you just keep growing. Please let me show you how much I love you, Mashi said shyly. Yorichi settled in, admiring those bubblegum pink eyes with a deep blush beneath them. If I'm a hero to them, that's fine. I just want to be your hero. Now it was his turn to return the kiss. Mashi responded completely, surrendering herself to him and resting her arms on his shoulders. Yorichi began to remove his tie and then unbutton his shirt while Mashi did the same. Senpai, make me yours. The new student. You know something, Senpai? I don't know if you're familiar with this legend, which tells the story of a man of divine lineage known as the Sun God who wished to pass on his power to two brothers. One was very similar to him, he was called the Sun, while the older one was named the Moon. The younger one possessed a tremendous hidden power of which he was never proud, while the older one grew up beside him with great envy, reflecting the little strength that was given to him. The sun was so warm and bright while the moon reveled in her dark being. A dispute between the two of them ended in an endless cycle in which the sun always emerged victorious while the moon sought to defeat him. This is how day and night were born, where the sun shines and remains undefeated for 12 hours while the moon spends the remaining 12 hours looking for a way to finally defeat it. I didn't know about that, Mashi, even though I read quite a lot. The thing is, I read all kinds of things, replied the pink-eyed girl with a smile. You guys are still just kids, the red-eyed girl said with a relaxed sigh. Last night was very intense for Yorichi with everything that happened, but today was a new day and the past stayed with it. Mashi radiated intense happiness and he liked that quite a lot. He hadn't known that Hex lifted women's spirits. It made perfect sense since both she and her cousin Mamiko were always in a very good mood. Mamiko took his left arm while Mashi held his right. The three of them left in the direction of Kazuki Academy. And tell me, Mr. Hero, did you do the tasks you were assigned or did your fame prevent you from doing so? The young adult with long fuchsia burgundy hair spoke with amusement. If I remember correctly, they didn't give us any homework, did they, Mashi? She asked. No, senpai. Yorichi felt happy simply because her beloved cousin and one of her best friends were already getting along very well. She wanted to clear her mind of the demons and try to live her life like anyone else, but that wasn't possible, so there was only one thing left for her. Okay kids, we're here, Mamiko said, leaving the duo at the entrance. See you at lunchtime. She said goodbye with a kiss on the cheek for him and a friendly wave to her. He felt a little embarrassed, which Mashi found very funny. Your cousin is really lovely, senpai, he said. I know, but I don't like it when he does that. They both entered Kazuki Academy, going as usual to their lockers where they encountered a certain young woman with purple hair. Good morning, Sakura, the redhead greeted with his characteristic smile. Good morning, Yorichi-senpai, Sakura Makiri, 16 years old, 157M first-year high school student. I hardly saw you, Yorichi said cheerfully, causing Sakura to blush slightly. It's because Teacher Yu has been asking me for help, and since you've taught me to be very kind, I didn't say no, the purple-haired girl said, a little nervous, and that feeling increased when she felt him stroking her head. You're a very pretty person, did you know that? I learned it from Yorichi-senpai. Anyway, would you like to come sleep over at my house? I'm planning to make a pizza and a lemon tart. Senpai, you didn't tell me that, Mashi said, a little confused. It was a surprise I was planning to tell you tonight. I just wanted to tell Sakura, Arya, and Rin first since I haven't been with them. What do you say? If I'm not causing you any trouble, that's fine. What do you think? He took both their hands, awakening a furious blush on their cheeks. Who wouldn't want such a noble and sweet redhead for themselves? Anyone who came into contact with him would fall hopelessly in love. So you're planning to take away my favorite student, Tsujikuni-kun Yuasakawa, 21 years old, 168M culinary arts teacher. Good morning, Professor Sakawa. Good morning, I suppose you already heard, but anyway. You're my cousin's best friend, so I was wondering if you'd like to come over to my house and spend some time with her. I'll make a pizza, she said cheerfully. N/A, if you want, you can screw the whole school while you're at it. I've been very busy with school lately. I haven't spoken to Mamiko much, and I'd like to relax a little. That sounds good, said the young woman with a small smile. Great. I hope the classes I give you make a good pizza. I will do my best. The bell was about to ring in just a few minutes and the first class was gastronomy. Sujikuni Yorichi, please report to the administration now. The announcement made him the center of attention. All the students in the lockers and surrounding hallways stared at him. Mashi, Sakura, and Professor Yu looked confused as he wasn't the type to get into trouble. She said goodbye to them and headed to the office. Each step she took was a bitter swallow as she climbed the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she wanted to turn back. A feeling told her something was wrong. But what? Did they call me because they saw me throwing inorganic trash in the organic waste bin? It was already full, and I didn't want to make a mess of the floor that the janitor took so long to clean. Sujikuni Yorichi, please report to the address. I'm coming. I really hope that's not it. Uncle Michikatsu is very strict, and he'll be angry with me. Now that I think about it, I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. On the one hand, I've never seen the director in person, and I don't think anyone else has. Will this be my chance? Will I be the first? His anxiety and focused thoughts didn't even warn him that he was already standing in front of the door. N/A to make it more dramatic. Okay, just turn the knob. Sweating, he made the turn and then pushed. But there's nobody here. At first glance, he saw a large desk, a computer, a fish tank, and the presence of cold air coming from the mini-split air conditioner. Thank you so much for coming. A chair that had been sitting in complete silence turned around. Sujikuni Yorichi. They exchanged glances. Her eyes instantly dilated, accompanied by a growing mental shock that overwhelmed her. He clutched his head tightly, gripping the intense pain that was returning. The woman with lavender eyes looked at him, confused, insisting he go to the infirmary, but he got up moments later. Don't worry and thank you very much for that. I know it will sound impolite, but who are you? I'm Tamyo Kagutsu, the wife of the director of this school. He's not here these days, so I'm here as his substitute, the woman said in a very serious tone. Please have a seat. Why did you send for me? He replied, doing as he had said. I understand that you are one of the best students at the institute as well as one of the most sociable boys. I would like you to be the guide of a new student at Kazuki Academy. Thank goodness, and where is she? Director Kagutsu, I don't think that's necessary, said a young woman sitting next to Yorichi. That's very kind of you, but I'm sure I won't get lost. His paranoia and fear prevented him from seeing a certain young woman with beautiful amethyst eyes and long golden hair like vines of wheat. Jeanette Sakamoto, 17 years old, 159M, new high school student, 2nd grade. I already sent for him, now it's his decision whether he wants to or not, said the adult. He didn't want to look any worse than he already did, so he readily agreed to be the guide. Take the time to teach him everything about school. Yes, he replied. He opened the door, letting the girl out, and then he left himself. Upon hearing that sound, the woman let out a sad sigh. She rummaged through her purse for her wallet, taking out a small, very old photograph. She paused to admire it and then kissed it. You're as beautiful as the day you left. Jeanette is a pretty cool name, but it doesn't ring a bell. It's because my mother is French, my father is from Japan. Yorichi and her new friend Jeanette were walking through the school hallways. Just as the principal had said, it was quite easy for her to strike up a friendship with her. Tell me, Yorichi, what clubs are there at the academy? The curious blonde commented. There's fencing, cooking, archery, swimming, martial arts, theater. There's something for everyone here. That sounds good, she said, adjusting her glasses. Is something wrong, Jean? Jean. Well, I thought maybe I could call you that because I usually shorten the somewhat long names of my friends. Do you consider me your friend now? Of course, why wouldn't I? Thank you, Jean replied with a small, nervous smile. Could you tell me why you're wearing glasses? My eyesight tends to fail sometimes, so I use contact lenses, but there comes a point where they bother me, so I decide to use regular glasses. Hello, Yorichi. The boy greeted some girls he encountered along his path, catching the attention of the blonde girl. I'm discovering that you're very popular with the girls. She changed her tone of voice to a very mischievous one. I'm not, I was just being nice, he replied. Yes, of course. Are you hungry? We can go to the cafeteria. That smile was as warm and beautiful as the sun. She couldn't help but blush. It was obvious he was hopelessly absent-minded, being so kind, pleasant, cute, and handsome. It was quite clear he had a certain charm that could make anyone fall in love. N/A, I confirm. No worries, I want to keep seeing the school now. She would try not to blush at him after seeing his captivating smile. At Jeanette Yorichi's request, he ended up taking her to the gym, more specifically to the swimming club area. Don't you like Yorichi water? That refreshing sensation on your skin along with the water pressure is so stimulating. Only when I take a bath. They both arrived. Before their eyes was a huge swimming pool where a large group of boys and girls were swimming at full speed, performing different sequences in that long, large pool filled with crystal clear water. Alright guys, there are only 21 laps left before your break. Sayori Hayagami, 25 years old, 161M swimming instructor. Good morning, Professor Hayagami. Yorichi-chan, will you return to the club? The vacancy will always be available for you, the woman with beautiful sapphire eyes spoke, welcoming her favorite student back. She's my friend Jean, she likes swimming. She shared the moment with her blonde companion who also greeted her. Hello, said Professor Scory cheerfully. I gather you used to swim. Go to the changing rooms and get changed. Let's see what you're made of. And Jean left him alone. A friend of yours, she's a new student, so she's right, she smiled. They both sat down to chat for a while. Throughout the conversation, the woman only took the time to admire her former best student. And what if you teach your friend a little of what I've taught you? The adult was captivated by him without even paying attention. I think you're right, then I'll go change. Yes, wait. After a few minutes, a certain redhead emerged from the changing rooms, causing his teacher great excitement as well as a small nosebleed. There were no t-shirts. I feel a little embarrassed, but you do look very good, Yorichi-chan. N/A confirmo X2. And those scars, N/A, sorry, it's just that not all Gonpan Cairo fanart shows his scars. I don't remember. Sorry if I took so long, it's just that there wasn't a suit in my size. Both boys avoided looking at each other, possibly out of embarrassment at being teenagers with already quite developed bodies. Yorichi, you look very. Without warning, Sayori pushed them both into the pool. The water's a bit cold, that'll help a lot, she smiled. My stopwatch says 2 minutes, so I want 15 laps or more. Yorichi. Jeanette waited a little worried for her partner who had fallen head first. Here, the redhead was already at the far end of the pool, leaving her surprised. Just as I expected from you, Yorichi-chan, Sayori said to herself. I recently discovered that my forehead is as hard as steel, so don't worry about that. Are you planning to stay there, or will you do what Professor Hayagami said? I'm going. Jean dove in towards her new friend. I had forgotten the strange sensation of having water in my rear end. But the suits are designed so that the parts being covered don't get wet, the blonde replied, confused. Yo, sun god, breath of the sun, breathing fire, Kagura dance, forger, vols, clear blue sky, blazing sun, crimson mirror, rainbow parhelions, blazing sun, wheel of fire, explosive challenge, bright light of gratitudes, changing sunset, dance of the dragon phoenix, solar halo, flying circle, flaming mist, a thrust of shimmering sunlight, infinite sun judgment, infinite sun final judgment, divine solar speed, hybridization, styles, infinite sun, senpai, please wake up. With his face pressed against his desk, Yorichi woke up from that strange dream. After spending the entire morning at the academy and part of the afternoon with his new friend Jeanette, as well as a good portion of it submerged in the water, he felt sleepy, but it was worth it since he now knew her better. He had no idea why he always wanted to fall asleep after being in the water for so long. His thoughts needed to be cleared so he could focus on what was at hand, and that was helping his partner Mashi. You look very cute, senpai, with your messy hair. The pink-haired girl stopped what she was doing to approach the reddish-brown-haired boy and smoothed his hair back. He was quite handsome. He even looked very hexy with that strange scar on the left side of his face. So where were we, he asked. We had to work with these Lycoris radiata plants, as well as replicate and improve the Ostroken I umlaut Kanz Iogoneken formula. They haven't fully explained its function to me yet, but they only gave me a brief description to cure all existing diseases. Then let's get to work. Senpai, Mashi, a little shy, stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on him. Yorichi was initially surprised by the initiative, but in the end she enjoyed it. I love you, Yorichi-senpai, and I you. They put aside their romantic topics to get down to work. They both went to get their lab coats. Senpai, can I exchange it? I don't know why they didn't bring me the size I ordered. Of course, don't worry. A blush clearly appeared on her face. She closed her eyes to avoid seeing the obvious and handed over her lab coat. Thank you. The couple each went their separate ways, investigating a different aspect of the established formula. Mashi dedicated himself to breaking it down while Yorichi studied the plant's properties. Its intense red color was quite striking if it weren't withered. She took a small container to hold the flower stem and headed towards a microscope. That plant was surprising. Its hydrogen components were mixed with what appeared to be platelets and red blood cells. Exactly what should I do? I think I'll leave them in water. A tiny thorn made his finger bleed, but instantly the drop of blood disappeared. Had I seen correctly, the flower that had previously withered revived, gaining a much stronger color. Mashi was analyzing the compound in his test tube. Under the microscope, he could see that it contained DNA not found in any living organism in humanity. He went on to reread the notes left by his superiors. Take the genes of the flower and mix them with DNA from someone with scarlet blood. All the advances already written in the notes were sent by a pharmaceutical chemist and geneticist from the Moon Horizon Tower in Tokyo. While he was still reading, Yorichi arrived to tell him what he had just discovered. You got ahead of yourself, senpai. Theorizing, Mashi placed a small amount of the Ostroken I-Kanz Eogenek formula alongside Yorich's blood to mix it with the genes of the Lycoris radiata. The result was a white serum that slowly turned into a bright wine color. Rereading the notes blog a bit, both of them had to move on to the next phase. Senpai, now we must leave the theoretical behind and move on to the practical. We must conduct tests with the compounds. They packed what they needed to leave the laboratory. Now they had to go to the place where the intense experiments were being carried out. Heading to the elevator, the duo descended each level of the enormous building until they reached the bottom sector. It was the first time either of them had been to that place. There was no sound and the atmosphere was very heavy. Mashi felt a little scared, gripping Yorich's arm tightly as they ventured deeper and deeper. After a brief check by the guards along with the respective security team, they arrived at a place that was anything but pleasant. So dark and gloomy, perfect to describe the place. "What brings you here, children?" commented a man in a kind manner dressed in a strange suit. "We have made progress with the Ostroken I-Kanz Eogenek formula," the red-eyed one spoke in a serious tone. "Okay, follow me." The place looked small, but it was actually quite large. With multiple machines and a large number of people working on their respective tasks, Yorichi, Mashi, and the man arrived at a chamber. "Which of you two will go through to experience it?" The two were somewhat confused since they had no idea about it. They had only been assigned to investigate the formula, not to go any further. Yorichi found that a bit strange. "I'll be the volunteer, but before we start, what exactly are you going to inject me with?" he asked. He wasn't stupid. The Ostroken I-Kanz Eogenek formula is a project that our Lord Reiko Najishita has been working on for a long time. Before he became the billionaire and owner of the 3 towers here in Kyoto, Tokyo, and Osaka, here's a brief overview of his dream. His ancestor long ago had a brother who was submissive and weak to illness. Not a day went by without him suffering from a life-threatening disease, so he worked diligently to find a medicine to cure his brother. After so much time, he did it. He found the medicine that managed to save his brother, who left behind that weak body and his countless illnesses to become someone very strong and almost perfect. At first, his brother had no idea what had happened. Both died without ever knowing why. Rumors circulated that her brother died because a side effect of the medication, his skin became extremely sensitive to sunlight, burned him to the bone. "Is it a biographical story or a scary one?" Mashi commented. "True." The founder had a son who followed in his footsteps. Generation after generation, they built the Moon Horizons Corporation. Mr. Najishita desires to make human beings perfect, and with his Ostroken I-Kanz Eogenek formula, he will soon achieve this. In the 3 moon towers, this formula is used as the primary tool, with the Tokyo Tower being the one that has made the most progress with it, compiling the data they now possess. Yes. Everything is clear and very detailed. I'm sure the chemistry is very talented. You can tell she's put in a lot of effort, Mashi said, thanking the woman for everything. With that brief conversation, the man led them to a much darker place. Ebola Gamma, AIDS TX, polio beta, jumper cancer, COVID alpha, and numerous other diseases that are currently incurable. Despite the various precautions that must be taken, they are not enough to save lives, as is the case with these patients. Highly contagious and with no hope of living tomorrow, if the compound you developed works, you will be their saviors, and not only theirs, you could be the saviors of the whole world. Upon noticing those 3 people who looked completely emaciated, Yorichi fell into a deep depression. He had the opportunity to save them or let them succumb to the agony of living. It wasn't a beautiful sight, causing Mashi to cry. "I will volunteer." "Where can I take a disinfectant bath?" Yorichi decided, regardless of the consequences, if there was even a small chance of success, it would be worth it. "Follow me, it's this way." Mashi was left alone, and to avoid sadness, she decided to investigate the genetics of the serum a little more. Everything seemed normal. The 3 components, Lycoris radiata and the base of the formula, seemed to repel each other. "I have a bad feeling about this." All that changed when a gene from Yorichi's blood came into contact, absorbing both of them and creating a DNA fiber that seemed to be burning with fire. And this. Yorichi returned wearing only his pants and a medical gown. "Senpai, I wanted to tell you that." "You can tell me about it later, okay? I need your help here, please." "Yeah." He removed his robe, revealing his perfectly sculpted torso with his abdominal impressions alongside his characteristic scars. Although it was something she really loved to see, she covered her eyes because of her furious blush, making Yorichi smile at how cute she looked. The door was opened, ready for him to enter, but not before he received a hug and a subsequent kiss from her. "Don't worry, we do it for them." After being connected by multiple devices, the chamber was sealed and then filled with distilled water. With his approval, the man began. A small sensation of multiple pricks. His blood began to flow through the tubes until it reached an analyzer and container where it was checked by the man and Mashi. Ebola gamma injection, AIDS TX, polio beta, cancer jumper, and COVID alpha. But what is he doing? He became agitated when he saw Yorichi's body with multiple veins standing out along with an expression of extreme pain. He is healthy, so we must impregnate the patients with the harmful agents. Injection of the advanced formula of O-stroke Ni umlaut Kanz Ioganek N. The serum was administered to him. N/A to set the mood from 0:37. Enormous screams of pain. Something strange was happening, and it was evident in how her black-red hair turned black and white. He's not tolerating it. Please turn it off. Wait, look. His heart rate stabilized along with his vital signs. Yorichi adapted to the O-stroke Ni umlaut Kanz Ioganek and now circulating in his body, becoming unconscious. The sound of the elevator. Someone was approaching. You did it, senpai. I see those are very good results. Lord Toshihiko Kagutsu, N/A056. The camera cracked from the intense water temperature. The veins in Yorichi's body lit up like fire, and the equipment began to malfunction due to the powerful flashes of lightning. GROAAR. A great explosion erupted, and from the crimson smoke emerged the silhouette of a young man with enormous claws, scarlet eyes with glowing veins, and a strange, flame-like mark running across his body that was very difficult to ignore. Yorichi. Mashi caught him before he collapsed from exhaustion. But what happened? The man said to himself, since there was no explanation for this. What has happened is that we have finally discovered perfection. O-stroke Ni umlaut Kanz Ioganek, and the man with sharp, blood-colored eyes spoke to him. But Mr. Kagutsu, this wasn't supposed to happen. The end justifies the means. For my part, I am more than satisfied with the results, and I know Reiko will be even more amazed than I am. Mashi was attending to Yorichi, who looked somewhat dazed and tired. Tell me how you feel. She went to get a device to do an analysis. That man looks familiar to me. Oh really? Toshihiko looked at him. His scent was so strong, along with an imposing aura, unsettling Yorichi. Your earrings are certainly durable, but putting that trivial aside, do I look familiar? Her voice, so serene, carried a scent of. I know his face. Oh really? His resemblance to Michael Jackson is impressive. I could say it's very difficult to tell him apart, although he's not that pale. With all due respect, he replied. You shouldn't disrespect your superior, boy. Senpai, what are you doing? Mashi became very embarrassed. What's happening? He asked. Mr. Toshihiko Kagutsu is the director of Kazuki Academy, Mashi told him. That's right, the man said, no longer in a good mood. I could mention this to my wife Tamyo or to your uncle so they can give you a well-deserved punishment. Senpai, another severe attack hit her head. She fell to her knees trying to calm herself. What's wrong with him? It tends to give him frequent headaches, but it's nothing to worry about, Mr. Kagutsu. After a few minutes, the boy got up, somewhat stressed by everything. The couple received orders to return to their laboratory. This is all so strange. What do you mean, senpai? I don't know, but I feel something really bad. If you're not feeling well, we can go to my house. I'll take care of you as best I can. I believe you, but remember that I invited you to my house today, so I don't know if you have a problem with that. That's better. Between your cousin, your friends, and me, we'll take care of you. I don't know how to answer that. He scratched the back of his neck nervously. Let's go home. Complicated Things, Part 1+15. N/A chapter contains gore. If you are sensitive to explicit descriptions, please refrain from reading. Night was already claiming its moment. The stars slowly emerged as the sun disappeared. A rather frigid air suggested everyone stay indoors. Ever since his uncle explained why he was training him, he put even more effort into it. He had no idea what demons looked like, but that was the least of his concerns when it came to killing them. Even using his double grip and reverse grip wasn't enough for him to even keep up with his unrestrained uncle. Every cut, strike, movement, and change was precise and at the right moment, leaving him breathless. Moon breathing was quite powerful and versatile, covering almost every physical aspect. Of the 9 main breathing techniques, moon breathing currently mastered 5, with his uncle discouraging him from revealing the remaining 4. Thinking about all that kept him from concentrating, which his uncle took advantage of to defeat him. Also, Michikatsu went to help him up. They had a conversation where he gradually discovered more about what was really going on. What was it? Yorichi, are you okay? He woke up. In his eyes, Mamiko, Mashi, Jean, Arya, Sakura, Rin, and Yu were waiting for him calmly. I suppose it's from being in the water for so long, Mamiko commented, remembering that he had that strange reaction. And Uncle Michikatsu. He left for Tokyo for some work-related matters. Every day and every situation was stranger to him. Why did everything he saw seem so familiar? Yu, Mamiko, and Sakura went to the kitchen, staying with Mashi, Arya, Rin, and Jean. So exhausted and suffering from amnesia, he had forgotten that he had invited them home. Don't worry, cousin, we'll take care of everything. shouted the burgundy-haired woman cooking alongside her friend and student. I think a little television will help you. Arya turned on the television, searching the menu for the Netflix app. Isn't this the place where you do your internships, Mashi? Rin observed from one part of the device the large conference held at Moon Horizons. Arostroke N I umlaut KANZ Ioganek N formula has shown enormous progress in being able to cure these 3 patients who seemed untreatable. The 5 of them paid close attention, especially him and Mashi. The enormous screens that adorned the streets showed those people they had recently seen emaciated. Now they looked healthy, alive, and even stronger. Senpai, we did it. And? The press went wild over the discovery, taking photographs, making recordings, and greatly enhancing the prestige of that corporation. It won't be long before these patients are discharged, and the sale and use of Ostroken I umlaut KANZ Ioganek N is available. A dream that our Lord Nagyashita has fulfilled. At last we will be perfect beings. At the top of the tower, a series of explosions erupted, and like a rain, multiple incinerated bodies descended. Gruar 3-winged creatures emerged from the smoke and like birds of prey, decapitated everything in their path. But what just happened? The television went off, leaving the 5 of them slightly traumatized, it seemed. What are you doing, Rin? We need to find out what's going on. Jean snatched the remote and turned the device back on. Now multiple reports were being broadcast urging citizens to take shelter in their homes and those who were near the area to flee as quickly as possible if they did not want to perish. Wait, I'll go to my room for something. He left them calmly climbing the stairs. He locked himself in his room. I will fight, I must fight. He had no idea why he would do that. To throw himself back into the jaws of death, someone else in his place would think twice, but he didn't hesitate. Perhaps it was the promise he made to his uncle to protect his cousin and his dear friends, or maybe it was just another promise. Heading to her wardrobe, she searched for a rather unusual outfit. From under her bed, she pulled out a large shelf. I trained until I stopped feeling pain and tiredness. I cried multiple times because of how rigorous it was, but I didn't give up and kept moving forward. If I am strong, it is because my duty is to protect those I care about, because that should be the ideal of a demon slayer. Everyone expand the area as much as you can. We will not allow these monsters to advance 1 more meter. The city was in total chaos. Multiple corpses lay scattered across the now deserted streets, blood staining the asphalt red with a disgustingly putrid smell that hampered the soldiers' ability to move freely. Arms torn off, legs broken, eyes grouped like marbles, breasts and bellies opened, as well as organs in large quantities similar to sweets. Armed with rocket launchers, bazookas, machine guns, pistols, and rifles, several brigades of police officers, MH soldiers, and SWAT agents did not hesitate to overcome their inner fears for their duty. It was strange to see the city of Kyoto without any noise. Many would think it would be very pleasant not to hear such stressful sounds, but that uncomfortable and eerie silence was something else entirely. Only footsteps in pools of blood and the crunch of bones could be heard. All the personnel ventured deeper and deeper into places where light was absent. This is a terrible idea. It's obvious we shouldn't go in there. Did you think that $1 million paycheck was just for eating donuts and handing out traffic tickets? We had the misfortune of actually working. With the lights gone, the anxiety reached its peak. Paranoia and hallucinations filled his eyes. He'd shoot to kill at anything. Grip, grip, grip. They shoot, the powerful sound of gunfire. Bullets collided, creating a bizarre melody. They couldn't see the smoke, but they could smell the faint scent of the gunfire. It was just a damn installment. Grip. The animal was crushed next to the head of an unfortunate man who was near the sudden attack. Fire. The bullets were fired at full power, hitting blindly. Wow, bull. Bloody eyes moved and disappeared instantly, responsible for the multiple agonizing screams. Food. Her bloodshot eyes revealed 2 kanji characters, intermediate and 2. This thing is bulletproof. Of course not, you idiot. I'm a demon far superior to you all. The creature of horrible appearance with large and pointed fangs grew its gigantic claws. Get out of the way. A small brigade of soldiers had arrived, each carrying a rocket launcher. I won't let them shoot. Fire. An intense burst of flame rose into the night sky with a small shockwave that shattered the windows of multiple vehicles, leaving only a large curtain of smoke. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the strange creature was not behind those curtains of flames. They had defeated it. Wow, bull, now they didn't understand why more soldiers were dying. Humans are so stupid, there's a reason he wants to end their miserable lives. They shouldn't exist in his new world. The macabre voice belonged to another demon whose quartet of eyes bore the kanjis intermedia and 1 engraved upon it. Open fire. Don't let your guard down, we must confirm that we neutralized that thing, said what appeared to be the brigade captain who took the assault rifle he was carrying. He took confident steps, dodging the small flames on the ground. The atmosphere tried to make him feel uneasy, but he had to remain strong and stoic. That was his responsibility and duty as captain. The flames subsided and a red liquid spread on the ground burned slightly from the heat of the fire. The tension was increasing. That unpleasant smell of sulfur, ammonia, and putrefaction was eating him away when a small bubble burst. Damn it. Die. The sound of gunfire was deafening. Bullets came from all directions, but there was nothing there, only the man's stress and paranoia. He regained his sanity when he saw that there was nothing there anymore. He has been neutralized, the captain said, turning around ready to return. Captain Bueg. A large blade pierced the man's stomach and with a swift movement he was cut in half. Sons of Bitches. I'm sure there isn't one here to amuse myself while I devour him, said a succubus whose blood-red eyes bore the kanji for intermediate and three. 3 demons emerged from the flames. Some of them burned and partially melted. They were filled with rage as they tore apart the men's organs and crushed their heads, then bathed in their blood. Overflowing with resentment, they slowly approached the soldiers while their wounds healed very quickly. Open fire. Reason was snatched away by fear. Bullets began to rain down, but they were useless. They all passed through him, and each forming their respective attacks. The demons cut off legs, mutilated arms, and tore off more heads from the soldiers and the police. The horrific screams of despair and agony fueled their powers. They offered a twisted, macabre smile, their prominent fangs bearing as their long, sharp tongues played with the faces of the police officers. Burn, we're making them feel the pain they caused us. Damn, it feels great to do this to them, you bucking bastards. The skin of what were once police officers was reduced to a red filth that dripped next to one of their eyes. A gum lemony. They tried to put their mouths back together where their mouths had once been. Wee emna, those were the last words before all that filth fell off their faces, leaving only skulls and yellowish eyes. Imagine how horrible the others imagined it, and ignoring the pain, they tried to crawl away, but the swift and large claws of 2 demons denied them. Do they plan to escape? The succubus grabbed one of the soldiers. She buried her claws in his neck and another in his body, and pulling, she managed to tear off his entire head and his spine. This is it. He thrust his arm inside the soldier's body, pulling a large number of organs out through his rectum. This is what will happen to you if you try to move. He added a small kiss before devouring his mouth. He bathed in that blood again. It was an absolute massacre. Now I'll see how I'm going to have fun with the rest of you. There was no way out. They were their prey. They either did something or awaited their painful and slow death. Hey, you, crawl over here. The succubus had generated a large curtain of spores. She had no patience as she watched the soldier she had summoned crawling, enduring the pain of no longer having legs. Damn it, hurry up. From its back the wings acted like enormous arms, and with them it impaled the man as if he were a puppet. You're very slow. I still have things to do. I must go and murder more people. She spoke so sweetly that it was even more terrifying. What the hell are you? I am agony. I am suffering. I am a demonic intermediate moon. Arith. He took his life by piercing his chest and tearing out his heart. Let's see who's next. All of us, but we'll take them straight to hell. With the help of a couple of police officers who managed to remove the safety pin, one of the remaining soldiers threw a couple of grenades. Rot in hell, you bastards. The intense heat from the car's gas tanks helped make the explosion much more infernal, turning everything adjacent to it black. The scene could only be described as infamous and horrific. Pools of blood covered the ground, along with water, bones, skulls, organs, and human remains scattered throughout the alley adorning this brutal place. The flames subsided, leaving only small curtains of fire amidst the scorching heat. Was everything that had happened there before leading to this point worth it? No, it wasn't, for those demonic beings or entities passed through the fire, covered in burns, parts of their bodies melting with every step they took. They can't send us to hell, that's where we came from, idiots. As if nothing had happened, the demons regenerated. There was no one left to stop them from having a well-deserved feast on the unfortunate souls who would be their food. He scaled and leaped swiftly over the wall. His perfect parkour skills were a valuable tool when the terrain wasn't in his favor. He finally arrived to find a scene that would likely add to his already chaotic life. That place, it was as if a piece of hell had risen up there. Wow, this guy is really cute. Do you mind if I have some fun with you while I devour you? He's quite scrawny and has a big forehead. There's more bone than meat. Who cares? Food is food. He had to stay calm and not lose his breathing pattern. The large amounts of oxygen and his blood circulating at high speeds allowed him to not succumb to his fear in their presence. Moon breath, first stance, dark moon, dark sanctuary. Complicated things, part 2 plus 15. In an instant, the young hunter of the Hanafuda earrings drew his sword, executing a ferocious vertical slash that gained power as it moved away. That powerful crescent-shaped cut generated a series of chaotic mini-moons that followed in its wake. How curious this is, a brat wants to kill us with just a sword. AG, too, couldn't believe that half of his body had been cut off. Damn you, exclaimed the demon. Her scarlet eyes shone brightly in the moonlight. He was her executioner. Not bad at all, Tu said, reconnecting his body. Look, he's as if nothing happened. Yorichi wasn't an official demon slayer and his lack of information could work against him. His sword or any other common weapon he had at his disposal would be ineffective since there had to be a factor that allowed demon slayers to kill demons. From his perspective, fighting hand-to-hand was suicidal, like the fight he was about to undertake. What beautiful eyes, I love them. Apparently 3 had fallen for him. I promise I'll leave that next to your lips like dessert. She wasted no time and pounced. With the lunar breathing pattern, her strength, speed, agility, reflexes, stamina, and defense all increased significantly. Thanks to this, she was able to slip under her, grab her leg, and slam her against some trash cans. Yorichi instantly lunged at her, ready to finish her off with his blade. Has anyone ever told you that the scar on your face makes you look hexy? 12th position, bright descending moon. He was tackled by 2, but not before connecting with his attack, which could not be described as a vertical or horizontal cut, only an emerging and large chaotic moon that shattered his right arm. You're not scared, huh? Well, it's my turn then. 2 touched the ground, catching huge chunks of asphalt in his palms. Yorichi had anticipated this, dodging the sharp irregularities. 2 did not stop doing the same action, raining down a deadly rocky rain on the scarlet-eyed hunter. Hey, that boy is mine. I'm the only one who has the right to touch him. 3 grew her claws and then molded them into giant arms with which he could attack from a distance. He didn't have time to think about the situation he was in. He used everything to his advantage, from blocking the rock fall with cars to throwing garbage cans to reduce the number of falling rocks. I've got you. Let's have some fun together. 3 appeared from behind him and thanks to his great strength immobilized him, causing him to lose his sword. Now we're together. She could feel the boy's body. He might be skinny and thin, but he was also muscular and strong, her hands caressing every inch of his abs. I've never held such a well-endowed boy in my arms, she said, her hands feeling a huge, thick and long bulge in his crotch. Don't be a bitch in heat. Don't move him so he gets killed. 2 came charging in with a long, sharp piece of concrete. There was no other way, so to get away, he bit 3's hand. Is something wrong? Did you think that would hurt me? Humans are very strange. Now so close, there was only one last thing left to do. She moved forward and from the back of her neck managed to deliver a powerful headbutt to 3, stunning her long enough for her to unleash a series of kicks that caused her to lose control and then use her as a shield. Gaza. Yorichi had narrowly escaped. He regained his footing, but he no longer had his main weapon to fight with. What's wrong with you, you idiot? I wanted his hard piece, not yours. He yelled, pulling the concrete stake out of his belly. You're making me angry. It wasn't my intention, you bucking bitch. He exclaimed angrily. Their state of distraction was taken advantage of by the boy who, along with a zigzag attack, came charging with his second weapon, a bow staff with a sharp point aimed directly at their necks. Stop being such immature brats. 1 finally acted, and with just the simple movement of a palm, both intermediate moons stopped, followed by the movement of a fist. Yorichi, who was unfazed, would take advantage of their immobile states to try if things were made easier for him to kill them. Buag. An invisible fist struck him squarely, sending him crashing into the cars. They look so stupid fighting, it disgusts me. 1 made a cutting motion from his hand so that an invisible blast would advance at full power against him. Yorichi, who wasn't focused on the ball, barely managed to dodge it. His entire left hand was cut and mangled by the attack. The pain was unbearable, he couldn't give in to it, so with his right hand he tore off his sleeve to make a makeshift tourniquet. 1 attacked instantly again with his fist, hitting the young redhead squarely once more, who went rolling all over the asphalt to who knows where. He felt his broken ribs tearing at his lungs, and as a result his lung capacity was decreasing along with the effectiveness of his moon breath. Why was he doing that? He knew the consequences, but something compelled him to get up again despite coughing up a small amount of blood. I will fight, I will fight, I will fight for them. He sighed and then stood up. He could no longer fight at close range, so he took his bow staff and broke it in half with a single blow. A guy who can last a long time drives me crazy. 3 was descending at full speed, being dodged by Yorichi. This will be enough for me. He wrapped the chain around his arm, ready to fight. He spun it around at full speed, forming the characteristic chaotic crescent moons of lunar breathing. He threw the chain with the hook, followed by the enormous chaotic blade embedding itself in the chest of 3. He pulled hard and drew her towards him to finish her off with the blade at the end. She could only smile. Damn, you look so hexy without limbs. The succubus let herself be caught by him, and once they were both close, she kissed him. Yorichi let out a muffled scream when she bit him and then tore out and ate his tongue. Ah, you taste delicious. 3 was getting excited by the taste of the boy. She was very hungry and would enjoy every part of him. Don't worry, darling, I've saved the best for last. She guided his hands to feel Yorichi's member again. I think I'm being a little unfair to you. With the force of his wings, he slammed him into the building where he did whatever he wanted with him. 3. She removed her clothing, exposing her breasts with their already hard nipples and her vagina, already wet from previous arousal. He grabbed her again, now with her back to the building, and forcefully made her carry him. He then made the boy kiss and lick her. Excitement made her dig the claws of her wings into his back. I'll do it like this, I want you to buck me hard. Yorichi did not enjoy that at all. The moon was trying to violate him and he could not escape it. 3 remained supported with her arms on his shoulders, moaning every time her vagina rubbed against the huge bulge covered by the boy's pants. Part of the skin on his shoulder was torn off when 3 bit him, a terrifying hex scene where he wouldn't get out alive. Ah, grape me like they did, take advantage of me now that I'm weak and submissive. Ah, fill me with every ounce of your semen, have no pity or mercy. Ah, finish me. Damn it, only for you would this be free. Yorichi started putting the pieces together. Had that demon in her human life been grodd multiple times to such an extent that her psyche was completely destroyed? It sounded cruel, but it was supported by 2 things. The first was the other demon's words, calling her a slut, and the second was her gruesome way of having hex. What are you doing with my sister, you bastard? Buag. A spear made of crystal pierced him, shattering his entire stomach. You bucking bitch, I told you I'd kill them all for that money. And you, as always, take the easy way out. 2 radiated absolute rage, taking enormous quantities of concrete from the buildings with him to make it rain down on him. What would I do now? I had no way out with 3 and now 2. This burns, the succubus's mouth began to char and then her entire body was stained with her blood. She had no idea what was happening, but it didn't distract her and she left. She wasn't fast enough though, and several sharp rocks embedded themselves in her back. Bleeding out and with much of his motor system destroyed, all he could do was flee like a miserable rat. 2 calmly approached him and as if he were a piece of bread tore off his legs. The unbearable pain. So much stress from everything, puzzles trying to be pieced together, unanswered questions. Not only are you scrawny, but you're also a son of a bitch. Something inside Yorichi began to burn. A butterfly flew through the darkness. Gaza, a series of chains made of blood were stuck into the moon and then ignited. The demon continued screaming from the infernal heat of that orange fire. All of his severed limbs were reconnected by bloody chains, and those that had been lost were reborn. The scarletty demon forged a series of bloody rings out of thin air, and from them, at full power, a series of swords and other weapons engulfed in flames emerged, easily riddling 2 of them with bullets. The next one was 3, whom he subjected to the same treatment with a shower of bloody weapons engulfed in flames. I suppose I should feel a lot of sorrow for the death of my children, but things are different now. When he made his fist, shattering all of the scarlet demon's incoming attacks with invisible blows. The demon forged a shield, but it wasn't enough to stop the brute force. His blood was running out too quickly, and with no other option, he gambled everything on his final move. It seemed that the very place they were in was just an illusion, as a series of columns of fire rose up in the darkness. Infinite sun. Everything was enveloped in a vast field of distorted space. Time stood still. Both demons now found themselves in the very heart of the universe with the solar titan above them. Their life as a human would be judged. If they were kind-hearted, the fire star would grant them a painless and peaceful death. However, if they were evil-hearted, the opposite would occur. Good or bad, ag. The flames burned like hell. Orange, blue, black, and white demonstrated their intensity. And as if reality itself were distorting, countless cuts cracked everything. Final judgment, he woke up. He had the feeling it had been a dream, but his somewhat bleak outlook denied it. Little by little, he began to remember what had happened. Those demons, she was abused until she lost her mind. He was just a thug who wanted money to escape with his sister from his father, who only used them as mere personal tools. I understood. Their eyes, the 3 of them, were the test subjects of the Ostroken I umlaut, Kanz Ioganek N. Everything he experienced wore down his sanity. Good or evil, human or demon, he no longer knew what to think of himself. Was he a hero or a villain? They died in this horrible way because I created them, I made them. What is my reason for continuing to live? He angrily slammed both fists against the ground, hitting his head against the asphalt. Her tears streamed down until they disappeared into the ground. Without conviction, simply protecting those she loved wasn't enough, because that feeling of satisfaction was absent. Who am I? Her hair had covered her eyes, and she only felt something land on her left hand. A butterfly with wings like a rainbow. They roam the entire world. Those who manage to see them will enjoy an immeasurable and beautiful love as they continue flying and searching for their mate, so they can be together again. Shinobu. That simple name was the trigger. Zaolita. N/A to set the mood. Everything she had always sought, everything that had been taken from her was returned to her. Her memories, her recollections, everything she had lived through. Yorichi's memoirs correspond to chapters 1 through 41. Neither human nor demon, he was Tanjiro Kamado. Looking for answers, better not to try. For some strange reason, my head doesn't hurt as much anymore, but my body feels so weak and tired. Could it be because of the anemia? I hope everything I experienced last night wasn't a dream and I still had my doubts. I need answers, and those are tied to delving into my memories. Why was that butterfly there, Tanjiro Yorichi? Who am I really? Why is this so difficult? Good morning, Mr. Lazybones. Mom. The young woman with scarlet eyes wore a very, very annoyed expression. He didn't even notice her presence. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't see his cousin. So your bed is more important than me, am I wrong? She questioned, crossing her arms. I'm sorry. No apology justifies what you did, lose. You're a hopeless idiot, you know that. Her cheeks slowly flushed. He was beautiful, and the memory of how her father had accepted their relationship came to mind. Flashback. I don't think I heard you right. Are you telling me you're in love with your cousin who's 5 years younger than you? The pair of boys with burgundy hair were trying to explain the strange romantic relationship they shared. Michikatsu was processing everything, as he hadn't expected his own family members to be incestuous. Before she kills me, I want to say that Mamiko is the one who made me this way. Hey, we were supposed to be in this together. Can't you see your dad's eyes? It's obvious I'm not getting out of this alive. Mamiko held Yorichi's hand with all her might. She had no doubt about her feelings for him. Such a heavy, dark, and deathly aura slowly faded away from Michikatsu. Tell me, what am I supposed to do with the two of you? Asked the man with the strange scars on his face somewhat calmly. They didn't know how to respond, making things much more complicated for the man. After a while of processing the events, he made his decision. I've decided to accept their relationship because I have no other choice. I suppose that's fine since the Tsujikuni bloodline shouldn't be contaminated by other blood, and if it remains almost pure, that's much better for me. It seemed that everything had turned out well after all, or well, almost everything. That's right, Yorichi, when you turn 18 you'll marry Mamiko. I have no problem. That is my only condition. Remember that the Tsujikunis are a very important clan, and we cannot be involved in scandals. The Tsujikuni family was well known throughout Kyoto for being one of the oldest clans in all of Japan. Michikatsu was the vice president of one of the most important companies in Japan, about which he did not share any information. After that strange conversation, Michikatsu left, leaving the red-haired duo alone. Upon hearing the door close, he rushed into her arms and kissed her cheek. He'd gotten his way. AT the moments. I suppose so. But you're my idiot, I remind you that until 18. You think I'm only thinking about doing that with you, I just wanted to annoy you. Anyway, I'm going to the pool, I don't know if anyone would like to come with me. Her suggestion was very obvious, receiving an affirmation from him. I was left all alone. So many things to think about. I found it hard to believe if everything I remembered was real or just an illusion caused by the anemia I had. But now, for some strange reason, I feel so different. I had to find the answers to my questions. And the first one is whether I really am Kamado Tanjiro. Motivated by that, I got out of bed and took the time to search everything in my room. Under the bed, in my closets, all the furniture and drawers, looking for something that might help confirm those strange memories, but I found nothing. I was left with a somewhat bitter taste in my mouth. I didn't even know what was real anymore. What if this life I lead is just an illusion and I'm lying there, anemic from my confrontation with those demons? Hang on a minute. My hand, my arm, everything about me is whole. So that part of those memories where I supposedly see myself using a robotic prosthesis can't be true. Did I eat or drink something rotten? What a crazy dream I had then. Yorichi, I invited Jeanette, so hurry up and come downstairs. Go. So all those memories were a lie. I already have a life and a very good one. I don't know why I'm assuming things that aren't true. Yo no soy Kamado Tanjiro, yo soy Tsujikuni Yorichi. I tidied up the mess I'd made, then looked for my swimsuit, a t-shirt, a towel, my sunglasses, and some sandals. After getting dressed, I left my room and took in my home for the first time, and it was huge. Everything was made of glass, multiple paintings that looked very expensive, very luxurious furniture and appliances. Why would I want another life? I reached the stairs and they were indeed grand. I strolled down, admiring the lower level, which, like the upper level, was overflowing with luxury. To my right was the extravagant dining room, and to my left, the living room. Beneath that enormous plasma screen sat a PlayStation 5, an Xbox Series X, and a Nintendo Switch, enough to build a gaming PC. Wait, I think I managed to picture it in my bedroom. Yes, this is my life, I don't want another one. I continued on my way to the back of the mansion. The terrace was indeed very large, the air so fresh. Why don't I feel satisfied? Ara, what candy store did this sweet treat escape from? Yorichi, I have another popsicle here, do you want it? It's so strange, I don't know why I'm fooling myself. Now everything is different from my point of view. Money, luxuries, people who love me, I lack nothing, I have everything, but even so I don't feel content. All of this makes me angry now. N/A, you didn't want to be the best husbando in anime, just so you wouldn't steal all the attention, you Chad. These fanarts with your hair forward 7U7. Why the grumpy face? Come here, I suppose that's why I came here, to clear my head more. Now I'm understanding it. I was unhappy all this time, and maybe the life I supposedly had where I worked and only possessed what was necessary in a humble way was my happiness. I took a seat between Mamiko and Jean, dipping my toes in the crystal-clear water of the pool. My reflection, these earrings, these scars on my chest and face. I can't deny the obvious. Maybe I am Kamado Tanjiro. What's wrong, Yorichi? You seem very distracted. Yorichi Tsujikuni, that name is quite buried in my memories. But who is he and why is he linked to me? My head started to hurt, all those times wanting to remember. Was it for a reason? Outside, the young man with scarlet eyes was being questioned by both his cousin and his friend, who were asking what was wrong with him, as he wasn't even paying attention to them, which caused them enormous concern. So why am I here and not there? Should I prioritize organizing and repairing my broken memories, or merely try to focus on the moment where I stopped remembering, since the last one was supposedly when I arrived at Kazuki Academy? I think I'm pushing myself too hard. I feel so confused. I want to cry, I want to scream and let it all out. Why am I going through all this? Do I deserve it? Did I do something wrong to end up like this? Am I a good person or a bad person? Yorichi, are you crying? I'm no longer sure about my friends, my family, or even myself. I want answers. It's just some trash in my eye. Are you sure that's it? I can go get something to treat it. Yes, please. Mamiko adjusted a towel around her waist, leaving him alone with Jeanette while she went to look for the medical bag. Unless your eye is already infected, I don't think a simple garbage is a reason for us to be alone, Yorichi said, the blonde, a little puzzled. I am not Yorichi, I am Tanjiro. Well, with that, Jeanette considered it strange. You and I just met, so you have nothing to do with this. The question is, where do we begin to look? The blonde only offered a smile to try and hide her growing fear of her friend's paranoid state. Why do you say your name isn't Yorichi but Tanjiro? Haven't you considered that it might be your first name? She wanted to give him a logical reason for it. Maybe you're right about that, but believe me, I'm not crazy. Why do you say that? Because some demon made me lose all my memories. There are people I doubt. Well, whatever it is, as your friend I'll be there for you and help you in any way I can. Jean kept smiling as she received a warm and strong hug from Tanjiro. Her body froze as a growing blush of embarrassment spread across her face for two reasons. The first was that neither of them had much clothing on at that moment, and the second was that his cousin had already arrived and, judging by her expression, was jealous. It's so good you're here, cousin. He went to hug her, confusing Jean. Mamiko, for her part, reciprocated his affection. I love you, cousin, he said, kissing her cheek. I love you much more, she replied. While watching as a spectator, she noticed a small wink in his left eye, catching the hint from earlier. Amam Tsujikuni-sama, you love Yorichi very much. I see. The blue-eyed girl intentionally broke the moment. Tell me who wouldn't love this stubborn guy. They'd been talking a lot, and so much time without being in the water made the three of them get into the pool. The water trickled down their toned, sculpted bodies, their impressive physiques accentuated by the liquid. Mamiko began to examine both of Yorichi's eyes, finding nothing wrong with them. Tell me, Tsujikuni-sama, what are your most important memories with Yorichi? Asked the blonde. It's hard for me to choose, since for me they are all good moments, but I think one of the most important was when he finally accepted me and my father, the redhead replied, leaving all her things to one side of the pool. Could you give me more details about that? An assertive question that was enough just by looking into Tanjiro's eyes. Okay, but to do that I need to give some context. About 3 years ago, I was teaching literature at an elementary school as a way of doing service for the Kazuki Academy. Tanjiro went into shock, a rather difficult moment he experienced in his childhood. I had a rather striking student. Eyes as big as rubies, hair like fire, a scar on his forehead, and Hanafuda-style earrings. Do you remember him, Yorichi? Her brain paused at everything. How did she know about that? No. You came to my house, I helped you with your homework, and then I took you to your mom's house. N/A. For more details, reread Chapter 4. Farewell. Tanjiro began to cry. Halfway home, my car radio alerted me to a terrible case of homicide and murder in a place where I had recently been. I didn't want to stand idly by when I could do something, so I did everything necessary to testify in your favor, and together with multiple investigators, I gathered evidence to prove your innocence, the redhead concluded. On Jean's cheeks, the tears ended up mixing with the water. She had no idea that she had suffered so much. What could have been a fun afternoon turned into a series of sharp and extremely painful memories. The clock read 8:45 p.m. Lying on his bed, covered with his pillows, Yorichi, or rather Tanjiro, let out loud sobs because he still didn't understand anything. His memories were supposed to be beautiful, not harsh and horrible, making him feel like his life was a mess. He had to remember that conflict again, but doing so only hurt him more. Yorichi, you can come down for dinner soon, a very feminine and understanding voice said to him from behind the door. I'm not hungry, thank you very much. Can I come in? She received no response and, worried, decided to go to his room. Seeing him so defeated and with such a sad aura, Mamiko's heart broke. He sat down on the bed and removed the pillows. Her pupils were no longer distinguishable from the red sclera from so much crying. I think I made a mistake in telling you something that maybe you didn't want to hear anymore, my love. And I'm so confused about myself. But why do you say that? Because for no reason, just things that happen in a teenager's life. Anything you need, you know I'll always be here for you, Yorichi. Thank you. When you feel better, you can come down for dinner. Dad has already arrived from his trip. With a small kiss on her forehead, Mamiko left her room. The tears stopped and her gaze was now fixed on the ceiling. The sound of flapping wings caught her attention. A rainbow-winged butterfly landed on her window, adding a splash of color to the otherwise dark room. He ignored that and left his room. To live a happy lie or a sad truth, what was real? It was quite tiring, but it's good to be home. The Tsujikuni trio were having their dinner. Your Wagyu steak tastes much better than the ones I've eaten at in restaurants, said Major Tsujikuni, holding a piece of that marinated and juicy meat between his fork. N/A, this cut of meat is worth $2,655 or 53,000 Mexican pesos. The television was changed multiple times by Yorichi, who could not enjoy his dinner without his mind being distracted by something. I suppose everything at the Moon Horizon Tower in Tokyo is fine, right, Dad? Mamiko wanted to talk to her father since Yorichi wasn't paying attention to her because he was watching TV. We're still making progress and I like that quite a lot. Yorichi was just watching a news report about a growing demon attack on the streets of Tokyo and how they were fighting against a group of hunters where a yellow Haori with triangles, a boar mask, a purple hood with a gun and a white cape adorned with a large butterfly brooch were the things that caught his attention the most. Yorichi, are you okay? Suddenly they were attacked by a demon with 6 eyes who carried a strange multi-bladed sword that with just one simple cut managed to make them retreat. What was real? Moon vs. Earth Part 1. Saturday at noon, I have no plans for the rest of the day other than to continue putting together my puzzle, which is made up of memories. Things were more complicated than I assumed, since what I possibly thought was contradicted by just a few words that Mamiko said. They were memories, and not all of them could be true without proof, but I know those 4 boys, I probably know them. Life is so complicated. Now that I'm analyzing that sexy demon in detail. Does Uncle Michikatsu work at Moon Horizon? I remember that Mashi and I were working on something, but Ostroken I umlaut K-A-N-Z Iagonek N. But where do I begin? It's not something I'm going to solve overnight. Overthinking will only leave me more confused, and with my few remaining brain cells fried. I need help from someone very intelligent and analytical who knows about this. Do you know what time it is? At 12:30 p.m. Why, it's still very early. Let's help. Tell me what you want. My mind was finally able to remember. Everything is so confusing since there are things I don't know if I believe, but one thing I am certain of is that my name is actually Tanjiro. The brunette pulled her face away from the bed. For a moment she thought it was a joke, but after seeing Yorichi's confident expression she ended up believing him since he wasn't the type to lie. She sat down on the bed and then motioned for the crimson-haired man to sit beside her. How can I help you? In that I need to organize all these memories and discern which ones are true and which ones are not, Yorichi replied. I'm not a psychologist, you know. Why don't you talk to Fushiro, the school psychologist? The brunette remarked. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. Please help me, she pleaded. Okay, I'll help you on the condition that you dress up as a maid. Her face turned grim, but she had no choice but to accept. Echo. After agreeing to it with a greeting, the blonde girl withdrew to change. For some strange reason, Tanjiro/Yorichi was reminded of someone by that feeling of joy and mischief. He hoped he would soon find out who. Rin arrived feeling very embarrassed and nervous due to Tanjiro's direct gaze. Why are you staring at me so much, Tsujikuni? You remind me a lot of someone. Let's finish this quickly, please. Rin told him to lie down on his bed. He took a notebook from a drawer on the side of the bed to jot down the most important points. Listen, Yorichi, I need you to try to organize those memories because it would be very difficult to keep track of them. I understand. I will try to classify them into happy and sad moments. Okay, I don't have to force them, I just need to let them flow. It doesn't matter what order they're in, just remember. N/A Context Chapter Number 3. It's quite strange, but all I can do is watch what's happening. So dark, so gloomy, my nose picks up the strong scent of blood. I ran and ran, clutching the sword as if it were an extension of myself, reaching a part of that forest where an intense inferno consumed everything. Now I was facing a demon that used roots to attack. Merled was its name, and with that I ended up discovering a skill with my sense of smell, sense of risk, which allowed me to be alerted to some danger with a tickling sensation. Things between me and the demon were so intense that I ended up using a position I had recently seen. N/A Context Chapter Number 7. Muzan Kibutsuji. That damn come on, you can do it, fight. I was truly surprised by everything. I was fighting a demon who was vastly superior. My body wasn't trembling and every action I took was firm. He fought on instinct and with so much on his mind. The eyes of the sun were a combination of that sense of risk and another ability called Hidden World. The former alerted me to attacks, while the latter allowed me to see through his exterior, noticing subtle movements in his joints and changes in his muscle tissue. This, along with another technique called Divine Speed, which allowed me to move at superhuman speeds, was key to at least lasting a fight against him. I've got him cornered. That strange crimson-bladed sword has managed. My arm. Even though this has already happened, the pain is the same. Garia. Come on, don't give up. Dance of the sun god. This his blood burns me. No, I mustn't let her leave. The sword, that sword. N/A context chapter number 21. 3. Their eyes are identical to the demons I recently faced, so these monsters aren't anything new. Respiratory hybridization. Everything has spiraled out of control. I can't even understand why I'm only receiving fragments of my hunter abilities. Demon hybrids. Demonic blood arts. Breath of the moons. Yorichi. His face was bathed in sweat. He woke up barely able to breathe, his veins bulging across much of his body. It was too much for him. Why is everything so dark? It's 8 p.m. What on earth happened to you? I don't know, it seemed like I had control over my memories, but then they lost their momentum. There's still information being processed in my brain. It was a terrible idea, I knew it. It's so obvious you should have gone to a psychologist. The brunette curled up into a ball, fearing her mental state would worsen. She continued to lament how complicated her situation was. Those harsh negative feelings threatened to make her cry, but she would fight until she finally discovered herself. Thank you so much, Rin. I hope we can do this again. Are you stupid or are you chewing water? She said angrily, but that attitude changed when Tanjiro stroked her head. No, but I'll take you to a psychologist if you want. That sounds good. Can we go for a walk for a while? I could really use some time to stop thinking about it. You want to remember and now you want to forget. What a complicated boy you are, Yorichi commented, the blue-eyed girl, taking her bag that was hanging on the coat rack. I felt a great deal of dissatisfaction because, from my point of view, everything I remembered was completely useless. I just wanted to discover who I was, but after leaving my house, the silence was very invigorating. Now I wonder what my purpose is. Why do I have to go through all this? I don't understand, it's so confusing. Yorichi, you're scaring me. She was right. He was slowly succumbing to madness and profound existential doubt. Memories where they cried out for Tanjiro and a present where Yorichi lived carefree. Who was he, really? His mental instability grew and grew, the thread of sanity wearing thin, an eclipse within him. A small tear rolled down her cheek. A powerful fire attack erupted from the darkness. Thanks to his quick reaction, he and Rin narrowly escaped death when the flames began to engulf everything before exploding. Due to the point-blank attack, his ears and eyes were temporarily rendered useless. Bright scarlet eyes were all it took for a great fear to grow inside her. Kamado Tanjiro. Damn it, why can't I have a normal life? Why am I always the one who has to suffer? How I would have loved to live my life as a supporting character. Yorichi exclaimed, completely broken. He couldn't live like this anymore. He wanted to die from all the pressure he carried on his shoulders. From a young age, he always suffered. That much he remembered very well. His parents, his little brothers who were dead, his younger sister turned into a demon, all the abuse he received for crimes he didn't commit, and the saddest part was that he couldn't remember their names. All his loved ones were just a figment of his imagination. He grew up with the foolish idea of hiding his pain behind a false face of joy and positivity. He was a flawed human being. He wasn't perfect, but people always thought he was. You're pathetic, you always have been. Useless, weak, and cowardly, you could never protect those you cared about, much less your greatest treasure. You lose everything, but to a certain extent I understand your pain and frustration. If you agree, I'll end your miserable life here and now. Yorichi Yorichi, get up. Rin tried in vain to get the boy who had accepted his fate of dying to get up. My problems will haunt me until I die. Go away. Get out of the way, I know very well what you will do. There is no point in protecting him if he accepts. No one can escape destiny. The crimsony demon gripped his sword. The blade unleashed a tremendous crimson-orange blaze, intensifying from indigo blue to obsidian black. The heat was overwhelming, making the young woman with pigtails sweat almost as if her skin were engulfed in flames, yet her stubbornness kept her resolute against the omnipotent demon. And who are you to decide their fate? Then die with him. Breath of the Sun, 7th stance, explosive blitz. 2 ferocious slashes, one horizontal and the other vertical, raced at full speed. Both fiery attacks unleashed multiple chaotic blades also engulfed in flames. Seeing you dressed as a maid won't be enough. What nonsense am I talking about? It'll be incredible if I see it. Demon Blood Art, Fractured Diamond Barrier. A large, crystallized wall marked with faint red lines was fixed to the ground, taking the first attack very badly as the central slash slowly began to break through the barrier. Rin immediately reinforced it with her blood, but the small, chaotic blades prevented her from doing the job evenly. The second cut connected to the first, forming an X, and with it a huge explosion that resulted in multiple chaotic blades. His arm was injured from the great strain he made, and the chaotic blades did not stop, impacting Tanjiro, who very poorly acted as a shield. I wanted to die, thank you for that, Rin. The fire had no effect on him, but it did leave huge cuts that he healed with his demonic regeneration. I didn't tell you to get up, you idiot. I could have defended you, the brunette replied, straightening her arm. I know I can't die because I'm a demon hybrid, and now I know you are too. How? That's what I want to know. If we get out of this, all his memories, specifically his combat skills, would now be very useful when facing the demon. The duo could not escape alone. They had to face that being of immense power. Unwavering determination and indomitable will. That look is so repulsive. It's useless. Now I have a reason to fight for. With its claws it cut the palms of its hands. Demon ability Forger. Yorichi made his blood flow and with it forged 2 swords. Not bad, kid, but that doesn't surprise me. Sun breathing 12th posture. Behind the demon, a series of blood swords engulfed in black flames emerged, ready to attack. Rin, I'll go on the attack. I don't know your techniques very well, but if you can reinforce that barrier or give me support, I'd appreciate it. Don't worry about that. Breath of the Moon, second stance. Breathe. Both took a firm yet powerful step, creating a crater. Both charged at blinding speed. A great thrust was followed by multiple chaotic blades with those black flames, collided with a double slash of enormous chaotic blades. Thrust of the shining sun, pearl flowers illuminated by the moon. The contact was so slight, but the power they both exuded was incredible. The demon initiated the attack, now with a variation of that stance with 5 rapid stabs. Yorichi only managed to block 2, being protected by Rin's barrier for the other 3. That's not enough, you know. The demon revealed his eyes, which had the kanji Superior Zero engraved on them. Immediately, Zero gave him a light punch, making him back quite a bit. What do you mean? Yorichi said, recovering from the blow. And slash A to set the mood. I know very well what you want, Tanjiro Kamado. I know very well that you want to protect what matters to you. I know it better than you do. Zero sheathed his sword. His once imposing voice softened into one of melancholy. But it's no use being strong when you don't have the time to prevent events. Tanjiro Kamado, prevent what? Yorichi had multiple doubts about his true identity. That demon knew things he didn't, but were they true? Tanjiro, son of Tanjiro and Kai Kamado, older brother of Takeo, Hanako, Shidru, Rokuta, and Nezuko Kamado, disciple of Sakanji Yurikodaki and the love interest of Shinobu Kacho. Am I wrong? The memories came flooding back to him, even more violent, knocking him to his knees. As I told you, you are very weak and mediocre. You are not someone worthwhile, and your mere existence will only cause more pain to the people who know you. Why do you think I was the one who murdered your entire family? The demon said in a harsh and disinterested tone. She couldn't take it anymore. Her mind was succumbing to madness. What you said? I took it upon myself to rid your entire family of that burden that is you. I saved them from you. And believe in me, I felt sorry for all of them. Moon vs. Sun Part 2 plus 15. No. I was taught to be honest from a young age. I have no reason to lie to you. Both Yorichi and Zero maintained their composure, their gazes locked. The boy remained in shock at the revelation. He believed their words because that bitter and sorrowful memory wasn't the work of a human, but of someone as malevolent and twisted as demons. What was their fault? Tell me what was their fault. If you say I'm so much shit, why didn't you kill me? Simply because I was hoping to tell you at this moment. Flashback. The time wasn't important to carry out his actions. He just needed something to cover up what he would do. The moon was lost in the mist, creating a very dark atmosphere, and the absence of any sound from the wind made things worse. As stealthy as a ninja, the demon with scarlet eyes and long, reddish-black hair, Superior Zero, arrived at a home. The strong smell of sugar, butter, and sweet spices indicated his destination, Kamado Bakery. From the window, I watched a family of 6 happily baking various types of bread. Laughter and jokes filled the air, creating a truly lovely atmosphere. Mom, Oniichan will be here very soon, said a little girl with big pink eyes, her hair tied back with pink ribbons. Wearing gloves, she carried a tray of chocolate-covered cookies. Yes, Oniichan said he'd teach me how to do really cool headbutts, exclaimed a small boy with big red eyes and short black hair, just as happily as his older sister helped by mixing a white paste and sprinkling sugar on it. It's 15 minutes to 8. Tanjiro's teacher said she'd let him stay until around that time. We should go wait for him. What do you think, kids? Said a beautiful woman with dark pink eyes as she removed a couple of trays from her oven. Of course, Mom. The woman went to get a stroller where she had her youngest child, a 2-year-old baby, and with her group of 4 remaining children, they stopped working to go to the living room. There was no light, everything was shrouded in darkness and an aura of pain and bitterness. In the armchair, a figure avoided looking at them while holding a sword in its left hand. The children were instantly terrified by it, but the woman showed no fear, which surprised the demon. "Good evening, young man, what can I do for you?" The demon did not answer. "You're very lucky that our bakery is still open. Not to brag, but my children make delicious treats. Shall I tell you the secret?" The demon didn't answer either. "It's the love with which things are done to make something wonderful," the woman said with a big smile. The demon remained silent, but now his hand trembled. "Please take off those ridiculous things you have on your face. That's all I ask before you kill me." The woman crossed her arms, but the demon agreed to the request and began to uncover his face. She wasn't surprised by it, but the 5 children were shocked to discover who the demon was. "I am so sorry." Through tears, the demonic moon took her sword and plunged it into Kai's chest. "Children, please be quiet." Nezuko managed to stifle her screams, but tears streamed down her face at the horrific sight. Instinctively, she covered her younger siblings' mouths, obeying her mother's command. "I'm only asking you not to hurt them. Please keep that promise, I beg you." "I can't do it." "Okay, forgive me then if I hurt you so much that you ended up like this." Zero withdrew his sword, now aiming for her heart, ending her life. "Monster, monster, why did you end Mom's life?" shouted one of the younger Kamado children, who went to hit him with his small fist. "For the same reason as you, Takeo." "No, please put it down," exclaimed Nezuko, who could no longer remain silent, but fear prevented her from doing anything. Zero grabbed the little boy by the neck and pulled him up to his head. The infant struggled to breathe but was powerless against the tight grip and suffocated. It wasn't enough for the demon, who then severed his trachea. No, Zero laid the child's body on the armchair. His head dangled from his remaining body, beginning to stain the furniture with his blood. So as not to suffer the same fate, that hell. The moon arrived with Nezuko, who was now holding her baby brother, and she threw them both against the wall, taking the full force of the impact. "Hanako, Shidru, take care of her in the place I couldn't reach, your good children." Zero, with unseen speed, moved his blade, which instantly began to bleed. The demon stabbed their hearts and eyes while cutting off their ears and noses. "The last thing my rotten heart wants is for them to see and hear more pain." Monster, the girl's back was broken and some of the nerves in her legs were damaged, but she still managed to protect her younger brother. She didn't hear the screams, but she saw how horrible the demons were. Heartless and merciless, she would be next on their list. "Forgive me, Rokyuta Nezuko." What he had seen still left him in a state of shock. "You killed my mother and my brothers. You're a monster, a horrible monster." "I know it's not necessary to know what I am, but I maintain faith in something that shouldn't be believed, thinking that in this way I can save them all. I love them." In an instant, he appeared in front of her and took the child from her, ready to kill him by covering him in his blood. Nezuko made her final effort to get up and stand in his way, but to no avail as the blood was burning her alive until she fell, extremely near death. "I don't understand why you did that. You just committed a more horrible suicide than the one I had in mind." "Because he's my younger brother and I'll protect him with my life." "Yes, I also had that goal and I managed to achieve it, only to lose the last family I had afterward. It's so unfair and cruel. But what can you do against fate other than accept it and keep moving forward?" Nezuko lost her fear upon learning who he was, feeling only sadness and confusion as to why such a quiet and normal night had turned into a massacre, something she could never forget. "Take care of them all like the great sister you are." He disappeared with the same silence that enveloped him. The doorknob was roughly forced open, revealing a small red-haired boy with a shocked expression and tears streaming down his cheeks. He fell to his knees. "Mother Nezuko Takeo Hanako Shigru Rokyuta." Her cries and sobs were as loud and intense as the pain and sadness she felt at that very moment, losing her family. Now without her father, she had no one left. "Oni-chan, I wanted to protect them. It was my fault." Hope was the only thing that survived, and she clung to it with all her might. She took her sister in her arms and without wasting any time went in search of her to save her. End of flashback. So standing before me is the damned bastard who took away the people I loved most in the world, the wretch who made me miserable, and made me question, Why I'm still alive and searching for a reason it's funny, you know. You've joined my list, I'm going to kill you. I hope your words are true. Zero extended his hand towards the sky, confusing Yorichi. But that didn't stop him from attacking, as chains of blood grabbed his wrists, watching as in the darkness a small fireball descended like a meteor and impacted the demon's hand. It was a sword, and not just any sword. I wielded this as the tool with which I hoped to save and protect many lives, but it became the executioner of countless innocent lives. My sword, the Yeger. God of the sun, destroyer of demons, show me your truth. Zero freed him and threw the weapon at him. Yorichi took it. Tanjiro Kamado. /N, Tanjiro reminds me a lot of Virgil because of his slicked back hair, because they're both very hexy, because they're demon hybrids, and because they have a really cool sword. Even the cover of the story is an homage to Daddy Virgil. You'll regret this, I hope so. Rin watched everything, unable to understand what was happening, receiving orders from Yorichi not to interfere in the fight. An electric aura enveloped them, and followed by a flash, they instantly clashed their swords. Just holding the weapon brought back all the memories of his past confrontations. Tanjiro twisted his wrist, igniting the jet-black blade to crimson. The eruption of intense flames did not frighten the demon at all, who did the same, except his fire was as black as ebony. He had never felt the need to want to kill, he always sought to approach matters in the most peaceful way. But at that precise moment, his anger increased with the faces of his family that appeared after imagining all that they suffered because of that demon. He wanted to kill him as quickly as possible, but the strength of that demon was on another level, since a peace and tranquility radiated from his face when he was giving it his all. The heat from the zero flames was so suffocating that his body began to delirious, and he simply received a strong blow to his stomach, taking away his air, then losing his balance with a sweeping kick, ending with his face slammed against the ground. Actions speak louder than words. I hoped you had already understood that, Kamado Tanjiro. Yorichi. The chestnut-tired woman put aside her fear to go and help him, creating the strongest barrier she could, but the demon shattered it with a simple blow of his sword hilt. I hate you. That won't get your face out of the ground. A few seconds or less were all it took for Tanjiro to be humiliated. He could hold his own against the Demon King, but against him was that demon stronger than the demon progenitor. I'll tell you something, it might not be very surprising to you, but I'll tell you anyway. When demons become moons, we receive a new name, and mine is Huryo, Chinese letter, the Fire Hunter. And you'll understand why. Huryo's arm began to glow. And with nothing to stop it, it unleashed a bestial sequence of black flames. The asphalt was being destroyed by the nascent explosions. The smell of burnt skin filled the air like smoke from a bonfire. You said you were going to kill me. Why are things the other way around now? Huryo lifted Tanjiro's face, which was miraculously regenerating due to his demon abilities, but he could not hide the enormous effort he was making as multiple blisters, tumors, and burns invaded his face. See, you're incapable of keeping promises. You're simply a stupid dreamer with word that's worthless. The moon continued to slam its face against the asphalt along with even more powerful bursts of black flames. What did he mean? He understood nothing, unable to even tell if he was still alive or dead, as the demon's treatment was so brutal that his limited sense of smell perceived a very primal aroma, anger and infinite hatred. You're not special. You're just a nobody who doesn't even deserve something as basic as breathing. A barrier appeared amidst the smoke, protecting Tanjiro and later removing him from there. Gah! Rin began to vomit due to the excessive use of her blood, and creating something strong enough so that such a powerful demon wouldn't destroy her completely exhausted her. I hate when my emotions end up consuming me. Huryo regained his composure, seeing how the pair of boys couldn't even move. There was nothing left to do but kill them. Maybe that way, after so much work, he could finally rest. I know you're watching me wherever you are, and you'll hate me even more. You know why I'm doing this. I can't stand this anymore. She looked at the full moon with that pure clarity that reminded her of something. He took his sword and began walking towards them. Tanjiro, meanwhile, lay back, feeling a little better but covered in blood from overusing his regeneration. His body drained of strength, the demon had been right. But at the same time, no, I would give it one last try simply because someone did what they couldn't, and that was to challenge what seemed impossible. Something as trivial and simple as saving someone was very common for Tanjiro. Using his sword for support, he managed to get up but collapsed to his knees exhausted. He wasn't a complete demon invincible, he was also a fragile, weak human with common sense. How could he possibly face someone stronger than Muzan? I'm fed up, he said to himself. His head bowed as he looked at everything that his tragic life entailed. I'm tired of continuing to live because I feel that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be much harder for me. I can't have a normal life, and I want to let it all out by screaming and crying because I can't understand what my destiny and future hold. I'm so confused about everything, with more questions than answers. I've seen how others are able to overcome challenges, but I can't. They live life as they want, but not me. It's as if my own destiny wants to see me defeated. Tanjiro. I want to live, but at the same time I don't. Tanji. I've always wondered why I've kept going. My Tanji. You've always kept moving forward without needing a goal or a dream, and that's what I've always admired about you. Because in the process you've inspired so many people, especially me. Have whatever dream, goal, desire, or objective you want, but never stop fighting, my dear hunter. I'll always be with you, had it been an illusion, had it been a trick played by exhaustion. But that beautiful face like that of an angel answered her question, fight, keep moving forward. The same old thing, but it was enough to rekindle her strength. She didn't even have any purpose, living a meaningless life, but now her goal was to discover what had happened and why she had lost her destiny. He was Tanjiro Kamado, the only one who claimed that name. I know what you're thinking now, but believe me, it won't work, Huryo said to him, standing in front of him. Then you're wrong. A burst of fire erupted from his body, blinding Huryo, who instantly slashed through the flames with his sword. Tanjiro vanished. A sequence of red lightning flashes streaked across the sky in a random pattern, leaving craters in his wake. Do you think you're the only one who can use the speed of the sun god? Zero exclaimed, instantly disappearing and leaving behind a huge crater. The city streets became their track where both swordsmen, represented by a crimson and black flash, left a trail of their inhuman power, creating shockwaves around them. The clash and sound of their steel blades echoed throughout the area. Up and down, leaping over cars and unleashing multiple slashes with chaotic fire-laced blades. What are you doing, you idiot? There's no sense for you to run away from me. Huryo exclaimed, using his blood to create a sword. I don't know either, but it's a very beautiful landscape, don't you think? Tanjiro said before being knocked down by the moon, which slammed him into a large advertising screen. Gah. Apparently his body had absorbed all the energy from the enormous device, leaving him with a tremendous overload. Are you going to keep doing this? I'm telling you again that you can't defeat me. Huryo with both swords drew two enormous fire slashes that were followed by chaotic blades. Winning isn't everything you have to know when you lose. Dance of the Sun God, Lightning Waltz. With all that energy he had gained, Tanjiro channeled it into his legs, gained momentum, and shot forward like a bullet. Like a furious lightning bolt, he cut through an attack, creating enough distance to counterattack. Grasping the handle with both hands, he unleashed his bar, the blade tracing a zigzag pattern across Huryo's back. Not surprisingly, the attack had no effect, something he expected, so he used his body to propel himself as far away from him as possible. This is my chance. Huryo managed to foresee it, so he also counterattacked. Dance of the Sun God, Waltz. Sun's Breath, Waltz. The final collision of both attacks was a great, blinding supernova that lit up the night as if it were daytime. Descending onto the rooftop of a building, Tanjiro began to run. His assumption was correct. That demon was like a god, and an invincible one at that. There was no point in fighting him if he couldn't win. He had to use common sense. Huryo didn't bother following him, so he went to a building ledge where he finally saw him run off. He had doubts and mixed feelings. Why can't I kill him? He doesn't even stand a chance against me, but his determined attitude. In his eyes, he saw himself again, just as he had been so long ago. Should he hold out hope that he could change his fate? He had a feeling that things were headed for very dark times from now on. I'd just like to make myself suffer, she smiled as she gazed at the moon. It reminded me of the many times we took the time to admire it, but now only I can supposedly enjoy it. Nothing is the same without you. I miss you all. Zero began to weep bitterly to the moon, which only responded with the silhouette of what appeared to be a butterfly. The days without you plus 18. I felt too lazy to get out of bed. Even though my older sister Kani and my older sister Shinobu shook me, it didn't do anything. The days would continue to be sad. Come on, sister, you'll be late for school again. A teenager with dark hair and two large arched bangs on her head spoke, with two large butterfly-shaped clips attached to her sides, which were lilac in color. I'll get up whenever I feel like it, Kanini-san, so please don't bother me, I protested, covering myself with the pillow. Remember that you have a very important recital today. I would be very happy to have a solo. A teenager with the same dark complexion, wearing a large purple butterfly-shaped brooch behind her head, tried to cheer her up. Shinobu-ni-san was absolutely right. Music is so beautiful. With it I can convey my feelings, especially melancholy. I felt like crying because that's what made me remember him. It was like being stabbed multiple times all over my body. But at the same time, it was such a beautiful memory of how we always looked at each other and exchanged glances in the living room. A small, confusing feeling told me he wouldn't like to see me like this. I sighed and then removed the pillow that was covering my face. I had given my sisters a small smile, forgetting their worry for me. That's the sister I know. Okay, Shinobu and I will be going now. Later we'll go buy the bread you like so much, Kanny said with a big smile as she left with Shinobu. I couldn't deny it. Ever since I tasted that delicious dessert, my palate had never been the same, finally getting rid of the other flavor I'd been so attached to. Having that exquisite, multi-shaped portion in my mouth made me drool every now and then. I got out of bed and started to undress. My pajamas were simple, just shorts and a grayish-blue sweatshirt. I took them off until I was in my underwear. I rummaged through my vast wardrobe for something comfortable that would cover my body. Half a year has passed. Between hunting demons and going to the gym, I've developed a body almost like my sister's, which I'm therefore ashamed to show. The life of a demon hunter is complicated. I pictured my trunk beside the bed. It held many valuable things. Something compelled me to search through it, knowing nothing good would come of it. I went to the trunk and began looking, picking up a photograph with a heart-shaped frame in my somewhat calloused hands. I'll never forget that moment when AI took it from me. Tanjiro. Professor Giomai hadn't come and we had some time to ourselves. You were always so cute, so sweet, so tender. You made my heart race. Your smile was so beautiful and radiant that I fell in love every time I saw it. It was so addictive. My body temperature slowly rose. My mind hallucinated after remembering you. I cried out your name loudly in my thoughts that were becoming tainted by impurity. You are so beautiful. N/A, I agree with you, Canal 7U7. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't. Temptation always wins. I went back to bed, sat down, and let out a big sigh. N/A, +18. Those who do not like this type of content should refrain from reading. My Tanjiro, I took off my sweatshirt and lay down. I picked up my phone and went into the gallery, and while looking at the stationery store, I admired every photo you gave me. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't delete them. I opened my legs and let one of my hands do its daily work. My fingers gently rubbed my intimate area as I moved on to the next photo. It wasn't long before my panties were completely soaked. It was too hot, so I put my hand inside my panties, and then with my fingers I opened my vaginal lips and inserted 2 fingers. I let them play inside me while continuing the session of flipping through the photos. I increased the pace. My fingers were moving at high speed, and as a result my moans became louder. I must be quiet or my sisters will hear. I put my phone aside and turned over, burying my face in the pillow. I wasn't going to stop. With my other hand, I pulled down my bra and caressed my breasts. I squeezed and massaged them, imagining that you were the one making me feel this way. Tanjiro, hurry up, please. I lifted my buttocks and buried my face deeper into the pillow. My fingers were wrinkled from being in my fluids for so long, but they wouldn't stop until they touched my clitoris. I was already very hot. I ended up taking off my bra and panties. The sheets caressed my skin, enveloping me. I opened my legs wider so my fingers could go in even further. Drops fell onto my sheets. I finally found my clitoris. I was getting tired of being in that position, and no matter how loud my moans were, I lay down normally, already close to finishing. Tanjiro, come inside, please. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I was going to. I love you, Tanjiro. I released a large amount of fluid, staining a good portion of my sheets. Just 2 fingers are enough for me to come. I'm exhausted. I will continue to believe in that silly fantasy that you stayed with us, that you stayed with me. I took a breath and relaxed. After my fever subsided, a deep blush spread across my face, accompanied by a feeling of guilt. What I did was so wrong. Why would I be doing this for someone who doesn't even remember me anymore? Kano, are you okay? Kanny spoke from behind the door. I heard some murmuring. No, it's nothing, Kanny Nisan. I just don't know what clothes to wear. How could I forget that my sisters were still here? Okay, I don't mean to rush you, but... Oh, I'm coming. I rushed to the bathroom for a quick wash. As soon as I came out, I went straight to the closet. From the jumble of clothes, I pulled out a skirt jumpsuit and a long-sleeved shirt. I changed and arranged my signature butterfly hair clip in a yakai-maki style, just like my sisters. Today wasn't just a school day, it was the science fair, and I had to help Shinobu Nisan. I looked at myself in the mirror and couldn't help but blush. You'd probably say I looked beautiful, but you're so oblivious, haha. You always said I was incredibly beautiful, and that made me giggle. I was never interested in my looks or physique, but everything changed when you left. Now Kacho, concentrate, today is a very important day. N/A what Tanjiro ate 7U7 in the manga, of course. There was nothing else to do but grab my backpack, leave the room, and go down to the living room where my sisters were already sitting on the sofa playing with their cell phones. Why did you take so long? Shinobu asked her newly arrived younger sister with great curiosity. Well, it's just that. Kano said she had no clothes to wear. Kanny spoke up, calmly answering for her sister. Okay, can we go now please? I'm going to be late, Shinobu said, grabbing her bag. The three butterfly sisters left their mansion, walking along the path until they reached the enormous gate that separated them from the city street. Kanao felt confused because Shinobu had said she was in a hurry. Why didn't they go for the van? He avoided those questions when they reached the sidewalk, the loud sound of an approaching vehicle. A luxury car parked in front of the 3 o'clock position. "Good morning, ladies, can I give you a ride?" said a young man with golden hair and rainbow-colored eyes. "Good morning, love," Shinobu said cheerfully. She opened the door and went inside to kiss him on the lips, then signaled to her sisters to get in. "I'd like to walk, I hope you don't mind." "But why?" Kanny asked, frowning at what her sister had said. "I have to go to a friend's," Kano replied. "We can go pick her up," Shinobu said, already inside the car. "Her parents are very insecure and I don't think they'd let her get into a car with a stranger," the younger girl with lilac eyes replied, taking a step back. Kanny sighed. "Please be careful, do you have money for a taxi?" "We'll be waiting for you at the academy," that was the last thing Kanny said before getting in. Kano simply watched as they disappeared from sight. "I'm sorry, but I don't like Takamai-san," he said to himself. I took my trusty pink and black over-ear headphones out of my backpack, put my Spotify album on shuffle and started walking along the sidewalk. "Things have changed a lot since you left. Where to begin? It's most likely because of Nezuko. She doesn't talk to me anymore, she's always distant. I've seen her from afar and she seems quite depressed, and not only that, but she looks very scared and nervous. I've heard she's been skipping a lot of classes and is often very late. I know it's none of my business, but I worry about her a lot. One night when I left Ai's house late, I saw her walking alone, or so it seemed, until some strange men approached her and took her somewhere. I wanted to ask her, but she avoided me and even yelled at me to mind my own business. I remember her tone of voice. At the academy, your absence is definitely felt. Principal Yubayashiki is more serious, and some of the teachers occasionally give off that feeling that they miss you, especially Professor Kyojiro, Professor Sabito, and Professor Murata. In the classroom, Inosuke, Zenitsu, Genya, Ai, and some of your friends Muakairo, Senjuro, and Maikomo have managed to surpass you, but not me. You were always Kanny Ni-san's favorite student, but now she's uncomfortable with her mentioning your name or saying anything related to you. Finally, Shinobu Ni-san, it was very obvious you liked her too. She was head over heels in love with you. I even managed to believe you two would end up married, and I say that because of something Shinobu told me about a promise you made when you were children. However, I understand that promises are just words that have no value, and perhaps true love is something that doesn't exist. We all need to move on and not dwell on the past, because it's already happened. Shinobu is the one who's made the most progress. She's given her ex-boyfriend Riho Takamai another chance, and from Kanny's perspective, things are going well, but I don't feel secure or confident about it. Maybe it's just a hunch I should ignore. And I suppose I'm healthy, I'm the only one still clinging to you, and I don't quite understand why. Maybe it's because you're the first and only guy who's shown me that kindness and sincerity exist, that not all men will hurt me, the only one who's made me open my heart and my feelings. Even though it hurts that you're gone, feeling again is something I'm grateful for with all my heart." After much thought, the younger Kacho arrived at the Kaimsu Academy, seeing the silhouettes of her sisters from afar. She needed to make her lie a reality, so among the large number of students entering the school, she slipped in and brought a student with her. "Could you please let me go today?" The girl spoke, keeping time with Kano. "I'll give you 1,000 yen if you pretend to be my friend." Kano took out her wallet. Money wasn't a problem. In/A, 1,000 yen is almost 197 Mexican pesos. A pair of beautiful-looking sisters were chatting quietly while sitting on the edge of a fence, noticing how a certain young woman with a ponytail adorned with a butterfly brooch was also chatting with a girl. "Kano, come here," both young women shouted to him. Kano said goodbye to the girl and went to her sisters, who offered her a coffee. "I didn't know her. Who is she?" Kanny asked, very curious about her younger sister's friend. Her name is Aaa." To save herself from that awkward moment, another awkward moment arose with the arrival of a man with rainbow-colored eyes who sat next to Shinobu. "You're here," Shinobu said happily at her boyfriend's arrival. "Lately, Director Kagutsu and Director Yubayashiki have been talking frequently. And for me, that's better because it gives me time to come and see you," the blonde man said, taking her by the waist as usual. "I admire that whenever you come you take the time to spend some time with my sister," Kanny said, looking at the couple in love. "I love Shinobu, I would do anything for her." He kissed her hand, causing the purple-haired girl to blush deeply and become nervous. "No displays of affection in front of my sisters," she added, embarrassed. Kano watched everything with discomfort, hiding it perfectly. She wanted to leave. Kano, it was a miracle. A young man with a very effeminate face but muscular body arrived to save her from the situation. "Good morning, Professor Kanny, Shinobu-sama, and you dry palm tree hair," Inosuke said with a slightly crazed grin. "I'm taking Kano." Shinobu, seeing Inosuke's attitude, gave him an angry look enough to frighten him. Later, he apologized to Riho, who found the way he called him very funny. Don't be long, we have to help Shinobu with the presentation. Kannie exclaimed, watching her sister leave with her classmate. Once they were far away, Kanao sighed gratefully to be out of that awkward moment, thanking her best friend for it. Why did you summon me, Inosuke? Tanjiro's #1 simp asked curiously. Professor Rengoku wants to talk to us, that includes Zenitsu, Genya, and Muakairo, he replied seriously. Kanao realized it was something important because she knew him perfectly. He wasn't someone who would say someone's name correctly unless it was a relevant matter or moment. They continued advancing through the courtyard, circling the academy, finally reaching a small group consisting of a young man with golden eyes and hair like flames. Next to him, a boy with honey-colored eyes and blonde hair, a boy with almond-shaped dark purple eyes with a mohawk haircut, and another boy with mint-colored eyes and somewhat long black hair that faded to a color similar to his eyes. Thank you, Hashibara-san, we are all together, the man said, looking at his 4 students. Good morning, Professor Rengoku. Why are we all gathered here? Kanao asked. Kyojiro took a breath and then put his hand inside his pants pocket. Kacho-san, you're not the only one who doesn't know what's going on, Muakairo said, scratching his head. The man took out his cell phone and after interacting with the device for a bit focused his gaze on the 4 of them. I gathered you here because I wanted to tell you something. I suppose it was pretty obvious, he added. Half a year has passed and we still haven't found out Kamado-san's whereabouts. The issue with the scarlet-eyed boy was very complicated and sensitive for them, so they preferred not to touch on the subject, but why now? Since he went to Kazuki Academy, we haven't heard anything. Director Yubayashiki never gave us any details about him, downplaying the fact that he is one of their strongest demon slayers. It's all very suspicious. Everyone was paying attention to him. I'm not really sure, maybe it's any guy, but I hope not, because if it were. Kyojiro showed them his cell phone. It was a video where practically nothing was very clear. The recording followed the trail of a relatively recent incident in Kyoto where 3 demons were destroying part of the city, but that wasn't the most important part. The important thing came when a silhouette ran, settling into the darkness. The recording quality deteriorated, but in the few seconds where the teenager was visible, he had a strange scar on his forehead, red eyes, rather striking earrings, and was carrying a sword and a staff. N/A, in case you want to set the mood, run, bring me the horizon. We have found. Kanao's heart began to beat violently, with the sensation that it wanted to jump out of his mouth. Her lilac eyes recognized him. No one could have such a prominent forehead. Tanjiro. Unease and fear. That's Tanjiro. It seemed as if the youngest of the butterfly sisters' eyes welled up with a nascent feeling of joy. That boy who had taught her to express her feelings wasn't lost, and in the worst-case scenario, not dead. We can't be sure that he's Tanjiro, Muakairo said. He wasn't convinced that the man was his friend. Come on, tell me who else could have such a prominent and imposing forehead, Kanao replied, a little annoyed at not wanting to acknowledge the redhead. She has good arguments, Genya said, stroking her chin. Let's suppose he's Kentaro. What's next? Inosuke spoke. I suppose I'll figure out practically everything. Rengoku began to analyze the situation. Things that didn't add up, connecting the dots, putting together a very complex puzzle. If it's true, Nezuko-chan will be so happy to have her brother back. I hope this great news makes her talk to us again and we can be the Kamaboko squad once more. Zenitsu made air quotes with his fingers, referring to the nickname Inosuke used for them. He felt happy because if everything went well, Nezuko would be with him again. Nezuko is what worries me, Kanao said, her expression shifting to one of distress. I'm not hopeful that things will ever be the same again, Zenitsu. Come on guys, lift your heads. The ground itself is complaining about how many falls you're taking. Put this away and get on with your lives as if nothing happened. I'll take the time to investigate a bit. There's no need to rush things. The eldest of the Rengoku brothers cheered them all up except for Kanao. But I'm sure it's Tanjiro. Her words were interrupted by Kyojiro's. Kacho-san, it's very obvious how much you're in love with Kamado-san, but we have to use reason and not feelings. I won't deny that you miss him a lot. I speak for everyone who also feels his absence, but we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, okay, she said. Yes, Professor Rengoku, I regret my attitude. The adult smiled at her and then stroked her forehead. Kanao liked him just the way he was. His attitude, similar to Tanjiro's, helped her avoid sinking into depression like a certain teacher with a ponytail who taught them gymnastics. With the conversation over, everyone left. It was time to do what they had come for, which was to help their sister Shinobu. With this new discovery, her thoughts raced through her mind. The urge to know what happened to him filled her with anxiety. Come on, Yurikacho, concentrate. I arrived at the entrance and as expected the hallways were empty. Everyone was already in the event hall, so I went there. I should have asked what time it starts. Instinctively, Kanao knocked him down with a quick punch, surprising the people who saw it. They did not imagine that a teenager with such a beautiful appearance and such a delicate and effeminate constitution had much more strength than a professional boxer. I'm sorry. The nervous pink-haired brunette picked up the gadget and then started running. After getting lost in the crowd, he arrived at a specific area where the most important projects were exhibited. Kano, a woman with bubblegum-colored eyes, called to him. The trio of sisters reunited. Shinobu's project was still a mystery. Kano didn't know what it was about, but she was willing to help her sister in any way she could. There were many things to see besides robots, including numerous innovative projects. That year's science fair was the largest ever, sponsored by Moon Horizons Industries. I'm nervous. What if everything goes wrong and I become the laughingstock of the academy? Or worse, of the city, the country, or the world? Don't worry, I know you'll do an excellent job. A certain blonde man had arrived ready to comfort his girlfriend, who was calming her nerves. A group of judges who were in charge of analyzing the projects arrived at the area where the trio of brunettes and the blonde man were. With trembling hands, Shinobu picked up the tablecloth covering her project. She was still nervous, but after seeing the reassuring smiles of her sisters and boyfriend, she finally lifted the tablecloth, revealing a cage with a hideous-looking rodent and a bottle of serum. Well, Miss Kacho, we have high expectations of you. After all, you're one of our best interns at Moon Horizon, he said. Kano's attention was immediately drawn to that man. Black hair with red streaks and strange scars similar to Tanjiro's. Who was he? Yes, I don't intend to disappoint you, Mr. Tsujikuni. I hope so. Shinobu's project was simple. For months, she had dedicated much of her time to studying the compound O-Kanze-Iogonek-N, a formula that, if properly executed, would be patented for the cure and treatment of incurable diseases. There were multiple failures with the compound, so she decided to hand the reins to two very talented young men who were also interning at Moon Horizons, specifically at the tower in Kyoto. The progress made by the pair of young men allowed Shinobu to perfect O-Kanze-Iogonek-N, ultimately obtaining the perfect formula. O-Kanze-Iogonek-N U circumflex LTI macron MATE with dot above. I am very grateful to his nephew Yorichi for helping me with this. Who mentioned him to you? The man's serious but relaxed demeanor turned completely serious, giving off such a heavy aura that it made both Kano and Kani shudder. Shinobu swallowed, moving her purple eyes towards the blonde man, which the man with the fire-like scars noticed. Oh, it's not that big of a deal, Michikatsu-san. Instead, be amazed by the project that will revolutionize the country and the world, Riho told Shinobu calmly, and following the order, she began. Students, teachers, and staff accompanying Michikatsu all focused their attention on her. Kano handed her a microphone. She pushed aside her nerves and took a deep breath. Good morning, friends, acquaintances, classmates, and teachers. I'm Shinobu Kacho, a third-year student. My project may seem simple, but it hides a great wonder behind it. From a young age, my parents taught me that life is a gift as precious as gemstones, and for that reason they instilled in me the knowledge to help others. I've invested a large part of my time working on something that benefits those who don't have the same good health as me. I thought that dream would be left behind, but thanks to the Moon Horizon Corporation and Mr. Kagutsu Toshihiko, who gave me the opportunity today, I show you my dream realized hope in medicine. O-Kanze-Iogonek-N. The speech was met with enthusiastic applause. The purply-haired woman took the bottle of serum and a syringe she had with her, then filled it with the liquid and injected it into the rodent. Everyone remained expectant. Shinobu grew nervous with each passing second. Something happened, and that was that the rodent gradually lost that unpleasant appearance to become a striking white mouse. Instantly, loud exclamations and shouts filled the room. A single approving look from Michikatsu was enough to cheer Shinobu up, and she began to cry tears of joy. Congratulations, Ni. Kano wanted to hug her sister for that great achievement, but someone else got there first. Takamai hugged Shinobu from behind, causing those present to feel a lot of tenderness for the couple. /N for Tanjiro, he got cuckolded. For those who don't know, cuckolding is infidelity. Even with everyone watching, Riho took all the time in the world to give Shinobu a long, passionate kiss, which she gladly returned. After the kiss, they exchanged glances where lust and desire were palpable between them. No one seemed to care except for Kano, who found the blonde boy's attitude very unpleasant. But what could she do? If her sister was happy that way, she had no choice but to accept it. As on every night in Tokyo, the evening breeze was rather chilly and somewhat turbulent. The wind was stronger than usual. The multitude of lights concentrated throughout the city suggested that it was still daytime. Her cape, as white as snow, billowed in the breeze. Leaping between buildings and flying through the streets, a pink-winged butterfly enveloped in smoke and ebony. Should I do another round? He wondered, slowing his pace. Kano's life was the same as it was 6 months ago. She maintained her status as Sugyuko, one of the strongest demon slayers, giving nightly vigils as every day. His life was complicated. It took a great deal of courage or madness to take on the responsibility of dealing with demonic beings, but that was by far the problem. He took a seat on the edge of a building, taking a break and admiring the beautiful panorama. His cell phone clock read 9:00 p.m., leaving only an hour and a half until his recital that night. Everything was so complicated. She, like the rest of her generation, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Genya, possessed a slayer sense, gaining superhuman sight, smell, hearing, touch, taste, which, more than being a very valuable tool when killing demons, was a fascinating ability that allowed her to see the timing of each movement in slow motion. This helped her a lot with a hobby she had, which was playing the piano. With the ability to see and measure time, along with her skillful fingers, she was able to establish herself as possibly the best pianist in her city. Canny, noticing her sister's enormous potential, got her countless representatives hoping that her mind would be distracted from thinking about a certain boy with ruby eyes and hair like extinguished embers. Things only got better for the youngest Katja sister, as one of the most important music producers, Hans Zimmer, showed great interest in her. At 10:30 p.m. to go or not to go, a feeling of sadness washed over her. If I were to do it right, it would mean leaving home for a foreign country, moving away from my friends, sisters, and... She shook her head, denying the nostalgia of beautiful but painful memories. She had to look ahead to her future and worry about it. She had to live her life according to what her heart wanted. What will be, will be. She let herself fall from the skyscraper, feeling the air free her from all her worries. She wished life had made her a butterfly so she could be free instead of being caged by being herself. The minutes ticked by, it would soon be 10:00 p.m. In her room, Kana was quietly brushing her hair, which she had let down on Canny's advice. Standing before her vanity mirror, she looked so beautiful, like a goddess, but inside she felt a deep sadness because Shinobu wasn't there. She had gone to her boyfriend Riho's house. This affected her greatly for the reasons stated above. She needed the support of her two sisters to make a decision, and seeing that her sister preferred her boyfriend to her was a very low blow. The door rattled with the classic knock-knock sound. "Sister, are you ready yet?" A very soft and sweet voice spoke from behind the door. "Yes, Kanini-san, come in," he replied. The eldest of the butterfly sisters entered, marveling at how beautiful her younger sister looked. "You'll have the pleasure of watching a beautiful young woman play beautiful music," smiled the Fuchsiid girl. "Kanini-san, you look spectacular too." She knew beforehand how beautiful and popular her older sister was. At school, many students wanted to be with her. Even her ex-boyfriend, Professor Shinizugawa, often tried to get back together with her. Without a doubt, she always outdid herself. "Thank you, sister," she replied to the compliment. "I treated myself to wearing my very special dress. I only wear it for very important moments in my life, and seeing my sister become a great composer certainly warrants it." N/A only veterans who follow the story will get the reference. V. Kanal stood up from his seat and went to hug her. Tears welled up in Canny's eyes and he was confused. "I understand you were expecting Shinobu too, but we can't force her to do anything. Maybe she had something very important to do. I bet you an ice cream. She must be very sad that she couldn't join us just like a mother." Canny stroked her head, trying to calm her down. "Yes, maybe you're right, Nisan. You are a Kacho, you are strong. Lift your face and show me an attitude full of determination." Kano took a deep breath, suppressing her feelings. She needed to focus on what was in front of her. "Yeah. /N, Tanjiro, you're missing out on Kano and Canny 77, although you're still enjoying it 7U7. That's my sister. I'll go get the car. I'll see you downstairs." Then satisfied, Canny gave her a kiss on the forehead and then left the room. With renewed energy, Kano went to her coat rack and grabbed her bag. Her cell phone was lying on the bed. Fear gripped him again. What he was about to do wasn't wrong, but this feeling told him the opposite, as if it were trying to warn him of something. Should he or shouldn't he? "I'll tell him when he comes home." She didn't want to dwell on it any longer, so she put her phone in her bag and headed for the door. A night full of emotions awaited her. This is Madkotto with a chapter that lays the groundwork for the next story arc, which will tackle some very heavy themes. This story is far from your typical copy and paste cliché, no offense intended. I hope you'll follow the story, as it will be the best one I've ever written. Anyway, what did you think of the chapter? As always, your comments and a star rating are appreciated. That's all for now. See you later. Warning, 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 warning. N/A, the content to be presented contains very sensitive and intense topics not suitable for many. If you proceed further, I ask for your unwavering emotional strength. Temptation proved stronger than reason. He stepped back and picked up his cell phone, searching through his contacts for his sister Shinobu. He only wanted to do one thing, and that was to apologize for his selfish thoughts, believing what his sister Canny had said. She made a video call, but it was rejected. She made another, but it was also rejected. The last attempt, the one she would give up on if it was accepted. "Hello Kana, why did you call me?" Kana was confused. Shinobu looked very tired, with beads of sweat running down her face, strange sounds of clapping, and soft, stifled sighs. Hello Kana, why did you call me? F in the char at V. Well, I wanted to apologize to you. B, but why? Because I was angry with you because of my selfish thoughts. Kanny Nisan brought me to my senses, I'm sorry. And no worries, sister, I have to hang up. I'm on something very important, you can call me back in half an hour if you want. No, don't worry, I don't intend to bother you. Well, goodbye, bye-byes. Not so hard. Kano ended the calls. In my unease censored. What he had seen was very strange, but he no longer had time to think about it. Instead, he had to focus on his own work. Now he left his room, going down to the ground floor of the mansion and leaving where Kanny was waiting for him in the car. Why are you taking so long? Asked the butterfly admin, very worried. She didn't want Kano to be late for her recital. I couldn't find my phone, I'm sorry, Nisan. The younger Kacho got into the vehicle, fastened her seatbelt, and allowed Kanny to move forward. Only a city like Tokyo could boast such incredible views, such striking sights where if you didn't pay attention you would miss out on visual wonders, which Kano took advantage of to relax a little. They were already reaching the heart of the city, denoting the extravagance that emanated from it. The two sisters were doing very different things. Kano listened to relaxing music with her headphones, calming her nerves, while Kanny listened to the opposite of her younger sister, turning the speakers up to maximum volume. Musical notes, I want a hero. I'll wait for a hero until dawn. Musical notes. He will be very strong and act swiftly, demonstrating coldness in battle. Musical notes. All the noise did not go unnoticed by the younger girl. She wished she had such an enthusiastic and confident attitude as her older sister. Musical notes, I want a hero. I'll wait for a hero until I've finally got one. Musical notes. He will be very strong, he will be determined, and greater than eternity. Musical notes. You're still nervous, aren't you? Kanny stopped her noise, paying a little attention to Kano. She knew she was sad, but why? A little bit, Nisan. I just keep thinking about how to concentrate and do it right. Yes, I miss Kamado-kun too. It was a subject she never wanted to broach, but it was necessary for her sister to get back on her feet. So much time had passed, she couldn't even remember what her smile looked like. And oh no, that's not it, Niece. Don't lie, since Tanjiro left, he's left a huge void in our hearts. Don't think you're the only one who's locked themselves in their room to cry. You're not the only one hiding their sadness behind a different attitude. A small tear trickled down her cheek. No, Nisan, don't cry, I'm sorry. The last thing I wanted was to see you like this. Kano's eyes also welled up with tears. Why was it so difficult for them to let go of him? All we can do is thank him for what he did for us. I learned that I must love and value myself, not be with someone who only thinks of himself and not of both of us, because I know that somewhere there is someone who will value me as he did. She was now a teenager who needed to grow up, look to her future, and let go. She was grateful that her broken heart had been mended by such a noble boy as Tanjiro, who taught her that not everyone was bad and wanted to hurt her. There were people who would always love and care for her. Perhaps what Professor Rengoku taught them was just an illusion of his own, and Tanjiro was no longer even there, he only remained alive in all their memories. Yes, Nisan, Tanjiro was a great boy for us and for our lives, but we must continue moving forward and fighting for what we have to do for the rest of this after so long. Kanny saw her sister's smile again, just as beautiful as she remembered it. That's right, little sister, that's right. The car continued on its way to its destination. Remember, stay calm, Nisan. They left the car in the parking lot. Immediately, both sisters became the target of stares from numerous men. Their beauty caused them uncomfortable moments like that. People were walking around the enormous building. The massive crowd gradually tried to make her nervous again, but she managed to remain calm and join them inside. If it looked huge from the outside, inside things were gigantic. Multiple seats facing a small stage that this time did manage to frighten him. Stay calm, Sister Kanny placed her hand on her shoulder and led her to her dressing room. N/A, much of the chapter's content was censored due to strong material that many viewers might not like. You can get an idea of what I removed from the chapter's image. If it feels cut off, that's why. What do you mean you have no idea what song to play? Weren't you practicing one? Yes, but I feel nervous with all those people there. I'll make a mistake because the lyrics are very complicated. There wasn't much to explain to a very insecure young woman who had lacked confidence for a large part of her life. This is bad, what do we do? Well, a woman in charge arrived, telling Kano to get ready and asking Kanny to leave, leaving the young woman with pink eyes alone. I'm sorry. Kanny left, leaving Kano alone. Her mental stability was a roller coaster of emotions. What she had just seen only further shattered her. along with those words that filled her with even more fear. Her body trembling, she sat down. The mirror in front of her showed her who she really was, someone insecure, weak, and very tired of living, the complete opposite of how she had felt before. No, I can't. I'm too scared. I'd better leave. I don't care if people make fun of me. I don't care. I can't take it anymore. This is too much. Honestly, I can't do it. Come on, Kano. This is a great opportunity to show what you're capable of. Amidst the internal screams, she heard a voice, and it belonged to a certain blonde man who, since the redhead's departure, had always been with her. Zenitsu, I snuck out. Kani-sama told me that no one could be here anymore, but she wanted to see you. Can I come in? The boy asked in a very sweet voice. N/A, oh no, not again. The pink-eyed girl with a dejected attitude went to open the door, only to be surprised to find that he looked very handsome. What's wrong? He asked worriedly when he noticed her like this. Kano refused to answer, keeping what she saw on her phone sealed. What had she seen to completely overwhelm her? Since Tanjiro's departure, many things have happened. Zenitsu, who was possibly his best friend, was known to everyone to have feelings for Nezuko, but certain events caused him to shift his focus away from the younger Kamado girl. Now he likes someone else. Zenitsu tried to cheer her up, but she just refused to look him in the eyes. Kano, every word that came from his lips was gentle, and with great confidence he placed his hands on her cheeks, making Kano shudder. He was so determined. Why? Let's go home, Zenitsu said, now convinced by her words. Whatever it is, I'll stay with you. Zenitsu, why did you come to see me? I stammered, looking into his completely amber eyes. Kano, it's been a long time, you know. I thought Tanjiro would come back here with us, but I've lost hope that things will ever be the same. Life goes on and we shouldn't cling to the past. I'm following what Tanjiro taught me, and that's to have faith in what I do. That's why I'm standing here before you, to tell you that I'm in love with you, Kano. I want to try to heal your heart if you'll let me. There were many things to process, forgetting the upcoming event. Was Zenitsu in love with her? But how? She didn't have time to count as he slowly brought his lips closer to hers. What should she do? Cling to her past for someone she no longer knew if she still remembered, or break those chains and accept this new opportunity? Kano, what are you doing? This is bad, Kani murmured in her seat, but she wasn't alone there, as Inosuke, Genya, Muakairo, and Kyojiro were also with her. As her good friends, nothing could stop them from coming and supporting Kacho during one of the most important moments of her life. Wasn't Kuritsu supposed to go see her? Inosuke seemed impatient, mostly because everyone else was impatient too, even more so. I hope nothing happens. Genya didn't finish speaking. The five of them watched as the blonde man approached them. His expression was serious. What happened, Agatsumasen? Kyojiro asked, raising an eyebrow. The obvious thing, Rengoku-sama. He smiled a little sadly. The auditorium lights went out, illuminating only the instrument covered with the ebonite in texture. I don't understand. Kani wanted to know what happened to them, but Zenitsu didn't want to talk at the moment. Another light now followed the teenager, who seemed to have a lost look in her eyes, walking calmly until she sat down in front of the enormous instrument. N/A, Kano with her hair down is the ultimate waifu. So much experienced in such a short time. What began as a hobby to unwind had become a way to express what she felt. She took a deep breath and picked up the microphone. N/A, it's not a joke, it's a classic. Where are the good men? I've already said goodbye to them. Where can I find Hercules in the battle today? There are no more knights riding their steeds when I sleep. My dreams bring him back. I just want to see him. I want a hero. I'll wait for a hero until dawn. He will be very strong and act swiftly, demonstrating coldness in battle. I want a hero. I'll wait for a hero until I finally have one. He will be very strong, he will be determined, and greater than eternity. At midnight in my fantasies, I saw something unattainable and what is fighting for me. Against the storm, or a place where the heat her tender gaze will be my victor. Where the sky and sea meet, or where the sun rises. Somewhere someone is watching me from there, through a great tempest. The battle will triumph, like fire in my blood. I feel it coming. I can already feel it coming. I can already feel it comings. I can already feel it comings. I can already feel it coming. Gars. Hero, I want a hero. I will wait for a hero until I have arrived. He will be very strong, resolute, and greater than eternity. Hero. He will be very strong and swift, demonstrating coldness in battle. I want a hero. In the darkness, a great column of fire sought to ascend to the moon. The acrid smell of sulfur combined with the suffocating heat descended into chaos. The terrified people tried to survive, but there was no salvation for them. They would be food for the demons. Amidst the flames, a large group of demonic beings approached Kano, who was unconscious because the explosion had been point-blank. She couldn't hear anything. She was stunned, watching the demons draw closer, her body unresponsive. A crimson flash also appeared, followed by the sound of a loud crash. Were her eyes deceiving her? With a swift movement of his sword, the demon's head was snatched away. Pillars of fire erupted behind him, and he shone like a supernova. He took off his hood. Tanjiro, she said through tears. No, I don't intend to abandon Kano so close to her dream, and I don't want you to think negatively about it. Either of you Shinobu Kani have a great dream and are so close to fulfilling it. I will personally make sure things turn out that way. I will support and help you because you are my greatest conviction, and I want those beautiful smiles you three wore to never disappear. The dark-haired man finished with these words before going after her. Shinobu, were we too harsh on Kano? Nisan, she needs to understand that being a gamer won't help her at all, especially knowing that our family is very prestigious. She should look for something that will be useful to her. Can I sit down? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. The lily-eyed teenager was sitting behind her house, leaning against a pile of empty boxes. The red-eyed teenager joined her, sitting down next to her. I think you know very well that I know in detail what shame and humiliation are, he said. The way people look at you, belittle you, and avoid you, it gets to the point where you can't take it anymore and you'd rather disappear from there as quickly as possible. You want to stop living that miserable life. He listened to Kano's sobs, breathed calmly, and continued with his story. Let me tell you, that's an ideology of cowards, an ideology of weak people that quickly crumbles. Tanjiro raised his hand and began to stroke her silky hair. We are often afraid of what we might not be able to do, afraid of what others might think if we try. We let our fears take hold of our hopes. We say no when we want to say yes. We stay silent when we want to shout, and we shout with everyone when we should keep our mouths shut. Why, after all, we only live once. There's no time to be afraid, so enough is enough. Do something you've never done, dare to try, forget that you're being watched, attempt the impossible, take the risk. Don't worry about being accepted. Don't settle for being just another face in the crowd. No one is tying you down, no one is forcing you, be yourself. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. We often believe in fate. We pray, we wait for things to happen, and we forget the most important thing, believing in ourselves. We settle instead of taking risks without considering that each day that passes will never return. Nothing is written, nothing is done, not even the impossible. Everything depends on our will, on that inner strength, on saying yes, I can to every challenge. We have the power when we are determined, when we are convinced. When we truly want something, no obstacle can stand in our way. If we want it, we can reach great heights, do anything. We just have to set our minds to it. If you dream of being the best in the world, if you dream of applause, if you dream of any aspiration, wake up. Inside you are 206 bones and more than 700 muscles waiting. All that's missing is your decision, your desire to move forward like never before. Face your destiny, don't just be a spectator. Take your turn and believe you own it, demand more and more of yourself. Run a little farther each day, jump a little higher each day. Become your own idol, join in turning your destiny around. When you don't expect anything from others, when you feel that every so often it depends on you, your spirit will be strengthened. And little by little, the voices will turn into applause. Your breaths will be filled with achievements and your life with meaning. There are those who always wear the same clothes. There are those who carry amulets, those who make promises, those who implore looking to the sky, those who believe in superstitions. And there are those who keep running when their legs tremble, those who keep moving forward when they run out of breath, those who keep fighting when all seems lost, as if each time were their last, convinced that life itself is a challenge. They suffer but they don't complain because they know that pain passes, sweat dries, and exhaustion ends. But there is something that will never disappear, the satisfaction of having achieved it. The same blood runs through their bodies. What makes them different is their spirit, the determination to reach the summit. A summit that is not reached by surpassing others but by surpassing oneself. The world is in the hands of those who have the courage to dream and take the risk of living their dreams. All it takes is to surpass yourself. Tanjiro Kamado. My darling hunters. Tanjiro, the beautiful black-haired girl with lilac tips, raised her eyes to him. Those words, those beautiful words he had said to her, had bound her heart to his, along with that beautiful smile of his. Her heart was pounding, her cheeks burning. Had he made her feel this way? Come on, I believe in you, never forget that. Remember, if you don't fight, you won't win. If you keep pushing forward, you'll triumph. Ignore what Shinobu said and be proud of playing video games. You don't have to let today's stereotypes hold you back. I know you'll be the best player in the world, Tanjiro smiled. Maybe Shinobu Nisan is right, I've just been avoiding socializing. I wish I had more friends than just the ones in my class and could do something better with my life. Her attitude had improved, she was still sad but only slightly. So much motivation over something as basic as video games. That's just how I am. Like a true gentleman, he offered her his hand and she, moved by his words, accepted. More than the boy she loved so much, he was a great friend. She knew he would always be there for her. Can we go to my house? Nezuko was helping me with some cakes and I'd like you to try them. Of course, N/A. That smile gives plus 1000000 life. They both calmly disappeared into the darkness of the night. End of flashback. I'm so sorry, Zenitsu, Kano said, putting her hand between them and the kiss. My heart belongs to Tanjiro. I know I'm stubborn for not wanting to let him go, but I don't regret it. When you fall in love for the first time, it's very difficult to get over it. Okay, I understand then. I hope this doesn't affect our friendship. Like Inosuke, Genya, and Muakiro, you're one of my best friends. He felt bad for ruining their hopes, but he had to hold on to what he believed in. Well, goodbye. A night filled with emotions. The disappointment of her sister Shinobu's betrayal, the anxiety of confronting her convictions and standing before hundreds of people, the pain of rejecting someone who loved her, and the fear of sealing something very bad that, in her beliefs, was right. Was life worth living? It wasn't just a battle against demons, but also one with his own inner demons. I know you'll come back. Perhaps destiny was guiding her towards something bigger, something that would undoubtedly change the course of everything. I have an idea of what I'm going to play. Tanjiro abilities. Currently standard physical statistics. Plus strength far above average, 10-10. Plus speed far above average, 10-10. Plus significant resistance far superior to average, 10-10. Plus defense far superior to average, 10-10. Plus intelligence far above average, 10-10. Plus agility and reflexes far above average, 10-10. Plus skill far above average, 10-10. Times total 70 points. Using the Dance of the Sun God adds 15 points to his physical stats. Degrees important data and unique skills. Indomitable will, unwavering determination. Only user of the rare fire-breathing Dance of the Sun God. Expert hand-to-hand combatant parkour, boxing, karate, kickboxing, mixed martial arts, jiu-jitsu, kung fu, judo, taekwondo, aikido, muay thai, and analytical strategist. Master swordsman. Reverse grip, as the name suggests, his left hand holds his sword with the reverse side, the blade facing inwards and behind him instead of in front. This causes the blade to cut in a semicircle around him, granting him the ability to use spin and other rotary attacks while maintaining his speed and agility in combat. At the same time, this helps him conserve energy without wasting stamina and strength unnecessarily, allowing him to fight for longer periods. Evolutionary learning potential. He is able to adapt quickly to any circumstance, fight, or situation, gaining enormous knowledge and experience in a short time depending on the difference in strength of his opponent. Slayer's sense, smell. With his sense of smell, he can detect people's emotions. He can anticipate dangerous situations with a tingling sensation in his nose. He can use it as a kind of tracker for objects and living beings over long distances and ranges, as well as estimate their approximate position. Transparent world allows you to see your opponent's movements seconds in advance as well as see through them. Examples include blood circulation, the movement of their organs, weak points, etc. It grants immunity to abilities that detect fighting spirit or bloodlust. In its advanced form, it activates automatically with the eyes of the Sun God. Slayer Mark Sunflare drastically increase all of the user's abilities. Front, capable of pulverizing granite with a headbutt, an extremely lethal last resort attack. Accelerated healing factor. Due to his condition as a demon hybrid, he is immune to diseases, possessing a far superior ability to heal himself. All of his demonic abilities and skills have been unconsciously suppressed by him. Ignition. This ability allows you to control a portion of the fire breath, unlocking all its properties. To activate it, you must maintain a strong grip on the handle and twist your wrist. This increases the blade's temperature, dyeing it a specific color. The main drawback is that using this ability causes overheating, greatly reducing the user's stamina. Percentages. Heavy Large Circle Crimson, 25% power. Obstruction in regeneration 25%, 125 min. 15 minutes before overheating. Height Indigo, 50% power. Clogging during 50% regeneration 2. 5 min heat travels and burns beyond the cutting area, 10 minutes before overheating. Black Large Square Obsidian, 75% power. Regeneration obstruction 100%. 5 min heat travels and completely incinerates beyond the cut area unless the limb is amputated, 5 minutes before overheating. White Circle Bone, 100% power. No longer allows regeneration of the cut area, infinity. 1 minute before overheating. Chinese letter / Teohi / infinity sunshine for all. It is the blessing from the Sun God to all who possess his mark. Sunshine's ability consists of generating and compressing fire within the body, much like a furnace, fueling it to produce thermal energy that then circulates throughout the bloodstream. This drastically enhances physical abilities, resulting in incredible levels of strength, speed, agility, reflexes, and durability. It also manifests an invisible aura that emits incredible amounts of heat, enough to incinerate demons. As the user's temperature rises, sunshine can enter its next stage, and its effects become even stronger and more noticeable. The user can concentrate the accumulated power in a single part of the body or distribute it evenly throughout, although focusing the power exerts greater pressure on the area where it is concentrated. The user can also control the percentage of power activated. Sunshine can even grant the user an exceptional boost to their external abilities. Disadvantage: using this ability causes body overheating, consuming the user's stamina depending on the requirements. Who's pulling the strings? At least you look much better now, I'm a little tired. They're just bruises, no broken bones, nothing serious. Thank you so much for taking care of me, girls. I don't know how I can ever repay you. And/A, the sunshine is lovely. It's nothing, senpai, replied the purple-haired teenager. Would it be too much trouble if you baked me one of your cakes? The young blonde was a big fan of his. She didn't know many boys who had such wonderful hands when it came to cooking. It's the least I can do for you after not telling my cousin what really happened, the young redhead replied. Would you spare me a few moments to change? Of course. The boy got out of bed, went to his closet, grabbed the first thing he saw, and went to his bathroom. Once inside, he went to the sink to clean himself up, turned on the tap, and washed his face. Remember, you are Tanjiro Kamado, he said to himself in front of the mirror. The serious expression with determined eyes she no longer doubted, now she knew for sure. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the prominent scars he had received in his first encounter with Muzan or Mr. Toshihiko Kagutsu. He examined his left arm. In a certain area there was a small, fine scar that connected to the rest as if it had been annealed. How could he not have noticed something so important? There was no time to dwell on his mistakes. Everything was a jumble of memories surfacing. Something was wrong, not because he had lived with his enemy, but rather what had happened, what he had done as far back as his mind could recall. But why? Why did it end like this? What was the reason for his amnesia? It was time to find out. Gah. His body began to convulse, then he vomited blood. After that, his whole body started to burn as if lava were coursing through his veins. So many mysteries he had to solve. And no, don't trust anyone, not even yourself. After recovering from that, he got dressed, concentrated to be as calm as possible and avoid anything out of the ordinary for them. He got out of the bath. Good morning, cousin. You had me worried all night. You weren't answering my calls. I'm sorry, I was really busy with something last night, he replied in his usual tone. Can I get an idea of what happened? The burgundy-haired girl, lacking context of what actually happened, could only imagine that her cousin wanted to spend the night with her brunette friend. I guess so. Rin and I spent the day together because I don't know, I wanted to. Tanjiro replied. I understand. I would believe you if you were really at her house and not at Jeanette's. Miko replied to Tanjiro. We arrived very tired. The house was still far away, so I asked permission to sleep here, he replied. His eyes met hers. They both seemed to be changing the serene atmosphere to a tense one. I just wanted to let you know that breakfast is ready. I'm not very good at cooking. Am I interrupting something? The blonde with amethyst eyes and a ponytail entered the room, breaking the mood. N/A, someone please donate for a wheelchair, as the stone front will be left disabled if something happens. No, nothing. The feelings are completely different now. I feel very uncomfortable now, but I have to pretend to be calm. I don't want to arouse their curiosity while I investigate what I'm doing here. Yorichi, you haven't touched your food, Miko spoke, an abbreviation of her name Mamik. My stomach is in knots, I'm worried. Why is that? Jean asked with great curiosity, taking a bite of a piece of bread. The school, I don't know if they'll be angry about me missing a few days of school. I spoke with the assistant principal this morning and tried to explain your absences, but she wants to hear it from you, so you need to go see her, the redhead replied, watching the steam rising from her coffee. I hope it's nothing serious. I'm coming right now. She got up from her seat, thanked them for the food, left the kitchen, and later her partner Jeanette's house. That sudden change in his personality left the four girls very confused. What was wrong with him? I know you feel confused. I know you're afraid of discovering what's hidden behind that enormous wall called ignorance. But if you don't take risks, you won't win. If you move forward, you will triumph. He wiped his face again, erasing the image of his uncle Michikatsu in the mirror. She regained her composure and left. She grabbed the backpack that was lying on her bed and left her room. She went downstairs and came face to face with her uncle. Mamiko told me you go to school. Do you need money? The adult with fire-like marks said calmly. No thanks, I have money here, but now that I see it, I would like to know something. Dime, N/A, something we've all wanted to know, damn it, V. Who is Yoriichi? I remember telling you that before in a conversation we had. N/A, reread the chapter Tsujikuni family. Yes, I remember very well that he was an ancestor of mine. What was he like? The boy asked. He looked a lot like me, but every time I see you, it's like seeing him as a child. Serious, scarlet eyes, charcoal hair mixed with crimson and burgundy. He had a scar in the same place as you and wore earrings just like yours. N/A, if the Shikita version doesn't make me his, then his alpha male version will. Not Hama probably. I understand now, I suppose that's why I'm called that. And could you tell me what he was like, more specifically his personality? I'll tell you when you come, it'll be late. Tanjiro didn't want to ask any more questions when he perceived how his uncle gave off an aroma of rage, anger, resentment, and above all jealousy. I'm sorry about that, I forgot to do an assignment where we had to write a biography of a family member, and since you mentioned him, well, one thing led to another. Don't worry, I'm leaving on another business trip tonight. Do you have your key? And the conversation ended, leaving Tanjiro with more questions than he would soon answer. He hurried out of the mansion. Meanwhile, Michikatsu was still on the stairs. One of his hands was in a fist, while the other, which he used to grip the railing, ended up smashing the decorative piece. How could I have been so stupid? I can't even remember how long I've been here without noticing these strange things. There's something very important hidden here and I have to find out what it is. N/A/all of this has been seen throughout history. He continued to recount everything he remembered. Yoriichi Tsujikuni was his great-great-grandfather and the first demon slayer. He had a brother and also a wife, if he wasn't mistaken. Heir Tanjiro eventually met his blonde friend. Good morning, Yoriichi, the young woman with emerald eyes replied, a little nervously. Miko didn't send you to look after me, did she? She adopted a defensive attitude. She wouldn't allow herself the luxury of trusting anyone anymore. Well, I wanted to come and find you on my own. Your cousin didn't ask me to, she replied, maintaining her embarrassed attitude. I'm sorry, I suppose my attitude seems out of the ordinary to you. That's why I'm looking for you. Do you have a reason for being like this? Yes, but I won't tell you. Don't you trust me? Tanjiro didn't respond at all, much to Arya's disappointment. I understand we must walk or we'll be late for school. Arya went ahead, leaving Tanjiro with a strange feeling of guilt. But why? He wasn't doing anything wrong, he just wanted to understand why everything was revolving around him. But his feelings of nobility took precedence over his ambitions, so he went to catch up with her. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? You have the right to choose who you place your trust in, Yoriichi, Arya replied, looking ahead specifically at the approaching morning sun. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that maybe you'd think I was crazy if I told you sometimes being so kind wasn't such a good thing. I repeat, you are not obligated to tell me. My name isn't Yoriichi, my real name is actually Tanjiro Kamado. Just as expected, the blonde ended up confused. It's complicated, the person you really became friends with was that personality, so to speak, not me. Determined to unburden himself, he told her everything. How he was really just an ordinary boy who ended up caught up in a fight against demons, the difficult situations he had lived through, and above all, how he couldn't remember anything until he became his counterpart, Yoriichi. I don't know if you'll believe me, I'm desperate, I want answers. I feel alone, I feel anxious, so much is going through my mind. I don't know who to trust anymore. He finally broke down. What he was going through wasn't something few could bear. He lived by his motto, which is why he hid it all with a serene attitude, as if it didn't affect him, but in reality he was fed up. Relax, Tanjiro, I trust your words. If there's a way to prove to you that you can trust me, I'll do it. Suddenly Tanjiro was crying on his shoulder. The enormous emotional burden he carried, memories that would never return, maybe his friends and everyone he'd ever known hated him, just to keep going. Thank you, I really needed to vent. Tanjiro smiled enough to make her blush. It's nothing, that's what friends are for. And feeling a little calmer, the two continued on their way to school. He still had doubts, not because he didn't trust her, but for some other reason. Dime, how did we come to know each other? Suddenly, the blonde was in a state of shock, suffering from a splitting headache. The impact was so great that she almost collapsed unconscious on the ground if it weren't for Tanjiro catching her. Something was very wrong, practically everything. Was he living in a reality made of lies? No, I don't remember how we became friends, Tanjiro. Forget about that, what matters to me now is that you're okay. He carried her on his back and quickly headed straight to the place where many of her questions would be answered, the school. It's nothing serious. The closest I can come to concluding is that Asumi-san suffered heatstroke, possibly due to sudden stress. She just needs to avoid a similar situation. Thank you for everything, Professor Komatsu. I didn't know you were the nurse. I always saw someone different. Tanjiro held Arya's arm as she was feeling a little weak. The assistant director used to take care of things before she got too busy, but one thing led to another, so she passed the baton to me, replied the adult with wisteria-colored eyes. Don't worry, Yoriichi, I can get up. I'll make a note for Tsujikuni-kun if you'd like to wait outside for a few moments, it will be quick. Arya nodded, got out of bed, and with Tanjiro's help reached the door. The door closed, and the woman tried to lock it, confusing the boy. Calmly, she sat down at her desk, writing something on her clipboard, though she eventually stopped and looked at him. Tsujikuni-chan, you seem very stressed. Don't you want some help with that? Haruka Komatsu, 25 years old, 175M algebra teacher, private nurse at Kazuki Academy. A/N that Tanjiro has plenty of waifus to choose from. When you can tell you love your protagonist XD. Tanjiro got up from his seat determined to leave, but the woman prevented him by pinning him against the wall. Listen, Tsujikuni-chan, I recommend you don't be nosy, live the life you have. Is there anything wrong with it? The woman spoke in a very sensual way into Tanjiro's ear. You know all about this, Tanjiro said, very annoyed, looking into his eyes. Enough to tell you that what you're looking for won't be very rewarding. I tried to summarize it as gently as I could. Haruka smiled, much to his displeasure. Then why are you warning me? She moved her face as far away as she could when she saw her enormous breasts. Because everyone here wants something that's in you. If I understand what you're thinking, I'd say you're right. However, I'm not looking for what they're looking for. There's something else about you that interests me. The violeted woman smiled again. I'm telling you this because I want to protect you. Well, it won't work for them. I won't stop until I discover the reason for everything, Tanjiro replied with his unwavering determination. The woman was amazed by his attitude. I knew you wouldn't understand. You can come and ask me anything, Haruka said, moving away from him and regaining her composure. And why would I trust you? I already told you that there's something about you that attracts me, and it's not the fact that you're a guy with a fearless, bold, handsome, and very cute attitude. She had experienced that feeling of being forbidden by her teacher before, but she couldn't remember with whom. I'm 16, you know. Lose 2 years isn't a long time. Well, then I'll leave. Tsujikuni-chan, and the woman approached him and placed a kiss on his forehead. Don't hesitate, just move forward. Yes, thank you for the advice. That was the last thing she said after leaving the room. The first day you arrived here, I saw something very special in you. You weren't a normal boy, you were something very special to us. I remember the legend of a legendary assassin who was once humanity's hope and pinnacle. He came so close to wiping out the demon race, yet his whereabouts were never discovered. He simply vanished. Things are currently heading in a much darker direction, but I can say with certainty that you have been reborn as the savior you were destined to be. As long as you keep moving forward, hope will remain alive, burning faintly, but it will not be extinguished. I hope that in this way we can atone for our sins before there is no other opportunity. And what did you talk about with Professor Komatsu? He just gave me instructions in case you acted like that again, Tanjiro replied, tossing his hair forward. Both boys walked toward the administration area. They ended up in front of the door. There was no time to hesitate, so he confidently took the doorknob and opened it. That was his sword, the Yeager. Who gave you permission to pass? The woman said, turning around and looking annoyed at the pair. My cousin gave me notice. I've come to justify my absences, Deputy Director Tamyo Kagutsu, or should I call you Tamyo Tsujikuni? The woman was in a state of shock. Origins, Yeager and Tamyo, plus 18. Tanjiro kept his gaze fixed on her, on his great-grandmother, the wife of his late great-grandfather Yoriichi Tsujikuni. What are you saying, kid? Do you know that's wrong? Your uncle doesn't have any brothers or sisters, and besides, his wife is already dead. I know that very well, and by the way, what are you doing with my sword? Against the wall. Tamyo had no escape from having the reincarnation of the original killer in front of her. Loizai. Arya, please lock the doors. I don't want anyone bothering me when they find out the truth. Do you happen to know Director Toshihiko's wife? Yes, she is Tamyo Tsujikuni, my great-grandmother. Tamyo remained silent and with her gaze lowered. And you're not going to talk? I didn't think this day would come. I didn't imagine you'd be smart enough to realize. I am so sorry, Tanjiro. Save the apologies, I want answers, and one of them is why you're alive. Anger surfaced. Her impulsive feelings prevented her from realizing that her friend Arya was listening to the sensitive topic she was discussing. I can't talk to you about that, I'm sorry. I know very well who you are, Tamyo. In a swift movement, Tanjiro retrieved his sword, gripping it tightly. Tell me what you were doing with this. What? Tanjiro, please calm down. Arya grabbed his arm. Anything driven by her anger would stop her. So aren't you going to answer? The veins stood out on his face. His grip was so powerful that the jet-black blade produced sparks. Tamyo did not respond at all. Reply, what's going on in there, Assistant Director Tamyo? The doorknob was being violently moved with the sound of multiple knocks. It's nothing, Yushiro, just leave. But, please leave me alone, it's a very important matter. I understand. I suppose you remember everything now, don't you? Tamyo said, wiping his eyes. Enough to realize that all of this is a lie. How is it possible that my own family is indifferent to me? Everything I've been feeling, all the doubts I've had these days, you surely knew and didn't dare tell me why. Tanjiro exclaimed, beginning to cry. Arya hugged him. Tamyo was devastated to see him crying and wanted to approach him, but Arya stopped her, telling her to stay put. And you think I haven't worried about you and my little Nezuko? You don't know what I've sacrificed for you. Every day you wake up peacefully is the suffering I've had to endure because I love you. Tamyo burst into tears. She was very upset. I can't believe someone who is a demon. A truth about her came to light when Arya overheard her. Don't you dare touch her or I'll kill you. Everything was so tense. What would happen now? I understand. I'm aware of all the harm I've done to you. If you have the same kind heart as my husband Yoriichi, I beg you to please listen to me, Tanjiro. Tanjiro couldn't refuse, as his nose detected the sincerity in her words, so he and Arya took a seat facing her. I don't understand how you have your great-grandfather's memories. You know I'm actually a demon who ended up married to my natural enemy, a demon slayer. That doesn't answer where you found this sword. I didn't find her, she found me. Both boys were confused. I don't know if you know the legend of the legendary sword Excalibur. I do know it, Arya said. The sword embedded in the stone. Only those of pure heart deemed worthy can wield it and unleash its full power. Yes, the difference is that this fantastical legend insists that only someone pure and recognized as worthy can wield it. Tamio showed them the hand that had previously held the weapon. It was covered in blisters and burns. Then she asked Tanjiro to show her his hand, which was unharmed. This is all I remember. Dawn was approaching. I had to return before the sun reached me. Resting in a meadow, I found her being bathed in sunlight. It was an incredible sight. I thought it was Yoriichi's sword. Perhaps he left it there before he went to search for his lost brother. My curiosity led me to pick it up, only to find my hand was completely charred. Days passed until I finally had enough strength to hold it. It burned like the sun. Yeger, god of the sun, destroyer of demons, was engraved on its blade. I kept her hidden away for a long time until, for some strange reason, she woke up and desperately wanted to leave. Where to? I finally understood when he took me to Tokyo, guiding me specifically to a train station. I remained confused until I saw a pair of twin siblings get off the train, a boy with reddish eyes and a girl with pink eyes. The sword seemed drawn to the boy, who had a strange scar on his forehead and wore Hanafuda-style earrings. I didn't understand. What was it he wanted to show me? I understood in the end. That boy would be the savior from an impending darkness. Both they and I were linked. That same night, guided by a strong feeling, I ended up leaving my sword at the Kaimsu Academy. I knew that its headmaster, Kaguya Yubayashiki, was the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps and that some of his staff were demon slayers. My hunch was that you, Tanjiro, would find him. You are the descendant of Yoriichi, the strongest demon slayer who ever lived. You are the chosen one, the only one worthy and recognized by the sword. You are the one who will stop the demon lord and save us all from the imminent latent darkness in this way, Tamio concluded his tale. So everything he was experiencing was destiny guiding him towards the inevitable, killing Muzan. I never imagined there was such a huge backstory. I always assumed demons were a plague that had to be exterminated. The huge revelation was too much for Arya. And your point of view is valid. Demons are creatures that don't possess a heart. That includes me. Tamio observed Tanjiro, who now had his gaze lowered while still holding the sword. If you hate me, you have the right, Tanjiro. I'm not asking you to forgive me, just to understand. What became of you? How did you end up like this? Tamio took his hand. He didn't resist. After so much time alone, surrounded by so many lies, all he needed was some reality, the truth. It's so complicated. Every time I remember when one becomes a demon, it means losing all one's memories, and in my case, I was somehow able to remember my previous life. I don't remember my name. I only know that I once had a supposedly peaceful life. I was born in the Muromachi period, and I had a great passion for medicine. Unfortunately, I had to put it into practice at the beginning of the Sengoku period, becoming a war doctor. It wasn't all bad though. In the end, I was able to escape seeing so much blood and death. I met someone and got married, had a couple of little boys and a little girl. I thought I could be happy having something so awful that I would carry forever, but no, not everyone has the chance to be happy. I ended up contracting an incurable disease at the time which threatened my life. Desperate, I searched for a cure, but it was no use, as my husband left me because of it and took our children. Everything indicated that I would die alone since there was no one left who loved me. What is a beautiful lady doing at this hour of the night? Who are you? I'm just someone who enjoys life the way they want. What's your name? Riwa. What a beautiful name, the man with sharp, blood-red eyes replied affectionately. Although that doesn't answer my question, beautiful. I don't lose. The man approached her, placing his hand on hers. What's wrong? I'm here to listen, he replied. With his other hand, he began to play with her hair. She was so naive. I have a terminal illness. My husband, my daughters, my entire family and acquaintances have abandoned me because of it. I'm all alone. How sad, it touches my heart to the core, said the man, continuing with his act. After being alone for so long, Riwa found the comfort she needed in that man. I understand you, I suffered like you, but in the end I knew how to get through it, she said. I plan to help you, you're not alone. Those words were like a glimmer of hope for the young woman. Her heart longed to heal so she could return to her family. Little did she know that it was only the beginning of a horrible nightmare. That same night she and the strange man arrived at her house because according to her that's where she found everything she needed to get treatment. Go upstairs, wait for me there while I get the things, the man said calmly. Yes, the young and innocent woman affirmed, going to the indicated place. She entered the room and sat down on the bed ready to wait, only to be confused when the man arrived almost instantly and empty-handed. This left her very confused. The man smiled as he locked the door. Huh. Why did you do that? Warning, warning, warnings. N/A, what follows contains very sensitive and intense content not suitable for many. If you continue, I ask for your unwavering emotional strength. Is there anything wrong with wanting privacy? But where are the things you mentioned? Did you lie to me? Of course not, I have what I need to cure you here. Riwa, he smiled malevolently, highlighting his enormous fangs. What are you? Fear slowly began to take hold of her. I am the ultimate being, I am perfect, I am like a god. I don't get sick, I don't need ordinary food, I am strong, nothing and no one can defeat me. I am Kibutsuji Muzan, the Demon King. Her body froze completely. She'd heard rumors, but they were just thatchumors, and now, at that very moment, the king stood before her. I offer you everything you seek. Do you want to be healthy and possess eternal life, to live forever with your family and loved ones? If your answer is yes, there is only one small requirement. You must be mine, you must live for me, you must be my faithful slave. What do you say? Her macabre smile did not disappear. What should he do? He had no other choice but to accept, and if he did, would he keep his word? What had he got himself into? The image of her husband, children, parents, and all her loved ones came to her mind. For them, she would be willing to do anything because she loved them. Yes, I will live for you, I will be yours, and I will be faithful to you. Excellent, that's what I wanted to hear, so what should I do? Didn't you understand? You must be mine. She understood and didn't resist. She just had to be strong, it would all be worth it. Muzan lowered Riwa's kimono, marveling at her anatomy. Her breasts were large, her waist small, and her legs very thick. I like beautiful young women, but above all naive and stupid ones. He told her to sit on his lap and she did. The sensation of having that huge ass rubbing against his hennies was incredible. He began kissing her in a very lustful way, putting his hand inside her kimono and starting a series of violent squeezes on her breasts and pinches on her nipples. Ah. It's easy to get me lots of bitches, but you're better than the rest. He pulled away from her lips. He made his nails grow. Riwa felt agonizing pain as she felt herself slowly being injected with Muzan's blood. Muzan kissed her again while continuing to torture Riwa's breasts. After a while, Muzan grew bored and began biting her breasts. Riwa felt no pain, she was just a doll at that moment. It would all be worth it in the end. Kibutsuji finished his act. That delicate porcelain body was covered in blood and utterly battered. Remember, you're my boar, you're trash, you must be loyal to me, he whispered in her ear. After violently finishing in her anus, now it was time to give her little Bagina the same treatment. You look so innocent and you suck me off like a boar. That night was hell for her, but it would be worth it to be with her beloved family again. Every night after that it was the same. She was always grawed by Kibutsuji to such an extent that he loved to see her suffer. Riwa died tonight, but you were also born tonight, my dear Tam. Super F for Tamyo. Origins Tamyo and Yoriichi. A long time had passed, reaching the climax of the Sengoku period, but my life remained the same. Muzan ended up falling in love with me. I no longer knew if that was why he grawed me, it's not even worth remembering. I became his subordinate, wherever he went I followed him. I couldn't challenge what he said, I had no choice but to remain silent. I had nowhere else to go but to be with him, for now I was a demon. He didn't lie to me and he kept his word, but that doesn't change the fact that it wasn't worth it. Everything I did was for nothing. Right now we were both moving through the darkness towards the city of Tokyo. Where are we going, my lord? Your birthday is coming soon, so let's go get your present, Muzan replied while caressing her buttocks. They both arrived in downtown Tokyo. They could be safe there, only the sunlight bothered them and people just saw them as an ordinary couple. It took me quite a while to find it, but there it is, your dear family. His voice turned malevolent. She couldn't believe it, it had to be a lie. Her eyes saw her ex-husband living happily with another woman and other children. Muzan went with them, taking Tamyo behind him. It's a lovely night, don't you think? Muzan said cheerfully. Tamyo, meanwhile, hid behind him. She didn't want her ex-husband to see her. I suppose so, the man replied, lowering his son from his arms. Is your wife this shy? Come on, dear, there's no need to be like this. A simple look from Kibutsuji was enough to frighten her, and with no other option she introduced herself. I'm Tamyo Kibutsuji, a taste. The pleasure is all mine, young lady. The man was surprised by the woman's incredible beauty as well as her surprisingly youthful appearance. Did you have another woman before? Tamyo's sudden question startled the man and his wife. No, of course not. These 17 years I've been married have been with my beloved, haven't they, my love? Said the man, bringing the woman closer and then kissing her cheek. Muzan let out a small laugh as he noticed how the veins stood out on Tamyo's face. I understand. I suppose you never met a woman who didn't hesitate for a second to give everything for you, and who did such atrocious and horrible things because she loved you. Who, despite being left to her fate and having everything important to her taken away just because of a damned illness when all she needed was support and love. And who now sees her husband sleeping with another woman without even remembering her, throwing away everything she suffered waiting for that moment. You know her. Her pupils were narrowing, her claws and fangs were growing. Happy early birthday, Kibutsuji exclaimed. The light disappeared, and what little remained also faded away, covering a vast pool of blood and numerous human remains scattered throughout the place. Tamyo knelt, supporting the spine of her former husband. Her gaze was lost, unable to comprehend if what she had done was merely a cruel trick of her mind. Muzan, who was now beside her, calmly stroked her head. That idiot deserved it. I suppose you're happy now, getting your revenge for everything he did to you. Why, what have I done to deserve this treatment? I just wanted to be by your side. You lied to me, you take advantage of me whenever you want, and you force me to do things against my will. I'm happy making weak and stupid people suffer. He bent down to kiss her. You put me in a good mood tonight. Well, she couldn't do anything, she was broken and emotionally desperate. She constantly cursed at herself to the point that she even cursed at her mother for bringing her into the world. There's nothing to do here. They both left the city, heading to an unknown destination. Kibutsuji told her about an idea of his. He wanted to create the Demon Moons, an elite group of demons whose purpose was to deal with the demon slayers who bothered him so much, while he continued his search for his personal belongings. That very night, the decisive encounter would take place, sealing their fate. Good and evil, darkness and light, yang and yin. Before the eyes of the demon lord stood Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the Crimson Assassin. N/A reread the chapter Tanjiro's Dream Part 1 for context. I was still struggling to process everything I saw. It was simply beautiful. It was as if my eyes had witnessed the reincarnation of hope. Yoriichi, you are so beautiful, and you warm me more than 1,000 suns. Tamyo-san, what are you thinking about now? Asked the young man with bright ruby eyes, a little tired every time his demon friend started fantasizing about something. Not at all, Yoriichi-kun, she replied nervously, catching the plate that was about to fall. Several months passed since the sun god with his overwhelming supremacy drove the demon king away. A brief period of peace settled over Japan as the wars and demon appearances ceased. The demon hunters consequently ceased operations, allowing Tamyo to feel a little safer by Yoriichi's side. Those passing months allowed the demon to get to know him. Humble, serene, kind, noble, possessed all the best qualities a man could have, not to mention his striking good looks, handsomeness, and charm, a true stud and alpha male. It's time to go. Come on, Yoriichi-kun, why don't we stay in this town and stay up all night? Or what? Does the boy have to go to bed early like always? Tamyo took on a somewhat playful attitude. She loved to tease him about being much younger than her. He was 22 and she was 50, although her physical appearance was that of someone 25 years old. Tamyo, I don't have time for games, the redhead said seriously. I'm sorry. She gradually developed feelings for him, something completely wrong, but the changes in his behavior were obvious. His playful attitude was a way of hiding his feelings, even though Yoriichi was largely clueless and stubborn. Every action he took was a way of caring for her, loving her, worrying about her, and above all, protecting her. His most endearing act was when he played along with her, pretending they were husband and wife, so the demon slayers wouldn't kill her that night after the confrontation with Muzan. For her, it was taboo for a demon and a demon hunter to be together, and she herself was the first to break that rule. And not only that, she ended up falling in love. After that mental recap, she went to a small box where she made herself small and got inside. Yoriichi-kun, well, you're very obedient and that's great. Without further ado, Yoriichi took the box and left with Tamyo for their next destination. Each day was a new opportunity that the young man with the fire scar took advantage of to go and look for his older brother, but it was all in vain. There was no clue or trace of him. That same night, she sank into depression. Where was her brother? Had the demons found him? And it was time for Tamyo to repay some of what that young man had done for her. She mustered her courage and in her clumsiness tried to comfort him, though in the end she was much sadder, with Yoriichi being the one who had to comfort her, as always. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of crying, but there comes a point where I succumb to my emotions. Yoriichi, there's something I want to tell you. If you decide to kill me, I'll be happy to die by your hand. That shocked the hunter, hearing about Tamyo's past. Muzan deceived and grod her as often as he pleased, making her a slave and stripping her of what little dignity she had left. In an act of hatred, she slaughtered an entire city simply because she couldn't bear to see her former husband living happily with someone else, after she had given him everything, to the point of becoming the monster she was now. She didn't have much to say. She was simply a victim of horrible things because of her naivete and innocence, clinging to a goal where the gap was widening. I've committed so many crimes. If you're going to kill me, go ahead. At least I had a little happiness, and I thank you for that. Yoriichi wasn't stupid. With his sense of smell, he detected the aromas in the truth of her words, but there was something more, something she didn't want to tell him. I will do it until you tell me that last thing you refused to talk to me about. Shouldn't he, or should he? He understood the situation since his life was in danger, but what did he care? He remained silent, denying every word. N/A to set the mood. Yoriichi smiled at her, stirring the young demon's emotions. Her eyes met his, gazing tenderly at him. He smiled back and gently stroked her head. The last thing he wanted to do was hurt her more than she already was. You gave your heart to people who didn't reciprocate it. Yes, I know I was naive and stupid. I see nothing wrong with being innocent. You saw the good within the evil. All you deserved was to be protected from the wickedness of this world. If you entrust me with the feelings of your heart, I promise I will take care of them. Her breath was fading as she watched, stunned, as Yoriichi drew her closer to his body, giving her something she needed more than anything since becoming a demon, a hug. She clung to it with all her might, unwilling to let go. It was so warm and so safe, the only place where she could find rest. You have suffered so much, Tamio. Sometimes the kindest people are the ones who suffer the most. But why Yoriichi? All I wanted was to be happy. Why have I been deprived of that? Tamio exclaimed, crying on his shoulder. I've wondered about that too, but let me tell you something. Those who suffer and persevere and not giving up are also those who achieve true happiness. Tamio pulled away, standing right in front of him. Her gentle, captivating scarlet eyes along with that beautiful smile gave him the confidence he needed. There was no turning back. Yoriichi-san, I'm in love with you. I know you won't reciprocate my feelings because of your wife Yuta, and I respect that. I just want to get rid of this feeling. I hope you're not upset. If it was something unexpected, he wasn't bothered. He maintained his characteristic silence, now offering a grateful smile. I have no reason to be bothered, Tamio-san. I don't know what to say about it except that I feel confused. Anxious, confused, and with feelings simmering to confirm them, she stole a simple, innocent kiss. Yoriichi, taken aback, didn't reciprocate, but that didn't stop Tamio, who put all her effort into that small act of love. After a few seconds, the hunter responded, giving Tamio the green light to begin removing his kimono. I love you, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. You've shown me the truth in your words. You are my true happiness. She did the same, beginning to lower her kimono. Please take me and make me yours. I want to stay by your side until the end of your days if you allow me. Yoriichi was faced with a dilemma. What was this feeling he had now? Did he like Tamio? No, he couldn't. He had to be faithful to his late wife, Yuta, until the day he died. That was a very selfish thought since he was denying himself his own happiness, something his wife had always sought for him. He also felt miserable. And did he like it? No, happiness is everyone's right. So with his beloved Yuta's permission, he would turn the page to a clean slate, ready to write a new beginning. That night, both he and she surrendered themselves completely, becoming one. What a beautiful day to enjoy being alive. Mockingbirds singing varied melodies, fluffy white clouds adorning a pure blue sky alongside two suns that illuminated both the world and her. Beside a leafy cherry tree, a certain man with striking earrings was calmly carving clothes while a crow watched him. Honey, could you please come inside? I'm coming, he replied, leaving his clothes in the care of the jet-black bird. She went into her house. It wasn't very big, but it was warm and cozy, perfect for the cold weather we're having now. I'm in the room, please come. He followed his wife's voice and arrived at the room where she was sitting on the bed. What's going on? He asked, intrigued. The doctor confirmed it for me. It's a boy, said his wife, Tamio Tsujikuni, with a happy smile. Meanwhile, Yoriichi couldn't have been happier upon hearing such wonderful news. I'll do my best. Origins, God of the Sun. Life was so incredible. For a moment, you could be inside the hole while simultaneously creating amazing and beautiful moments. Both Yoriichi and Tamio settled in a small town, wanting a peaceful life away from any conflict. They were known as a very loving and kind couple who were always willing to help everyone in the village. Everyone loved the Tsujikuni's couple. The months passed. Tamio's pregnancy worried the whole town, so everyone helped the small and inexperienced Yoriichi, no longer repeating the same role thanks to the villagers who had prepared a midwife beforehand. His little Teiji saw the light in that beautiful world. But things didn't end there when Tamio gave birth to a little girl, the beloved Zusun. Yoriichi's life was the best. He had a wife who loved him and was very kind, two beautiful children, he had friends, and the townspeople loved him. He was no longer alone, he had everything. The years flew by like water in a river. In the blink of an eye, their little Teiji and Zusun grew up, their eldest son now 7 and their daughter the youngest at 6. It was the beginning of how he would lose everything. Today was a wonderful day, Dad. Look at everything we brought. I'm sure Mom will be so happy. His little boy was just like him in every way. Scarlet eyes, black hair mixed with red, quite unruly, and a scar on the left side of his forehead. I suppose so. Yoriichi and little Teiji were carrying a huge pile of logs on their backs. They descended the mountain until they reached their village where everyone welcomed them. The boy was very popular, always greeted by a trio of little sisters, a little powerhouse just like his father. "Good morning, friend. Do you need help with that?" he asked the man he considered the brother he never had, Sumiyoshi Kamato. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Sumiyoshi was his best friend, having known him for 5 years. Thanks to him, he learned the trade of blacksmith and coal seller. "Good morning, Mr. Sumiyoshi," the little boy greeted his adoptive uncle. "Are you going to the house? Your aunt wants you to go because she's dying to pinch your cheeks." "I'm sorry, but I have to help my dad cut firewood, and I also have to help my mom and my sister make the food from a young age." His father was instructing him to be a very responsible man. "Don't worry, Teiji, I'll help your mom and your little sister make the food." After patting his head, the little boy entrusted him with his logs and went straight to his Aunt Sayako's house, about 7 houses away from where they were. "Leave me some cookies." In this way, the two men watched the infant run away, disappearing from their sight. "He will be an amazing man just like you, and I know it will be." That calm atmosphere turned serious when Sumiyoshi asked for a private talk. That same night he left his house, wandering through the darkness far from the village. The moon was so bright, and for some strange reason it appeared blood-red. What was the reason for being there when he had a wife and 2 children who were surely dying of worry? The reason, what Sumiyoshi had told him that morning. "Last night I had to run an errand in town. I know you probably won't care about what I did, but what's important is what I saw. On the way back, while walking along the path, I found a very pale dead body. Yes, I know all bodies turn like that when they die, but this one was very special. It had enormous fangs and nails like claws. I didn't risk taking a closer look, and since your wife is very knowledgeable about medicine, I wanted to see if you would mention it to her." "I understand, I'll mention it, thank you very much." Nothing was forever, he had returned. With his ancient sword in hand, he continued onward. As a demon hunter, it was his responsibility to investigate. He had to protect his people, friends, and family. A somewhat familiar scent reached his nostrils. From among the enormous grass, a series of crescent-shaped blades attacked him at great speed, but he was prepared since his 5 senses had warned him. Seconds before reaching Yoriichi's range, he cut off the attack. A creature then emerged to break through his exposed defense, but it was merely a trap set by the hunter. With a swift movement of his hand, he incapacitated it by depriving it of oxygen with a slap and finished it off with a powerful axe kick. He wasted no time and went after the creature, getting the surprise of his life. "Michikatsu, who are you calling Michikatsu? You idiot, I'm Kokoshibo," said the demon. Upper Moon number 1. The brother he had searched for so long was standing right in front of him. He had always suspected they would have a memorable encounter, and indeed they did. "What did Kibutsuji do to you?" "He gave me power, eternal life, and absolute supremacy," he exclaimed, filled with jubilation. His shout was so powerful that it cleared away the few clouds of that dark night. "Everything you will never have. Destiny guided me to show you that I am better than you." Excited, Kokoshibo drew his sword and it began to transform, releasing a large number of leaves. Breath of the Lugaea. In an instant, Yoriichi knocked him down and cut off his arm. "Brother, what have you done? You've just condemned yourself, you've betrayed yourself." With his head bowed, he held his sword, ready to plunge it into his neck. But he didn't. The image of his little brother flashed before his eyes as he saw the fear and despair in the demon's gaze. He was stunned. Kokoshibo seized the opportunity and with a single punch knocked the demon away, escaping as quickly as he had appeared. Gazing at that red moon, lying back filled with immense disappointment, he would never be the same Yoriichi again. "Don't you think it's too much for your son? He's only 7 years old." At Sumiyoshi Yoriichi's house, he spent a large part of his day training his young son Teiji in swordsmanship. Things would never be the same again. Every day he trained his little one was a lie told to his wife Tamyo and his daughter Zusyun. "What if your wife finds out about this?" the man in the plaid Hayori asked worriedly. "She still thinks I go beyond the mountain to look for good firewood. Don't overthink it," the man in the pure crimson Hayori replied seriously. The months continued to pass, and soon Teiji and Zusyun's birthday was coming up, so out of the enormous affection he had for them, he gave them a pair of Hayoris similar to his and his wife's. He saw them as the children he could not have since Sayako was sterile. "Teiji, you're so cute," exclaimed the trio of his admirers, the Kohiro sisters. "Look at Zusu and a stone. N/A Ekist." The parents of the trio of sisters entrusted it to Yoriichi. He was their best friend and they had absolute confidence in him. In the backyard, he and the 5 children were having a rather important conversation. The light of the fire consuming the cold of the winter season, preparing for the spectacle that was to come. "Are you ready, my little fire god?" And the breeze was the beginning. Father and son, to the rhythm of their instruments and their own bodies, danced as if there were no tomorrow. 13 perfectly joined and composed segments also initiated the ritual of the sacred Kagura. Chinese letter slash Teohi infinity sunshine for all infinite sunshine for all it is the blessing from the sun god to all who possess his mark. This story dates back to the Sengoku period, a time in Japanese history marked by war, bloodshed, and death on all sides. A young, pregnant woman desperate prayed daily to end the carnage and protect her two children who would soon enter this world. Before birth, the elder was destined to be corrupted by the world's evils, while the younger found favor with the sun god. As a reward for her unwavering faith, Akino Tsujikuni's newborn son, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, was born with a strange scar on his forehead, as well as the sunshine star. To seal this promise, the woman crafted a pair of Hanafuda-style earrings which were blessed. These were catalysts for the fire star, distinguishing her descendants, all possessed a noble, pure heart and red eyes filled with kindness. As a way to honor his mother, Yoriichi created a blood dance. This ritual was initiated into his 7-year-old firstborn son. Its purpose, beyond honoring his mother, was to pass on everything related to the sun god, Sunshine of dance itself, hidden breath of the sun, and the Hanafuda earrings to his successor, his son. Sunshine's pact states that he was created to protect and help those who truly need it, those who cry out for hope when darkness and desolation consume their world, those who need a savior. That was what Yoriichi was doing. All the while he was preparing his son for the great calamity coming from Muzan and the demons. More months passed where the hunter made the difficult decision to abandon his wife, children, friends, and his entire village in the search for his brother. If he wanted to protect them, he had to make the decision to attack first. It was too late. After returning to the place where he forged beautiful moments, only misery and sadness remained. His wife disappeared, his children were dead as were his friends, and his entire village was reduced to dust carried away by the wind. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the man who had everything and now had nothing. Stop tormenting yourself with that. The bitter taste still lingered in his mouth, 3 years feeling like it was yesterday. Defeated, depressed, and without any purpose to live, although looking good he did have a purpose, and that was to be more miserable and unhappy than he already was. Sumiyoshi and Sayako stayed with him. Every day was a futile attempt to lift his spirits. The man with the scar always gazed at the sky, remembering how he had lost everything. He was born with a power to protect them, but he was never there when they needed him. Sumiyoshi, Sayako, thank you for taking care of me, but I don't want to be a burden to you anymore, so I'll leave. He took a determined stance, one of the few times he'd shown initiative. A worthless man like me doesn't deserve to be with someone like you. But why? No, you weren't to blame for anything, Yoriichi. You were just trying to protect us. Sumiyoshi tried to persuade him to stay. And did I? Everything was flooded in an awkward moment until Sayako arrived with her little Sumire, who was no longer sterile. The child was boisterous and her mother put her down. Step by step, she reached the hunter and with a smile gave him a hug. This act made Yoriichi cry, and he hugged the girl with all the love he couldn't fully give to his own children. N/A, the classic. Sumiyoshi, I want to give you something. It's not much, but it's the last thing I have left. With a staff in his hand, Yoriichi performed his sacred dance. 13 perfectly choreographed segments in a cycle so beautiful it left Sumiyoshi speechless. It was like seeing a god enveloped in fire. He learned it and kept it deep in his heart. Use it no matter what. You are strong, please protect your family, and I name you as my successor. He took off his signature earrings and put them on. They suit you very well. He felt very happy and didn't understand why, but it didn't matter. With a firm step, he walked away, satisfied with what he had done. You are my best friend, never forget that. If you want to rest, this is your home. I will pass these earrings as well as your dance onto my children and my children's children, Sumiyoshi exclaimed. You are not a worthless man, remember THATYORIICHI. Sayako shouted as she said goodbye to her daughter. Thank you so much for everything. Good luck and be happy. With the sun in front of him, he continued advancing. He would not give up until he found his brother and his missing wife. That was the legend of the sun god Tsujikuni Yoriichi. His whereabouts were never discovered. Many believed he was a victim of demons. His legend faded with time except for the Kamado family, who by tradition named their sons and daughters after the Tsujikuni children. In each generation, the firstborn were initiated with the renowned dance of the fire god and the wearing of Hanafuda earrings. What no one knows is that the current members of the Kamado family are the direct reincarnations of Yoriichi's children, Teiji Tsujikuni/Tanjiro Kamado and Zusun Tsujikuni/Nezuko Kamado, and that Sunshine was reborn with the boy. Many of his acquaintances have reincarnated, but these may simply be mere stipulations. The story is far from happy, but hope is still alive and burning brighter than ever. End. A new beginnings. It was quite an emotional roller coaster for Tanjiro. Was it all an illusion? Was Yoriichi not his great-grandfather but rather his father and Tamyo his mother? Was Sunshine the reason he was able to stand up to Muzan? Was he a reincarnation? Did he have Sims? All of this only increased his desire for more answers. I don't understand anything, Arya said, resorting to redundancy. Yes, in fact, I don't know if I did the right thing by telling them, Tamio said, somewhat nervously. Thank you for telling me this. I hope you're not still upset. I apologize. I am the son of Mr. Tanjiro and Mr. Kai and the eldest of my siblings, therefore I must learn to be mature, Tanjiro said more calmly. Whether or not he was the reincarnation of the son of the most powerful man in the universe, his heart told him he was the son of humble bakers. And slash a damn, that's humility. Thank you, Tanjiro. The woman continued her story, trying to fill in Tanjiro's questions. Most of them were answered. He would have to keep searching for the rest. Arya, could you open the door, please? Tamio rapped the Yeager like a bat. Yes, director. As soon as the door opened, the boy stormed in, furious to see that Tamio had been crying. Good morning, headmistress. You look beautiful today, just like yesterday and tomorrow. With that, she turned on Tanjiro. What did you do to her, forehead boy? Yushiro, Yorichi was just telling me. That's not the director's attitude. She's so beautiful and perfect that she could charm anyone. What did you do to her? Arya just smiled because of the boy's friendly attitude, something the adult didn't understand. So I can't come because Mr. Snot-colored hair won't let me. Why are you making her cry? Yushiro, please be quiet. Yeah. Your mom probably liked the filler episodes of Naruto Shippuden. Children, you can leave. I'll let you know if anything happens. With the Yeager recovered, he and Arya left the address. Guys, Tamio gave them a justification for all the hours of classes lost, thus avoiding the many problems that were coming. This tastes amazing, Yorichi. In the school cafeteria, the blonde girl ate what Tanjiro had prepared as her breakfast. He wasn't hungry and just ate an apple. She couldn't tell if it was fear or worry about being in the nest of the man who murdered her entire family. The possibility that more demons were also there. She took stock of everything she had experienced. It was too much, and she didn't know whether to start by looking for her sister Nezuko or by trying to reclaim the life she had. This is so complicated. Tired, he let his head fall against the marble table, cracking the piece of furniture in the process. I want to understand what you're feeling and help you. I'm sorry. Arya looked at him helplessly, seeing everything Tanjiro was going through. Where do you want to start? Where to begin? It was a question he didn't ask himself. Only two options: continue delving into the answers of his past or move forward with the purpose of confronting Muzan on his own. I suppose from the beginning it was a difficult decision. The friends and everything he had before he possibly couldn't get back, but he still had the purpose that had brought him there. Still with his head on the ground, he saw a certain girl with white hair and lime-green eyes walk by, surrounded by a huge group of boys. It was strange because he knew her from before. It was already night. Tanjiro invited Arya out for a night out. He needed to clear his head a bit. Good evening, Tanjiro. She couldn't be more captivated by him, and it wasn't surprising that the rest of her friends were following behind her. And/a, I'm so jealous of Arya for having the best husbando in KNY. Good evening, Arya. Tanjiro was carrying a sword just like her. The supposed date was just an alibi. Then let's not waste any time, let's go to Moon Horizons. And/a, watch out, Arya might steal our heartthrob. And why were they going there? A key memory for Tanjiro was that it was the last time he saw Muzan, along with the fact that Yorichi worked for that company. Arya could keep up with Tanjiro because of the training she received from Michikatsu in swordsmanship, and knowing all types of martial arts was also useful to her. The duo climbed a building, obtaining a perfect panoramic view of the Moon Horizon Tower. Everything is closed except for the main door. Tanjiro continued looking for a way in. Which is infested with guards, she added. It was quite curious, the place was always bustling, and why so much security? What do you think we'll find there, Tanjiro? The only option would be to go up. I still think it's a very bad idea, Tanjiro. It's just a leap of faith. I'll protect you no matter what. After that conversation with Tamio and discovering the source of his ancestor Yorichi's enormous strength, as well as the reason why he was able to corner Muzan before, he now put all his effort into discovering how to access sunshine again. Even though the fire wasn't physically present within him, he could feel it coursing through his veins. An idea came to him after remembering the ability to ignite the Yeager. With Arya in his arms, Tanjiro consciously unleashed sunshine's power. A blazing red aura of intense heat was released, the thermal energy channeled into his legs, and he began to run. The girl clung on tightly as he continued forward until he reached the edge of the building, where he jumped. A small shockwave was released and shot into the sky like a bullet. They both slowly descended, Tanjiro telling her to open her eyes to admire the view. They were indeed high up. Gravity pulled them down, and reacting quickly, she grabbed onto a crane at the top of the building. After swaying, they reached a flat area where they took their time descending to the rooftop. What was that? I'm still getting used to it. I need to train it. What good luck to end up in this place. Trying to make as little noise as possible, they entered through the main vents. Crawling, Tanjiro found it difficult not to see his companion's backside. Please look the other way. I'm sorry. After that uncomfortable journey, they arrived at a slightly larger place where they stopped to think about exactly where they were going. I suppose we have to go to his office, don't we? And do you know where it is? No. They started investigating again, and while they were at it, they watched all their employees through the grates. Everything seemed normal. Hey Tanjiro, we don't know if he's here. If he is, we'd be in serious trouble for breaking into this place, especially considering it was all for nothing. He's here, I can smell him, but further down. Guided by the redhead's nose, they ended up descending the endless floors until they reached a place he also knew. Sector 0. The plant was full of security guards. The smell of kibitsuji was very strong there. And how do we get in? Arya looked through the grate at a possible route to take if she created even the slightest distraction to let Tanjiro. Let me think, I have an idea, but I need you to take off some of your clothes. Do you suffer from heat stroke? No, what do you have in mind? Fever, hey, but not here. As nothing, just wait a few seconds. Tanjiro began to take off his clothes, followed by Arya, who was dying of embarrassment at the awkward situation. Don't look at me, okay? Whatever you're going to do, do it quickly. If you can move away a little. Tanjiro unleashed all his inner heat, warming the ventilation system and in the process overheating the security cameras. The guards, covered in layers of clothing and other protective gear, were rendered unconscious, leaving the path clear. He went in search of his partner, who had lost consciousness from the heat. The ducks were so hot that her body was practically boiling and she was out of commission. He carried her on his back, thankfully she was already dressed. His fingers ached from the growing blisters and burns, but he didn't stop. With a kick he removed the grate and got out. There was a long way to go. He changed quickly and taking one of the guard's security cards, gained access to the place. Darkness reigned with only a dim light in the center, perfect for slipping away behind a row of equipment. To his eyes, everything seemed normal. A large number of officials conversing about things he didn't understand at the moment. The air conditioning would help regulate his temperature. Is everything all right, gentlemen? A certain voice immediately alerted all their senses. Toshihiko Kagutsu, or Muzan Kibitsuji, arrived before them with his characteristically impeccable style. What pa? Tanjiro covered his mouth, suggesting they pay attention. The results I have obtained so far are more than gratifying. I know you are not interested in empty words and want to see for yourselves. Kibitsuji gestured to one of his assistants, who was carrying a man missing a leg and an arm on a stretcher. Another of his assistants brought him a small case and a knife, which Kibitsuji used to reveal a syringe containing a very bright serum. I present to you my greatest achievement. Ani Ka Enzan. Arya and Tanjiro continued to pay attention. After so much time, I have been able to perfect my precious formula. Right now I will show you what it is capable of. Kibitsuji injected the disabled man, who let out a loud scream in pain as he began to thrash about violently. Don't worry, it will stabilize. Indeed, the man relaxed and little by little a small cocoon began to wrap itself around the limbless areas. This is just the beginning. He plunged the knife into the bud of a new era. He began to remove the remains. For humans, they will be strong and I would even say invincible and immortal, revealing an arm in perfect condition. There will be no need to dwell on the bad things the future holds, for we will be ready to face them. Muzan exclaimed. The man stood up looking perfect, even younger. Everyone present began to applaud the incredible feat. Could this be the beginning of a world where humans no longer needed their basic needs to survive? A tomorrow where being ordinary would be mediocre. Is that even possible? Arya questioned. I can't help but feel afraid of that. It's not normal. Human beings live a cycle of being born, growing, aging, and dying. We can't contradict the law of nature, Tanjiro replied, filled with worry, already doubting that anything would go right. Well, he just did it. They both continued watching. I will gladly provide a shipment to anyone who wants one. The business owners pulled out their checkbooks. Investing a little to keep enormous expenses at bay, the human mindset is preoccupied. Tanjiro, we have to get out of here, Arya whispered, but Tanjiro convinced her to stay a little longer. Excellent, within a week we will load all the batches onto a company train and you will be supplied. Muzan was speaking to the shareholders. A faint scent reached the nose of the young man with crimson hair. He focused it until it reached its intended recipient, the test subject. Aggression, anger, and a great deal of rage surged within him, making him nearly collapse. Arya, let's get out of here. And which way? They were locked in and didn't have time to wait for the building to empty. The door to that room was suddenly opened with many guards entering. Search the entire place, said the man who appeared to be the head of security. What are you doing? Muzan exclaimed, very annoyed by the abrupt interruption. The external surveillance unit was taken down, leading us to believe there is a spy inside the room, sir. Both boys panicked. If they didn't move, they would be discovered. Run, Arya. That we have to run, fire. The explosions instantly turned into a full-blown shootout. The boys started running, drawing their swords and defending themselves against the bullets as they searched for a way out. Kill THEM. Although they defended themselves against the bullets, some grazed them. They had no way out. I haven't fully recovered, but please just one more time. He grabbed Arya, activated Sunshine, and threw himself out the window. It was a sure fall to death until Tanjiro gained momentum using the same glass and launched himself. shattering all the adjacent windows with his enormous power. Landing very badly, they both just stared at the enormous building on the moon, with Tanjiro looking at Muzan. It would be the beginning of the decline. Gah. There's no time to rest, Tanjiro, we must go. The blonde carried him on her shoulders straight to her house. There had been too many emotions that night, internal dilemmas. And that's what we went through last night, director. Another day, another challenge to overcome. At Kazuki Academy, specifically in the principal's office, the duo consisting of the red-eyed boy and the green-eyed girl were talking with the adult about what had happened yesterday. I have my doubts about who exactly this O-N I-umlaut K-A-N-Z Eoganek N is. It's wonderful to find a treatment to cure various diseases, but coming from Muzan, I don't think it's a good thing, Tamio told them. Being an expert in medicine, she knew that a formula with such ridiculous results was impossible. Whatever it is, I have to go and stop him. I have my doubts too, and the scent that guy was giving off is the main reason, Tanjiro said. Are you planning to go alone and stop a train owned by Moon Horizons? Tamio questioned his son's madness. We'll stop, I'm not going to leave Tanjiro alone in this. Arya joined him without hesitation, just as crazy as he was. I know I'll dampen your spirits, but what could two boys do against an army of men armed to the teeth? The woman kept insisting, mostly to make them reconsider. More than you think, Tanjiro replied confidently. Okay, I know I won't change their minds, so all that's left is to trust. Arya, this is a point of no return. You supported me a lot yesterday, and for that reason I want you to stay. This is a matter between Miss Tamio and me. Completely worried about her, Tanjiro also wanted to make her reconsider. Facing demons as well as a megacorporation with less than ethical aims was a very serious matter. However, Arya refused and stood firm. She would accompany him wherever he went simply because of something that made her feel something that Tamio did understand. Well, anyway, can you come to my house after class? I want to show you something. Well, they already had plans for the night, all that was left was to wait. I've always been curious to see what's in the attic. He arrived home from school. Apparently his uncle wasn't home, nor was his cousin, he was alone. The sound of her ragged breathing along with the empty echo gave her confidence. It was the perfect opportunity to do something she had been waiting for a long time. He threw his backpack on the sofa and hurried up the stairs to the second floor, running down the long hallway to the end, where a small door stood above him. After a jump, he reached the rope to open it, the stairs descended, and he climbed back up. Darkness and dust were what he expected to find, so he looked for the light switch and turned on the light. Great was his surprise to see how well cared for and clean it was. So many things to see and do further fueled his curiosity. What brings you here, cousin? N/A, at least he already slept with his cousin. I just need to do that plus 18. She didn't even notice her cousin Miko reading a book called 50 Shades of Yorichi. Ah well, I won't lie to you, I was curious to come here. I didn't expect to find you here, especially since the house seems so empty, Tanjiro said, taking a seat in an armchair, hiding his true reasons for being there. Some important things are kept here, and well, you know Dad's always out for meetings with Mr. Kagutsu, the red-eyed girl replied, leaving her rocking chair to sit beside him. I've noticed you've been very different lately. We hardly spend any time together anymore, it's like I've been left out. Do you prefer your friends to me? She let her head fall onto him and took his hand. You forget that you and I did it, I matter to you, don't I? Tanjiro didn't fully remember what his counterpart Yorichi had done. Had he been intimate with his cousin? So many things only confused him more. What should he answer when he didn't even know what to say himself? It was a very strange feeling, wondering if he loved anyone because the image of three sisters kept coming to his mind, sisters whose eyes were all his hazy memories knew, lilac, purple, and... But he couldn't deny that her scent was one of sincerity, she truly loved him. I do care about you, it's just that adolescence is so complicated. You can say that again. With a smile, Miko kissed his cheek, followed by a hug. I should be more understanding. I mean, I'm a girl in love with his cousin. It's so complicated, I can't just leave him with you. Thank you. That doesn't answer my previous question. What brings you here? Uncle Michikatsu told us about our ancestor, and since I have an assignment where I have to write the biography of an ancient relative. She already mentioned it to me before, but there's not much you can investigate here, the burgundy-haired woman replied, not giving it much importance. Tanjiro's cell phone rang. I have to go to Arya's house, we'll be working with one of her relatives. He got up and headed for the attic stairs. How about we have a date on Friday? Well, if you want, I guess that's okay. Great, then see you Friday. Yeah, Tanjiro closed the door. Miko went to look out the window, waiting for him to come out of the house, and when she saw him, she took out her cell phone. Go there, you know what you have to do, and do it like I told you. Things were getting stranger and stranger. She couldn't live the life she had anymore. Did she really do that with her cousin? What was going through her mind at that moment, away with impure thoughts? Is something wrong, young man? Asked a curious man who was surprised to see the boy's face because it was covered with a hood. Yes, a lot of things happened to me. I know him, do you know me? We're not exactly best friends, but it's not strange anymore that I always end up running into him, said the taxi driver, somewhat happy about the reunion. Tanjiro couldn't have been more confused. I'm originally from Tokyo and I came here because my brother recommended it to me. If you don't know him, he's a guy who goes out selling things in a cart, and he knows you too, the man replied without taking his eyes off what was in front of him. He couldn't have been more confused, but he didn't stop there. He wanted to get rid of those doubts. I came here because of a relative of mine. How did he know me? The first time was more than a year ago at the train station when I helped her with her sister's suitcases. Ooha. This moment was thanks to my brother who told me about his date. Appointment. She was a very pretty young woman who wore brooches shaped like butterflies. His memories tried to surface, but there were too many of them and they gave him even more of a headache. That reminds me, here's your change from last time. She took some bills from a compartment and handed them to him. That's life with its ups and downs, isn't it? Canny, it was her. Was that her name? Yes, it's a very pretty name. Yes, it is, and what became of her? I don't know, she probably hates me and I understand her reasons. She sighed wearily. All that's left is to keep moving forward. Thank you for the chat, sir. It's nothing, have a nice night. The taxi driver said goodbye, disappearing from her sight. Why is everything so difficult for me? He knocked on the door and was greeted by Tamio, who was waiting for him with Arya. Why did you take so long, Tanjiro? Arya asked him, looking a little depressed. It's nothing. Why did you send for us, Mrs. Tamio? Tanjiro just stared at a box the adult was carrying. I wanted to give it to you. She opened the box and found a matching crimson Hayori with a khaki kimono and a pair of black and white V-neck shirts as well as ebony hakama pants. They belong to my husband. I want you to keep them. Thank you. Finish what he started. We must stop Muzan before it's too late. Yeah. The couple proceeded to change their clothes, opting for something more traditional than the flashy outfits of today. In a room, both boys were arguing about the veracity of Tanjiro's words regarding the purpose of breaking into the Moon Horizon Corporation train. Are you saying that the guy we saw yesterday was actually undergoing a metamorphosis into a demon? Yes, that so-called serum has such impressive capabilities because they are the characteristics of a demon, he replied while adjusting some white cloth bands around his hakama and calves. And how do you know that? I'll tell you in due course. Okay, but if Mr. Kagutsu is a demon, why is he allowed to be out in the sun? And why is the headmistress allowed to be out too if she's supposedly a demon? From what I've seen, they only come out at night. That's what I'd like to know. He still had many doubts and didn't allow himself the luxury of even trusting his father's wife, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. He tied his boots, picked up his new Hayori, and adjusted the yeger on the left side of his belt. We should go catch the train. They left the room and went down to the first floor. Tamio was speechless when she saw her former husband standing in front of her until she remembered it was Tanjiro. Children, I just want to tell you one last thing, and that is that from now on you can no longer count on me. Most likely, after these events, everything will change. And why do you say that? Tanjiro said very seriously. Tamio explained the reason why, and that was the constant harassment received by Muzan, going hand in hand with his former insecure attitude. Are you saying you've put up with it all this time? After what he does to you, you're not up for fighting back? The woman said nothing. She kept her head down. Did you wait so long for someone to do something you didn't do yourself? And tell me, what would you do if that person didn't meet your expectations? Would you go back to being the submissive person you were before? Tanjiro, you're being very harsh. Hang on, Arya. I'm tired of always being the center of attention. I have so much on my mind and I'm carrying burdens I didn't ask for anyway. If you really want to see Muzan defeated, you have to do your part too. Fight. Tanjiro exclaimed, adopting a serious demeanor as he headed for the door. Things aren't just about words, they're about actions. Thank you for everything, Director. Good luck, Arya said goodbye, following Tanjiro as they both left the mansion. You're right in everything. Maybe I'm not useful in fighting, but I'll still try to do my part, I promise you. You don't have to promise me anything, only yourself. Fight, always keep moving forward. With that, she closed the door. Once outside, the first thing Tanjiro did was apologize to her. Even though he didn't remember how they met, he saw her as a sister and didn't want her to follow him into something extremely dangerous. I have no doubt that I will follow you wherever you go, Tanjiro. That slightly tougher and more direct attitude was perhaps a synonym for his premature maturity to protect those he loved. Thank you, then let's go to the train station. Come Tsujikuni-kun, I want to talk to you in private. N/A+18 with the teacher. Tanjiro had no other option but to continue waiting for a situation just as uncomfortable as yesterday's. Tell me what we can offer you, Professor Komatsu. The morning news reported on an espionage attack at the Moon Horizon Corporation, which leads me to believe it was you, the woman with fine, pure purple eyes said, looking at the boy. You ignored my warning. Yes, it was me, but now I will be helped to discover what Muzan is planning. Okay, I'll tell you now. What I had planned to do in a few days I'll do tonight. As The shipments from Ostroken I umlaut Kanz Ioganek N will be transported tonight, but they will be distributed on a different train line, not yours, all for the purpose of ensuring that your shipments are not raided as well as throwing off anyone who might be tracking you, the adult replied. How does he know that? He exclaimed, becoming increasingly agitated. One has one's means, and how can I verify the truth of his words? It's up to you whether you trust me. With a smile, she rose from her chair, standing in front of him again. I've already told you what you need to know, so you choose what to do, Mr. Hero. The door started to creak. Yorichi, are you here? I'm coming, Arya, thank you very much. I was feeling a little unwell in my stomach. Whenever you like, I'll always prioritize you for anything. Young Kamado left the infirmary. Moving at full speed, the pair of heroes raced through the deserted streets of the districts towards the train network. N/A, very cool 7U7. Here to the right, the only thing Tanjiro didn't know was the time the blessed train was going to depart. He doubted whether what Professor Komatsu told him was really true. So where do we start? Arya asked, observing from above all the trains that would soon be running. Let me tell you something it's like. What if all of this was planned to distract potential assailants and ensure the cargo is transported safely? Something like that. Well, it worked for them. Wait, the smell. All the trains began to move. Quick, which one? I don't know, the smell of smoke throws me off. We have to go and catch them. They both hurried after the trains, still unsure which one to board. Through the middle one, you're sure? No. Giving one last effort, the pair ended up clinging to the bars of the last cabin. I'd like to eat something, I'm very tired, Arya said, opening the door where they both went inside the cabin. After walking past a few more booths, they decided to ask a young woman for directions. Excuse me, I hope it's not too much trouble if you could tell us where the restaurant car is located, Tanjiro said politely. Hey guys, what brings you here? Kuki. So what are you doing here? Tanjiro spoke instantly. Well, this is a very important trip since I'm going to see my father in Osaka, the young woman with pink eyes said in her characteristic cheerful tone. Why don't you take a seat with me? Oh, and isn't Hakuji with you? Asked the blonde, taking a seat next to the redhead. Well, Assistant Principal Kagutsu told me that, on Mr. Toshihiko's orders, my Hakuji will be staying behind to help him with something very important, Kayuki replied, sounding a little down. It's a shame, I hardly ever see him anymore and he's always busy. Oh, I'm sorry, but I know Hakuji would give anything to be with you right now. He loves you with all his heart, Tanjiro said optimistically, trying to cheer her up. Thank you, Yorichi, but it's okay, I feel much better with you guys, she replied, adding a big smile. Okay, so what if we go out for dinner? N/A, what a great song to describe Tanjiro. Absent. That place detached from time and space. A place in nothingness where laws do not exist, the infinite dimensional fortress. Doors moving from one place to another, windows opening and closing only to immediately change position. In the heart of the fortress, a deceptively youthful male figure sat impatiently, his predatory eyes bloodshot, sipping one of the world's finest whiskeys. It's taking too long, we should start now. He took the last sip and placed his glass and bottle on a tray. Immediately, a couple of demons went to clear the way for one of their masters. Beside him stood a large male figure, recognizable by his muscular arms and arrogant smile. He snapped his fingers to light a small flame. You know how he is, I don't know why you're worried about him. Muzan is right, it would be best if we corrected our plan. The members of the Seisei Koni immediately appeared before them, bowing to the three demon kings. Excellent. For my part, I can say that I have followed your orders perfectly. I have successfully brought the Sun Bearer under my control. Little by little, I have managed to make him assimilate this illusion of a false life where he doesn't know who he really is. He is one of the two main THRATS. His power of the Teinakami, if he manages to awaken IT, will be able to carbonize all of SEISIKONI, or there are two options. Keep HIM under control and then kill HIM, or make HIM believe that his counterpart is the main threat so that he does the job for us. The owner of that voice projected a silhouette that belonged to a young man with a somber appearance, jet black hair and grayish eyes. The other major threat, their Covenant Order power, is capable of turning even ourselves against them and destroying the SEISIKONI. We must take over them and bring them under our control as well. Those two brats, Kamado and Akatsu, I don't think we need to kill them. In a way, if we get rid of them, there won't be anything that poses a threat to us. The demon hunters, Hashiras and Shiseiden will just be a joke. The creature interrupted, extinguishing its small flame. Yes, you're right, Kamado Tanjiro, the demon hybrid who is able to overcome my weakness to the sun. If I make him my vessel, I will gain the power of the Sunfire, and there will be nothing that can stop me. Akatsu Yudeji was temporarily my vessel, and in the short time I had him in my possession, I was able to perceive the immense hidden potential of the dark shadows, and I want him for myself. If you already have your objectives defined, let's move on to the next phase of the plan. Absolute Monster, AM took the floor. An entity that did not correspond to the natural order of things. capable of disintegration beyond what can be imagined. The Demon Kings, Muzan Kibutsuji, Ryomen Sukuna, and Kenjaku, heralds from the distant Heian era, preparing everything for their god to annihilate all existence itself. However, the emergence of the bearers, those chosen ones, represented their main and most deadly threat. In the sacred multiversal line, AM has been hunting and erasing from the face of existence the universes where its natural enemy was sheltering, leaving only two last ones that separate it from total disintegration. I will allow both KAMADO and OKKOTSUYUTIGI to develop a little more and mature their power. It makes me feel euphoric that they believe in that stupid fantasy of their lives, and I am curious to see their worlds fall to PIECES. With just a gesture of his hands, he opened cracks in spacetime where he had his eyes on both young men, focusing on the Kamado universe. Intense winds pushed the accumulated clouds in the sky, warning of an intense and fierce storm. Sitting on the edge of the stairs at the entrance, younger sister Kacho kept her face towards the sky. It looks like it's going to rain now, let's go inside. How about you help me prepare dinner before Nei arrives? No, it's already raining, Sheena. I understand, little sister. The middle Kacho sister was fully aware of the pain she felt. The difference was that she could perfectly conceal her feelings, even though she was the one most affected. She sat down beside her to give her a hug. It was what she needed most, to feel uselessly comforted. It's been a long time since Tanjiro left school. He doesn't answer calls or messages, and neither does Nezuko. It's like they're ghosts. I imagine life in Kyoto is busier than here in Tokyo, Shinobu replied, trying to be as optimistic as possible. I'm pretty sure she'll talk to us when she has a little free time. Let's just have faith, okay? Look, I put chocolates in it just the way you like them. Thank you. Maintaining a calm smile, Shinobu patted Kan on the back to take a seat next to her. It's pretty good, you should at least have a sip. The two sisters were embraced by the sound of raindrops falling, echoing in every corner of their mansion. It's already 6 in the evening and Nei hasn't arrived yet. I wonder where she is. The young woman with tanzanite eyes took her phone out of her pants pocket. I'm feeling a little worried. Kanao remained silent, her face pressed against the table. She stared blankly and disinterestedly at the cup of hot drink. Okay, it looks like he'll be a little late. How about we start preparing dinner? Shino, I wish I had your will and spirit. I really don't feel like doing anything. The middle sister put her phone aside and held her mug with both hands, keeping her eyes on 2 chocolates that were moving apart due to the shaking. Life goes on, little sister, it's difficult for me too to have the strength to turn the page, even with everything we've been through together, but we must wish the best for Tanjiro wherever he is. A couple of tears made their way down Shinobu's cheeks and fell down her face. Every word she said hurt her deeply. She didn't want to forget those beautiful moments she'd shared with her redhead, and the promises they'd made after their long journey together. She wished she were Kanao so she could finally let out everything she was holding back, but since Kanao wasn't there, she had to act like the older sister. I'm sorry, forgive me for making you cry. It's okay, don't worry, as Shrek would say, better out than in, right? With that comment, the younger sister finally managed to smile genuinely, which was very comforting for the middle sister. Their moment was interrupted by a sudden tremor, which put both sisters on alert. But what was that? Shinobu wondered. Shino, up there in the sky. Because of her sense of sight, Kanao noticed an anomaly. They both stood up and quickly went towards the door. This isn't right. Outside, being soaked by the rain, they glimpsed how the sky was opening up as a kind of rupture formed. The most disconcerting thing was seeing how, from the other side, what appeared to be a large eye kept watching them. RIROMANAVSODOT. Powerful thunder rumbled, concealing those murmurs. In the blink of an eye, like a lightning bolt that cracked closed, returning everything to normal. But what was that? We'll think it over properly once we're inside. Alert, alert to all hunters. Demons have appeared in the city center. In the rain, his 2 Kasugai crows swooped down to perch on his arms. I'll go get the uniforms, you go ahead and move the car now. I suppose my provisional license will do, right? With both sisters going about their business, the sky was once again blinded by sudden flashes of lightning and thunder. Please remain calm, there could be an accident. The police did their best to maintain order as people ran in the rain. A marked perimeter around a kind of spatial rift, guarded by some military personnel. On the ground lay a monstrous and ghastly-looking body upon which the most intense drops of water fell. The lights in the sky were so dazzling, immediately followed by powerful thunderclaps. What kind of monstrosity is this thing? The people from Moon Horizon Industries are already coming for that. With the tip of his rifle, he touched the monster's head. His large eye opened and reflexively opened the jaws that corresponded to his mouth. That man was levitating in the sky. The streams of water turned blood red. His weapon fell to the ground after being pierced through the middle of his skull by that long, sharp tongue. Their shooting, the commotion was only intensified by the soldiers' actions. They were firing at the monster that had thrown their comrade's corpse at them to distract them. grew horror. Limbs sprouted from his back and he lunged at all the military personnel. Nuuo, a carnage ensued with limbs scattered about. Severed arms, legs, and heads lay strewn about, staining the water with streams of blood. Raarggggg. Letting out a roar, the monster ripped a soldier's body in half. Grog. From afar a missile struck, blowing his entire body to pieces. Reload, more troops of soldiers arrived on the battlefield, including a tank. Arrggggggggtt. They're shooting. Once again, the rain mingled with the fire and smoke from that explosion. Again. His entire body was impaled and dismembered in front of the rest, who could barely take action against that demon who only wanted to kill. We need more ref. At full speed, the resounding footsteps through the water grew ever closer to where the battle was unfolding. A legate knew, grazing his face with surgical precision, two katanas embedded themselves in the demon's head and chest. N/A Shinobu Kacho theme go Shiina / Yuki Kajiura. The few survivors stared in amazement at what appeared to be two beautiful angels walking among them. Had they died? Good shot now, right on the head. Thank you very much, Shino. The poison you put on those katanas will buy us some time. Hashira del Insecto Shinobu Kacho. Sugyuko de la Flor Kano Kacho. The two demon hunters immediately rushed to attend to the wounded. Please hold on, both sisters said in unison as they arrived with them. Centered and focused, they moved the wounded soldiers to places where the rain wasn't falling. From their belts they took medical supplies, bandages, alcohol, and painkillers, prioritizing that they wouldn't catch any infection from contact with the demon. Shino, the poison's effect has worn off. Kano stood up, drawing her Nichiren katana with its bright pink edge. I'm coming, don't you dare move. Shinobu stood up to draw her peculiar harpoon-like Nichiren katana. The demon resisted the poison by removing both weapons from his body. Raarggghhh. He destroyed them as if they were nothing. Without thinking, he ran out to kill the pair of sisters who were the victims of his pain. Shinobu and Kano got into fighting stances. Breathe, a strong whirlwind formed around each one. Petals from different flowers swirled around the smaller kacho. Meanwhile, around the middle kacho, various types of insects flew and surrounded it. Flower breath, insect breath. The limbs went after the pair of sisters. They accelerated and, moving in a coordinated fashion, dodged each attack until they were mortally close. First position, mantis dance. The katanas of both huntresses underwent a transformation. From the leaf sprouted tiny thorns that enveloped a storm of red petals. Meanwhile, the other leaf shrank drastically, becoming as thin as a blade, while the sound of that insect's footsteps echoed. Rose thorn explosion, double guillotine. Kano thrust his sword in. Immediately, the blade's spines transformed into large barbs that spread around the demon. Shinobu struck the demon's neck with the edge of her blade. Immediately, the blade expanded to blow off half of it. With Kano restraining the demon's movement, Shinobu injected her deadly poison, which immediately took effect. Aguanta now. Roaring and jerking, the demon writhed in pain until he could take no more and succumbed to death. Thus the rain eventually washed away the remains of that creature. Steam rose as it charred. Shino. The portal showed activity. Monstrous-looking hands and piercing gazes sought to pass towards his side. Now Shino and Guardia. In front of them landed the figure that corresponded to the older sister Kacho. I'm sorry for being late, little sisters, but there were some things I was checking. Hashira de la Flor, Kani Kacho. There will be time to explain it later. The three Mariposa sisters sprang into action. And who are you? Each one had what the other lacked. Their shortcomings were their strengths, and this meant that when the Butterfly sisters were together, no demon could stop them. Kani's strength and skill, Shinobu's speed and intelligence, as well as Kano's versatility and meta sense, the perfect trident. Each sister stood guard, fearless of whatever lay beyond the portal. The gleam on their sword blades reflected their unwavering resolve to kill them. They watched as that barrier cracked. They breathed flower breath, insect breath, flower breath. Many more portals appeared out of nowhere around them, surrounding the trio of huntresses. That's why we're here, little sisters. Finally, hordes of demons emerged from the portals, rampaging to kill them. We are proud members of the Demon Hunter Corporation. That was a fiery line: breath of the flame, rock breath, wind breath, snake breath, water breathing, breath of sound, mist breath, breath of love, lightning breath, beast's breath, breath of the flame. Water breathing, die bastards. All kinds of cuts imbued with different elements as well as bullets rained down on the surroundings, impacting towards the portals to block passage. They were accompanied by their Hashiras, Sugyukos, and Demon Hunter companions. What's going on here? Shinobu Kano Oikata-sama is very worried. It's been weeks since you last attended a meeting. Kani is the only one who's answered for you. The second-in-command Hashira spoke louder, the immovable Jaiomai Haimjima. Can we discuss that later, guys? We have a few small matters to attend to. The exotic beauty interrupted, sounding a little embarrassed. Hashira of Love Mitsuri Kenroji. We were alerted to this incident by the Kasugai Crows. It's something we've never faced before. The now more expressive mist pillar Muakiro Takedo joined in. All the Hashiras along with the Tsugukos took several hunters to assign themselves to a portal. The threat could be devastating if they failed to stop it. We have no information, so if you see anything abnormal, keep us in touch through the Kasugai crows. Haimjima stood at the front alongside his fellow Hashiras and Tsugukos, ready for battle. Faced with the overwhelming number of demons, they emerged from the portal once again. Forward, take cover. From several portals, powerful waves of flames emerged and incinerated the demons without remorse, going directly against the entire demon hunter fleet. Such was the magnitude of its power that it ended up forming a hellish hurricane. Haimjima Shinazugawa Tomioka Yurikodaki's brother to the front. The one who anticipated the situation was the passionate, hot-blooded Hashira of the Flame, Kyojiro Rengoku, Jiomai Sanmi Jiu Sabito Makomo and Senjiro spread out, forming a barrier around themselves. Zero stance. They thrust their swords forcefully into the ground. Each one represented the element of their breath, as a wall was formed composed of rocks and water reinforced by wind and fire. The forces of the Hashiras and Tsugukos were effective enough to completely quell the incoming attack from the portals. Is everyone okay? I was sure I had put enough power into that attack to wipe you all out, but I was surprised. This will be fun. Entering through one of the doorways was the figure of an elderly person who was even leaning on a cane. This confused them until he opened his single eye and began to emit a smell of smoke. That demon looks very strange, Shinobu speculated, observing alongside her sisters. Haimjima, Rengoku, Tomioka, and Yurikodaki will go first. Our breathing techniques might be effective against that vermin. Yuzui, Obanai, and Takedo will come in as backup if we can't kill him. The rest of you stay back and don't get in the way, said the rude, ill-tempered Hashira of the Wind, Sanmi Shinazugawa. Hey, what did that stupid? At your service. Zenitsu quickly covered Inasuke's mouth before he could further enrage the Shinazugawa. What are you kids waiting for? Come here if you can. The demons resumed their emergence, even in greater numbers. We must give the Hashiras free passage, so be on your guard. As one might expect from a squad, they all brandished their swords, ready for the approaching confrontation. The demon moved its eyes on each hunter, while they merely gripped the hilts of their swords, awaiting the first move. I came here to kill scum. Shinazugawa was the first to move alone, leaving behind a swirling swell of air. Immediately, Haimjima, Rengoku, Tomioka, and the elder Yurikodaki followed him. The 5 hunters appeared before the demon from the... That's more like it. His arms lit up, ready to attack them. Immediately, a wall of intense flames rose up, and each hunter saw a way to get through it. Jiomai's spiky behemoth was the first to make his way to the wall as if it were nothing, seeking to finish as quickly as possible and avoid mishaps. So you're the first one. He dodged the attack to counterattack. Hashira noticed this and immediately pulled his chain to return his mole. Die human, first position. With pinpoint accuracy due to the adrenaline of the moment, his bulk immediately gathered the pavement of the floor to form a shield, large enough to deflect the pressurized jet of concentrated fire from the cyclopal demon, dissipating it to the sides. The column of fire eventually dissipated under the attacks of the rest of the Hashiras, who would not waste the opportunity created by their companion. This is just the beginning. From the ground rose abruptly formations of earth that took the shape. The jets of burning lava targeted the hunters and chased after them. Damn it, Tomioka, the third posture. The hunter in the two-toned Hayori breathed a sigh of relief before striking the ground with the tip of his sword. The sky was consumed by dark clouds, a clear sign of rain. With his characteristically serious eyes, Gio kept his gaze fixed on the eruptions heading towards him and his companions. To no one's surprise, none of the attacks connected, because the sudden drops of water targeted the attacks and concentrated to neutralize them. You all go with Haimjima, Tomioka exclaimed, now bearing the responsibility of protecting them from enemy fire. Shinazugawa, Rengoku, and the older Yurikodaki had to dodge the volcanic eruptions that were only meant to distract them from the main battle. Second posture. The blade of Shinazugawa's sword unleashed a powerful pressurized vortex massive enough to increase its length up to 5 times. Claws of purifying wind. He made a downward cut which immediately split the air blade into 5 sections. Forming the shape of an animal claw, the wind slashes cut through everything within their reach until they became embedded and exploded in the ground. I'm going ahead. The moment he took a step, Kyojiro accelerated so fast that he melted and left his footprint on the ground. Like a meteor, the Hashira of the Flame made its way through all the obstacles until it saw the anomalous demon who was fighting his companion. First position. With the speed he was going, he only drew his sword and it immediately burst into flames. Unknown fire. A single touch was the trigger for a hellish and explosive concentration of fire with the power to melt certain areas of the ground. That, it just can't be. Both Rengoku and Himejima were astonished and bewildered. After that, Demon stopped the former's attack with his bare hand, while with the other he stopped the latter's attack. Are you surprised, kids? This isn't even anything I'm actually capable of. He took advantage of everyone's moment of distraction to make a huge leap at full speed into the sky. What are you doing? The other Hashiras arrived with the rest. Everything that was happening was abruptly interrupted, as they focused on what that creature was planning. I hope you're cold-blooded, you damned humans. A large amount of vapor began to gather in the sky for no apparent reason, and the rain stopped momentarily. Pieces of debris and structures from the surrounding area were also being drawn upwards. Why is it so hot? The appearance of such a blinding light was a harbinger of something they couldn't believe. Is that a meteor? Money, meteor maximum. The star of the suffocating and scorching infernal flame being carried by the gleefully sadistic smiling demon. I have been renamed the cursed demon of infernal catastrophes, Jogo, and they will die by my hand. It threw down the massive mini-asteroid in flames, which due to so much heat was divided into what is now a massive meteor shower. This is bad. Shinobu, Kano, and Kani arrived at the spot along with the rest of the hunters. We must think of something quickly or the whole city will be destroyed. The heat intensified from scorching to infernal. Their tiny shadows grew larger in the face of their impending doom, and they knew nothing about what to do. N/A fight like a girl Evanescence XK Flay. I see, then don't stray from me, children. Making her way through the crowd, the mysterious woman with a golden aura calmly stood before them. Don't worry, I've dealt with worse. She clasped her hands together in a pose. Bankai Stellar Astra Collision. All around them, a dome was rising on the ground. It could not be seen, but it could be perceived. Gravity in the place was reversed when all of them except for the young woman with the flirtatious smile began to float. I hope you don't get nauseous. The blonde exclaimed calmly before joining them after they began to float. Slowly, the invisible dome took on the shape of a star with multiple nebulae orbiting around it. What is this? I want to throw up. Oh no, you pig, you're going to swallow it. Guys, calm down. Kano was trying to stop Zenitsu from strangling Inosuke. I don't understand. What kind of dimension is this? So Jogo, I didn't expect my curiosity about dungeon raids to lead me here. His golden eyes remained focused on the multiple massive infernal missiles descending. There are 11 in total. The nebulae concentrated at the previously mentioned number. To everyone's surprise, the meteorites stopped dead in their tracks just meters away from hitting them. They're going back. Everyone was focused on that incredible spectacle without paying attention to something that only Kani noticed. Are those a black hole and a white hole? The light from the white hole overshadowed its counterpart, reacting in sync to the mysterious woman's command. The meteorites trapped by the nebulae radiated that light at full power, expelling the bodies at full speed into the sky with only a few seconds before disappearing from sight. Jogo watched from afar. He shouldn't return no matter how much he wanted to finish them all off. The plan could be in jeopardy with that damn Zero Series operator. I have to report this. A portal opened beside him and he stepped through it. Perfect, that was close, don't you think? In just a few seconds they left that strange dimension to return to their own. She was surrounded by practically the entire hunter force. Many gripped their swords tightly, others hesitated to even raise them, and a few sheathed them, for what could they do to someone who had driven away a demon they couldn't even harm? Calm down, guys, put down your weapons. I think we're on the same team, right? I don't know who she is, but she's incredibly powerful. My primal instincts tell me I can't let my guard down. Inosuke's voice reflected the seriousness with which he was handling the situation. You think so too, Monet. Her blonde companion stood staring stupidly at the blonde beauty with the playful smile. What are you implying? Himejima pushed his way through the crowd to face the entire group. They kill demons, I do the same, we share the same goal, she replied as that strange creature flew around. Nobody had asked until the middle Kacha sister stepped forward as well. And who are you? My name is Yukam Tsukumo, I am a Zero Series operator and it seems I ended up in your world due to my curiosity. The blonde replied in her usual flirtatious tone. Something sounded from the back, a rather forceful blow. But what happened? They all asked. Hunter Agatsuma fainted. Everything you've been through. I can't stop thinking about what just happened today, someone from a different reality. That's all I can think about and I can't sleep. I just keep my eyes on the ceiling, listening to my sister's shallow breathing. I don't blame them for being exhausted, they always push themselves to the limit. After school we must go straight to Oyakata-sama's headquarters so we can talk properly with Yukime and she can tell us in great detail all about the portals. There are many things that a mind like mine can't help but overthink. I need to get some fresh air to relax, but I have to be quiet so I don't wake my sisters. Now that we've decided to sleep together, I have to be extra careful because Nae gets annoyed when she sees me awake. The young woman with tanzanite eyes removed the sheet and carefully got out of bed, put on her slippers to muffle the noise, and headed towards the sliding window that connected to the balcony of the estate. N/A, over each other Lincoln Park. The cool night air stirred her freshly styled locks. The clouds slowly obscured the moonlight and the crickets had free rein to chirp. There are so many things on my mind. My engineering studies, my research on poisons, the Onikansan compound, demons, and now this whole thing about portals to other realities, but what's really bothering me is why you left, Tanjiro. Why haven't you answered my messages or calls? There's no trace of you. It's like you vanished. Was everything we've shared just a fleeting moment for you? The longing, the feeling of abandonment and disillusionment. I wanted to abandon all of this because it hurts me so much, but I don't want it to end like this. I just want to know, do you want it to end like this? Her eyes never ceased to admire the brilliant natural satellite, the only one to whom she could confide her problems without remorse or worry. He let out a dejected sigh. He had to hide those defeated feelings behind his relaxed mask. A few seconds later, the middle sister Kacho returned to the room. Shino-ni-san, let's go, we'll be late. Oh God, this girl is becoming more and more irresponsible. Both sisters waited somewhat impatiently in the living room. Orphaned at a very young age, they inherited a fortune beyond measure. A shared passion of the three was their exquisite taste in fashion, and they had no qualms about spending lavishly. However, their enormous and luxurious butterfly estate required considerable upkeep for just 3 girls. Ni-san, you're acting like you're our mother. Well, you're my beloved little sisters, obviously I'm going to act like this. Hashira/biology teacher sat waiting, a little impatient for her sister to come downstairs. She couldn't be late as she had her first class in her other younger sister's classroom. Shino-ni-san, Ni-san will get angry, hurry up. On her wrist she felt the small vibration of her watch. It was the alarm to go to school. Shino, you're taking too long. I'll take now to school, you can catch up with us there. Okay, I'll see you there. Shouted the middle Kacho from upstairs. Wait, if you were listening to us, why aren't you responding? Let's go, Ni-san. With her backpack on her shoulders, Kana led Kani away, who could barely grab her bag. In her single room, Shinobu had been ready for a while, but she remained sitting on her bed reading some articles on her laptop. Hyperspace interdimensional travel. He adjusted his glasses as he slid his index finger across the touchpad, reading the articles. After classes, they had to go to the Demon Hunter Core estate where the dimensional traveler Yukam Tsukumo was waiting for them. His nerdy side made him investigate everything he could about that topic from early on. He wanted, and was looking for a meaning about what had also happened with the demon a few days ago. I'm already running late. She jumped out of bed, landing gracefully on her rug. She put her laptop in her backpack and slipped on her shoes. N/A, interlinked, Lonely Lies times Gold Kid. Once she was ready, she sighed and looked at some framed photos on her furniture. Nezu, I promise I'll find you. Wherever you are, I won't stop searching. Tanji, don't forget me, don't give up, wherever you are, don't stop loving me, please. All the memories she'd made with those 2 brothers who had stolen her heart. She could never forget the first time they had sworn eternal love to each other. Her sisters loved him, and she needed him. He went to the door and left his room. I'm going to arrive right on time. Well, I'm not going to lose my punctuality record. He observed the scenery from the bus window along the avenues he was crossing. Wearing headphones, he ignored the conversations of his fellow students. Using public transportation was a radical change in his lifestyle. Thanks to his beloved redhead, he began to enjoy the small details that life allowed him. She couldn't stop thinking about her Tanjiro. Her head was spinning with the thought of finding Nezuko, as well as her impatience to talk to Yukime. Thank goodness we're here, and with a few minutes to spare. He waited for the other boys to get out before joining them. Hola, Shinobu-san. Shinobu-sama, hi guys, good morning. She and her sisters were very popular at school. In her case, she was the model student, an intellectual prodigy with top grades and the position of assistant lab manager. Upon arriving and passing through the doors, he noticed that his older sister was waiting for him. Did something happen? He asked, sounding somewhat puzzled. Kani took her hand and led her towards the principal's office. After walking a little while and once inside, they found their fellow Hashiras along with the director and his wife, the deputy director, Kaguya and Amin Yubayashiki. With those smiles and an overflowing attitude of calm, they overlooked a certain blonde sitting in Oyakata-sama's chair. Thank you so much for coming when called, my little children. Everyone knelt down to show them the respect they deserved. Children aren't necessary, besides, we're at school, not at the barracks, Amin commented on behalf of her husband. Why did you summon us, Oyakata-sama? How can we help you? Jayomai asked. Hi guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt your morning routine. Good morning, Tsukumasan. I apologize if I ruined your plans to see the city. Kaguya bowed to the blonde, who immediately blushed. And oh no, don't worry, you don't have to do that. Besides, this is something much more important. She bowed to him nonetheless. While the others watched the situation with poker faces, Amin smiled at Yukime's friendly attitude. I promise that after this I will tell Amin to take you to see the city. Okay, Oyakata-sama. The blonde scratched her head, still embarrassed. Well, since we're all here, let's talk about what's important. So you're saying you come from another reality. Kanny was the first to ask. Yes, these streets have different architecture from the Tokyo I come from. Oh yeah, and where are you from? Mitsuri asked, trying to sound interesting. Kenroji, she just said she comes from a different Tokyo. Takedo just rolled his eyes ironically at her. Ignore that question, I'd like to know how you got here. Now it was Shinobu who asked. The lore of my world is very vast, but I'll summarize it for you like this. There are space-time rifts that we call portals. These connect to all kinds of worlds that we call dungeons, and when someone crosses to that side, they perform a raid, Tsukumo commented. Most of them couldn't believe such a story. Someone from beyond their world. It wasn't possible except for Shinobu because they lived in a world where demons lurked at night and now in the afternoons. But what made you come to our reality? Kyojiro questioned now. I was helping a friend with a strange object I found on a raid, however something happened and a portal ended up swallowing me, taking me to her world. I don't entirely believe that story. How do you know you're not a human spy for Kibutsuji to keep tabs on Oyakata-sama? Sanemi looked at her suspiciously. I honestly have no idea who this Kibutsuji guy is, but that creature you faced a few days ago, I can tell you that it's a cursed spirit, a monster of great power fed by human feelings and ideas, Yukime said seriously. That cursed spirit, is it resistant to the sun? Shinobu simply listened to the conversation, piecing together a puzzle of information. The only way to kill a cursed spirit is through the energy with which they were created, Ryuryoku spiritual energy. Yes, that explains why they attacked in the afternoon when they know. It can't be. They turned their gazes towards her, who was astonished by the outcome. Have demons transcended into being cursed spirits by eliminating their most notorious weakness? They didn't quite understand what the middle Kacha was saying, but for the first time Yubayashiki's calm face turned worried. I believe what you say. After all, dungeons are territories of cursed spirits, Tsukumo replied, reflecting on how serious the situation had become. So we do have a common enemy, sweetheart. Yuzui spoke up. Things have changed and not for the better. You mean katanas will no longer be effective? It was one of the few times Jiu spoke. If that's the case, then I'll make sure you learn to control your Ryuryoku. The blonde extended one of her hands before emanating a golden aura. And when do you think you can take the time to teach the children the use of Ryuryoku? Now it was Amin who spoke to him. The most crucial thing would be to teach this to their strongest hunters and have them teach it to the others. All the Hashiras turned to look at one another. We wish you to teach us from today onward, Jiomai said, speaking as if he were their representative. Perfect, but in return I need to ask you a favor. And what is that favor? Obanai asked with his cold face. Help me get back to my world. I need to warn my colleagues about this. It's the least we can do for you, Tsukumasen, after you share your knowledge with us. Thank you very much. Again, the Yubayashiki bowed their heads to her, embarrassed once more. There's something I'd like to tell you, Yukime. Kanny looked at her very seriously. Your hairstyle and hair are divine. Rengoku, Tenjin, Takedo, Kanroji, and Haimjima found the comment amusing, while Shinazugawa, Iguro, Tomioka, and the other Kacho slapped themselves in the face. I just noticed you two look very alike, Mitsuri said. You have the same haircut, the same eye color, similar heights, and you're both so cute. The two girls mentioned glanced at each other and then smiled. Alright, that concludes the meeting, Kaguya said. It was very nice to have someone like Kenroji around. She really helped to ease the tension in those kinds of situations. The boys left, leaving only the girls. Hey Yukime, do you have a place to sleep? The eldest Kacha asked curiously. Yes, the Yubayashiki family allowed me to stay on their estate. Why, Tsukumo replied, wouldn't you like to stay and live with us in our house? Of course, if you want to, well, Yes, a girl's sleepover. Kenroji appeared behind them and hugged them tightly. And that's my older sister and one of my best friends. Shinobu sighed, putting her hand to her face, seeing how little serious they were taking the situation. All right, daughter, remember that you too have a life and dreams to live for. Patriarch Yubayashiki placed his hand on her shoulder, watching the scene with a smile. Most of your fellow hunters are searching for the Kamato brothers' trail. Just give me some time, please. I am sorry, Oyakata-sama, it's just that Now she was part of the circle made up of the rest of the girls, but instead of getting upset, she smiled and went along with it. N/A, Koikage Millet X-Man with a mission. She loved Tanjiro with all her heart, but she couldn't let it get her down. Her sisters handled the situation with a better attitude. Why couldn't she be like them? The best thing to do was let go of what was hurting her, and finally she did, trusting with all her heart that he would come back to her. Anyway, girls, you have classes to attend and go to. Amin interrupted her moment, pointing to a clock hanging on a wall. Okay. Kanny, Mitsuri, and Shinobu separated to head towards the door. See you later, good luck. Yukime said goodbye. Likewise, enjoy your walk around the city. Shinobu peeked her face out before closing the door.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.